Chapter 101. Seeing their attempt to stop the United Nations from reaching the summit had failed, Yaguang University's heavy armored soldiers immediately retreated, unanimously suppressing the United Nations with firepower. The United Nations situation was even more critical than Yaguang's. Falling off the cliff, they were engulfed by the spore tide. Failure to break out in time meant the mayfly mushrooms behind them would slowly spread their neurotoxins. Their only goal was to delay the United Nations' advance as long as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't unfold as Yaguang University had hoped. Oh my! When a Yaguang University heavy armored soldier fired a cannonball. The outline of a mecha appeared amidst the rumbling flames, black smoke and sparks carried behind by the mecha's surging airflow. The heavy armored soldier frantically took Sasori's blow. How could this main attacker, after being interrupted, continue charging towards him without reducing their attack? Sasori's weapon was unique, a blade with a willow leaf-like curve, narrower than ordinary swords, thinner and lighter. Therefore, Sasori's swordplay differed from the usual slashing, focusing on stabbing. The tip of his sword pierced the gaps in the enemy's mecha, destroying vital parts and weakening the enemy's combat effectiveness. Because Gu Chanfeng and Red Dragon were so dazzling, Yaguang University sometimes overlooked the strength of this A-rank main attacker. Yaguang University underestimated the enemy and overestimated itself. Chazare alone broke through Yaguang University's deployment. Recognizing this, Yaguang University's arc commanded its troops to change their formation. Their strategy was simply delay. After so much effort, they had forced the United University into this predicament. If they didn't eliminate them, all their efforts would be in vain. The threat of elimination propelled Yaguang University to extraordinary performance. They didn't mind being suppressed and exhausted by the enemy. They simply wanted to entangle the United University and prevent them from leaving easily. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yaguang University still had a clear mind at this crucial moment. But it feels like Yaguang University is simply hurting the enemy, while also hurting themselves. If the mayfly mushroom poison spreads, they won't be able to escape. Shishi, the United University wants to retreat quickly, but Yaguang University can't let them escape easily. This is a battle of offense and defense. We can't continue to waste time with Yaguang University here. The mayfly mushrooms inched closer from behind, and for the first time in the entire match, Lian Xiao felt anxious. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Tension and anxiety are normal emotions in battle. But this time, her emotions were distracting her from her thoughts, which was very wrong. It was the mayfly mushrooms. The mayfly mushroom's toxic gas had silently enveloped them. Lian Xiao tried to recall the mushroom encyclopedia she casually flipped through before the game. The poison of the mayfly mushroom primarily affects the nerves, potentially causing a state of hyperactivity, amplifying mood swings, and even hallucinations in some people. Hyperactivity, a sign of a mild poisoning. Although anger was brewing within her, she felt the urge to destroy the Yaguang University mechas and hurl them into the spore tide. Lian Xiao still retained a good deal of composure. Upon realizing something was amiss, she immediately used her mind to stabilize her teammates' consciousness. The others' agitation calmed down, but Lian Xiao, the arc, remained unresolved. Hallucinations began to set in. Familiar faces, hidden deep within her memory, swirled around her like shadows. Her mind seemed to split in two, one half calmly trying to stabilize the others, the other half lost in the replay of yesterday. Her sanity was being torn apart repeatedly, and even the audience noticed Hecate's movements slowing. Gao Wangyan worried, judging from Lian Xiao's reaction. Could it be that the Lianda team has been poisoned by the mayfly mushrooms? The camera zoomed in on the Lianda side, zooming in at high magnification. The people outside the screen finally saw that a faint, almost imperceptible pink gas was indeed floating around the Lianda team. It was just too thin to be discerned without close inspection. The rescue team was already on standby not far away, and the entire audience's attention was focused on the Lianda team. Yaguang University was overjoyed. In fact, they were even more anxious than the Lianda team. The Lianda team was close to the mayfly mushrooms, but they had performed exceptionally well, holding them off for several minutes without showing any signs of poisoning. If they had held off for a few more minutes, they, too, might have been poisoned. All Yaguang University members suddenly turned, focusing their fire on Lian Xiao. Several bullets struck Hecate, landing at the mech's feet. The dark, night-like mech was pushed back by the concentrated fire. Lian Xiao gritted her teeth and maneuvered Hecate to the side, attempting to maneuver behind Xiao Liqing. In her current state, barely maintaining her position outside the Tower of Babel, it was difficult to withstand the attack. Countless voices buzzed in her mind, familiar voices calling her name. The voices of childhood friends beckoned her to play outside, to do homework together. The voices of her professional teachers chanted. And the kind, nagging voices of her parents, urging her not to lie in bed even during the holidays. The ordinary, trivial daily life of Earth made Lian Xiao prefer to indulge in illusions. Lian Xiao. The familiar call was like a blade that split the chaotic consciousness. Zhao Liqing, who had come to cover, was the first to notice that something was wrong with Lian Xiao. Stay awake. Zhao Liqing's voice was real. She was still playing. She still had teammates. She had responsibilities to fulfill. She couldn't dwell on illusions. Zhao Liqing, like a rope, suddenly caught Lian Xiao as he fell. But the illusion wouldn't dissipate just because Lian Xiao wanted it to. His temples throbbed, and the figures around him became clearer. Lian Xiao steeled himself, closing his eyes to ignore the illusions. He called out Gu Chengfeng's name. How are you doing? It doesn't matter. Gu Chengfeng spoke gently to her. Just do as you wish. The deep connection between them remained constant. Gu Chengfeng understood Lian Xiao's thoughts better than anyone else on the field. For the first time, Lian Xiao wanted Gu Chengfeng to take the initiative to release the Red Dragon's restraints. Lian Xiao believed that the freed Red Dragon could quickly break through Yaoguang University's interception. As long as they could escape the range of the poisonous gas, their current predicament would be easily resolved. However, she, the only person who could possibly stop the Red Dragon from spiraling out of control, was also in a state of agitation and confusion. Lian Xiao wasn't sure he could pull Gu Chengfeng back in time. The mayfly mushroom at the forefront lurched unsteadily between the two cliffs. Time was running out, and Gu Chengfeng piloted the Red Dragon towards Yaoguang University. In fact, Gu Chengfeng's hallucinations began not much later than Lian Xiao's. S-level mental power grants them excellent compatibility with mechas, but they are more sensitive to neurotoxins than the average person. Gu Chengfeng knew what he was seeing was an illusion, like a lucid dream. He saw his mother. She still looked young. Gu Chengfeng's memories of her only stopped at the age of 5 or 6. His mother, Zhu Fa, was a top-tier researcher at the Military Research Institute. Zhu Fa had also been an outstanding mecha reserve, but for various reasons, she was rejected by the military. Zhu Fa was a second-generation immigrant to the Alliance. Her family, traced back to the Alliance, were undocumented individuals who had fled from the Empire. Even if Zhu Fa had grown up in the Alliance had ample reason to refuse to allow such a person to pilot its most dangerous weapon. Gu Chengfeng still remembered his mother's busy life, rising rapidly through the ranks at the academy. Until Zhu Fa's disappearance, she had already been the head of a military research project. The phantom gently touched Gu Chengfeng's head, as if he were still a fragile child. Well done, said Zhu Fa in the illusion. In reality, Red Dragon's number 3 engine roared as it charged towards the Yaoguang University defenses. Chazare and Puekare, less affected by the toxin, followed behind Red Dragon. Red Dragon sprinted, seemingly intent on overthrowing anything that stood in its way. Yaoguang University couldn't decide whether to retreat or not. These students, new to actual combat, had never seen such desperate fighting. While they were hesitating, Cesare's bullets arrived first. He coordinated with Gu Chengfeng, firing to force the Yaoguang University soldiers to gather together. It's okay. There were only 3 of them on the other side. The Yaoguang University captain calmed his nerves. No matter how powerful Gu Chengfeng was, they hadn't withstood his attacks just now. But this time, Red Dragon, who had dodged in front of the armored soldier, grabbed the mech's breastplate. With force from all 10 fingers, he swung the armored soldier up. The breastplate deformed under the immense impact, breaking apart the precision-constructed components. The armored soldier struck his teammates, sending others flying a short distance. Red Dragon number 3, completely unarmed. The audience outside the arena gaped in astonishment. Red Dragon's combat prowess had always been impressive, but its explosive power under pressure was even more astonishing. The heavy armored soldier couldn't help but retaliate. The dazed team members in the core module attempted to interrupt the Red Dragon's attack with their Mech's laser cannons. But as the laser cannon slid out, he realized he was airborne. Red Dragon lowered its center of gravity, throwing the heavy armored soldier. During the fierce battle, Yin still found an opportunity to snipe the heavy armored soldier in midair, damaging its vital components. He watched himself fall to the ground, his perspective upside down. Red Dragon pursued their arc, and the Black Hecate appeared before him. Wait! The heavy armored soldier sensed something was wrong, but before he could finish his words, Lian Xiao simply kicked him off the cliff. No. He wasn't ready to be eliminated. The Yaoguang University heavy armored soldier and his shouts were drowned out by the multiple spore tidal waves they had attracted. Countless spores began to parasitize the surface of the heavily armored mech upon contact. The mech, once majestic before its fall, had become a chrysalis-like mass upon landing. The outer layer of snow-white mycelium remained mycelium, while these vibrant tentacles scrambled to penetrate the mech's interior. Lian Xiao didn't dwell on whether his actions were too cruel. If Yiguang University's plan had succeeded, they would have been the ones to be parasitized by the spores. She closely monitored Gu Chengfeng's condition, sensing his complex emotions of anger, violence, sadness, and longing. The stronger these emotions, the less restrained the red dragon seemed to be. The thrill of defeating an opponent can easily make ordinary people feel elated, infatuated with the sense of power brought by violence. It was as if a demon lurked within this mech, its pilot trading its rationality for immense power. If the threshold was crossed, Lian Xiao had no idea what would happen. All she could do was intervene forcefully to calm Gu Chengfeng's emotions. The control of the S-Class arc, combined with Gu Chengfeng's own willpower, engaged in a tug-of-war with the mech. A gap appeared in the Yiguang University formation, and the Lianda team launched another attack. The audience had expected the Lianda team to seize this opportunity to evacuate, but they unexpectedly threw down the defeated Yiguang University team, willingly enduring the surrounding toxic gas, one by one. In the end, only the Yiguang University captain remained. He tried to escape at top speed in the opposite direction, but Lian Zhao's blade directly damaged the ventilation and filtration system. Cesare then proceeded to slash the joints of his mech's legs. Now, the remaining Yiguang University team could only watch them depart, experiencing the effects of the mayfly mushroom poisoning firsthand. The entire Yiguang University team was out. The other teams were shocked by the announcement, at most wondering what had happened to Yiguang University. The First Alliance Army, however, knew all about it. Jiang Lu pricked up his ears, but heard nothing he was looking for. So, the Alliance was actually fine. Jiang Lu's face darkened. They were no longer in danger of elimination. It all depended on who reached the flag-taking point first. He immediately proposed to the other schools present, "Let's not wait for the Alliance. We have the flag-taking point map, and I'm willing to share it with you. I believe the lack of the Alliance's map won't affect anything." Petrov of San Carlos was the first to agree. Although the Alliance had been delayed, and although it appeared they were under attack from Yiguang University, they had done their duty by waiting so long for it. Just as San Carlos was about to respond with a map, Niwa Ling of Kitakami River suddenly interrupted. "Hey, wait a minute," Niwa Ling said, half-smiled. "Someone from the United University just contacted me and asked me to pass a message to the First Alliance Army. The people from the United University said the First Alliance Army shouldn't even think about taking down the flag. Just clean your neck and prepare to be slaughtered." The incitement had shaken Guang University, nearly pushing them into a desperate situation. And the First Alliance Army still wanted to be the first to take down the flag? Dream on. Chapter 102. Jiang Lu's face lit up instantly. The teams most eager for the United Nations to be eliminated were the First United Army and Orin. Schools with maps could see their location, and the United Nations team blamed the First United Army for this. Then Kitakami Chuan, "Please tell us something." Jiang Lu was clearly lacking confidence. "Just say that since the United Nations will be eliminated in the next round, we won't mind these insults." Niu Ling and his mech shrugged in unison. "The United Nations has severed communication. It's okay if you want me to help reconnect." He smiled and held out his hand, palm up. "I think the special training equipment you used last time was pretty good. Sheng Hui, one piece is worth a message." Jiang Lu, Niu Ling would die if he didn't take advantage, right? Niu Ling held out his hand with a clear conscience. He'd be a jerk not to take advantage. Jiang Lu's plan to piece together the map without the United Nations came to nothing. Despite being long late, the United Nations arrived at the agreed location unscathed and handed over their piece of the map. The United Army, having assembled the crucial piece of the map, was extremely nervous and cautious. Even before the map information had been successfully transmitted, several members couldn't help but draw their weapons. Bai Chuan, on the opposite side of the United Army, also drew his weapon, his muzzle raised even higher than the United Army's. Undercurrent tension surged among the teams, and no one could guarantee that they would open fire the moment the map was assembled. The United Army's map information transmission was complete. Now, several schools had maps of the missing areas. In the blink of an eye, the flashes of bullets and artillery fire, and the crackle of gunfire rang out. No team would be eliminated from this round, but first, second, and third place were still up for grabs. Given the previous threat from the United Nations, the First Alliance Army was clearly wary of the United Nations, directing most of its firepower in its direction. After all, the best defense is offense. But they could never have imagined that the United Nations would just vanish without a trace. No, it just vanished with such a carefree air. Jianlu felt, terrified, like a fool who had been fooled. Could it be that Kitakami Chuan's words of apology were just a joke? Also leaving the battlefield were San Carlos, their neutrality ingrained in their bones. The First Alliance army turned its attention to Kitakami Chuan, lashing out with frantic attacks, attempting to slow him down. Several schools were racing to capture flags along the shortest route on the map, but the United Nations took a different approach. They had the complete map. They could just take the smaller paths. Seeing that Orin was still resignedly searching the map, the audience felt a little sympathetic. Ha ha ha, the Union University is so cunning. They even pretended they only got a piece of the map in the end. The Union University is really tight-lipped. But isn't this a bad idea? Shirakawa voluntarily shared the map with the Union University, and Kitakami Chuan is an ally of the Union University, but the Union University didn't tell anyone. Isn't that a bit unkind? What kind of good guys are there? They're all competitors, so what's the big deal? Since you like to be nice, I suggest you share your exam papers with your classmates. The Union University team approached the flag-taking point unimpeded. From a distance, Lian Xiao spotted several fluttering flags and immediately recognized them as those of the Union University Mecha Academy. The Union University team's spirits lifted, not daring to let up. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Victory was within reach. Lian Xiao suddenly wondered if the Union University would complete the race if they took down the flags. It seemed like they wouldn't have any legitimate reason to beat up the Union First Army. It's a shame, Lian Xiao thought, but we can save that for the next match. Su Xing rushed to the front and ripped down the school flag. Union University, first place in the preliminaries. A short while later, the San Carlos team arrived. Thinking back on the entire match, San Carlos didn't do much except search the map, simply relying on effort to secure second place, completely ignoring their strength. Lian Xiao thought San Carlos had a remarkable physique. Although they claimed to be neutral, it seemed they made the right decision at every crucial moment. Third place, Kitakami Chuan. The First Alliance army had put in so much effort, but only managed fourth place in the preliminaries. When their commander, Jian Lu, emerged from his mecha, his face was gloomy. Fourth. God knows how much the First Alliance army hated that ranking. Not making the top 3 felt like a glory the First Alliance army could never reach, a permanent reminder of its decline to the outside world. Feeling unhappy, Jiang Lu couldn't help but mock the First Alliance University. Don't be too happy, it's just the preliminaries. Jiang Lu locked eyes with Lian Xiao. Who knows what the Lianda team was thinking, but he actually cut a bunch of strange mushrooms to take back. Lian Xiao was in a good mood after winning the preliminaries, and being able to take home a bunch of mushrooms to feast on. She said kindly, the First Alliance army, don't cry too hard this time. It's only the preliminaries. The First Alliance army will have more to cry about in future matches. Jiang Lu wore a strange expression, glanced at Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, and said in a voice only the Lianda team could hear, do you think your high mental power level means you win? Just wait and see. With that, the First Alliance army members were the first to board the host ship. The Alliance team looked at each other in bewilderment. What does this mean? Cesare frowned. Aren't all the Alliance First Army teams A rank? Zhao Liqing, is the Alliance First Army hiding their strength? After saying this, she dismissed her own suspicions. Pre-match intelligence gathering had revealed no news of any Alliance First Army recruits with exceptionally high mental abilities in recent years. Gu Chanfeng silently took Jiang Lu's words to heart. Check after we get to the city. There were 7 teams during the preliminaries, but only 5 remained on the return trip. Ouyuan University didn't learn the map had already been collected until the top 5 teams had finished capturing the flag. Ouyuan University. So what's the point of them licking the Alliance First Army and struggling to find the map? Is this embarrassing for them? There was no point in letting Orin continue searching for a flag in the Mushroom Mountains, like a headless fly. The military decided to simply let Orin University exit the competition as last place, eliminating the need for flag capture. If Yugwang University hadn't been eliminated en masse by the Alliance, it's doubtful whether Orin University would have even advanced. Seeing the online comments mocking Orin's lucky advance, the faces of the Orin University crowd twisted. So they had to thank the United Nations, right? Orin suffered a profound humiliation in this qualifying tournament, and their hatred for the United Nations deepened. Yugwang University suffered even worse. They had to be carried back by the organizers. The live broadcast didn't show the rescue team's rescue of the Yugwang University team, But it's said that the 6 members kicked into the spore tide suffered a tragic fate. When the rescue team pulled them out of the spore tide, each mecha was encased in layers of mycelium, completely destroyed. It took the use of other mecha standard cold weapons to slowly cut through the mycelium layer by layer. By then, these 6 members had developed a severe mushroom phobia, a constant feeling that mushrooms were parasitic within them, to the point where they would flee in fear at the mere smell of something resembling mushrooms or the sight of anything mushroom-like. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao is having a mushroom feast these past few days. The team's accommodations were filled with the enticing aroma of delicious mushrooms. The Yogwang University team leader went straight to Yan Mingling. Great! The United Nations University is so vindictive. Not only did they eliminate Yogwang University in such a vicious way, but that ARC even deliberately used this method to provoke their students. It's simply too much. Yan Mingling watched the Yogwang team's outburst and smiled. Isn't that good? What? The Yogwang teacher hadn't expected the United Nations University to go so far, so completely protecting its students. Furious, I'm going to complain to the military. Forget it. Yan Mingling had the robot open the door, too lazy to waste time with such a fool. It's Yogwang University that wants our students to be parasitized by the spore tide. Complain to the military? Fine, I explain at the hearing how Yogwang got beaten to a pulp. It's not just the lack of talent, it's also incredibly stupid. I think Yogwang University is so shameless, it's perfect for being a mushroom culture dish. Yan Mingling, get lost. The Yogwang teacher slammed the door and left angrily. Everyone who happened to hear these words while delivering grilled mushrooms to Yan Mingling responded, Lian Xiao, that's such a good scold, I really want to imitate him. Su Xing, the sweetest girl on the team, had a trembling pupil. She had always remembered Yan Zhangyin as gentle and reliable. The harshness of those words was beyond her comprehension. Yin, usually, it's because of the violent. Dean. Zhangyin had a bad temper when he was young, Cesare said. But considering how he's been able to tolerate a tyrant for so long, his temper must have been cultivated. Thinking of this, Cesare instantly felt a surge of respect for Yan Mingling. On the 3rd day after the preliminaries, Lian Xiao was heading downstairs to the training room when he was stopped by 2 people who looked like members of the media. After showing Lian Xiao the media badges they wore around their necks, one of them exchanged a few pleasantries before holding up a microphone and asking, Lian Xiao, which school do you think will come out on top in the next match? And who will be the final champion? Lian Xiao was speechless, not understanding what the point of such a question was. Of course it's Yuan University, Lian Xiao said to IB, noticing it was a live broadcast. Do any contestants actually say anything other than their own school? Reporter, Lian Xiao changed the subject. How about you ask me which school I think will come in last? I never seen such an unconventional move. But the question was compelling enough, so the reporter went ahead and asked. Lian Xiao said firmly, of course it's the Alliance. Both the Alliance and Orin were pretty annoying, but the Alliance was jumping around more than Orin, so they should have won. The reporter pressed as if he had caught something on the Alliance. So after watching the Alliance Q&A, you still think the same? What Q&A? Lian Xiao frowned. What Lian Xiao didn't know was that her reaction had caused a huge uproar among netizens. The Alliance is really underestimating the Alliance. Winning first place in the preliminaries doesn't mean anything, and the Alliance's win was also a result of luck. Isn't Lian Xiao so arrogant just because she's S-rank? The preliminaries weren't the Alliance's official lineup. Aren't the other schools stunned now? The Alliance has S-rank. This time, it's a real S-rank. A group of netizens, who looked like trolls, were tirelessly spreading the word in every Mecha League comment section. Alliance, an S-rank arc has appeared. At a Q&A session specially held by the Alliance First Army for various media outlets, this mysterious S-class student underwent a mental power test in front of the crowd. At the Q&A session, the Alliance First Army's teachers solemnly introduced their true captain and commander, S-class Arc Xiao Wuyu. Entering the official competition phase, the Alliance First Army will be commanded by Xiao Wuyu. The outside world was shocked that the Alliance First Army actually had an S-class student, and that he had been so well hidden, with no prior information leaking. A deeper investigation revealed that this S-class student had been exempted from the standard mental power test upon enrolling in the Alliance First Army, citing special circumstances, and had taken classes and exams separately. It's hard not to suspect that the Alliance First Army had long been planning to keep Xiao Wuyu hidden, using him as a secret weapon for the League. Faced with the constant barrage of criticism at the Q&A session, Xiao Wuyu remained calm and composed. He even mentioned Lian Xiao and praised the Alliance First Army's performance. Xiao Wuyu's demeanor, presence, and good looks have won him the favor of many media outlets and netizens. But when Zhao Wuyu said, "Lian Xiao is an opponent I greatly admire. Her style isn't bound by academic conventions. She's very independent." Lian Xiao sensed a subtle hint of sarcasm. That's right. The outside world's attention turned to the other two S-Class players. With Zhao Wuyu's appearance, the United Nations is no longer the only S-Class team in this competition. Lian Xiao is no longer the only S-Class ARC from the Alliance Military Academy in recent years. Lian Xiao's aura was shattered, and netizens automatically compared him to Zhao Wuyu. Zhao Wuyu praised his opponent's magnanimity, while Lian Xiao looked down on him. This was Zhao Wuyu's first victory. Zhao Wuyu excelled in all areas, while Lian Xiao, aside from his mental strength, wasn't particularly outstanding academically. This was Zhao Wuyu's second victory. Zhao Wuyu was more handsome than Lian Xiao. This was his third victory. Zhao Wuyu completely defeated Lian Xiao. Some netizens felt that Zhao Wuyu's appearance, personality, and gender matched the image of an arc protagonist in typical novels and comics. Lian Xiao had a single response to the online rumors: read it. For all the trivialities, she was only concerned with Zhao Wuyu's strength and the next move by the Alliance First Army. And Lian Xiao had more important concerns. After returning to the Alliance's main planet, Lian Xiao vaguely realized something serious. Gu Chanfeng was avoiding her, intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 103. Lian Xiao suddenly realized she hadn't seen Gu Chanfeng in 2 whole days. After the post-match review, she left quickly and couldn't find him in the training room at the regular spawn point. Their dormitory only had 3 orders, and after asking Cesare, she learned that Gu Chanfeng had gone home to rest. Lian Xiao sent him a message, and the reply was polite and courteous, subtly more polite and distant than their first message. Silently observing the boys, Lian Xiao saw that everything seemed normal. She was puzzled. Could it be that Gu Chanfeng was only avoiding her? How had she offended Gu Chanfeng? Lian Xiao's heart was alarmed. They had just made it to the official competition. Their team wouldn't break up, would it? Thinking of the sudden appearance of Zhao Wuyu, Lian Xiao decided to talk to Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng took a leave of absence for the first time. Players participating in the league were allowed to miss classes for the entire semester, but taking leave to go home during the preparations for the next match was highly unusual for Gu Chanfeng. On a spring day, the azaleas in the backyard are in full bloom. The rose-pink blossoms cluster together, and looking down from the upstairs, it feels like the sunset is setting over the small courtyard. Gu Chanfeng is very familiar with the flowers in the backyard. He's the one who takes care of them when Gu Mian is away and not too busy. Eastern azaleas, spring azaleas, summer azaleas, western azaleas, and alpine azaleas are planted in different corners of the yard, ensuring a vibrant display of azaleas in all seasons and at all times. Xiaofeng, why are you back? Bending over, pruning the flowers in the backyard, Gu Mian was a little surprised to see his son, who usually stayed home when he could, appear at home. Gu Chanfeng put his things down and came over, rolling up his sleeves. Go home and rest for a few days. No. As he and Gu Mian pruned the branches and fertilized the plants, Gu Chanfeng thought he just hadn't figured out what to do. As the warm evening breeze brushed against his face, Gu Chanfeng felt a rare sense of confusion. From childhood to adulthood, he had walked a straight, clear path. Compared to his peers, Gu Chanfeng was fortunate in that he knew early on what he loved and excelled at, and his family provided him with support many could only imagine. Over a year ago, when Echo rated him S-rank but couldn't dock with any mecha, he remained unwavering and undeterred. Finally able to dock with Red Dragon 3, but having to agree to the military's stringent restrictions, like the conditions for surveillance, Gu Chanfeng didn't hesitate. But now he was lost. Unleashing the Red Dragon's constraints was like opening Pandora's box. Beyond unparalleled power lay humanity's fear of the unknown. The exhilaration of violent combat, after unleashing the Red Dragon's restraints, lingered in Gu Chanfeng's veins. He could never forget the exquisite feeling of crushing his opponent with it. It was as if he were stepping on a mere insignificant insect, a gentle force enough to kill him. After the Red Dragon's first rampage, it took him 10 minutes to calm down. By the third rampage, a few days ago, when he had chosen to do so, that cooldown period had stretched to half an hour. In the deserted training room, Gu Chanfeng vented the dark emotion surging within him through intense training. But he couldn't yet say with certainty that he had completely escaped the Red Dragon's influence. That night on Nockstar, in the deserted training room, Gu Chanfeng shuddered. He suddenly felt as if the Red Dragon was gradually assimilating him into a brutal war machine. The military was right to halt the Red Dragon project. What exactly is Red Dragon, He didn't lose control completely in his rampage, because Lian Xiao was holding him back. They were like people walking hand in hand on a tightrope. If one fell, the other would be caught in the crossfire. Gu Changfeng calmly came to a conclusion. He shouldn't drag Lian Xiao down with him. The safest solution was to honestly inform the military of Red Dragon's abnormality, withdraw from the Mecha League, and never again become a Mecha soldier. Gu Changfeng used gardening shears to trim the overgrown branches. The broken branches oozed a pale green sap, and the air was filled with the scent of crushed grass. The bitter green of the broken branches filled his chest at the thought of this outcome. Gu Mian kept an eye on Gu Changfeng from the corner of his eye. They were used to being in silence, but that didn't mean Gu Mian didn't understand the child. On the contrary, when Gu Changfeng was young, Gu Mian spent much more time caring for him than Zhu Fa had. Gu Mian opened his mouth, asking Gu Changfeng about his daily life, his friends, and his teammates. The more he asked, the more worried Gu Changfeng became. If a person spends over a decade striving for a single goal, and that goal is shattered, will all their efforts, and indeed their identity, be negated as well? If Gu Changfeng doesn't keep moving forward, if he doesn't become an Alliance Mecha soldier, will he still be himself? The setting sun hung heavily on the alpine azalea blossoms, obscuring their original apricot white color. Gu Changfeng suddenly wondered if his father had ever considered quitting mecha piloting. At least, he found it hard to imagine his father without one. Yes, Gu Mian said frankly. Who hasn't felt tired of escaping in their youth? But whether I drive a mech or not, your mother will always love me, Gu Mian said gently. Whether your mother drives a mech or not, I will always love her. What he meant to say was, whether you drive a mech or not, Daddy will always love you. Gu Mian removed his gardening gloves and placed his hands on Gu Changfeng's shoulders, feeling a little melancholic at how quickly time had flown by. The child who had once barely reached his knees was now a bit taller. Gu Changfeng hummed, and the heavy weight weighing on his soul loosened slightly. He felt comforted by the hands on his shoulders. At least there was someone in this world who would always love him, no matter what he became. Gu Changfeng exhaled and calmly continued tending the garden. He suddenly felt that things weren't so bad after all. The Red Dragon's influence wasn't unstoppable. The league team still needed him. Gu Changfeng didn't want to give up on either of them. He wanted them all. He didn't want to give up on the mech. He didn't want to give up on Lian Xiao. Taking advantage of his day off, Lian Xiao rushed over to deal with the Lian family's stir-fry. The Mecha League was in full swing, and Lian Xiao's sales were skyrocketing. Chu Xiaoguo slapped the accounts in front of Lian Xiao and said, "These past 2 weeks' revenue. Warning you, if you don't hire someone, we're going to have work-related injuries." When Lian Xiao competed, many people who rarely use social media suddenly realized that there were things besides nutritional supplements that looked edible. The meals Lian Xiao prepared during the qualifiers were so popular that many people on the main planets, curious about the food, ordered Lian Xiao for delivery. The problem was, the owner was away, and Chu Xiaoguo was the only one in the shop. Chu Xiaoguo only knew how to cook Sichuan cuisine, with a lethal dose of chili peppers. So I searched for Lian Xiao, and the latest comments were nothing but wailings from Liandian students about when Sister Lian would return to feed them, and negative reviews from people on the main planet. Bad review. This so-called Chinese food was so spicy I went ballistic. I had diarrhea several times that night. I ran into a few other patients at the hospital, and they all ordered delivery from this place. It was delicious, and really spicy. I had diarrhea several times, so I'm giving it a bad review. I order it again next time. Bad review. This restaurant doesn't have mushrooms on the menu at all. I want the same mushroom dish the owner made during the qualifiers. Lian Xiao read the negative reviews with a guilty conscience, then happily inspected the sales figures. It wasn't a big deal. It was time to expand the staff. The problem was that she had to run around with the team until the end of the league matches. The restaurant couldn't just serve Sichuan cuisine during the tournament. Lian Xiao glanced at Chu Xiaoguo. Would you consider learning some other dishes from me? She's the one with the illustrated guide to Chinese cuisine. It's a bit sad, but in this era, no one has a greater understanding and insight into Chinese cuisine than Lian Xiao. Chu Xiaoguo, habitually wanting to roll her eyes, her false eyelashes fluttered at this remark. She stared at Lian Xiao in a daze, a mixture of surprise and doubt. Did Lian Xiao even know what she was talking about? She was saying she was going to pass on this skill, a skill she kept secret and tried so hard to pass on to the next generation, to someone she didn't get along with. Is she just stupid or just plain stupid? Lian Xiao, if you don't want to learn, I find someone else. I learn. Chu Xiaoguo, fearing Lian Xiao would change his mind, hugged Lian Xiao's arm. After much hesitation, she asked. Aren't you afraid I'd kick you out if I learn it? Teaching an apprentice to starve the master to death, Chu Xiaohua wouldn't dare claim to have mastered all of Master Qin's specialties. Lian Xiao, no, you can't learn all the dishes I know. Chu Xiaohua, Lian Xiao's boasting was as irritating as ever. Besides, Lian Xiao hadn't intended to keep the dishes in the Chinese cuisine guide hidden. She planned to compile a collection of dishes, then publish the recipes, and make them available to the public for free. This would undoubtedly impact Lian Xiao's profitability. There's no shortage of talented and intelligent people in this era, and they undoubtedly want a piece of the Chinese food pie. But Lian Xiao still felt there was no point in holding on to the recipes and focusing solely on their own territory. To pass on culture and skills, more people must first know and master them. Next, at the restaurant, Lian Xiao processed orders, posted job postings, and even uploaded several mushroom combos to the Lian Xiao mini program, unabashedly labeling them Lian, the brigade's same style. Imagine if the United Nations University wins the championship and launches a league champion package. It'd probably sell like hotcakes. Maybe even high school students on the main planet planning to major in mecha science will order one before the exam. Thinking about the money she could earn gives her even more motivation to train. Lian Xiao was busy until her employees finished their last order, and it was already dark. She finally had some free time to devote some of her brainpower to Gu Changfeng. Just as she was gathering some thoughts, Lian Xiao saw Gu Changfeng's hurried figure passing by the door. In her impulsiveness, she rushed out to chase him without even closing the shop. Direct players take action. She was used to addressing problems head-on, and she believed that Gu Changfeng wasn't someone who would distance himself from her for no reason. The Mecha League had just begun, and if Fang Zhou and the captain didn't trust each other, it would definitely affect the team's performance. Lian Xiao also considered what she would do if Gu Changfeng's dissatisfaction with her reached an irreconcilable level. Nothing. Lian Xiao would probably regret losing a good teammate and friend, but she wouldn't let it get to her head. Well, actually, she would still feel a little sad. Gu Changfeng hurried on, his head focused. After thinking through all the problems that evening, he couldn't stay home for a moment. Now, on his way to the girls' dormitory to look for someone, his steps were so brisk that they seemed to fly. It wasn't until someone called him from behind that he turned around and realized the person he wanted to see had been chasing him all the way. Are you free? Lian Xiao cut to the chase. Talk? Instantly, Gu Changfeng's grip on the paper bag tightened. He said nonchalantly, I was just looking for you. The two walked side by side. This street, which they had walked together so many times, looked completely different in spring. Small pink, yellow, blue, and orange flowers, selected by the municipal government, were scattered throughout the green belt, creating a bright and peaceful atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the weight of Gu Changfeng's conversation. Gu Changfeng spoke first. He didn't want to conceal the true situation of Red Dragon from Lian Xiao. As the second most vulnerable person, potentially exposed to Red Dragon's risk, Lian Xiao deserved to know the truth. As for whether Lian Xiao decided to continue or request a replacement, the initiative rested with her. After hearing the story, Lian Xiao remained silent for a long time. This sounded unscientific. Man-made weapons can affect the user's emotions, but aren't mechas, after all, just a pile of metal? Could they really cause someone to lose control? Thinking of the strange state of Red Dragon and Gu Changfeng's sea of consciousness as they connected, Lian Xiao suddenly lost his composure. Lian Xiao muttered, this is so strange. It almost sounds like the Red Dragon is alive. A mecha with its own consciousness? What a fantasy. As long as Gu Changfeng continued to compete, the opportunities to use the Red Dragon in real life would only increase. No, as long as he continued on his path as a mecha soldier, Gu Changfeng feared that one day he would be completely devoured by the Red Dragon. And at that time, Lian Xiao, as his arc, would be equally vulnerable. Lian Xiao suddenly understood what Gu Changfeng was trying to say. She turned and stared at him, her dark gray eyes lowered in a quiet, submissive gaze, as if awaiting judgment. Gu Changfeng's detailed explanation placed the choice in her hands. If Lian Xiao felt fearful or concerned, she could report it to Frida at the military headquarters at any time. Gu Changfeng himself was the first chain that prevented him from completely losing control, and Lian Xiao was the second safety pin. I must admit I'm selfish, Gu Changfeng said. I don't want to give up the League or the Mecha. I want to see if I can break free of the Red Dragon's influence and use it. If things become uncontrollable, I notify the military ahead of time and automatically withdraw from the competition. He stared at Lian Xiao as she pondered. The lighting and angle made it hard to see her expression. All she could see was her fingers stroking her chin. Gu Changfeng felt as if the movement of those fingers was massaging his soul. That's it? Gu Changfeng was stunned, his heart sinking. I understand. I tell. Lian Xiao couldn't help but grumble. No, Gu Changfeng didn't know anything. He'd been worrying her all day. I thought you were avoiding me because you had something against me. Lian Xiao said casually, it's okay if we don't break up. If they broke up, where would she find a more capable main attacker? As for the Red Dragon incident, Lian Xiao remained optimistic for the time being. She was thinking that after unblocking the Red Dragon, she could use the opportunity of mental connection to channel Gu Changfeng's sea of consciousness. Perhaps that would be of some use. Gu Changfeng was speechless. I'm sorry. Gu Changfeng apologized obediently. I don't have a grudge against you. Can you forgive me? He silently added, no matter what happens from now on. He will never avoid her again. Lian Xiao waved her hand, appearing very magnanimous. Gu Changfeng's strange behavior had a reasonable explanation. Once the issue was resolved, the emotion was resolved, so she didn't take it personally. But Gu Changfeng seemed determined and apologized for his 2-day estrangement. He opened the paper package, and a bouquet of flowers bloomed huddled together in his arms. He had hand-picked these fresh-cut flowers, but with the person he wanted to give them to before him, he worried whether the bouquet's intentions were too explicit. Gu Changfeng cleared his throat and explained, the azaleas we brought from home can bloom for several days in hydroponics. He picked out the one with the most blossoms and the best blooms and held it before Lian Xiao. The light filtered through the thin, apricot-white petals, revealing a faint blush like a young man's shyness. Gu Changfeng's fingers brushed Lian Xiao's hand and placed the flower in her palm. My apology. This was the first flower he gave Lian Xiao, carefully finding an excuse to stay within the boundaries of friendship. He hoped that one day, many times in the future, he would be able to openly give her a bouquet full of flowers. Chapter 104. A week after the preliminaries, the military officially announced the Mecha League schedule and rules. On the day the rules were announced, several Alliance social media platforms crashed multiple times. It wasn't for any other reason than the military's announcement that 7 teams would participate in the official stage. Netizens weren't as well informed as the leading Mecha schools. After careful calculation, only 6 schools remained. Then, looking at the list, the Augustus Imperial Royal Academy. This is an imperial school, right? Netizens felt as if a hacker had hacked into the military system and posted a prank. While the latter was absurd, it was even more absurd than the Alliance and the military actually wanting to eliminate a team specifically to make way for the Empire. How the Empire separated from the Alliance and how it remained silent and neutral during the war between the Alliance and the Zerg. Those with a basic education still remembered it. And the Empire was going to use their own independently developed mechas in combat. Had the military's brains and conscience been eaten by zombies to actually agree to use students from a leading mecha school to train the Empire's troops? Netizens were in an uproar, but the military remained unmoved, remaining silent and unresponsive. A tactical meeting was underway in the Union University conference room. Eco analyzed the military's competition schedule and presented it in the form of a flowchart. Eco explained, this tournament format hasn't changed significantly from previous ones. The first stage consists of 3 points matches, with each match earning 1 to 7 points. After the 3 matches, the top 4 schools advance to the second elimination round. There's only one elimination round, and the top 2 teams advance to the finals to compete for the championship. That means you still have 5 more matches to play. Susera spoke slowly, completely denying them the option of elimination. Echo continued, here are the rules for the next match, as announced by the military. The match will be held on a remote planet currently uninhabited by civilians, in the habitat of the Krat tardigrades. This points tournament will last 3 days. The night session runs from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m., and only during these 6 hours can each team kill tardigrades. For each tardigrade killed, a player earns 1 point. During the tardigrade killing period, teams cannot attack other teams, but they can choose to end the night session early. Night match, attack the other team. Each team member killed in the night match earns 1/7 of the opponent's total score. The rest of the time is the day match. Killing tardigrades does not score points. You can attack other teams, but killing members of other teams does not earn points. After each night match, the team standings will be announced. In addition, only a limited amount of water and nutrients will be provided for this match. The first place in the preliminaries will receive double supplies and decide the match start time. The team members pondered, digesting the rules. The last Mushroom Mountain preliminaries received a good response from the audience, but some criticized the military's arrangement as purely a competition between schools, failing to hone students' ability to fight Zerg. However, how could they get Zerg sparring in a competition that wasn't held within the Tangenta system? This was clearly a solution devised by the military. The cracked tardigrade in the picture was significantly different in size from a normal tardigrade, almost reaching the size of the average Zerg Lian Xiao had seen. The crab water bears are resilient, with thick skin and a decent amount of attack power, making them a good training ground. Lian Xiao's first reaction was that this points race would be quite physically demanding. The rules were a bit complicated. They could only accumulate points during the 6 hours at night when the water bears were out, making it impossible to rest at night. During the day, they had to be wary of attacks from other teams, likely only able to rest for an hour or two. Water and nutrients were also limited, making the 3-day competition a tremendous test of their physical strength and willpower. Guava Jelly Sea. Su Xing whispered the name of the small planet where they were competing, his eyes bright and his smile sweet. What a beautiful name. No matter which angle you looked at the photo, it looked like a laptop wallpaper. The endless beach and water were calm and smooth, with no visible undulations. The water was surprisingly a clear pink. The white sand, the light blue sky, and the pink water were a harmonious and refreshing combination. Yi Yin, are there no cover at the competition venue? He was a sniper, so he first considered vantage points where he could utilize his sniping abilities. Not really. Echo said, the Guava Jelly Sea is quite unique. It's difficult to tell the depth of the water at a glance. These large areas that look like the sea may just be shallow lakes, but some smaller areas may be much deeper than you might imagine. Whether it's the sea or how deep it is up to you to judge. I would also like to remind you that many beaches and land structures are quite fragile and could crumble during combat. Yi Yin nodded thoughtfully. Now, those seemingly shallow pink puddles had become perfect sniping vantage points in his eyes. The core of this map is underwater combat. The difference between underwater combat and land combat is still quite obvious. Coincidentally, they chose the ISC floating city map for the military exercise, specifically for underwater training. Susera looked up and instructed Echo to switch to the next segment. Today, I'm going to show you more than just the rules of the points tournament. She placed her index finger on her lips, silencing her. Watch carefully. The lights in the conference room suddenly went out, and the darkness focused attention on the single, illuminated screen. It was a shaky, blurry video, the poor quality of which is rare in this era. A silvery, blurry object slowly floated overhead, and Lian Xiao noticed that the entire video was silent, as if separated from the outside world by a thick membrane. The camera shook briefly, and the person filming it fell to the ground. Then, in the vacuum-like silence, the person filming it moved, crashing through the building before them in the blink of an eye. This was Mechas in combat. The enemy was clearly human, too. Dozens of well-equipped soldiers stood helpless against the mech. The team members even witnessed the mech destroy a small enemy vessel in just a few minutes. At this point, everyone had a rough idea of the enemy's identity. Empire. In the vast universe, only these two human civilizations, each with its own distinct political system, existed. The Alliance mechs had completed their mission, and were about to withdraw, when they suddenly straightened up. Another small vessel approached in midair. As the mechs watched, another machine descended, as if in slow motion. Lian Xiao suddenly had a vague idea of what the tyrant wanted to show them. This machine was larger and more ferocious than the Alliance mechs. It's an Imperial Mecha. Su Xing, sitting next to Lian Xiao, silently covered his mouth. The Imperial Mecha wasn't a typical humanoid mecha at all. Everyone present was familiar with the Zerg, but the Imperial Mecha's appearance was a fusion of insectoid and humanoid, as if a human head had been attached to an insect body, with insect wings added. It was bizarre and incongruous, reminiscent of a fusion monster from a film or TV series. The video ends here. Susera snapped her fingers. Reliable frontline intelligence. She leaned over, resting her hands on the table as she surveyed the team. You're about to face this brand new mecha. Mechas with insectoid bodies had completely different combat habits than humanoid mechas. The Imperial Mecha's wings meant they had some flight and anti-air capabilities. Decades ago, at the critical moment of the Zerg invasion, the humans in the Imperial region made a different decision than the Alliance citizens. Decades later, when it came to mecha manufacturing, the Empire and the Alliance also took subtly different paths. Cesare frowned in disgust. Fighting the Empire's mechas is like fighting the Zerg. Is that why the military agreed to let the Empire participate? The Empire might also be tempted to steal the Alliance's mechas. Susera said, after all, the Empire only recently announced the successful development of its mechas, and the Alliance is further along. Be careful not to expose too much of the mechas you're using. Since the Imperial mechas can attack air, we can counter them with underwater warfare. The tyrant stood up and herded the team into the training room like ducklings. This training will be led by Yin Zhongyin. The 6 teams entering the official competition were all engaged in intensive underwater assault training. Naval combat was precisely the strength of the Alliance's mechas. Even Tyrant felt that the military's choice of venue for the first match wasn't too obvious an attempt to restrict the Empire's mechas. Since the Empire's mechas could take to the air, they could shift to underwater combat to see which side could draw the opponent into a combat area they were less skilled at. This military approach also greatly alleviated the Mecha Reserve's confusion when faced with a completely different type of mecha. Before the competition, public opposition to the Empire within the Alliance had reached a peak. All of the Empire's mechas were unknown to the public. Some had already made extreme claims, claiming that any team that lost to the Empire would be the Alliance's culprit. These claims, with considerable support, undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the 6 schools. Amidst public opposition and military silence, the Empire team quietly arrived at the Alliance's main planet. The news that day only showed blurry footage of the Empire team members and their leader, but it still sparked heated discussion. Does the Empire screen mech pilots based on appearance? Everywhere I look, I see handsome men and beautiful women, beauties so beautiful that even blurry camera lenses can't hide them. You see handsome men and beautiful women, but what I see is that even my teammates have to kneel and salute those 2 leaders. Even the team leader doesn't dare walk in front of them. Damn it, I'm lucky I'm a citizen of the Alliance. The thought of living in the Empire, where there's not even a concept of equality and freedom, makes me despair. By the way, what are the identities of that man and woman? I don't know, but they're pretty high-ranking, right? Are they royals? Duke Francois and Princess Teresa, the twin children of the Emperor and Lady Adelaide. Niwa Ling said, because they're not legitimate children, the title is merely a formality. After the preliminaries, the entire Kitakamikawa team remained on the Alliance's main planet. He had come to share intelligence with the Alliance team today and gossip along the way. The Niwa family's businesses span the Alliance, and their information-gathering efforts are thorough. Lian Xiao felt his perspective shift. So their teammates have to kneel and salute them? Of course. After all, in the eyes of the Imperials, even illegitimate children carry the Emperor's noble blood. Niwa Ling said, furthermore, it seems these 2 illegitimate children will be recruited into the Emperor's personal mecha regiment. Leaving personal forces under the control of the legitimate children or half-brothers is far more reassuring than leaving them in the hands of outsiders. Zhao Liqing slammed the bottle of mineral water in front of Niwa Ling and corrected him, this is the Lowenberg Autonomous Region. There's no emperor. The Lowenberg family is merely the de facto ruler. As a legitimate member of the Alliance, Ms. Zhao would tolerate no few remnants. The feeling of disbelief he felt upon learning of the Empire's existence for the first time continued to deepen within Lian Xiao. Even in a technologically advanced future, could human civilization regress? Human technology was advancing, but humanity would make the same mistakes again and again. Niwa Ling changed the subject and got down to business. During the preliminaries, the cooperation between the Luda and Kitakami River had been relatively pleasant. Although some members of their team had expressed dissatisfaction with the Alliance's concealment of the map, Niwa Ling himself understood the situation. Sorry, if he were the Luda team at the time, he would have done the same. So, this time, Niwa Ling also wanted to explore the possibility of an alliance. He asked Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, when do you plan to start the competition? The preliminaries champion's privilege, choosing the start time of the first points match. Niwa Ling stared intently at the 2 men before him. Whether the match would start at night or during the day would have a profound impact on the team's game strategy. As a token of my gratitude, Niwa Ling added with a smile, I can share intelligence on another empire. Chapter 105. If the competition starts at night, each team will first familiarize themselves with the environment and hunt for tardigrades, making fighting unlikely on the first night. However, if the competition begins during the day, each team will have time to choose whether to attack other opponents or conserve their strength before the hunt begins, which will increase the uncertainty. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng exchanged a glance. Lian Xiao straightened his back. Yes. And Ai Yuling smiled bitterly. Why does he think Lian Xiao is easier to talk to when he's alone? Next time I try to trick him, I have to approach Lian Xiao stealthily. Masuma from Shirakawa also came to see me yesterday, Lian Xiao said, now looking like the lottery shop owner who had encouraged Ai Yuling to place his bet. She guessed right. Since the First Alliance Army and Orin have such a poor relationship with the United Nations, they naturally couldn't bring themselves to ask. Shirakawa and the United Nations have a good impression of each other, and thinking there was nothing to lose by asking, Masuma came with her intention of forming an alliance. With a clear understanding of Shirakawa's strength, Mishima offered realistic terms: exchange intelligence during the match, and Shirakawa and the United University would refrain from attacking each other. Shirakawa would offer assistance once the United University needed it. Although Shirakawa's chances of reaching the semifinals were slim, they wouldn't give up a single points match. The United University team had no reason to refuse such an offer. Niwa Ling was still a step too late, but the prestige of the strong school made it difficult for them to bend easily. Although slightly disappointed, Niwa Ling quickly regained his composure. When negotiating business terms, you always encounter competitors offering lower prices, and failing to reach a deal isn't necessarily a loss. After some bargaining, the two sides agreed to exchange information during the match. Having received the answer he had come to seek, Niwa Ling finally relented. He took a piece of paper and wrote down a name. "You should know what the Empire's mechas look like," he said. Silence was tacit agreement. Yuling continued, "The number of mechas allowed into the league is limited. So they brought a mecha pilot with them. Cephas, the chief researcher at the Imperial Academy, designed a series of the Empire's mechas. Among the Imperials, he's the one with the prosthetic eye. Paranoid, crazy, focused, idealistic." Yuling recalled the list of adjectives used to describe this mecha pilot and the intelligence his family had obtained, and felt a deep sympathy for Gu Chanfeng. Cephas is obsessed with mechas. It said he came with the Imperial team because he's extremely interested in Red Dragon No. 3, hailed as the Alliance's most powerful mecha, and is desperately trying to obtain Red Dragon's data. Yuling winked at Gu Chanfeng, whose eyes suddenly sharpened. Given Cephas's personality, he'd probably be very interested in you, the only pilot recognized by Red Dragon. Until they left for the competition planet, the Imperial team remained silent. They trained separately in the Alliance's specially constructed reception building, remaining low-key and well-behaved. Meanwhile, rumors of the Imperial twins spread like wildfire online. It was said that the Duke and Princess were not only strikingly beautiful, but also humble and kind, without any airs. Furthermore, they were both graduates of the Imperial Royal Academy with first-class honors, majoring in art and physics, and were both exceptionally intelligent and versatile. The attitudes of some netizens have softened a lot. The noble royal family members driving mechas to fight perfectly interpret the spirit of aristocracy. Even young people with less mature minds have begun to worship the Imperial twins with a star-chasing attitude. On the day of the match, the live broadcast was incredibly popular. Netizens were paying far more attention to the Empire than any other team. Whether they were fans or jeers, everyone was eager to see the strength of the Empire's mechas. Since the start time was determined by the previous match's winner, the United Nations, many viewers waited anxiously outside their computer screens. Finally, a fleet of starships appeared on the live broadcast, circling above the arena like a flock of birds. Two smaller ships carried the players, while the remaining dozen or so were the league's logistics personnel. The first qualifying match was held on a truly desolate arena, unlike Nox. The military was also wary of any mishaps involving the players, so the rescue team had more than doubled the size of the qualifying rounds. Dear viewers, we received notification from the organizers that the matches are about to begin. This means the United Nations has chosen to begin the 3-day qualifying tournament in broad daylight. The audience immediately felt a sense of optimism at the high-spirited tone and the rapidity of the delivery. Thanks to the support of his peers, Xian Zheng made his return to the league commentary booth. He reflected bitterly, realizing he made a mistake during his commentary. He shouldn't have secretly disparaged the United Nations. Understanding the support rates of each team is also a commentator's responsibility. The United Nations is currently the favorite to win the championship, so Xian Zheng decided to secretly bet on the United Nations in this points game. That's a very smart decision, Xian Zheng said eloquently. If we had chosen to start the game at night, the points wouldn't have been changed on the final day's daytime matches, effectively wasting half a day. I wonder if the United Nations made this decision out of a desire to give everyone a thrilling match. Shocked. Back from vacation, Xian Zheng actually speaks well of the UN. It's not that serious, is it? I also watched the UN military exercises, and didn't the commentator praise Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng at the end? Can that even be called praise? He was practically crooked the entire time. He must have been forced to make up for it after that commentary job, so he's only trying to make up for it now. The 7 mechs of the 7 squads were successfully docked, ready to be deployed to the competition area. When the camera panned over the Imperial squad, the audience gasped. The match had already begun, and it would have been unreasonable not to show the Imperial squad anymore. The split-screen footage of the squad's landing showed the Imperial mechs, resembling bugs, causing the more vulnerable audience to scream in shock. For a moment, they thought it was an Imperial conspiracy, a Zerg invasion, only when the steel bugs flapped their wings and circled down, and they saw that humans were indeed operating from the core module, did the audience gradually recover from their shock. This is outrageous. How could anyone think of creating insect-like mechas? Ugly and ferocious, aside, they're using the appearance of invaders to protect humans from invasion. Netizens were left feeling uneasy. Xian Zheng, having been warned by the military, maintained his composure. What's on the screen are mechas developed by the Lowenberg Autonomous Region. We don't yet understand their underlying principles, but as you can see, each of the Imperial Squad's mechas is equipped with wings. Undoubtedly, one of their major advantages is their ability to remain airborne for extended periods. The United Squad landed on a mudflat. Pink water gently washed over the mecha's feet. Curiously, Lian Xiao scooped up a handful of water, discovering that the water on this planet itself was a faint pink. They didn't stay here for long. The information stated that tardigrades inhabit waters of considerable depth, and the waters near mudflats were still too shallow. Small lakes or the seashore were the best places to hunt them at night. This was the first day of the competition, so they had to conserve their energy and hunt for tardigrades at night. Unless they were unlucky, and the two teams ran into each other, there probably wouldn't be any fighting between the teams today. The other teams followed similar actions as the Lianda team, searching for a suitable location and taking short, rotating rest breaks. This might be the longest full night's sleep they would get in the next few days. Then, suddenly, the announcement blared, and all the team members froze upon hearing the content. San Carlos Motzel is out. Repeat. This was beyond the contestants' expectations. Less than 3 hours had passed since the competition began, and a contestant had already been eliminated, especially from San Carlos. The announcement didn't reveal which team had eliminated the San Carlos contestant. Given San Carlos's strength, the other schools could only guess it was Kitakamikawa or Lianda. It's not us. We haven't even seen a trace of San Carlos. Niwa Ling refuted the rumor. Kitakami Chuan had no reason to lie about this. If it wasn't Kitakami Chuan or them, then it was the Empire, Gu Chanfeng said. Could it be the Allied forces and Orin? Yi Yin sat down next to Gu Chanfeng. They had just found a deep pool suitable for tardigrades. The Empire just joined the league. Shouldn't they keep a low profile and observe? Keep a low profile? Why would they keep a low profile? Cesare said, the Empire has been developing mechas for a long time. Now that they finally succeeded, wouldn't they want to show off and gain some respect in front of the Alliance? If they don't take this opportunity to showcase their mecha's capabilities, wouldn't people think the Empire's mechas are inadequate? Cesare would say that after a long period of poverty, it's natural to show off. The Empire team wasn't just here to compete. Being too low-key would only make people look down on them. Yi Yin thought about it, and had to admit that Cesare was right. When you have a large, chaotic group of relatives, you realize how tempting it is to show off, no matter who or when. Cesari's expression was gloomy. Audience, Cesari's relative in front of the computer, Cesari's deduction was correct. 10 minutes ago, it was the Empire that blocked San Carlos's path. They had even deliberately targeted San Carlos first. The Empire had analyzed the other 6 teams, and was well aware of their strengths and weaknesses. San Carlos' strengths and weaknesses were equally clear. A team built around heavily armored soldiers inevitably lacked mobility compared to the other teams. When faced with the Empire's mechas capable of taking to the air, they were completely defenseless. Encountered in aerial combat, San Carlos reacted quickly, attempting to engage the enemy in the water. Unfortunately, they lacked sufficient depth within close range. Finally, they fought head-on to break free from the Imperial encirclement. San Carlos' mech suffered significant damage, and their shielding crew members were eliminated. In less than 10 minutes, San Carlos, widely considered one of the top 3 strongest, suffered both casualties and mech damage. The Empire had effectively dealt the Alliance a powerful blow. With the speed of their mechs, they could easily have caught up to San Carlos, but Francois raised his right hand to stop them, and his teammates, including his sister, remained where they were and obeyed. For unknown reasons, the Empire chose not to pursue their victory. Perhaps the tardigrade hunting season would arrive in a few hours, and the Imperial team wanted to conserve their strength. Xian Zheng commented. Watching the battle between the Empire and San Carlos had left him feeling incredibly nervous. He hadn't expected the Empire's mech attacks to crush the heavy armor. This was San Carlos, the alma mater of the Alliance's top heavy armored soldiers. The audience didn't understand the intricacies of the professional world, All they could sense was that the Empire had won easily. Unfamiliar with the enemy's situation, and their first encounter with alien mechs, San Carlos' performance was impressive. Xi and Zheng wanted to speak up for San Carlos. A commentator couldn't be completely neutral, at least not between the Alliance and the Empire. Unfortunately, the audience disagreed, and pessimism spread among the group. The Alliance's decades-long mechas were completely defeated by mechas that were only a few years old. Alliance mecha pilots, why don't you take a look at what you're doing? That's not true. The Empire's mecha development is based on decades of Alliance experience. The difference between these two mechas is so significant. The Empire's mechas were developed entirely in-house, okay? Some mecha pilot fans, please stop flattering yourself. Let's have a rational discussion about whether the Alliance needs to continue developing humanoid mechas. Everyone has seen the power of insect-shaped mechas, right? This is just the Mecha League. If it happened on the battlefield. No wonder the friction between the Alliance and the Empire never makes the news. It's always been kept secret. The Empire team staff, monitoring social media comments outside the stadium, smiled with satisfaction as they watched the comments trend. Of course, they weren't going to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile off the field, while being high profile on the field, would create an image of the Empire team as noble, approachable, and exceptionally powerful. Which team would the Empire choose next? This became the question the audience was most eagerly anticipating. Meanwhile, the audience secretly wondered if any team could defeat the Empire squad head-on and restore the Alliance's reputation. San Carlos, one of the three strongest schools, had already been defeated. Who would be next, Kitakamikawa, or the United University? Chapter 106. The audience waited until nightfall, but the Empire team made no further move. The temperature in the competition area plummeted at night, and the howling wind whipped the white sand into a chaotic motion. After leaving the mech, they were met with a gust of cold air before they could even speak. The faint celestial light illuminated the outlines of objects, and the Lianda team activated their night vision. The tardigrades paid no heed to the man-made rules of the competition. Before midnight, several had already crawled onto the nearby beach. These creatures were enormous, exceeding the height of an adult. They resembled short, plump caterpillars, with multiple pairs of tentacle-like legs on their sides and mouthparts that moved constantly like sea anemones. The tardigrades were round and looked insignificant. Lian Xiao made his first assessment, then saw two tardigrades engage in a fierce fight, their mouthparts slicing through their skin, leaving bloody holes with each strike. Then, smelling the blood, the other tardigrades swarmed over and devoured the injured tardigrade. After their intense feeding, the tardigrades leisurely dispersed, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. No, I'm going to throw up. Sasari's voice was a little weak after watching the whole thing. Ah, indeed, the bugs chosen by the military to serve as Zerg replacements weren't particularly cute. Through the telescope, Gu Chanfeng pondered a question. Why do the tardigrades come ashore at night? In search of food? In this area, the tardigrades have no natural enemies, and there are few visible plants or small animals. How do the tardigrades survive? The midnight countdown interrupted their scientific research activities. At 12 o'clock, the tardigrade hunt began. The team had been far enough away that the tardigrades hadn't noticed them. As they approached slightly, they all simultaneously raised their heads in their direction. The giant, eyeless worm's head swayed in the moonlight, seemingly ready to crawl over at any moment. This terrifying scene nearly frightened the audience. Yi Yin unleashed a barrage of bullets on the nearest tardigrade. These bullets, capable of penetrating steel, only penetrated its skin with the first one or two, the rest were deflected. The tardigrade felt pain, but its brain wasn't big enough to calculate the attacker's direction. It launched itself into a relentless charge, driven by instinct. Like a billiard ball being knocked off a table, balls collided, bugs collided, and the tardigrades sent flying, sending their kin flying. Even before Lian Xiao and his team could do anything, the tardigrades on the beach were already in disarray. Everyone, they didn't seem very clever. Like a frightened herd of bison, the beach was no longer safe for the tardigrades. They began to run relentlessly towards the team, at a considerable speed. Damn it! Faced with the overwhelming swarm of insects, the Lianda team turned and fled, searching for opportunities to kill the tardigrades as they went. However, neither conventional firearms nor cold weapons could penetrate the tardigrade's skin. Lian Xiao also noticed that where the tardigrades had been attacked the previous time, their skin visibly bulged and became even tougher the next time they were attacked. When tardigrades sense danger and attack, their survival instinct triggers their bucket state, instantly growing an extremely tough skin. Unbreakable, truly unbreakable, And while this creature may have a low IQ, its mouthparts are incredibly sharp. Puekore, running slightly slower, had a mecha component licked off by a tardigrade. Then, the team heard the sound of metal being crushed. Looking closely, they saw the tardigrade nibbling away the mecha component. Gu Chafeng, Thank you. Now he knew what tardigrades eat. Tardigrades are super omnivores, consuming everything. When resources are scarce, they graze on plankton in the water, then crawl ashore to eat gravel and the plants and small animals that have managed to survive. The winding shoreline of this deep pool was carved out by the concerted efforts of the tardigrades in the water. They are like voracious gluttons, constantly feeding. They are always hungry, but never worried about food. After all, they are surrounded by so many other species with food reserves. Only creatures as resilient as tardigrades can survive on this harsh planet. The tardigrade that had consumed the metal part seemed to perk up, swimming much faster than its peers, as if it had tasted the deliciousness of the mecha. The team members all shuddered. Hunting whom? Were the tardigrades hunting them? To the tardigrades, the mechas were like canned food. A swarm of them could devour them, mecha and humans alike. Feeling nausea mixed with fear, the Lianda team retreated strategically. But they found the tardigrades following closely behind, unable to shake them off. Fighting against the Zerg, at least both sides were intelligent. But a tardigrade, a creature completely controlled by its appetite, had no other way to stop it except to kill it. Lian Xiao seized the opportunity and fired as the tardigrade's mouthparts opened and closed, one shot after another, the bullets thudding dully inside the tardigrade. A tardigrade's interior couldn't be as tough as its outer skin, could it? The tardigrade gradually slowed, its entire body limp. Thanks to its exceptionally powerful digestive system, the bullet lodged in its body was being dissolved by its potent stomach acid. Fortunately, its internal organs had been shattered by the kinetic energy of the bullet's explosion before this happened. It worked, Lian Xiao shouted, shoot them through the gaps between their mouthparts. The others followed suit. The fierce sound of gunfire echoed across the beach. The tardigrades finally gave up their pursuit. They were very sensitive to the death of their own kind. Lian Xiao turned away, unwilling to watch. The first tardigrade she had shot had already been nearly devoured by her companions. Having found an effective strategy, the Lianda team finally entered normal combat mode. The speed with which they had developed their countermeasures was remarkable. Meanwhile, Shirakawa and San Carlos were still being pursued by the tardigrades. But the audience had no time to care about Shirakawa and his team. The Imperial team's performance in killing the tardigrades was simply too impressive. The Imperial Mech's ability to fly for extended periods of time was yet another flaw in their fight against tardigrades. Tardigrades thrashed about, vainly raising their heads toward the sky. However, without skeletal support, their mouthparts couldn't reach the Imperial team. The Imperial team fired calmly, easily racking up points. While the Imperial Mechs were still terrifying, the audience grew accustomed to them after watching them for a while. Well, most teams have found their own attacking rhythm now, Xianzheng said. Of course, the Lowenberg Autonomous Region team is taking a more unconventional approach. Among the Alliance schools, the Alliance is the fastest at clearing tardigrades. Wait, why did the Alliance stop? The camera zoomed in, revealing Lian Xiao's mech, protected by his teammates' mechs, as he produced a piece of equipment. Netizens familiar with outdoor activities instantly recognized it as a flaming flare. The flaming flare erupted with an incandescent glow as Lian Xiao casually tossed it into the tardigrades. As the flaming flare fell, the tardigrades squealed in fear and fled, followed by a continuous splash. A few seconds later, all the tardigrades that had occupied the beach had fled back underwater. The few that remained, having been stepped on by their peers and unable to escape, had transformed into solid cylinders, feigning death and remaining motionless. It was Gu Chengfeng's words that enlightened Lian Xiao as to why tardigrades only emerge at night. Tardigrades are afraid of light. Tardigrades are afraid of light. On the channel, Zhao Wuyu told the captain of Oran University. Almost simultaneously, the new commander of the First Alliance Army also discovered the tardigrades' weakness. Some time ago, the First Alliance Army's announcement of their S-Class arc created a buzz, and Zhao Wuyu thoroughly enjoyed the pleasure of being the center of attention wherever he went. He loved reading the netizens' expectations for him, and the First Alliance Army under his command. Almost everyone believed that with the addition of the S-Class arc, the First Alliance Army would be strong enough to compete with the three major schools. He, Zhao Wuyu, was the savior of the declining First Alliance Army, the genius who would lead it back to glory. However, once the news of the Empire's participation broke, this hotly anticipated rising star was ignored. Netizens always chased the hot topics, leaving Zhao Wuyu and the First Alliance Army relatively unnoticed. Zhao Yu remained neither arrogant nor impatient. He knew that as long as he performed well in the points race, the attention and spotlight would eventually return to him. This time in the points race, the Alliance army is still teaming up with Orin. Zhao Yu believes that with him as the commander, the Alliance army will never be like last time, where they cannot even make it into the top 3. This time, they would not only defeat the United Nations, but also come in first. Zhao Yu had indeed lived up to the expectations of the First United Army. Under his command, the First United Army and their alliance with Orin were almost the first to discover the characteristics and weaknesses of the tardigrades. And Zhao Yu had a habit of not missing a single detail. The tardigrade's sensitivity to light was something Zhao Yu discovered by observing their reaction to bullet sparks. The Orin University captain's reaction was bland. Oh. Then, realizing that this reaction might upset Zhao Yu, he quickly added, "Commander Zhao is so attentive." Zhao Yu fell silent. He believed that the difference in a commander's strategic ability was reflected in every detail. Details determine success or failure. The tardigrade's sensitivity to light would definitely be useful in battle. With the dawn breaking, the first night's competition drew to a close. The First United Army and Orin had teamed up together all night, each splitting the points for killing tardigrades equally. This wouldn't necessarily earn more points than the First Alliance Army would have if they were acting alone, but Zhao Yu didn't care. He didn't intend to rely solely on hunting tardigrades for points. To accumulate points, the faster way would be to attack other teams. Unlike the First Alliance Army's cautious strategy, the First Alliance Army, thanks to the S-rank Zhao Yu and their alliance with Orin, played aggressively. At 6 o'clock sharp, the organizers announced the standings. Zhao Yu listened intently. First place in the standings, the Alliance University. The Alliance University narrowly defeated the Empire team in points. Zhao Yu remained expressionless, calmly telling both teams to find a place to rest. The second day of the competition held several tough matches. Even the first-place members of the Alliance University team didn't show any excitement. After an all-night hunt for tardigrades, with the exception of Lian Xiao and Yi Yin, who often stayed up late, everyone else was somewhat tired. The water bears had retreated underwater. The threat posed by the daytime threat was posed by someone else. The team members took turns resting and standing guard, with Gu Chanfeng volunteering to take the first shift. As soon as the tents were set up, several team members laid down and fell asleep. The planet was awakening, the sky a soft, galactic blue. The water bears that had devoured everything last night had retreated, and this place had once again become picturesque. A few minutes later, Gu Chanfeng felt a sudden tap on the shoulder. Gu Chanfeng had heard everything, from Lian Xiao tossing and turning to the sound of him tiptoeing out of the tent. The two sat in the gentle morning light, one sitting upright, the other slouching, their backs strangely harmonious. Gu Chanfeng lowered his voice, making it sound gentle, fearing to wake his teammates. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Lian Xiao rested his chin on his hand. "I can't sleep because I think we're going to fight today." After a tense night, Lian Xiao couldn't sleep. The two hadn't discussed this beforehand, but Gu Chanfeng seemed to know Lian Xiao's thoughts, communicating effortlessly. "Which teams do you think will come?" Everyone had to accumulate points and get through the first day safely. But on the second day, some schools wouldn't let the United Nations University remain in first place. Fighting was inevitable. Lian Xiao pondered for a moment and offered an answer. The First United Army in Orin. Of course, the Empire is also a possibility. The worst-case scenario was all three schools coming. Chapter 107. How did Lian Xiao know about the Alliance First Army's collaboration with Orin? The clever audience member pondered this carefully, remembering the information briefing. The Alliance First Army and Orin were tied on the standings. Having the same score was inherently unusual. Lian Xiao quickly deduced from this that the Alliance First Army and Orin were collaborating. And she agreed with Gu Chanfeng. The Alliance First Army was doing this intentionally. Deliberately maintaining the same score as Orin, deliberately not concealing the fact of their alliance, was intended to send a deterrent message to other schools. Lian Xiao was both tired and excited. Her body was exhausted, but her mind was constantly active. She yawned. "We're now in first place in points. There's bound to be a team trying to take advantage of tonight's night race. The Alliance First Army and Orin are the most likely candidates. The Empire's strategy is also very interesting. We can't rule out the possibility that they will continue to proactively attack other teams during the day race. This meant vigilance not only at night, but also during the day." Gu Chanfeng glanced at Lian Xiao. It was clear that discussing the game had invigorated her. He stood up and shifted his position, shielding Lian Xiao from the light peeking over the horizon. We could all be attacked in the coming hours. Ark needs to stay alert. Gu Changfeng's tone was unusually unequivocal. We discussed this after you rested. Go to sleep. He then turned away, his expression as if to say, I won't talk to you again before you go to sleep. Lian Xiao, ? Why did it remind her of kindergarten nap time? The good kids in the class would righteously refuse to talk to a troublemaker like her who didn't like naps. She leaned over. You really won't talk to me? Captain? Senior? Gu Changfeng? Gu Changfeng's patience was at its limit. With each name Lian Xiao called, his voice grew closer. By the time he finally called his name, Gu Changfeng could even feel Lian Xiao's breath brushing against his ear. It was itchy. Numb. A faint electric current flowed from his ear to his chest and fingertips. Gu Changfeng stood up suddenly, startling Lian Xiao. Just as she was beginning to wonder if this rumored beauty hated close social distance, she saw Gu Changfeng, with a stern face, open his combat uniform with one hand and toss it at her. Go to sleep. Gu Changfeng seemed genuinely angry. He even turned away from her while speaking. Lian Xiao scratched his face, and, unconsciously, covered his head with Gu Changfeng's jacket and dozed off. After a long moment, Gu Changfeng slowly returned to his seat. He knew Lian Xiao didn't mean it, and he also knew she only slightly crossed social distance with close friends and teammates. Gu Changfeng felt his heart racing. But such ignorance was even more detestable. At this moment, a comment drifted across the deserted livestream. Am I seeing this wrong? Gu Changfeng's ears turned red. Wait, wasn't it said that the S-Class Arc and the S-Class main attack type had a bad relationship? What's wrong with that? Are they dating? I refuse to be a CP fan. What's with all that random CP talk? This is pure teammate love. That's right, mech soldiers don't have love, only strength. The Lianda team didn't rest for a few hours, and after daybreak, they moved their positions. Xi and Zheng, this really tests our players' stamina. After continuous marching and fighting, they haven't rested much before they're back on the move again. This hinges on the competition between the arcs of different teams. When the distance is close, an arc can determine the enemy's approximate location by detecting their mental fluctuations. The higher the arc's mental power level, the more accurate the location. Of course, the enemy also has a countermeasure, masking their own mental fluctuations. However, masking the mental fluctuations of teammates is inherently very draining on an arc's mental power, and it's impossible to maintain this throughout the entire match. Thus, strategic and continuous movement can make it less easy for other teams to locate their position. The competition area is very flat. Aside from the concern about the depth of the water being crossed, this area is the easiest terrain Lian Xiao has yet to navigate. As the team passed through a densely puddled area, Lian Xiao stumbled upon something in a pool and couldn't look away. There were fish in the pool, several pink fish, swimming leisurely, that looked a good deal like sea bass. Lian Xiao, still driving his mech, had already come to a screeching halt. There are actually fish on this planet that can escape the mouthparts of tardigrades. Congratulations. They don't have to chew on their nutrient supplements today. Congratulations. It must be because the puddles around here are so shallow that the tardigrades can't fit in them, so these small fish are able to survive. Lian Xiao marked them on the map. If she weren't in a hurry, she would have stopped and caught a couple of fish before moving on. Dear viewers, let's take a look at the current status and dynamics of the teams, Xi and Zheng said. With 7 teams, the organizers were scrambling to cut between shots, and he often needed commentators to help the audience understand the situation. San Carlos, the only team to have a player eliminated, the reduced number of players didn't affect their tardigrade hunting last night. Currently ranked 4th in points. Augustus College, with its new Mecha, is performing impressively. Judging by their movement direction, it seems they have a target in mind. Currently ranked 2nd in points. Union University, ranked 1st in points, judging by their movement direction. According to the system's calculations, Union University is very likely to encounter Augustus College. Xi and Zheng raised his voice. The sleepiness from his late-night commentary swept away, and he was in high spirits. The sun moved directly overhead. Gu Changfeng checked the map. They were moving at a rapid pace, almost reaching their chosen new location. Just then, Lian Xiao sounded a warning signal from the Tower of Babel. Someone, Su Xing, in charge of reconnaissance, suddenly looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless, with no signs of a collision. Her heart sank as she turned her head, as she saw the appearance of mechas. In the distance, several mechas were visible, heading towards the United Nations. Su Xing held his breath and counted, 1, 2, 14. 2 teams. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng were a little surprised to learn of this. Their prediction had been wrong. They hadn't expected the United First Army and Orin to attack the United Nations in broad daylight. Lian Xiao quickly regained her composure. Fighting sooner or later was no different. She was eager to defeat the United First Army quickly. Senior, continue to monitor the air situation, Lian Xiao said, his gaze sweeping solemnly over the two rapidly approaching teams. The most troublesome scenario was if the Empire intervened. Then, they wouldn't be so confident. How come the United First Army and Orin confronted the United Nations first? Xi and Zheng watched the small dots of light from the United First Army and Orin approach the United Nations, remembering that the new commander of the United First Army was also S-level. S-levels were incredibly accurate in detecting and judging mental fluctuations. Quick, quick! Netizens sat up straight in front of their laptops, their eyes wide open, afraid to miss a single detail. They were so preoccupied with the Imperial team that they almost forgotten about the newly joined S-class. A battle between three S-classes. The Allied forces had chosen the most viewership-boosting tactic. The Allied forces and Orin cautiously stopped outside of their range. Using their mental energy, Lian Xiao and Zhao Wuyu locked onto each other's mechas. Such familiar mental energy fluctuations. The two men had similar thoughts. Stable, yet unfathomable. If mental energy is compared to a reservoir, then some people's mental energy is a small pond, others a reservoir, while at S-class, it expands to the size of an ocean. Now, the two separated oceans have discovered each other's existence. However, the new generation of S-class arc only needs one person. Zhao Wuyu thought to himself, but his attitude was humble and gentle. Finally meeting you, Lian Xiao, Zhao Wuyu said. I always heard of you. I've seen all your matches. I'm glad to play against you. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles. Lian Xiao offered no other response, simply a curt, hello. What's with that attitude, Lian Xiao? Even though we're rivals, we should still show some basic courtesy. Sister Lian, I'm not going to say anything more. Hello, are you? Do you want to learn the Imperial salute of kneeling? Xiao Wuyu's talking a lot of nonsense. I don't like it. Let's get started. This attitude was just right. In the core cabin, Xiao Wuyu smiled. His ambition wasn't just to win the league. He wanted to become the most famous arc of this era, someone who would think of him whenever they mention the arc. Thus, the more polite and elegant his public image was, the more supporters he would attract. Moreover, Xiao Wuyu wanted to impress Gu Chanfeng with his personal charm. In his opinion, Lian Xiao's only advantage over him was his luck in having an S-rank teammate. Lian Xiao's gaze flickered between the two teams. Seeing that Lian Xiao wasn't paying attention to him, Zhao Wuyu's eyes grew slightly colder. Commander Lian, what are you looking for? Situ Xian, where is Situ Xian? Lian Xiao said loudly. She saw one of the mechas in either team tremble. Found it. Not giving Zhao Wuyu a chance to continue his idle chatter, Lian Xiao charged forward in his mecha. Main attack type Zhulong. A familiar mecha, a familiar feel. Having used many models, he was most comfortable with Zhulong and Hecate. The enemy hadn't expected Lian Xiao to attack directly. Situ Xian was startled, and her first reaction was to run. Heavy armor defend. Zhao Wuyu ordered. Enemy heavy armor raises shields, our heavy armor fires. Lian Xiao's approach was followed by Zhao Liqing's artillery fire. Cover and clearing the way for Lian Xiao began almost simultaneously. Situ Xian had long been despised during their evening chats, and now Zhao Liqing's precise and dense artillery fire near Situ Xian vividly expressed the operator's deep disdain for Situ Xian. I already said I kill you first in this battle, why are you running? No retreat. Zhao Wuyu shouted at Situ Xian from the Tower of Babel. Cowardice before the battle, undermining your own morale, what a disgrace. But Zhulong was already here. Even though Situ Xian ducked behind the heavily armored soldiers, he couldn't withstand the barrage of not only Zhulong but half the entire battalion. Situ Xian regretted his words in the first place. Last time, after being beaten so badly and eliminated, Situ Xian hadn't even had a chance to demonstrate his strength before being mocked by everyone as artillery fire. Lian Xiao swung his arm and launched his slicing knife. It spun in the air like a full moon, charging towards Situ Xian's face with might. A flash of fire erupted from the slicing knife, and the firepower of the allied forces and Orin poured down upon it. Then, Lian Xiao mysteriously vanished. Zhulong slid. It was too late to stop Zhulong's approach. Zhulong appeared before him like a ghost, giving Situ Xian a brief burst of courage. This time, he had chosen a mecha with high defense, unfazed by Lian Xiao's blows. But Situ Xian felt top-heavy. He had escaped being struck, but Shulong grabbed his ankle and knocked him down. Just as he was about to rise, Lian Xiao delivered a powerful punch to his head. Time is running out. You're out of luck, Lian Xiao said regretfully, regretting that he couldn't personally deal with Situ Xian this time. Shulong rolled over in the mech holding Situ Xian, and Zhao Wuyu was the first to react. Not good. Lian Xiao grabbed Situ Xian and kicked him into a nearby water cave. The cave was deep, and Situ Xian was completely dazed. Lian Xiao punched him in the head several times before he entered the water, further disorienting him. But Situ Xian wasn't nervous at all. Did Lian Xiao think just being underwater would scare him? As long as the oxygen in his mech wasn't depleted, he had a chance to surface and turn the tide. Besides, he still had teammates. They would have dealt with Lian Xiao before he ran out of oxygen. But he quickly pulled a flashlight from his chest. Lian Xiao had stuffed it into his arms before kicking him in. Situ Xian was confused at first, then seemed to remember something. Tardigrades. There might be tardigrades in the water. Situ Xian had never been so terrified. He desperately tried to swim upwards, but then, as a warning, several bullets pierced his head. He glanced anxiously toward the bottom of the water, thinking he could see the shadow of a tardigrade. The gradually depleting fuel in his flare rod was like a countdown to the tardigrade's approach. The tardigrade would devour him to the very bone. Even though his mind knew Lian Xiao wouldn't be brave enough to do such a thing, his instincts overwhelmed everything. I surrender. I surrender. I voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Situ Xian finally broke down and cried out. The entire audience watched the young master of the Situ family weeping bitterly as he hid in the core module. In reality, no one would stop him if he had tried to surface again. A few seconds later, Oren's team worked together to retrieve Situ Xian's mech, but by then, he had already been disqualified for abandoning the competition. In his shattered state, he wasn't fit to continue competing. Situ Xian continued to cry, completely unaware that the United Nations had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Great, that's simply wonderful. Zhao Wuyu sneered to himself, maintaining a facade of control. The Lianda team could catch up, but Zhao Wuyu had already suffered several minor setbacks at the hands of Lian Xiao. He subconsciously suspected that the Lianda team wasn't simply running away after being defeated. Was they plotting something? Then he better deal with the Lianda team's command first. Zhao Wuyu made a decisive decision. He hadn't wanted to use this so soon, but if it could eliminate the S-Class arc, it would be worth it. Zhao Wuyu summoned Oren's arc and said, "Do you want to eliminate the Lianda team? If so, do as I say." Chapter 108. All the way, Zhao Wuyu pondered what the United Nations, or rather, Lian Xiao, was planning. At their current speeds, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with the United Nations. Zhao Wuyu pondered. He was certain of one thing. The United Nations wasn't as panicked as they imagined. The United Nations believed they could win. Following this line of thought, Zhao Wuyu felt he had grasped another clue. Besides its own strength, were there other possible factors contributing to the United Nations' confidence in victory? At that moment, a teammate's voice rang out from the Tower of Babel. We located the United Nations team. We expect to catch up in 2 minutes. Zhao Wuyu remained vigilant, his focus focused on the ensuing battle. At the same time, surprisingly few people were paying attention to the impending clash between the United Nations and the First Alliance Army. Netizens were buzzing with discussion about Lian Xiao's actions. Everyone witnessed the power of tardigrades last night. Lian Xiao pushed Situ Xian into the water just to vent his personal grudge, and the consequences could be too severe, causing netizens to express their disapproval. This is blatant murder, one netizen said. No, didn't the live broadcast also show footage of Situ Xian being pulled out? His mecha was intact. If this is considered murder, then I have nothing to say. The problem is that Lian Xiao knew the power of tardigrades, had the motive and intention, and did it himself. The motive and the action were both present. The fact that the result didn't occur is simply Situ Xian's luck. The attempt failed, so how can that justify Lian Xiao's actions? Situ Xian's rumor-mongering is despicable, but it's not enough to retaliate once, and he's putting others in danger. That's unnecessary and a bit excessive. Lian Xiao has always had a strange public image, both high-profile and low-key. High-profile refers to her popularity. Among this league's players, only 2 other S-rank players can rival Lian Xiao's. Even if she weren't a member of the Mecha League, Lian Xiao's controversies regarding Chinese food and nutritional supplements have been quite heated. Low-key refers to the fact that Lian Xiao rarely expresses her opinions in public, revealing her true character, except for that incident with the keyboard warrior. So, some netizens who know Lian Xiao better, especially students at the United Nations University, Want to hear her explanation? You can't just condemn someone without saying anything. Off-site staff relayed the military's message, telling Xi and Zheng to ignore the online arguments and focus on objectively and faithfully commentating on the match. Xi and Zheng's sweat dropped. He couldn't afford to offend either side. Dear viewers, the situation on the field is extremely tense right now. The United Nations University hasn't been able to shake off the siege of the First Alliance Army in Oran. They're currently. At this point, Xi and Zheng casually glanced up at the map and froze. When did they arrive there? Not far from where the first clash broke out, the First Alliance Army intercepted the United Front. Xiao Wuyu, acting as the arc and commander of both teams, walked in the middle, protected by his teammates. This didn't mean Xiao Wuyu was weak in combat. It simply meant he felt his own safety was more important than defeating his opponent physically. Xiao Wuyu observed meticulously, even directing his teammates to break off several flares and throw them into the water. Spotting no trace of anyone else, Xiao Wuyu was baffled. Where did the United Front's confidence come from? Looking at Lian Xiao again, he could only see the Mecha, yet Xiao Wuyu somehow managed to conjure a half-smile from the candle dragon. Is this the location you chose? Xiao Wuyu asked, quite meaningfully. I thought there might be some secret to your victory here. Cesare put 2 fingers to his forehead. Please, big brother, we're in the game now. If we just tell you what you're asking, wouldn't that make us look foolish? Actually, we don't have to fight, Xiao Wuyu said, his words unclear, whether sincere or false. We all represent the Alliance. We should unite and prevent the Empire from taking first place. The netizens watching the game all looked embarrassed. Xiao Wuyu was right, but it was too embarrassing to be heard conspiring out loud. See those water holes in the arena? They were dug for Xiao Wuyu by netizens' toes. Not far from them, the Empire team appeared at some point, but they had clearly heard everything Xiao Wuyu said. The atmosphere suddenly tightened like a taut wire. Is the Empire coming for the United Nations? Will Xiao Wuyu, who just made such a boast, really join the United Nations in fighting the Empire? Will they actually come to blows? The audience's hearts suddenly jumped to their throats. They were now extremely unsure of the Alliance's Mecha's power. If several teams combined couldn't defeat the Empire, the sense of security the Mecha provided would be completely shattered. Lian Xiao took advantage of the situation and shouted to Xiao Wuyu before anyone else. We agree. We ally with you to fight the Empire and defend the Alliance. Xiao Wuyu, He wanted to slap himself twice for what he had done just seconds ago. This was the first time Lian Xiao had seen an Imperial Mecha in real life. The vivid, insect-like shape was eerie. One wondered what the Mecha Master's obsession was with splicing a human face with an insect body. When the Imperial Mech raised its lifeless face and spoke, everyone present was horrified. Excuse me, everyone. I wish you a happy battle. Francois decisively led the Imperial team away from the scene. There were 4 teams. No matter how confident the Imperial team was in their mech prowess, they still wanted to see the internal fighting among the Alliance. While it was a shame they didn't capture the United Nations, the remaining Bei Shangchuan was better than nothing. Francois thought. Now that the troublemakers are gone, it's time to deal with the United Nations. Xiao Wuyu watched the Imperial team go away, then, with a sudden thought, gave the order from the Tower of Babel. The First Alliance army opened fire first. While the United Nations wasn't caught off guard, it still struggled to deal with an enemy several times their size. It was unclear what the United Nations was thinking, but they went head-to-head, firing back without sparing any ammunition. A brilliant white light flashed between the two sides, and for a moment, the United Nations was not at a disadvantage. A desperate resistance. The captain of Team Orin cursed inwardly. Xiao Wuyu kept a close eye on the Lianda team, not missing a single move. He thought the Lianda's current actions were suspicious. Wait, why is there one person missing from the Lianda? Xiao Wuyu was startled, but the exploding munitions were obstructing his vision. His original preemptive strike strategy had become a burden. Xiao Wuyu gritted his teeth and ordered a ceasefire and a change of formation. 2 more members are missing. Now there are only 2 heavy armored tanks and 2 main attack tanks. 3 members of the Lianda team had vanished before their eyes. Xiao Wuyu paused the moment his sight touched the water and shouted, "Stop them!" Stunned, his teammates didn't have time to react before they saw the 4 opposing team members take a half step back and dive into the water. The sparks and sounds of the exchange masked the noise of the previous men entering the water, and the Lianda team had unknowingly slipped into the area. Xiao Wuyu was furious. Had he ordered a strong attack and given the Lianda team a chance to escape? Get in the water and give chase. But the Liani army and Orin were unfamiliar with the waters. They had no idea how deep they were or whether they were interconnected. The initiative had easily fallen to the Lianda. The sudden attack on Situxian at the outset disrupted their attack, allowing them to escape in the chaos and then lure them to a familiar location. This showed that the Lianda team had been prepared for their attack. Xiao Wuyu quickly reviewed the situation in his mind. The initiative had unknowingly shifted. They were too arrogant and too careless with the Lianda team. In fact, these waters were originally reserved for the battle against the Imperial team. But now that two teams had arrived, Lian Xiao and his team wouldn't have to fight twice. Just as the Allied forces were about to enter the water, bang! The first mech to be launched was hit squarely in a vital spot. The players felt their core module vibrate, and before they could say anything, their teammates exclaimed in surprise. With a splash, the teammate next to them was unexpectedly dragged under. Water and bullets splattered everywhere, and the bullets' velocity automatically slowed as they entered the water. Even the quickest reactions from the teammates could only hit the teammate being dragged in. Xiao Wuyu's face was grimacing. The moment the teammate entered the water, the Tower of Babel was forcibly invaded, severing their mental connection. The last thing Xiao Wuyu could see through his teammates was Zhulong's half-smile. To enter the water, or not, underwater was their home turf, but staying in the water also risked being dragged in by the Allied forces. Xiao Wuyu pointed at the distant water surface. Everyone, get in there. The water cave entrance was some distance away, so Lian Xiao wouldn't have gotten there quickly. And yet, on the way to the water entrance, two more team members were pulled in. Could Lian Xiao have known what was happening on the surface? How had she managed to keep tabs on their movements? And how could the Lianda team teleport so quickly to the other water entrances? Xiao Wuyu sensed the fear of his teammates in the Tower of Babel. The viewers, with their multi-camera live broadcast, saw more accurately than the Allied First Army. They saw how the unfortunate individual, pulled into the water, was quickly slammed into the depths by 3 or 4 mechas, and then attacked by the entire Lianda team. Punches and guns hurled at him, leaving him defenseless. It was like a gang of water demons dragging someone in the water. Are you two teams trying to convince us of your numerical advantage? Well, we have that advantage underwater, too. Squad Shirakawa on the other side did the same. The United Army can't teleport. It was actually the Baichuan team, who had been lying in ambush here for a while, that dragged the other two into the water. They're here to fulfill a promise of assistance. My CPU is burning up. So the United Army came prepared? Turning back the timeline, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng guessed that another team would launch a surprise attack and contacted the Baichuan team. The United Army selected this area as the battleground, and the Baichuan team ambushed them there in advance. After the United Army lured the First United Army and Oren here, the two teams happily began to drag their men into the water, defeating them one by one. The Baichuan team is really patient. When the Empire arrived, I thought they'd show up, but they waited until the United Army entered the water before taking action. Does the Baichuan team trust the United Army that much? What's the benefit of helping the United Army like this? It's a promise. Baichuan despised those who betrayed their loyalty. Besides, reducing the strength of the First Alliance Army and Oren would also benefit them. The First Alliance Army and Oren are standing still, Yin said. No one noticed that a sniper rifle beneath the water was constantly trained on them. Lian Xiao flipped through the map Maxima had sent him. Baichuan had already explored this area thoroughly. Certain water holes and small pools were interconnected, forming a complex underwater network. Looking at the current position of the First Alliance Army, Lian Xiao made up his mind. Blast that area. Iko had said before the match that some areas of the Guava Jelly Sea were vulnerable, and unfortunately, that was where the First Alliance Army and Oren were currently located. Lian Xiao urged his teammates to bombard the most vulnerable areas while calling Maxima for support. Once the ground shattered, a chaotic battle would ensue in the water. And the main reason was that the United Nations Army had a limited number of flare rods. They had to end the battle before they ran out. Xiao Wuyu, on the ground, had also thought of this. He comforted and encouraged his teammates. Don't worry. We just bide our time here. Once the UN's flares run out, they come up on their own. And he had his own plan. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. The ground shattered like an eggshell, and Xiao Wuyu and the several mechas standing around him fell into the water. The hunt began. However, the moment Lian Xiao made contact with Xiao Wuyu, a mental force even stronger than her own began to impact her mental pathways. How could a mental force surpassing S level be possible? Chapter 109. Has there ever been a mecha soldier beyond the S rank in the history of the Alliance? The situation was urgent, leaving no time for deliberation. Lian Xiao stopped Xiao Wuyu and simultaneously issued an order from the Tower of Babel. Kill Xiao Wuyu immediately. Although she didn't know how Zhao Wuyu had achieved a mental power beyond the S rank, she knew that he should be eliminated at the source. Unfortunately, Zhao Wuyu thought the same thing. Once in the water, the other mechas that had fallen into the water recovered from their panic and automatically formed a protective circle around Zhao Wuyu. They had all been trained in water warfare to prevent the Alliance from attacking their most important arc. Despite all the defenses, they still couldn't stop the blade that pierced Zhao Wuyu's mecha from below. A bright light flashed on the chest of the Chazere mecha. It pulled its thrusters to maximum, accelerating straight up, using inertia to fiercely drive the blade through Zhao Wuyu's ankle. At the same time, a strong current of water slightly displaced the members of the Alliance's first army, and the water created by the Red Dragon even formed a small vortex. Zhao Wuyu, busy invading Lian Zhao's mental pathways, met the Red Dragon's cold, mechanical eyes in a trance. Gu Changfeng used the Allied forces members as ladders, climbing up on the back of his mech and instantly moving above Zhao Wuyu's head. With Gu Changfeng's swing of his sword, the Allied forces formation protecting Zhao Wuyu was completely exposed. Zhao Wuyu was like a barbecue chicken, skewered from top to bottom, unable to move. This is the difference between mech water combat, Xian Zheng said excitedly. This was his first time witnessing a mech water battle. Water combat requires a wider range of defense than land combat. Both below and above are vulnerable to attack. Furthermore, Xian Zheng said, having the organizers slow play a shot of Gu Changfeng and Chazere using their weapons. The audience could more clearly see the resistance of the water flow affecting their attacks. The precise control of force by the two main attackers, Gu Changfeng and Chazere, is what allows them to remain largely unaffected by the water flow. In water, the resistance of the current slowed down both the mecha and the weapons. The murky waters and complex positioning made naval combat far more complex than land combat. What about the two arcs? What was the most crucial arc doing? Xian Zheng found Lian Xiao and Zhao Wuyu through the full-screen split shots. Psychic battles are secretive and mysterious. Outsiders cannot tell who has the upper hand except those involved, and can only judge by their expressions. Neither Lian Xiao nor Zhao Wuyu wore a relaxed expression. Zhao Wuyu's mecha was damaged by Gu Changfeng and Casare's attacks, and Lian Zhao's forehead was covered in sweat. She had gradually become accustomed to the pain the arc suffered from psychic attacks, and remained calm as she countered Zhao Wuyu's new attack. After so many battles between arcs, Lian Xiao had gradually adapted to this unique fighting style. Invading the mental pathways, destroying the Tower of Babel, and finally entering the core sea of consciousness, these were undoubtedly the steps that arc took to invade its counterpart. Lian Xiao was now like a boat, Zhao Wuyu's mental power piercing the boat here and there. Lian Xiao frantically followed his lead, patching the holes. Seawater poured into the boat through other cracks, and the sinking was inevitable. Lian Xiao wondered where Zhao Wuyu got so much mental power. A thought entered her mind. Lian Xiao naturally accepted Gu Changfeng's idea. The other members of the First Alliance army were unusually weak today. Gu Changfeng's combat talent was formidable. Having clashed with them before, he clearly remembered the strength of each opponent. In reality, the changes in the First Alliance army members were subtle, merely a few seconds slower control of their mechas. Others would have mistaken them for the effects of the current, but Gu Changfeng was still perceptive. Zhao Wuyu displayed a super S-level mental power, and the members of the First Alliance army were weakening. Lian Xiao frowned. Was there a connection between the two? Gu Changfeng clenched his sword, looking down at the mecha heads at his feet. Two of them were surfacing, preparing to capture the Red Dragon. He would then take one out and see. Don't resist. Relax your defenses in your sea of consciousness. Every mental force that invaded Lian Zhao's mental pathways carried this message. It was as if countless whispers were repeating in Lian Zhao's ears, urging her to relax her guard against unfamiliar mental forces. Just like the tyrant entering Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness, Zhao Wuyu attempted to hypnotize her. Once, twice, hundreds, thousands of times, the intense willpower would inevitably sag. His teammates helped Zhao Wuyu block Casare's sword, allowing him to focus solely on dealing with Lian Xiao. Zhao Wuyu would seize that moment of slack and completely destroy Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness. The mental forces attacking Lian Xiao weren't just Zhao Wuyu, the S-level one, but also the entire members of the First Alliance army in Orin. A subtle smile curled up Zhao Wuyu's lips. A normal arc provides spiritual support to teammates, consuming their own spiritual energy to amplify their strength. Zhao Wuyu was a proud man. He thought the arc's position seemed glamorous and core, but in reality, upon closer inspection, it was all a thankless task. So, despite possessing S-level spiritual power, he had no intention of becoming an arc. It was then that the First Alliance army extended an olive branch to him, telling him that the Ark should be the team's most important and supportive core, and that other roles should give way to the Ark. Even this reverse engineering technique was something the First Alliance Army instructors had developed specifically with him. Xiao Wuyu called it reverse telepathy. The teammate connecting with him provided him with a boost of telepathic power. 10 of these boosts were combined with Xiao Wuyu's, resulting in a Super S-level telepathic power. He, not only on the field, but potentially the strongest telepath in the entire league. On camera, Zhulong suddenly drew his sword and slashed fiercely at the mecha's mechanical arm. The blade left a faint mark on the mecha, severing several wires, and a faint chemical liquid diffused inconspicuously in the deep pink waters. Lian Zhao's seemingly self-harming behavior sparked uneasy discussion online. Xiao Wuyu was invigorated, knowing that this was Lian Zhao's attempt to resist him and remain conscious, proving that Lian Zhao's telepathic defenses were collapsing. Don't resist. Relax your sea of consciousness. Xiao Wuyu's voice spread to Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness. His teammates realized Lian Zhao's condition was amiss sooner than Xiao Wuyu did. Slowly rising, they grabbed Lian Zhao, attempting to drag her away from the center of the battle. Sasari's already swift sword movements left after images. Yi Ying coordinated with Gu Chanfeng, shooting at the First Alliance member. Zhao Liqing locked another soldier's throat, spitting him in the water and slamming him against the nearby cave wall, sending small rocks raining down. The Tower of Babel remained, but Lian Zhao ignored Su Xing's calls. She mechanically struck the same spot again. One strike. Another strike. The Alliance's arc was out of control. The scene deepened into chaos. Zhao Liqing unleashed an incredible burst of strength, smashing through a vital component of her opponent's weapon and attempting to pin Lian Zhao down. Gu Chanfeng knew Lian Zhao was still sane, but he couldn't control his strength, wanting a quick end. Only Xiao Wuyu enjoyed watching Lian Zhao destroy his mech. He suddenly thought it would be a good idea to change the hypnosis command to completely destroy Zhulong. However, at this moment, Xiao Wuyu's mental power suddenly weakened. The source of his mental power had vanished. Xiao Wuyu turned sharply, and Gu Changfeng's sword pierced the left shoulder of a mech, twisting violently. Then, the Red Dragon, pushing the eliminated Orin team member, crashed into the opponent fighting Chazare. Both mechs were slammed into the stone wall, and the one underneath became a solid human cushion, dazed and sent out by Chazare. One member of the First Alliance army, one member of Orin was eliminated. The Alliance pressed on, and if another teammate was eliminated, Xiao Wuyu would no longer be able to maintain his Super S-level mental power. How could he then suppress Lian Zhao? Under immense pressure, Xiao Wuyu mobilized all his mental power to attack Lian Zhao, finally finding an opportunity to enter Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness. A dead silence filled the sea of consciousness. No one sea of consciousness should look like this. Xiao Wuyu was puzzled for only a moment. If the fluctuations of Lian Zhao's mental power were genuine, then the appearance of this sea of consciousness was merely a facade. Regardless, the most urgent task was to destroy Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness. He would exercise restraint. If Lian Zhao were truly crippled, the First Alliance army might not be able to withstand the wrath of the tyrant and the United Nations. Yet, he couldn't find Lian Zhao in his sea of consciousness. What he didn't know was that, outside his sea of consciousness, Lian Zhao was observing his actions with cold eyes. Reflecting on the previous anomalies in his sea of consciousness, combined with the papers he had been reading recently, Lian Zhao discovered that each time the distant flute sounded, her mental pathways were in a state of extreme pain, as if the distant sound was a stress response to the extreme pain. Therefore, Xiao Wuyu's invasion this time was both a sign that she was truly no match for his Super S-level mental power, and an opportunity for her to explore whether she could control and trigger the sound of the distant flute. It had been proven that when her mental pathways were in extreme pain, she became unconstrained by her sea of consciousness and could leave its boundaries. However, Lian Zhao listened carefully, but the sound of the distant flute did not reappear. She could wait outside her sea of consciousness until Xiao Wuyu's mental power weakened. No more delay. Sensing the disappearance of another source of mental power, Xiao Wuyu decisively decided to surface and retreat as quickly as possible. After all, Lian Zhao's mental power was nearing collapse, and the Allied First Army and Orin couldn't be eliminated here. Want to leave? Not so easy. Lian Zhao's sea of consciousness suddenly shifted, a gust of wind rising, rushing towards Xiao Wuyu's mental power, which had already retreated for the most part. In reality, the Red Dragon turned and charged directly at Xiao Wuyu, deeply connecting with Gu Chanfeng and Lian Zhao's consciousnesses. They simultaneously attacked Xiao Wuyu in both reality and consciousness. Before Xiao Wuyu could react to Lian Zhao's recapture of his sea of consciousness, He saw the red dragon break through numerous obstacles and flash above him in the blink of an eye, like a swimming fish. Zhao Wuyu groaned unconsciously, his face visibly paler. He didn't know how Lian Xiao had perfectly concealed his mental power, and suddenly reappeared. Most of his mental power had withdrawn, and some of his own was trapped in Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness, surrounded and destroyed by the raging storm. Impossible. If even he couldn't completely conceal his mental power, how could Lian Xiao do it? Zhao Wuyu endured the pain in his mental pathways, while barely fending off the red dragon's attack. The red dragon abandoned its cold weapon attack, and made a move that surprised everyone. Gu Changfeng punched Zhao Wuyu hard, disorienting him, then grabbed him and kicked him hard in the mech's chest and abdomen. The two men in the water lost their balance and began spinning like windmills. As the water spun, so did the world. Zhao Wuyu felt his mech bobbing up and down, Red Dragon's grip on him immobilizing him. His teammates tried to rescue him, but couldn't quite place him. Zhao Wuyu was carried by Gu Changfeng into the attack range of another mech. A metallic clang. In the core module, Zhao Wuyu saw a blade pierce the side of his mech. Red Dragon carried him into Lian Xiao's attack range. Lian Xiao, who had regained consciousness at some point, grabbed Zhao Wuyu's mech by the throat. The two S-classes coordinated flawlessly, restraining Zhao Wuyu from behind. Xi and Zheng couldn't help but applaud, thankfully holding back the word beautiful. Overly biased commentary is unacceptable. Xi and Zheng cleared his throat. A battle between three S-classes. Lian Xiao was initially at a disadvantage. It's a shame we don't know the intense battle between the two S-class arcs, nor how Lian Xiao recovered from near collapse. Hopefully, we find out in the post-match interview. But I'm certain of one thing. Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng's coordination has become even more seamless. Xi and Zheng's tone was filled with passion. A double S-class combination. I suspect the connection between them has likely reached a deep level, with the arc and the main attacker exchanging consciousness, not information. Now it depends on whether Zhao Wuyu can escape the two attacks, and whether the rest of the allied forces and Orin can successfully rescue the arc. I'm a mecha newbie. Why does Deep Link feel like it's timed and telepathic? I haven't seen a Deep Link in the Mecha League in years. It's a huge test of trust between both parties. I didn't expect two S-classes to be willing to engage in it without reservation. I can't accept Zhao Wuyu's defeat like this. Wow, cheer up, United Army. This was an unfair fight to begin with. Zhao Wuyu is alone, while Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng are both S-classes. Zhao Wuyu did a great job of controlling Lian Xiao early on. Why are there so many consoling compliments for Zhao Wuyu? Is this really a world of face chasers? Although Zhao Wuyu's reverse psychic link was still active, he was already being controlled by both Lian Xiao and Gu Changfeng. A united army encirclement and suppression of the united army by Orin was unexpectedly neutralized by the united army in a counterattack. Xi and Zheng couldn't help but offer his assessment. After a few matches, I can sense the improvement in the level of each team. The United Front, in particular, has shown remarkable adaptability and utilization of the map's characteristics. Just then, Baichuan finally arrived via the underground waterway, and Zhao Wuyu's heart sank. Could his teammates, both above and below the surface, truly save him from the clutches of the United Front and Baichuan? Zhao Wuyu hated himself. He hadn't yet showcased his true abilities. If the first match really ended like this, it would be a stain on the future of the Alliance's top arc. Suddenly, he remembered something and stopped his teammates, who were about to dive in to rescue him. The United Front's member sprinted to the other cave entrance and jumped in without hesitation. A few seconds later, Lian Xiao, ready to further eliminate Zhao Wuyu, felt a vibration from the deeper waters. Chapter 110. Earthquake. While everyone was stunned, Zhao Wuyu elbowed Zhulong and, with his free hand, drew his standard dagger and stabbed behind him. Go, go, go! Cesare was the first to hear the strange chirping noise, and his hair stood on end. The sounds of the insects he hated the most were etched in his mind, and he instantly recognized the approaching tardigrades. The water couldn't even block out the tardigrades' cries. How many must have emerged from the dark water beneath their feet? The United Army and the Shirakawa team quickly ascended to the surface. No one wanted to continue fighting. The number of tardigrades capable of causing earthquakes was considerable. If they were to be touched by so many, they might become a snack for the frightened tardigrades. The remaining members of the United Army and Orin had already fled after reuniting with their teammates. Even after Lian Xiao reached shore, they didn't dare to stop. They retreated at least 10 meters, staring intently at the crack in the ground, their hearts still trembling. A water bear had just emerged from the rift, but upon being exposed to the glaring sunlight, It squeaked and retreated back into the water, only to be pushed out by the swarms of its kind behind it, where it whirled around in the sunlight, bewildered and terrified. The scalp-numbing chirping only faded away when the water bears found nearby water and dived back into the darkness. Shit! The First Alliance troops had fled. Cesare, manipulating his mech, slumped to the ground, practically laughing with rage. Lian Xiao couldn't help but make an uncivilized gesture in the direction of the First Alliance troops' dejected retreat. He had used tactics to lure the enemy deeper into his territory, and he had nearly eliminated Zhao Wuyu, only to have the opportunity slip away. Lian Xiao mentally slapped Zhao Wuyu 100 times. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was obvious that the Alliance had rigged the situation, alerting the tardigrades and forcing the entangled fighters to flee. I didn't expect a counterattack like this. The Alliance and Baichuan fell short, but commentator Xian Zheng and the audience were delighted. A close match is always a good thing. In conjunction with replays of the match, Xian Zheng explained, the Alliance exploited the tardigrade's fear of light. When you of the Alliance dove into a connected water cave and released all his flashlights. Because of their fear of light, the tardigrades swarmed from the adjacent passage toward the Alliance's battle position, forcing Alliance and Baichuan to suspend their attack. If Xiao Wuyu hadn't discovered the tardigrade's characteristic and exploited it at the last moment, the Alliance and Orin might have been eliminated by the Alliance. The two arcs each excelled in their own way. Even though Xian Zheng was just commentating, he couldn't help but feel elated. The league's participants were the brightest new generation of students from each Mecha Academy. Only with 100 flowers blooming could the league's future be brighter. After a chaotic battle between 4 schools, the United Universities Baichuan emerged unscathed, while the Alliance's Orin surpassed San Carlos to become the 2 teams with the fewest players on the field. Orin lost 4 players, and the Alliance lost 2. With only 3 players remaining, Orin knew they had no chance of competing for the top 3, and it was hard not to vent their frustration on the Alliance. After fleeing to safety, Captain Orin approached Xiao Wuyu and, without a word, punched him in the face. At this point, they were all out of their mechas, and the blow landed on Zhao Wuyu's fair face, which quickly swelled up. "Want a fight, huh?" Seeing this, the Alliance's main attacker, Amon, was about to mount his mecha. The Alliance army was built around Fangzhou, the absolute core, and the other members obeyed Zhao Wuyu's orders. Seeing Zhao Wuyu silently wipe the blood from his mouth, several team members were furious. Captain Orin was enraged and pointed at Zhao Wuyu. "This situation is all caused by listening to you. You said you had a way to eliminate Lian Xiao. It seems that your S-Class is far inferior to the other S-Class arcs. Really? If you really had the ability, would only the Alliance army accept you? You would have gone to the 3 top universities long ago." These words struck a chord with Zhao Wuyu. No matter how profound the Alliance army's background, it couldn't change the fact that they had been expelled from the 3 top universities. As long as they, the Alliance army, didn't demonstrate their strength and gain public recognition, they, as students, would always be treated as second-rate. However, Zhao Wuyu simply wiped his face calmly and looked directly at the captain of Orin University. "I admit that my command error led to the current situation. With half the game still to go, it's too early to give up. Continuing our cooperation is the best option. The promise we made when we formed the Alliance remains unchanged. We share the points." The captain of Orin University panted heavily, gradually calming down. "Yes, that's right. Continuing to cooperate with the Allied forces is the best option for Orin. Otherwise, with only 3 Orin players, they might even be at the bottom of the points table. I'm sorry, Commander Zhao. I was impulsive just now." The captain of Orin's expression changed. He placed his arm affectionately on Zhao Wuyu's shoulder, touching his swollen left cheek. "Are you okay?" My bad. Zhao Wuyu smiled warmly. "It's okay." "Stupid." The 2 good friends thought in unison. "Wow, Zhao Wuyu's leadership is pretty good. I almost thought Orin and the United Army were going to fight." Excellent leadership isn't just about tactical excellence. Cooperation and team unity are also part of the equation. Yes, a good leader can not only fight, but also cook. I'm talking about my sister Lian. Fuck, the United Army is cooking again. Wait, I get my nutritional supplements to go with the meal. The United Army and Baichuan had won a big victory. No other team should be attacking them anytime soon. It was past noon, and both teams hadn't eaten yet. They were hungry and exhausted. The Baichuan team had fulfilled their agreement, and Maxima was leaving with the team. They needed to find a spot to hunt water bears in advance. Lian Xiao tried to persuade them, "Want to eat together?" She marked the location of a shallow pond with fish. Finally, she wouldn't have to chew on nutritional supplements today. Maxima scratched her face. Since she was in the core module, she let her expression slip. Everyone in Baichuan knew Lian Xiao was a master of cooking. During the last mushroom competition, she single-handedly boosted the Alliance's mushroom sales. Whether it tasted good or not was another matter. Maxima was worried that both Baichuan and the Liandao would be poisoned by Lian Xiao. Maxima said, half-heartedly, "Thank you. We're not hungry." With that, she led the entire team in a swift retreat. The Liandao team looked as if they were being pursued by the Liandao army. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao shook his head sincerely, expressing his regret for the Shirakawa team. It was such a shame for them not to have a hot meal. According to the rules, the Liandao team was allowed to bring double the amount of nutrients and water. The Liandao team exchanged the extra nutrients for other items. A small pot, rice, and seasonings. Lian Xiao stood by the shallow pool, surveying the pond. These weren't fresh fish, they were clearly squirrel fish swimming around in the pond, braised fish, and sweet and sour fish. But Lian Xiao's other ingredients were limited, so he had to compromise these fish, preventing them from bringing out their full flavor. Lian Xiao rolled up her sleeves and trouser legs, and was about to enter the water, but Gu Changfeng stopped her. A few minutes later, netizens and Lian Xiao watched Red Dragon bend over to fish in the pond. Compared to the Mecha, the pond seemed tiny. Netizen, Lian Xiao, Isn't this the proper way to use Red Dragon? The technicians in the backup department would cry if they saw this. With the limited ingredients, Lian Xiao prepared 3 dishes: sweet and sour fish fillets, fish balls, and whitebait porridge. There was no mackerel in the pond, so the fish balls were slightly substituted with snakehead fish. The fish leaped ashore, its tail flapping from Lian Xiao's right foot to his left. Perhaps Lian Xiao was too absorbed in studying the half-dead fish's silhouette, and Yi Yin was curious. Is there something wrong with the fish here? The fish on this planet are indeed different. Every fish has assimilated pink. The black markings on the blackfish are a very fashionable black and pink color scheme, and even their fins are a beautiful coral pink, a delight for pink lovers. There is indeed a problem, Lian Xiao said. I haven't killed a fish yet. The only fish she bought were skinned and boneless fish from foreign supermarkets. In Yin country, there was even less worry, as the excellent fish vendors at the wet market would help fillet the fish. It wasn't a big deal. Before she went to study abroad, she hadn't even learned how to cook. Lian Xiao raised her knife, hoping to avoid giving the fish a painful death. Fish balls are made from deep-sea fish with few bones and tender flesh. Blackfish only have the advantage of having fewer bones. Lian Xiao remembered the fish balls she eaten, scraped from small sharks. They had no meat filling, but were tender and chewy, with the natural sweetness of the fish. The soup base, topped with seaweed, dried shrimp, and chopped green onions, was incredibly refreshing. Lian Xiao skinned the fish, minced it with the back of a knife, and patiently scraped out the minced fish with a spoon. This black fish must have been the king of the pond. It was a size larger than its peers, and its flesh felt exceptionally firm. Lian Xiao, concerned about the toughness of the black fish, took extra care in this step. On the other side, she cut the fish into pieces, marinated them, and dusted them with flour. The larger fish, cut into pieces, was then added to the porridge and slowly simmered. Lian Xiao wandered between the 3 pots. The other team members, aside from passing food, sat obediently, waiting to be fed. This second time Lian Xiao cooked in the league, netizens were much more receptive to the comments, with the mocking and negative comments noticeably decreasing. Wow, Lian Xiao's cooking looks even more captivating than his fighting. Is that even possible? I'm not denying Lian Xiao's mecha prowess. These are so delicious, they're better than the nutrient supplements. It's impossible that the entire Lian team is just putting on this expression under pressure from the arc. I'm chewing on the nutrient supplements. I imagine I'm eating Lian Xiao's cooking. Can Lian Xiao open a shop on our planet after graduation? No, because I, Lian Jia, want to be the strongest mecha soldier. Lian Xiao's quick hands and time cooking are essential for any chef. 3 dishes came out of the wok piping hot simultaneously. Take a sip of the fragrant fish congee, and pick up a bright red sweet and sour fish fillet. The thin, crispy fried skin is smothered in the sweet and sour broth. Cooked to perfection, the fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the snow-white, sweet fish still oozing with a hint of sweet juice. Delicious. This is delicious too. With every bite, Lian Xiao praises himself in his heart. Sure enough, the food he cooks is the best in the world. The group devoured the food like a whirlwind, quickly finishing off the dishes. Lian Xiao clasped her hands together and made a sincere wish. I hope I have ingredients to cook at the next game. Netizens? ? The military chuckled, wishful thinking. While others were given the thrilling league scenario, Lian Xiao was given the wilderness culinary scenario. The fatigue from continuous battles and lack of sleep was completely soothed at this moment. Lian Xiao looked up with satisfaction. The pale blue sky resembled a simple rendering of a sky, the pink lake was calm, the sun was shining brightly, and his friends gathered around him, their hair ruffling in the breeze. Is there any moment more joyful and cherishable than this? Taste is a trigger for memory. Lian Xiao felt that she would definitely recall the scene the next time she tasted the same flavor. The few moments of rest passed quickly, and the Lian team discussed their plans for the evening. Gu Chanfeng strictly sorted their garbage, and put it into a portable garbage disposal for compaction and transport. Logically, on uninhabited planets like these, human activity should be minimized to avoid any impact on the planet's natural ecosystem. There will definitely be another team attacking tonight, Gu Chanfeng said confidently. San Carlos, Kitakami Chuan, the Empire. It could all be San Carlos. Kitakami Chuan and the United University have a good relationship, right? Even they doubt Kitakami Chuan? Gu Chanfeng doesn't need to doubt Kitakami Chuan. They were just defeated by the Empire team, and are trying to escape. The Empire team had defeated 2 of the 3 strongest schools, so easily, netizens were worried for the escaping Kitakami Chuan and the United University, which had yet to encounter the Empire. The United University was the only hope of defeating the Empire team. Chapter 111. After the first day of tardigrade hunting, Kitakami Chuan actually ranked 3rd in the standings. If Kitakami Chuan had focused on scoring points and honestly made it to the end of the competition, he would likely have maintained a top 4 position. However, Kitakami Chuan's ambitions were greater than that. No team was content with anything less than 1st place. While the Lianda University suspected Kitakami Chuan, Niwa Ling sent a message to Lian Xiao, warning the Lianda University to be on guard against an imperial attack. The Lianda University team then realized that Kitakami Chuan had lost the battle against the imperial army and was in a state of retreat. Within seconds, Lian Xiao's reply arrived, inquiring Niwa Ling about how Kitakami Chuan had lost. Niwa Ling could only smile wryly. If Kitakami Chuan hadn't sought out the imperial army and proactively attacked, Kitakami Chuan's defeat wouldn't have been so swift. Hearing the announcement of the elimination of the First Alliance army and the Oran team, the Kitakami Chuan team instantly realized that these 2 teams had caused trouble for the Lianda University. This meant that besides them, the Empire, San Carlos, and Shirakawa were also out of action. After much deliberation, Niwa Ling decided to proactively attack the Empire. The Empire ranked ahead of Kitakami Kawa. If the Empire lost personnel, their points efficiency would undoubtedly be affected. Between San Carlos and the Empire offered better value for money. We didn't just rush into the Empire on a whim. Still fleeing, Niwa Ling, wanting to give the United Nations a good word, briefly explained the reason for their defeat. The Empire's mechas excel in aerial combat. We originally planned to draw the Empire into the water, but the Empire team preferred to monitor from the air and wait for an opportunity, rather than giving us any chance to draw them in. One side was in the air, the other crouched in the water. In this situation, it all depended on which side lost patience. But the Empire actually threw flares into the water, Niwa Ling said gloomily. Kitakami Chuan's men were so focused on racking up points that they didn't realize the water bear's sensitivity to light. Luck wasn't on Kitakami Chuan's side this time. The deep waters where they were ambushing were precisely where the water bears lived. The ambush continued, and they were devoured by the water bears. Back on the surface, the initiative in the battle was once again in the hands of the Empire. There was nothing they could do. After suffering such a heavy loss, Kitakami Chuan was afraid to fight on, and hadn't yet completely escaped the Empire's pursuit. After hearing Niwa Ling's intelligence, Gu Chanfeng crossed out the name of Kitakami Chuan written on the sand. Empire. San Carlos. Of the remaining 2 schools, Su Xing preferred San Carlos. She said softly, they're all allied schools, so they know each other better. No, it's definitely the Empire. Zhao Liqing shook her head. If only it would turn out as Su Xing hoped. Heavy armored soldiers typically fight in a more direct and aggressive manner. Their thinking is far more forgiving than that of light armored soldiers, who prefer roundabout tactics. Zhao Liqing smoothed the white sand and rewrote the names of the Empire and the 3 strongest schools. The Empire's first target was San Carlos. I suspect this is because the heavy armored soldiers lacked flexibility. We were originally the second, but the Allied First Army and Oran were present at the time, so the Empire retreated. Zhao Liqing said, now that Kitakami River has been eliminated, the Empire's next target must be us. Cesare blurted out a word and slapped his thigh, a show of force. The Empire's strategy for this competition was clear, to give the Alliance a small shockwave against the alien mechas. From the beginning, the Empire's only target was the 3 strongest schools. They patiently challenged each one in turn. The more unexpected the defeat of the 3 strongest schools, the more the Empire's strength would be demonstrated. The Empire wasn't worried about facing 6 Alliance academies alone, because all participating Alliance schools subconsciously believed they were all competitors, and unity against the Empire was out of the question. The netizens and the Alliance teams fell into deep thought. For the Alliance teams, the challenge lay in finding a way to draw the Empire into a naval battle. Lian Xiao pondered, habitually tapping her chin with her fingers. Everyone assumed the Empire would come knocking, but she had other ideas. If what Niwa Ling said wasn't an exaggeration, the Empire was willing to risk the Kitakami River rather than approach the waters, which meant their strategy of engaging the Empire in a naval battle was correct. The Empire must be extremely unsure about naval warfare, so they always tried to avoid it. Lian Xiao continued this train of thought, asking herself, if she were in the Empire's shoes, what would she do? She would come before sunset, Lian Xiao muttered to herself. Because during the day, the tardigrades hide in the darkness of the deep waters. As long as the mech water battle didn't break out in the deep pool, it wouldn't alert the tardigrades. Nighttime was different. At night, the tardigrades would swarm in force, allowing the Alliance teams to remain submerged for as long as they pleased. But the Empire was determined to use the tardigrades to force the Alliance teams ashore. Lian Xiao thought to himself that both the Empire and the First Alliance army were quite adept at the same tactic. Nighttime competition actually favored the Alliance teams. Lian Xiao also understood why the Empire only attacked during the day. At night, without the threat of tardigrades, the Alliance school teams could find a way to draw the Empire into a water battle. Therefore, the Empire's actions at the Dark Knight arena would be much more conservative and cautious. Deducing the Empire's intentions, a clear plan emerged in Lian Xiao's mind. Meanwhile, the pursuit of Kitakami Chuan continued, and the atmosphere on the field and online became increasingly tense. It seems Kitakami Chuan can't escape. Will the Kitakami Chuan team be eliminated this time? 2 of the 3 major schools were defeated at once. Shouldn't the Alliance and the military reflect on the training of their mecha soldiers? After investing so much, they were completely crushed by the Empire. I can't accept it. What's the rush? There's still the UN General Assembly. You're always questioning this and that. If you can do it, go for it. I really be good enough. If I went, I'd be beaten by the Empire. San Carlos and Kitakami Chuan were also beaten. So, my strength is equal to San Carlos and Kitakami Chuan. Xian Zheng had seen enough of the world that the netizens' pessimism and anxiety didn't affect him. But he was still worried about the 3 major schools. He could imagine the pressure San Carlos and Kitakami Chuan players would face after the match. How optimistic the public had been about these teams before, now it was filled with disappointment. A direct victory over the Empire was urgently needed to alleviate the netizens' anxiety. Could this netizens' emotional savior be Union University? Xian Zheng glanced at Zhu Yize, who stood silently with his arms folded. The military must also be troubled by the current situation. Niwa Ling swore that their team had never been so embarrassed. The mechas used in the competition were provided by the military, but each school had the right to modify their mechas' equipment and weapons. The weapons Kitakami Chuan invested in were all of the highest quality. If it weren't for Kitakami Chuan's generous financial resources, the Kitakami Chuan team might not have lasted this long. The team was running for their lives. Just when Niwa Ling thought they'd been caught up by the Empire, and there was no way they could escape, Lian Xiao's voice rang out over the chat. Not wanting to waste time in a pinch, Lian Xiao asked, "Is there a not-too-deep pond nearby?" "Yes." Busy maneuvering to avoid Imperial fire, Niwa Ling managed a single word to reply. "Jump in. Get in the water." Niwa Ling paused, the opponent repeating the words again. Right. There were tardigrades in the water during the daytime competition, so why not just find shallower water? Niwa Ling suddenly understood. Under the constant pressure of fighting the Empire, he hadn't been able to think straight. He stopped hesitating, and the Kitakami River team dove into the water one after another like ducks. As expected, the Empire had stopped above the pond. The Empire truly did its best to avoid water battles. The news brought back a sense of relief for Lian Xiao. With this premise, her plan could proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, the situation netizens least expected never materialized. After patiently holding out for over half an hour, the Empire team departed, and all Kitakami River members were finally free. After repeatedly confirming that the Empire had been gone for some time, Niwa emerged from the water, a bitter and complex expression on his face. Having escaped the Empire match by hiding underwater, even if all Kitakami River members had remained on the field, it would have been a disgrace to the school. Niwa quickly adjusted himself. After a moment's silence, he acted as if nothing had happened, directing his teammates to the tardigrade hunting spot on the dark field. An ugly win is still a win. At least they didn't lose as many men as San Carlos, though Niwa knew the furor they would face from netizens after the match. Lian Xiao, I hope you can win against the Empire, Niwa Ling said silently to himself. The points tournament reached the evening of the second day, and the competition became increasingly intense. Every team on the field had played against each other at least once, and the Empire and the United University had yet to suffer a defeat. Many netizens stopped attending classes and taking their supplements, waiting with bated breath for the next move from the United University and the Empire. I'm not being discouraged, everyone. I'm just wondering what happens if the United University and the Empire go to war and the United University loses. Let me be clear, I'm not trying to discredit the United University, but neither San Carlos nor Kitakami Chuan are weak, and yet they still lost. The United University has fought the First Alliance army before, and they're physically exhausted. I'm a little worried this will be detrimental to the Kingdom of God. The Empire fought more than one battle, right? A loss proves the Alliance schools are truly weak. A win, I crown the United University the best of this tournament. Is the United University crazy? Instead of avoiding battle and conserving their energy, are they planning to challenge the Empire in a one-on-one duel? On the match map visible to the outside world, the United University team was moving in a clear direction, heading straight for the Empire team. Xi and Zheng. This competition is set to the same time zone as the Alliance's main planet. It's 6:32 now. We can see the United University team closing the gap with Augustus College. The United University team has stopped, likely making final preparations for the battle. At this point, the organizers gave a shot of Lian Xiao's core cabin. Is the UN's ARC looking at the weather forecast? To be more precise, Lian Xiao was checking the weather forecast on the Mecha system. The military-grade, professional-grade forecast developed by the Reserve Division was far more detailed than standard weather forecasts. For example, Lian Xiao could check the sunset time at the Imperial Squad's location. The livestream was filled with dissenting voices. What's the UN thinking? They're underestimating the enemy. They should have focused on racking up points first. Why are they proactively attacking the Empire? UN, wake up! Both the First Alliance Army and Orin had a tough time. Why do they think the Empire is an easier target than the First Alliance Army? I can't stand this anymore. I think the big problem with the Alliance teams is that we're still lulled into believing that Alliance mechs are far superior to Imperial mechs. In reality, there haven't been any exceptional new generations of mech soldiers emerging in recent years. The Alliance is complacent. I close my eyes. I think the Empire will win. I think the Empire will win +1. Computing the Imperial mech's advanced speed in his head, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng exchanged glances. Just as the darkness was about to retreat to the Empire's position, Gu Chanfeng pulled the trigger, firing several shots into the air. I'm sure that at this distance, the Imperial team would be able to hear their provocative shots. A few seconds later, Lian Xiao sensed the mental energy fluctuation starting to shift in the distance. Almost as fast as darkness engulfed the earth, the Imperial squad pursued the sound of gunfire, while the United squad retreated simultaneously. The golden red line of the setting sun shifted between the two groups, like a flame of war blazing across the earth. The United squad remained motionless until they reached a specific location. A dozen seconds later, netizens, along with the United squad, heard a sound in the air and involuntarily followed their movements, looking upward. In the dim night, several giant winged insects descended toward them. Chapter 112. The Imperial squad's mechas had between 1 and 3 pairs of wings, and some even had wingspans wider than their main bodies, quite in line with the Empire's custom of naming mechas after angels from ancient texts. The Union squad maintained their formation, watching the Imperial squad approach in silence and vigilance. A battle, one both sides knew was about to break out. Francois, the leader of the Imperial squad, hesitated to act, but instead politely saluted in midair toward the troops below. The insect-shaped mecha's bowing gesture, however, looked like a worm wriggling, an indescribably strange gesture. Glad to see you here, Fernoy said. The Alliance and the Empire shared a common language, and the self-proclaimed Duke spoke with a gentle grace. Congratulations on your victory against the Allied First Army's Orin. Actually, we can congratulate you for something else, Cesare said. He always bore the brunt of the team's taunting and provoking. Congratulations on your imminent defeat by our alliance. Francois wasn't offended. He nodded gently. Is that so? Then we see. As soon as he finished speaking, Francois dived. Although the sun was setting here, the mechs he and Teresa piloted practically illuminated the ground. There were only 2 members of the entire Imperial team with royal blood. Their mechs had 6 wings. Their fuselage is a golden red hue, resembling a blazing flame. Mech Seraph series. The mech system developed by the Empire differed from that of the Alliance. Mechs were not differentiated by function. The more wings a mech had, the more powerful and perfect it was considered. The 6-winged Seraphs piloted by Francois and Teresa were the crown jewels of the Imperial Mecha Masters. The reserve researchers watching the match from the sidelines were secretly astonished. The Seraphs accelerated from a standstill in midair in almost an instant, their engine system reaching the pinnacle of perfection. The 2 Seraphs, unarmed, aimed their dives at the Alliance squad, themselves the equivalent of 2 incredibly destructive missiles. The Imperial squad's sole purpose was to break up the Alliance's formation. The Alliance squad reacted swiftly, unlike Kitakami Chuan's first airstrike, when they dispersed. They converged around the sniper, the heavy armored units targeting the Seraphs and opening fire, while the slow-moving light armored units took to the air. Light armored Suanio. If Imperial mechas can fly, then Alliance mechas can too. The Suanio's arms and legs had upward sliding surface components, a key design feature. The gun muzzles on its limbs could both fire bullets to inflict damage and serve as thrusters. The Suanio's agility and endurance in aerial combat are among the best in the Alliance. The Suanio flew as lightly as a swallow, hovering low above its teammates to prevent sudden attacks from the Seraphs. However, the 2 Seraphs dived straight down, and the netizens with a bird's-eye view only had time to hear the loud crash, their eyes unable to even react. Teresa rushed toward Su Xing, her multiple pairs of steel tentacles firmly locking onto the Suanio, preventing Su Xing from escaping and tumbling to the ground. Elsewhere, Su Xing's defenses were breached, and Francois, despite the bullet craters left on his mech, was determined to snatch his lucky opponent from the formation. Lian Xiao felt a powerful surge, his feet lightening as the entire mech soared into the air. The Seraph swooped over and snatched up the Candle Dragon. The Empire squad's understanding of the Alliance mechs far surpassed the Alliance's understanding of them. Teamfight common sense. The first target to be eliminated must be the Ark. The Alliance squad's huddle positions, along with the Suanio's targeted defense, were instantly shattered. A largely identical scenario, seemingly familiar, played out before the eyes of the netizens once again, a thick feeling of despair and disappointment gripping the audience. The Alliance citizens couldn't help but wonder, while San Carlos's defeat could be attributed to the Alliance mech soldiers' unfamiliarity with Imperial mechs, and Kitakami Chuan's overconfidence led to their defeat, the Alliance clearly prepared, yet faced the Empire with a similarly awful outcome. Does this really mean that Alliance mechs are inherently vulnerable to Imperial mechs? It's over. How can they fight once the Imperial team gets caught in midair? I told the Alliance that they should just stay alive and rack up points. Why did they have to think they were so great and challenge the Imperial team? Challenging would be fine, but losing so quickly was incredibly foolish and despairing. The Alliance needs to pay the price for their arrogance. I'm done watching. Our Alliance mech soldiers seem doomed. Who in the military approved the Empire's entry? I demand a thorough investigation of this person. This is so painful. I'm not even a mech fan, but my friend is so despairing she's crying in the bathroom. So our proud Alliance mechs are so vulnerable? Many netizens were so disheartened that they didn't even want to post comments, and many simply turned off their laptops. The League staff in the studio were on edge, as data showed that after the League's small team was caught in the air by the Empire, the number of League viewers plummeted. This had never happened before in the League's history. The students of Union University were among the few who still naturally believed in the Union University team. Tonight, the dormitories within Union University were brightly lit. Students clenched their fists, held their breath, and watched as Francois lifted Lian Xiao higher and higher, praying in their hearts, "Hold on, Lian Xiao." The moment Seraph was seized, Xulong reached for his weapons, attempting to fight back. But the alloy-insected mechanical limbs dug deep into the mech's back, immobilizing Lian Xiao. "If I were you, my efforts wouldn't be in vain," Francois said, still appearing calm and gentle. But the Seraph's movements were anything but gentle. Its 6 wings suddenly accelerated, rapidly lifting away from the ground. Lian Xiao, in the core module, even felt a sharp sense of weightlessness. Lian Xiao still had the leisure to chat. "If we don't try, how will we know who's wasting their efforts?" Not giving Francois a chance to react, Lian Xiao headbutted the Seraph in the head, simultaneously flipping his shoulder armor and unleashing a cannonball. Two sparks exploded on the Seraph's wings, one on the left and one on the right, and its flight from the ground paused for a moment. Now! Bang! After the ordinary gunshot, the object that struck the entangled candle dragon Seraphs wasn't an ordinary bullet, but a suction cup chain tightly attached to the Seraphs. A gadget developed by the Reserve Department, this extremely strong retractable chain is typically used for climbing in unusual terrain. Zhao Liqing now grasped one end and pulled with all his might. The rope tightened, the Seraph paused in the air, then plummeted downwards. Was the UN General Assembly planning to have the heavily armored soldiers pull the Seraph down like a tug of war? That wasn't the end of the plan. Taking advantage of the slight loosening of the Seraph's limbs, Zhulong pulled out his slicing knife and thrust it forcefully into the joints of the Seraph's body, freeing it from its restraints. With his other hand, he pushed back, and the entire mecha, wrapped around the knife's fixed handle, flipped onto the Seraph's back. Just watching Lian Xiao's fluid, acrobatic movements made netizens' knees weaken. The Seraph was some distance from the ground. If Zhulong mishandled it and fell. No buts. Lian Xiao's heart pounded, her ears filled with the rustling of wind. Her adrenaline surged, and she straddled the Seraph's back, firing a single shot into its head. One misstep, and she would have fallen, but Lian Xiao remained steady. She grasped the rope Zhao Liqing had fired, and wounded around the Seraph's wings. Francois adjusted his flight to fling Lian Xiao off, leaving the rope tangled and tangled, looking from afar like a tangled, glutinous dumpling. After doing all this, Lian Xiao grasped the chain and leaped to the ground without hesitation. No! Xi and Zheng, like the rest of the audience, instinctively threw herself in front of the screen. A mecha like Zhulong couldn't remain airborne. Lian Xiao's actions were tantamount to suicide. Zhulong plummeted toward the ground, the ropes slipping, sparks flying. Seraph was falling too. The ropes clung tightly to the Seraph, heavy mechas hanging from either end. Even the Seraph's engines couldn't counter the kinetic energy of Lian Xiao's fall, and he was forcibly pulled toward the ground by the combined forces of the two mechas. The Imperial mechas can fly, right? Then capture these flying bugs. From the beginning, Lian Xiao and his team's goal had been to force the Imperial team to engage in a naval battle. As the Ark was in a relatively unique position, Lian Xiao had anticipated that the Imperial team might be the first to capture her. But how could he use this to pull the Imperial mechas back to the ground? Lian Xiao thought of the counterweights. The Seraph could lift one enemy mecha into the air, but what about 2 or 3? No matter how advanced and sophisticated the Imperial mecha's levitation system, its capacity to carry remains limited. Adding another mecha is like adding another counterweight. With 2 or 3 mechas working together, I doubt the Imperial mecha can still fly. The Seraph, like a broken wing, plummeted to the ground. Seeing Francois in danger, Teresa and the rest of the team tried to rescue him. But before Teresa could even take flight, Red Dragon and Poicaré combined to trap her. The other Imperial team members' bullets struck the rope, causing it to tremble but not break. The researchers in the reserve unit proudly straightened their backs. Although they hadn't yet developed a flying mecha capable of countering the Imperial mecha, their gadgets were doing a great job. Zhulong's acceleration grew faster and faster, and Lian Xiao's heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. She struggled to control Zhulong in midair. No one knew Lian Xiao was actually slightly afraid of heights, and cold sweat oozed from her palms. She calmly placed her finger on the ejector button, hesitating to press it. Wait a little longer. Having activated the ejector buffer too early, Lian Xiao wasn't sure if Francois would take advantage of this moment to escape. She had let Zhao Wuyu escape today, and she preferred to take the greater risk and feared to not lose her mission. At that moment, Lian Xiao realized she had changed. Compared to the average Earth University student of a few months ago, she had indeed become more decisive, calmer, and more willing to put her own safety at risk. Perhaps this was a good thing, or perhaps it was the price Lian Xiao paid for adapting to these less than perfect times. Finally, at the last moment, Zhulong fired his flames in the opposite direction, slightly slowing their descent. Splash! A huge splash of water spread as Lian Xiao and Francois landed accurately in the water. The moment it made contact with the water, the force of the force was enough to make Lian Xiao, who was in the core module, feel a little dizzy. A normal person would probably have broken bones all over their body. Followed by this, Teresa's Seraph was also dragged into the water by Red Dragon and Poicaré. In the blink of an eye, the two most important members of the Imperial team were forcibly pulled into the water by the United Nations. Dead silence. Neither the Alliance nor the Imperials accompanying the Imperial team spoke for a long time, as if there had been a gap in the sound. Wonderful. Xi and Zheng swayed for a moment before slowly sitting down. Just now, the commentary was out of context, and few staff members reminded him. Everyone was glued to the screen. It's incredible, but the United Nations did it. Xi and Zheng, uncharacteristically slowing down his speech, said they were well thought out, proactive, and their players coordinated seamlessly. Before the match, I often see comments on various team configurations. The United Nations and Kitakami Chuan both have standard positioning, so some might consider them safe, but mediocre. Xi and Zheng said, they're not as strong as San Carlos's superior charge and defense, nor as strong as the United First Army's top-tier mental combat. But after these matches, I feel that the United Nations team's rare quality is precisely their choice of safety and so-called mediocrity. They don't neglect other players just because they have two S-class players. They don't put all the pressure on the S-class players just because they have two S-class players. The United Nations team gives me the impression that every player is important. B-plus class Su Xing is crucial. Without her, Teresa's initial attack wouldn't have been possible. The bulky heavy armored soldiers, considered a natural disadvantage, are also crucial. Without Zhao Liqing and Poicaré, the plan to capture the Seraph would have been difficult to achieve. Everyone on the team trusts their teammates and recognizes their strength, Xi and Zheng said slowly. Perhaps that's the charm of Team Lien. Team Lien gave netizens renewed hope of defeating Team Imperial. Underwater, Zhao Liqing and Lien Xiao pulled the Seraphim down. Night had fallen, and the water bears in the water had crawled ashore. Now, fighting underwater didn't have to fear the threat of the water bears. Under no ropes, Cesare and Yiyin split up. One stepped on Francois' Seraphim's back and began to pummel his most hated bugs, while the other quickly reloaded and aimed a shot at Teresa's armor's underbelly. Since the Imperial Mecha was designed based on Zerg morphology, its weakest point should be its underbelly. The large, ornate wings became a burden in the water, and Francois was unable to control the Mecha to react. Suddenly, the large wings in the water trembled. Cesare, who was closest, looked up alertly, startling even Francois. The players of this alliance possessed an intuition and meticulousness unimaginable to ordinary people. Whenever a peculiar situation arose during a battle, Cesare acted preemptively without hesitation. He immediately turned and reached out to grasp the Seraph's wing, ready to draw his sword and cut it in half at the base. But at that moment, the feather at the tip of the wing automatically detached and launched, floating before Cesare's eyes like a slow-motion picture. The rest of the wing folded and retracted as if on its own accord. The feather emanated light and heat in the water. The water trembled, and Francois detonated the feather. At the same time, two Seraphs simultaneously launched 12 feathers. The explosion sent the water surging upward, almost turning the surface into a geyser as if boiling. The Central Alliance's large squadron, caught off guard, was slightly shaken away. Upon closer inspection, they saw the Seraph's 6 wings folded and retracted, leaving only the insect-like main body. Francois remained calm. Who said Imperial mechas weren't good at water battles? Chapter 113. Insects are underestimated creatures. Insects are everywhere in nature. There are crawling insects, flying insects, water-dwelling insects, and even insects like tardigrades that can survive in extreme conditions. The Imperial mechs, willing to abandon their human form to mimic the Zerg, emulate the Seraph series, the epitome of their Zerg-like abilities. Aboard the ship housing the Imperial entourage, Cephas gazed upon the Seraph he had single-handedly developed and smiled faintly. In the water, its wings folded, the Seraph mech was even more agile than in the air. It flexed and flexed its body to swim, its speed rivaling that of Alliance mechs. Lien Xiao had made a serious mistake in his judgment. Perhaps the Imperial team had deliberately misled the other teams from the outset, leading them to conclude that Imperial mechs were inadequate for water combat. Furthermore, during the first night match, the Empire team, despite clearly having more than enough energy, instead of attacking other teams, only reinforced the impression that they were incompetent in water combat. Frustration filled Lien Xiao. Both Xiao Wuyu and the Empire team had left her feeling the pain of being one step behind. Lien Xiao struggled to suppress her emotions and began to rethink her tactics. In actual combat, there are always countless unexpected situations. The key isn't to reflect on them immediately, but to find ways to cope. The only thing that could give the Lien team some relief was that the other Empire team members didn't rush into the water. The netizens' joy didn't last long before the situation reversed again. In a 2-versus-7 battle, the two Seraphs, thanks to their agile positioning, managed to temporarily hold off the Lien team. They seemed to be battling the Zerg now. Everyone in the Alliance couldn't help but share the same thought. The simple insect form of the Imperial Mecha felt very similar to the feel of battling the Zerg in the Tangenta system. These bugs, transformed into weapons, were even more suited to combat. Each leg and every edge of its armor could potentially be used as a sharp weapon. Even if the Alliance squad had plucked out the Seraph's wings, fighting against a completely unfamiliar special mecha for the first time would still be quite challenging. And it wasn't an illusion. Gu Chonfeng had once again dodged a Seraph's tail attack, while Francois and Teresa were aiming for him. Recalling Ni Yuling's words, Gu Chonfeng's heart sank. I'm afraid the Imperial Mecha pilots were carefully observing the Red Dragon from the sidelines. He couldn't afford to reveal even the slightest clue at this moment. This match couldn't rely on breaking the Red Dragon's bonds. This thought was simultaneously transmitted to Lian Xiao. Although the two had long ago decided not to rashly release the Red Dragon's restraints unless it was a matter of urgency, the Red Dragon's inability to unleash its full power in the current situation wasn't exactly good news. The Lianda team is currently in a bit of a dilemma. As a renowned commentator, Xian Zheng did have some real talent. He immediately saw the Lianda team's predicament. Fighting underwater is obviously not as easy as imagined, but once we fight on land, we immediately fall back into the passive position we were in earlier. Xian Zheng didn't dare sigh into the camera. It seems that no matter what, the Lianda team must defeat these two Seraphs underwater. The water blocked most sound, and even in the darkness of night, the glow of weapons fire continued to illuminate the water's surface. Originally, 3 or 4 men were surrounding a Seraph, but Francois and Teresa suddenly synchronized and bent the Seraph into a sphere, slowly spinning it in the water. Round and round, like a rapidly rolling tire, the Seraph slammed into the LA members surrounding them. The water's resistance couldn't slow the two rapidly spinning balls. Poincaré tried to pounce, like a rugby player, but the mere contact with the spinning Seraph had already slightly rubbed off a layer of the surface components of his mecha's hands. The heavily armored soldier couldn't even grasp the spinning Seraph, losing his grip before he could even exert force. This was a heavily armored model, renowned for its high defense. What kind of monster was the Imperial Mecha? And what were Francois and Teresa piloting the Seraph? Wouldn't ordinary mecha soldiers have been unable to withstand this level of centrifugal force? Get out of the way! For the first time, everyone in the Tower of Babel heard Poincaré speak loudly. With kinetic energy that seemed capable of shattering everything, the Seraphim charged forth. The Lianda squad dodged in time, and the Seraphim crashed into the rock wall, shattering the surface and sinking deeply into it. The entire underwater world was trembling, but the Seraphim, using the rock wall as a tool to launch themselves in the opposite direction, continued to target the Lianda squad members. The underwater world was in chaos. The besieged had now become the besiegers. They had thought the narrowness of the underwater combat zone was a limitation for the Seraphim, but now it was a limitation for the Lianda squad members. Francois and Teresa simply wanted to drive them out. This couldn't go on. No one could predict whether the other Imperial mechas could fight in the water, or whether they would send reinforcements. Gu Chonfeng acted decisively. He wanted to stop Francois. The next second, countless eyes watched as the Crimson Mecha, faced with two rapidly spinning insect balls, not only did not avoid them, but instead stepped on the stone wall to achieve an instant acceleration. Leaping forward at a speed as close to the Seraphs as possible, the Red Dragon seized upon its armor plates. A bright metallic spark flashed in the Red Dragon's hands. Despite reaching its maximum speed, the Red Dragon's hands were shattered, with 3 fingers broken and unable to function properly. As the world spun, Gu Chonfeng fought back the dizzy nausea and vomiting. He could no longer see his direction, relying solely on his body's control. The few remaining fingers he had sank firmly into the Seraph's armor plates, gradually grinding them flat. With force exerting force from his waist and abdomen, he flipped his entire body upward, his legs gripping the Seraph. The Red Dragon's entire mecha felt like it had been thrown onto a spinning gear, constantly being rubbed and cut. The flames that erupted between the alloys even briefly illuminated the water below. The Red Dragon clung to the Seraph, feeling a sense of futile competition as to whose mecha was the toughest. Gu Chonfeng miraculously managed to catch the Seraph, but that only slowed the Seraph's rotation down a bit. Not enough, he could do more than that. The audience had barely recovered from the previous wave of tension when they saw the Red Dragon loosen his grip. Relying solely on the powerful strength of his legs and waist to avoid being thrown off by the Seraph, he spun 360 degrees while groping for his weapon. Thunderbolt. Lion's roar. The Red Dragon, holding the swords in both hands, regained his horizontal position. He leaned back and, with all his might, plunged both swords into the Seraph's body, as if piercing through it. At that moment, The blurry silhouette of the red dragon riding a bug-shaped mecha reminded many of mythical heroes taming monsters. Bang! The tip of the thunderbolt sword broke. This meticulously crafted cold weapon, carried by the red dragon with unparalleled success, shattered the incredibly solid thunderbolt as it pierced the seraph's shell. The thunderbolt's shattering speed couldn't match Gu Chengfeng's thrusting speed. The red dragon, with half his hand missing, roared silently as he drove the broken thunderbolt sword and lion's roar into the seraph's body. The twin swords were the reins that held the seraph in check. Gu Chengfeng coldly, as if unaware of the pain, tightened the reins. The seraph's mechanical fluid, like blood, surged through the water and faded. Finally, under the red dragon's incredible, nearly self-destructive attack, Francois's seraph slowly slowed. Inside the core module, pain and sweat from the intense battle dampened Gu Chengfeng's temples. Only after he had Francois under control did he gently wipe the cold sweat from his eyes. From beginning to end, Gu Chengfeng sat with his eyes lowered, like a lion on a throne. The tide of battle had turned slightly, but it wasn't time to completely relax. Gu Chengfeng had drawn all attention. What was Lian Xiao, the other S-class, doing? As soon as the red dragon attacked Francois, Teresa reacted immediately. With such speed, Lian Xiao was watching the two seraphs' every move. She didn't believe there wasn't a secret communication method between the Imperial mechas, similar to the Tower of Babel. Before Gu Chengfeng decided to attack, the two of them had already exchanged ideas in a deep connection. One against the other. The main attack was dealt with by the main attack method. Since Lian Xiao hadn't yet reached Gu Chengfeng's individual strength, she would deal with it with the arc method. What would psychic communication between insected mechas be like? Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the red dragon's attack, Zhulong swooped silently into the shadows. Lian Xiao wasn't using an arc positioning mecha for this competition, which slightly limited his psychic power, but it was more than enough to deal with non-S-rank psychic pilots. The water gently and calmly brushed over the Zhulong, rippling, swaying, pushing away. The movement of the water simulated the fluctuations of psychic power. Focusing on his sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao stealthily circumvented the fierce battle overhead and smoothly found Teresa. Compared to Francois, who was the unspoken core of the Imperial team, Teresa seemed unduly low-key, like the moon hidden behind the mountains. Lian Xiao disguised his psychic power to mimic Teresa's fluctuations, and without Teresa noticing, he groped his way into Teresa's psychic pathway. At least one thing was certain. The core of the Imperial mecha also operated based on psychic connection. But the moment he entered Teresa's psychic pathway, Lian Xiao felt himself drowned. Countless different voices, memories, and consciousness flooded in, and Lian Xiao's eyes widened uncontrollably in the core cabin. Wait, this isn't Teresa's mental pathway, but rather, this is the mental pathway of the entire Imperial team. The Imperial team's mental pathway is unified. This logic is completely different from that of the Alliance mechas. Arc established the Tower of Babel between Alliance mechas during combat, and all team members communicated through Babel. To put it in another way, the Tower of Babel can be thought of as a forum requiring a password to access. Arc is the behind-the-scenes administrator who built this platform, providing members with a means of communication. All members remain individuals. But the Imperial team's mental pathways were unified, requiring no Tower of Babel at all. Everyone's thoughts and ideas were shared within their brains. The Imperial team members were one. No wonder they didn't clearly define their mental power levels. No wonder they didn't need the arc. No wonder entering Teresa's mental pathway with her S-level mental power felt oppressive. Lian Xiao felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. So were those fighting Francois or Teresa alone? Or were they facing a vast group? The Imperial Mech's embrace of the Zerg's alienation went far deeper than she had imagined. They not only replicated the Zerg's appearance, but also attempted to replicate its mental qualities. Can the people piloting these human weapons, which so completely imitated the Zerg, still be considered human? Just as Lian Xiao gathered his composure and prepared to quietly probe deeper into the Imperial team's mental pathways, something unexpected happened. A few people who had been keeping an eye on Lian Xiao saw her face suddenly turn pale, and she clutched her forehead in what appeared to be pain. A gentle voice suddenly echoed in Lian Xiao's mind. "You saw it, didn't you?" Teresa said. Yes, she saw it all. The other members of the Imperial team spoke in Lian Xiao's mind. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? At the same time, Cesare and Zhao Liqing rushed forward. Francois, restrained by the red dragon, crashed into the nearby stone wall. Cesare followed closely behind, doing what he had intended to do, but hadn't yet. His sword also pierced the seraphim, pinning it firmly to the stone wall. Francois suddenly stopped moving, and the seraphim slumped down its tail armor. Good. Xian Zheng exclaimed inwardly. In his opinion, with the Red Dragon's selfless bravery, the battle had shifted with difficulty in the United Nations' favor. Now, if they could just forcibly kill Francois and control Teresa's seraph, they would win this incredibly difficult battle. However, at this moment, the expressions of all the members of the Lianda team suddenly changed. They all looked in the direction of the candle dragon beneath them. In that instant, the Tower of Babel that Lian Xiao had been holding steadily had vanished. Chapter 114. The Tower of Babel of the United Army Squadron didn't collapse in a tumble, it extinguished silently, like a small flame snuffed out. Lian Xiao must be in danger. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare accelerated their efforts to destroy the seraph. Yi Yin, under the cover of two heavily armored units, repelled Teresa with ammunition. Su Xing dived to check on Lian Xiao. The motionless candle dragon slowly sank in the water, like scattered statues on a sunken ship. Witnessing this, Su Xing's heart tightened. Only when the pilot lost consciousness could a mecha cease functioning like this. Su Xing swam over and lifted up the candle dragon. Sure enough, it was limp and unresponsive. In such a fierce battle, Lian Xiao had actually lost consciousness in the core module. Then let her become part of us. Then let her become part of us. The other members of the Imperial Squad declared. Lian Xiao's scalp tingled, and he warily withdrew from Teresa's mental channel. Regardless of whether it was true or not, simply assimilating another person's mental pathways sounded terrifying and sinister. For some reason, Lian Xiao had a vague feeling that Teresa wasn't very supportive of this, but she didn't object either. That mental power pursued him relentlessly. This mental power wasn't just Teresa's, but the mental power of all 7 members of the Imperial Squad. The fusion of so many mental powers was faintly S-level. At this critical moment, Lian Xiao thought of something else. Could Zhao Wuyu's irrational increase and decrease in mental power have been caused by a similar method? Lian Xiao withdrew his mental power in time, but it still stained a trace of Teresa's. Instantly, a flood of information from the Imperial Squad flooded into Lian Xiao's mental pathways, creating a chaotic mess. The most terrifying thing was that Teresa had limited the amount of information she could transmit, forcing Lian Xiao to subconsciously interpret every bit. This repetitive, massive analysis would ultimately overwhelm him. 7 people's emotions, 7 people's words, 7 people's memories, countless hidden and unspeakable fragments, precious and insignificant to their owners, were all forced into Lian Xiao's consciousness like garbage. It was truly tragic that these precious memories were being used as weapons by the Imperial team. After her mental defenses failed, Lian Xiao's mental power seemed to be enveloped by a massive barrier, and her mental connection with the rest of the Lian Xiao team was naturally severed. No, if this continued, she was afraid she would be assimilated by the Imperial team. Lian Xiao tried hard to control herself and ignore the information the Imperial team was pouring in, while struggling to think of any possible solutions. Because of the Imperial information interference, Lian Xiao's thinking speed was much slower than normal. Deep connection. The deep connection between her and Gu Chanfeng hadn't been completely severed. In fact, long before Lian Xiao realized this, Gu Chanfeng had confirmed through the deep connection that Lian Xiao wasn't completely unconscious. His initially tense heart relaxed slightly, but the next second, he vaguely sensed Lian Xiao's emotions, prompting him to increase his attack again. Fear. The emotion Lian Xiao couldn't help but exchange with him was fear for Teresa and the Imperial team. Gu Chanfeng suddenly turned. Meanwhile, Teresa's other seraph had been attempting to break through the heavy armor blockade and rescue Francois. I deal with Francois, while you focus on attacking Teresa. While stubbornly clinging to her sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao vaguely heard Gu Chanfeng's orders. Lian Xiao felt greatly comforted. Gu Chanfeng was as sharp and reliable as ever. All she could do was resist, and stall for as long as possible before Teresa was physically interrupted. At this moment, Teresa, or rather, the collective consciousness of the Imperial Squad, Lian Xiao preferred to call it, spoke. The voice was by turns muffled and clear, sometimes Teresa's gentle female voice, sometimes a distinctly male one. Please, don't resist. Merge into us. Only a psychopath would want to merge into you. Lian Xiao cursed inwardly, but the so-called fusion had already begun. She felt a certain mental pathway shift, forcibly connecting with Teresa's. Her consciousness, her emotions, her memories, were rapidly flowing back from her own sea of consciousness into Teresa's. Lian Xiao concentrated her mental energy to forcibly sever the connection, but found that, like a spreading disease, the adjacent mental pathways were silently merging. For the first time, Lian Xiao felt helpless and hopeless. She didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the fierce battle above continued. As the Alliance squadrons collectively turned their firepower on Teresa, the Seraphs seemed somewhat flustered. Teresa and Francois are siblings, the only two members of the Imperial team qualified to pilot the Seraphs. Francois remains the absolute core of the Imperial team, Xian Zheng explained. However, we can see that Teresa's control of the Seraphs still doesn't seem to match Francois's. Without Francois's command and cooperation, Teresa seemed to be at a loss. First, Yi shot the Seraphim in the abdomen. The armor-piercing bullet shattered the densely distributed armor plates on its belly. The Seraphim retreated, only to be caught by Zhao Liqing, who came from below. Zhao Liqing used the entire mech to prop up the Seraphim and, like Francois, pinned Teresa against the stone wall. With the violent jolt outside, Lian Xiao, in her despair, noticed a brief pause in the fusion process. She didn't miss this fleeting opportunity, performing a move that surprised Teresa in real life. Lian Xiao decisively severed all of her own mental pathways that were being fused. The pain of trying to survive with a severed arm was no less than the pain of having 10 fingers connected to her heart in real life. All of Lian Xiao's mental pathways burned with pain. She gritted her teeth and withdrew her mental energy, retreating to safety. Mental pathways regenerate slowly, and damage to a mech soldier's mental energy can sometimes be more severe than physical damage and difficult to heal. Zhao Liqing felt Teresa, under her control, relax for a moment. She didn't know why Teresa and the Imperial team chose not to continue attacking Lian Xiao's mental pathways. Perhaps it was because Lian Xiao had escaped far enough, or perhaps it was because Teresa and Francois were in danger. The Babel Tower of the United Team was rebuilt. Lian Xiao, enduring the burning pain, returned to the field. Her mental state was unstable, so a quick victory was even more crucial. Francois, pinned to the stone wall by 3 swords piercing his mecha, was surrounded by a bloody mist of mechanical fluid as he struggled. Teresa was in a slightly better condition, but the Seraph's abdomen also exposed the internal mechanical components. Great! The entire United Team is attacking, and Francois seems to have given up the struggle, Xian Zheng said excitedly. Honestly, the fact that the Imperial, Lowenberg Autonomous Region's mechas have held out this long is truly impressive. But the United Team's response so far is truly a testament to both courage and strategy. If they pushed any harder, Francois' Seraph would be destroyed. Faster, faster, faster. Netizens clenched their fists in excitement, staring at the Seraph as its defenses were breached by the Red Dragon, its internal components gradually exposed. The Lianda team proved that the Imperial mechas were not invincible in a head-on confrontation, but at that moment, the distinct sound of parts turning and uncoupling could be heard from within the 2 Seraphs, and the Lianda team sensed something was wrong. The Seraph cracked in the middle, and a dark shadow burst out from within. It was actually a mecha. The Seraph, captured with such great difficulty by the Lianda team, now hung quietly on the wall like a shrunken insect shell, its exposed interior revealing only the circuit boards, nothing else. Damn it, are you done yet? Playing those Russian nesting doll tricks, huh? Cesare was furious. If I don't get you out today, no one will get ashore. The Imperial mecha wasn't just novel, it was bizarre. The Seraph actually had a complete mecha nested inside it. When the exterior was controlled or severely damaged, the pilot could shed the shell in a smaller mecha. The battle was once again tense. It was hard not to feel emotionally shaken by the members of the Lianda squad. The intense fighting had lasted for nearly 20 minutes, and fatigue was inevitable. The most terrifying thing was the waning of their fighting spirit. No one knew how many unpredictable peculiar structures and attack methods the Imperial mecha possessed. Everyone was filled with unprecedented fury, eager to give the Imperial squad a beating. The Lianda squad was paralyzed. Enough. This is getting tiresome. Let's get this over with. Since there were always ways to attack the Seraph at a single point, and Lian Xiao was quick-witted then. Would large-scale, indiscriminate weapons be enough? Lian Xiao quickly took inventory of the team's current weapons. There's enough military explosives. She's going to blow up the Seraphim. There's a gap in this direction, big enough for 2 Seraphim and the explosives. Knowing Lian Xiao's plan, Yi suggested a perfect location. It was a small opening in the rock wall he stumbled upon during the battle, and it looked large enough to fit the Seraphim inside. While dealing with the 2 scaled-down Seraphim, Zhao Liqing said, "But if we don't block the opening, how can we ensure the Imperial mechas stay in this small space during the explosion? Let's not even talk about getting the Seraphim inside." The entire plan, from inception to detonation, required a gap between the time they needed to ascend to a safer area. Francois and Teresa definitely wouldn't stay put during this time. "Let me do it." "I stopped them," Poincaré said. Heavy armored soldiers are the most suitable of all mecha types, but calculating the amount of explosives needed to blow up the Seraph would also render the mecha blocking the hole useless. Poincaré, a teammate who was supposed to join San Carlos, but was tricked into studying mecha by the admissions office, was only noticeable when charging forward or staying behind to provide cover. He cleverly offered an argument that even his 3 roommates couldn't refuse: "My mecha is the largest, and it can best block the hole." Plan approved. Third capture of the Seraph. All members of the Lianda team focused their attention, unleashing the full power of their mechas. Under the combined pressure of physical and mental effort, they even managed to unleash attacks with greater speed and devastation than usual. The Lianda team hasn't given up. Xianzheng raised his voice, watching the Lianda team surround the Seraph, attacking and capturing again and again. The dark waters swirled, forming whirlpools. The currents, combined with the high-speed mechas, danced a fierce battle dance. The commentators and the audience were unaware of the Alliance's plan. They couldn't remember how many times their hopes had been rekindled. The Alliance's seemingly tireless and fierce battles almost made them forget victory or defeat, remembering only the familiar heroic images of the Alliance mechas charging into battle. Never discouraged by failure, always able to rally and fight again. At that moment, netizens thought, "This is the mecha troopers of our Alliance's future." Finally, 2 main attack models, carrying Seraphim, shoved them into the limited space. Francois and Teresa instinctively sensed something was wrong. Just as they tried to turn and swim out, they collided with the heavily armored soldiers. Poincaré, piloting the mecha, firmly blocked the entrance to the hole. Ascend, 5 seconds to detonate the explosives. Teresa noticed the densely packed military explosives placed in the cave. Time flowed through the explosives countdown, rapidly approaching 0. Even a Seraph could not withstand this level of explosives. Teresa finally panicked, and Francois opened fire at Poincaré. Amid the warnings of damage from within his heavily armored mech, Poincaré ignored them, his hands firmly planted in the stone wall. 3 seconds. The rest of the liaison team was surfacing quickly, as the aftermath of the explosion might have caused some damage to their mechs. Boom! The ground shook, and the shockwave from the explosion instantly collapsed the entire space, destroying almost every adjacent passageway. The water bears foraging above were once again startled by the commotion, chirping and spinning frantically. The water instantly heated up, and the heat, fire, and current swept from the depths, nearly catching up with the liaison team as they rose to the surface. At the last second, the team broke away. Everyone was gasping for breath and heard the announcement from the organizer. Chapter 115. Augustus Royal Academy, Francois is out. Repeat, Augustus Royal Academy. Union University, Poincaré is out. Repeat, Augustus Royal Academy. As soon as they emerged from the water, the Union University went on alert. A full half-minute passed before they heard the third announcement they were waiting for. Augustus Royal Academy, Teresa is out. Repeat, Augustus Royal Academy. 1 for 2, a fierce battle from the air to underwater, a battle that lasted nearly an hour, finally came to a relatively acceptable conclusion. Union University attacked repeatedly, finally achieving a narrow victory over the Imperial team. The organizers' rescue team was on their way. The Union University members panted heavily, staring at the remnants of the Imperial team in the air, not daring to let their guard down. Everyone was still standing, relying solely on willpower. After 2 days of not getting enough rest and 2 tough matches today, Lian Xiao felt his surroundings swaying, as if he could fall asleep as soon as he sat down. Fortunately, the Imperial squad, without Francois' command, had evacuated before the rescue team arrived. Then the Allied squad finally relaxed. They didn't even have time to find a better position, manipulating their mechs on flat ground away from the tardigrades before quickly falling asleep. Lian Xiao felt like she closed her eyes for a second before Cesare shook her awake. She checked the time. She slept for 3 hours without realizing it. The night tournament was about to begin. Before she could even get out of her mechs for air, the tardigrade killing spree had to begin again. Lian Xiao felt every muscle in her body ache with reluctance, protesting silently. And the after-effects of self-severing her mental pathways hadn't eased at all. The pain still throbbed deep within her brain. It's okay, it's okay. Lian Xiao half closed his eyes, holding his gun, giving himself a mental massage. Just treat it like a final exam. Just get through this long night, and it'd be fine. Gu Chanfeng, seeing everyone was exhausted, thought for a while, and suggested they take turns to grind. Shifts could be more frequent, so they could at least get some rest. The 3-day competition was only halfway through. Stamina-hungry warriors like Gu Chanfeng, Cesare, and Zhao Liqing, after 2 or 3 hours of rest, had largely recovered from their exhaustion and were full of energy. The Tower of Babel was filled with Sasari's constant stream of complaints. Su Xing, clutching his gun, stood by, envious. She asked Lian Xiao, Lian, how do you think I should adjust my training intensity to reach their level? Despite being a light armored fighter, Su Xing had the heart to be a primary attacking force. They're all stamina monsters, born with it. I can't envy them. Yin sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and rested. To keep up with his friend's output, even though he was supposed to be the team's protected sniper, he'd been training hard for a long time. He considered himself the best sniper in the league. Yin said righteously, tactically, heavy armored troops and offensive-focused units should provide cover for the less defensive snipers and light armored units. He was willing to be a delicate flower under the heavy armor's protection. Nothing happened tonight. After a moment of trepidation, the League finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, the Imperial Alliance's first army and Orin were severely damaged, while Kitakami River hadn't lost any men, but their morale was low due to the Imperial attack. It seemed the only one capable of causing trouble was Shirakawa. But Shirakawa University is at the bottom of the points table, and is working hard to gain points. Now let's update the points for each team. At 6 a.m., the organizers and commentator Xi and Zheng simultaneously updated the standings. First place in points, Union University. Second place, Augustus Royal Academy. Third place, Kitakamigawa Academy. Fourth place, San Carlos Military Academy. Fifth place, Shirakawa University. Tied for sixth place, Orin University, the top military university in the Union. It's the last day of the first points tournament, and with most of the schedule behind us, the standings have changed dramatically. Xi and Zheng swiped his finger up and down the screen. Union University truly lives up to its reputation as a strong team. They were still grinding away late into the night after 2 tough matches yesterday. Look at the dark circles under the eyes of the Union University players. They're just like mine. Yesterday was an exhausting day for every team. Union University is in first place, but honestly the points. The scoring efficiency wasn't as good as the second day, and they didn't pull away from Augustus Academy. The biggest change was at Shirakawa University. After a brief participation in the match against the First Alliance Army, Shirakawa chose to conserve their energy, resulting in the highest net points of all teams in the night arena, surpassing both the First Alliance Army and Orin. Kitakami Chuan and San Carlos were average, but considering both had suffered varying degrees of damage from Augustus Academy, their resilience is commendable. Finally, it was the First Alliance Army and Orin. Well, their last place finish was quite surprising. The First Alliance Army's newly acquired S-Class ARC, Xiaoyu, was clearly quite capable, but the most fatal flaw in the battle against the First Alliance Army was the heavy casualties suffered by both the First Alliance Army and Orin. The combined number of players in the two teams now roughly equals the size of a normal team. Xi and Zheng's words were tactful. Xiaoyu, the recently popular player, was one of them, and as slick as he was, he didn't want to offend the First Alliance Army. But there's still one day left. The outcome isn't certain until the very last moment. I wonder if the team currently trailing in points will stage a comeback, and whether the First Alliance University can maintain its top spot. We have to wait and see. The final day's day and night matches were both extremely important for each team. Except for the Union University, whose points were slightly more stable, the actual point difference between the teams was relatively small. The tension and pressure of being overtaken at any moment weighed heavily on each player. The First Alliance Army's decision today was to play it safe. Rest well in the day match, and be wary of possible attacks in the night match. A few people gathered to study the standings. Haha, I told you to let the tardigrades escape. Cesare poked the First Alliance Army on the sand, his curly hair swaying in a rage. Zhao Liqing, the First Alliance Army probably wouldn't be content with this ranking. The safest way to reach the semifinals is to finish in the top 4 in every points race. If they finish last in the first match, reaching the semifinals will be difficult for the Alliance. But it's difficult for the Alliance, isn't it? Yin agreed with Zhao Liqing, but added, the fastest way to score points is to steal points from others in the night race. Against Kitakami Chuan or San Carlos, I don't think the Alliance can win in their current form. Gu Changfeng, there's still a chance. He circled the Empire team and Shirakawa. Don't forget that the Empire team only has 5 players now. Every time you eliminate an Empire player in the night race, you earn 1/5 of the Empire's points. The most profitable playstyle, as long as the First Alliance can eliminate at least 2 Imperial players and earn points from Shirakawa, they could still place in the top 4. What a complex point system. Each school wants to achieve the best possible ranking to alleviate the pressure of the remaining 2-point matches. Clashes between teams are possible. Thus, throughout the day, the First Alliance team moved more frequently to avoid being caught by other teams. The organizers' announcements remained silent all day, and while it was uncertain whether fighting would break out between other teams, at least no one was eliminated. Midnight. The final 6 hours to change the rankings began. The screen cut to the preparations of the 7 teams, and all the mechas still operational on the field rushed into the darkness. For the final ranking, netizens had 2 biggest questions. One was whether the First Alliance could maintain its top spot until the end, and the other was whether the already formidable First Alliance and Imperial Army would be able to maintain their top spot. Will Orin fall to the bottom of the table? The situation on the field is ever-changing. A single wrong decision could easily wipe out all the advantages accumulated early on, just like the Alliance Army did. Each team had determined their strategy, but unexpectedly, San Carlos and Kitakami River would be the first to engage in battle. The 2 schools were nearly evenly matched in points, and this battle would determine who would secure a top 4 spot. Then, the Alliance Army and Orin made a new move. They simply abandoned hunting tardigrades to gain points and marched at high speed in their planned direction. Shirakawa seemed to be taking a gamble as well, leaving the mudflats where the tardigrades had come ashore. On the final night, no one wanted to give up. Not only were the netizens overwhelmed, but the director was also overwhelmed. He had to stick to the principle of broadcasting the battle as it happened, with the main camera locked on Kitakami River and San Carlos. Fight! Kitakami Chuan and San Carlos are both in pretty good shape, and the battle is intense. I used to underestimate Kitakami Chuan, thinking they were a wealthy school built on their wealth, but I didn't expect these players to be so impressive. Pre-match analysis revealed that while Kitakami Chuan doesn't boast players above A+, like Lianda and San Carlos, it's one of only 2 teams with all-level players. The team's composition is balanced. Niwa Ryo is a main attacker, while the light-armored players play a rare assassin style, and Fang Zhou Fenghuawu is a standout among the A-level players. Kitakami Chuan's flexible and maneuverable tactics collide with the seemingly indestructible San Carlos, leaving the outcome uncertain for a while. Amidst the intense battle, some netizens were reminded of Lianda. Why is there no footage of the Union University? What's the Union University doing? I found the Union University camera. It turns out the Union University is steadily racking up points. Over there, Kitakami Chuan and San Carlos are fighting a thrilling match, while here, the Union University is racking up points amidst the chaos. Over there, the Union First Army and Shirakawa are locked in a tight battle, while here, the Union University is still racking up points amidst the chaos. The chaos doesn't concern them. As long as no team attacks, they just focus on racking up points. The Union University team doesn't have the spectator's bird's-eye view, and they don't know how many schools are already fighting each other, so they can only be extremely vigilant. It wasn't until the announcement that Kitakami Chuan and San Carlos players were both eliminated, and a few minutes later, that the announcement of Shirakawa's elimination, that Lian Xiao finally confirmed the true state of the match and felt a sense of relief. Without a surprise attack, Union University has a good chance of maintaining its top spot until the end. The dawn of victory is just around the corner. This meant that Union University was in first place, and the Empire was in second place. The Empire's high ranking is a bit disheartening. Lian Xiao and his team had already gained experience from farming tardigrades, Cesare muttered, and simply thrust the tip of his sword through the tardigrade's mouthparts, piercing it. Lian Xiao raised his gun and fired. Think positively. It's better than the Union Army coming in second place. She still remembered Zhao Wuyu's grudge for letting the tardigrade escape. The vengeful duo agreed on this point. However, a few minutes later, an announcement came that no one expected. Augustus Royal Academy, Winter Mill is out. Repeat. What happened? Someone from the Empire team was eliminated? Was it Kitakami Chuan or San Carlos? The contestants, unsure of what had happened, were all shocked when they heard the announcement, especially the Union team. They had fought so hard to eliminate 2 players, but in those few minutes, another member of the Empire team was eliminated. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. With less than an hour left until the end of the match, all they could do was kill a few more tardigrades. The team suddenly picked up speed. The match is over. Finally, the first round of the 3-day, intense, and long-lasting points tournament, which felt like a week, concluded. The Alliance University team stood in place, waiting for the announcement. First in points, Alliance University. Before they could cheer, Lian Xiao couldn't believe what he heard next. Second in points, Alliance First Military University. It was the Alliance First Army, A huge uproar ensued. The Alliance First Army had actually managed to go from last to second, and then a complete comeback on the last day. Chapter 116. How did the First Alliance pull off their comeback? After the match, upon boarding the ship and seeing Yin Mingling, Cesare trotted over and eagerly asked. The world's unsolved mystery. How did the First Alliance defeat the Imperial Mechas? Yin Mingling glanced at the curious faces before him. Several teams gathered around him, whispering, likely discussing similar topics. Yin Mingling evaded the main point. You see for yourself during the replay. Aren't you tired after 3 days of competition? Those young people weren't tired, but he was. With Susera away, he'd been keeping a close eye on the team for the past 3 days, and hadn't gotten a full night's sleep. Cesare raised his thumbs. Not bad. We're more than capable of defeating the First Alliance, or the Empire again. Lian Xiao thought, give me a break, high-energy person. She can even fall asleep standing up now. They inquired about Poicaret's situation before Yin Mingling sent them off to rest. After a deep sleep of over 10 hours, I woke up just as the ship was nearly reaching the Alliance's transportation hub planet. The first round of the points race saw a record number of players eliminated, but thankfully, no one was seriously injured. Except for Francois and Teresa from the Empire, the other Alliance players spent the night under the care of the medical team, and were generally released from their wards. Cesari's vision of the entire team visiting Poicaret with flowers, so abundant, they would drown in them, was fortunately lost. I even thought of how to arrange the flowers by your bedside. Poicaret, you can cross your arms over your heart, close your eyes, and we present you with a bouquet of friendship. The next day, the Alliance and major teams dined together, and Cesare was completely lost in his own imagination. Poicaret, who faced the explosion head-on, but only dislocated his hand, said, He was certain this wasn't a minor injury. When Lian Xiao thought of bouquets, he thought of vegetable flowers, and of Qianyue. Lately, Qianyue has been busy working on her thesis, and cultivating vegetables, and brushing up on league-related topics. She still had no interest in mechas, but she knew almost all the members of the league's major and minor teams, so she had to control the comments for her friends and junior students. Lian Xiao, wearing a mask of pain, licked the nutritional supplements for a few sips before he couldn't finish them. He chatted with Qianyue on his laptop. Unrelated sentence fragment. Don't support Tiger Tail Flower. Don't change your name. Oh, the fans of the First Alliance are shaking. Unrelated sentence fragment. People who don't know would think the First Alliance won the championship. It was just second place in one game. So what? Unrelated sentence fragment. AAA Lianjia Xiao Xiao. Ha ha ha. Unrelated sentence fragment. AAA Lianjia Xiao Xiao. The First Alliance players walked with a swagger today, really? I don't know how the First Alliance defeated the Empire. Unrelated sentence fragment. Don't support Tiger Tail Flower. Don't change your name. I know. That's what's infuriating. Unrelated sentence fragment. They copied the game. Unrelated sentence fragment. The other teams didn't have a bird's eye view, but netizens witnessed the entire process. The First Alliance pulled off a last-minute comeback, pushing Kitakami Chuan out of the top 4. This is exactly where the supporters of the United Nations and the First Alliance are arguing fiercely. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that while their fighting methods aren't exactly the same, the tactics used by the First Alliance to ultimately eliminate the Empire are the same as the United Nations. On the third day of the night competition, the Allied forces, facing a desperate battle, had no intention of racking up points from the outset. Under Zhao Wuyu's command, they first precisely blocked Baichuan, rising from last place to 5th. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the battles in Kitakamiquan and San Carlos, the Allied forces launched a surprise attack on the Imperial squad. Their tactics were almost identical to those devised by the UN. An overwhelming victory. Although the descriptions of the Alliance's supporters were somewhat exaggerated, the Alliance's capture of the Imperial Mechs and the subsequent naval engagement were remarkably smooth. The remaining 5 Imperial Mechs weren't high-level mechs like the Seraphs, and facing maximum pressure, the Alliance and Orin, desperate for victory, narrowly defeated 2 Imperial Mechs before the countdown expired. With the announcement of the end of the match, Zhao Wuyu's mech emerged from the water, his smile of relief and confidence radiating from him. This scene was widely screenshotted. Whether or not this was plagiarism of the UN's tactics sparked a heated online debate. Supporters on both sides held different views. Those supporting the Alliance argued that there were only so many tactics available to crack Imperial mechs. So what if the methods were similar? Did the UN have a patent just because they used them first? Underwhelmed by the UN supporters, they found relevant evidence. During the battle between the Alliance and Imperial squads, the livestream showed the First Alliance army nearby. It was likely during this time that they witnessed how the Alliance dealt with the Empire. The above arguments were minor. The more impactful aspect of the match was the discussion among various Alliance factions regarding the Imperial mechas. A completely unusual design approach. An as yet unknown principle. The Seraphs, capable of combat on land, sea, and air, and the core mechas that fought the Alliance until the very end, completely overturned the conventional wisdom of Alliance mecha masters. After witnessing the power of the Seraphs, the public called on the military to innovate mechas. Mecha Master Sway Yu was the first to express his views online. I often feel that the Alliance has gone too far in current mecha development. But precisely because of this, I have a vague sense of limitation. Perhaps we already reached the ceiling of humanoid mechas. Sway Yu admitted, the emergence of the Imperial mecha is revolutionary. In some ways, the insect-shaped mecha is more perfect than the humanoid mecha, and more suitable for combat. I think it's time to abandon the arrogance of anthropocentrism. The future development of Alliance mechas lies not in expanding a few basic mecha models, but in developing alien mechas. Upon this statement, numerous mecha masters, both large and small, expressed their support. The emergence of the Imperial mechas offered them a glimpse into the next wave of mecha advancement. Sway Yu sparked a discussion about the development of alien mechas. Alliance mecha reform and insect-shaped mechas quickly trended, only to be inexplicably suppressed by the platform. Lian Xiao, who happened to stumble upon the discussion, silently gave Sway Yu a thumbs up. This old guard also has a leading voice, Yi Yanzhan, who previously commented on the UN military exercises. Yi Yanzhan's speech was entirely academic. Her lengthy article detailed the current technological foundation of Alliance mechas. The prerequisite for humanoid mecha combat is a mental connection between the pilot and the mecha. This can be loosely interpreted as the pilot controlling the mecha with their consciousness, with all of the mecha's movements and reactions relying on the pilot. The biggest concern with insect-shaped, alien mechas is ethical. Technically, the Alliance has the technology to develop insect-shaped mechas, but pilots face the challenge of fighting using insect-like movement patterns. In the long run, Alliance mecha soldiers will face a dilemma about their human identity. Will mecha soldiers, accustomed to fighting and even thinking in Zerg mechanical bodies, experience a dilemma about their own identity? When a real battle with the Zerg occurs one day, will the pilots of these mechas feel the urge to kill their own kind? Lian Xiao read Yi Yanzhan's speech, hearing many agreeing comments. He thought the Empire was more aggressive than the Alliance in this regard. The whole team's mind melding, it seemed, didn't even consider royals like Francois and Teresa as human beings. After the match, she still hadn't recovered from the shock of Teresa and her teammates' mind melding. If the Empire team hadn't been on another ship, she wouldn't have dared to act alone. Lian Xiao first asked the medical team to prescribe a few doses of mind stabilizer. Then, she crossed the hallway and arrived at Yan Mingling's temporary office, knocking on the door. When the door opened, Lian Xiao was taken aback. Yesterday, after returning to the ship, she had only told Yan Mingling that she wanted to report to the tyrant. She had expected a video or holographic projection, but Su Shaluo had come in person. Sit down. Su Shaluo raised her chin. They were the only two in the office. Su Shaluo had rushed here day and night after receiving Yan Mingling's message, and she didn't show any sign of fatigue. No more pleasantries, straight to the point. Lian Xiao wasn't sure if the military knew about the Imperial team's anomaly. It would be safer to report the matter to Susera, who was also an S-Class ARC. She also had questions she wanted Susera to answer. Throughout Lian Xiao's account, Susera remained remarkably calm. Only when she heard about Teresa's attempts to merge her mind with Lian Xiao did she raise an eyebrow slightly. For now, use the stabilizer the military medical team prescribed. Tomorrow, I have Yan Mingling dispatch a more potent batch. As for the Imperial team's mind fusion, not even the military knows much about it. Susera said, the Imperial mechas have only been around for a few years, and their actual encounters with Alliance mechas have been rare. Therefore, many of the Imperial mecha's secrets are unknown to the military. But I prefer to call this kind of fusion of mental power a fusion of consciousness. At least the Imperial mech squads that Aurora's Cyclops squad encountered were all formed through the fusion of consciousnesses. The military has intelligence that all Imperial mech soldiers must undergo special surgical modifications. Susera watched Lian Xiao's pupils dilate slightly and chuckled, surprised? Don't judge the Empire's actions by the moral education you received growing up in the Alliance. For Imperials, undergoing transformation to defend their Emperor is perhaps a much-desired honor. Lian Xiao was silent for a few seconds, his mind conjuring up a vision of a larger brain, sliced open, and then kneaded together like plasticine with other brains. Even when out of mech form, are the Imperial squad still fused together? Susera nodded. Yes. She leaned back in her chair expressionlessly. You could argue that after the transformation, the individual consciousnesses have disappeared. Even though there are 7 of them, they can all be considered a collective consciousness. Man-made monster. Lian Xiao shuddered, as if that was the only word he could think of. Susera, don't worry, I report this to the military. The Alliance and the military are keeping close watch on the Imperial team. They won't have any contact with the Alliance team outside of competition. At the same time, a faint suspicion crossed Susera's mind. The Imperial team's attempt to assimilate Lian Xiao during the competition was utterly irrational. If the assimilation succeeded, the consequences wouldn't simply be the loss of an S-class member for the Alliance, it would also expose the Alliance to the Imperial mech's ability to quietly brainwash Alliance mechs they came into contact with, turning them into spies within the Alliance. The relationship between the Alliance and the Empire was already delicate, and the pro-war faction could easily use this as an excuse to provoke trouble with the Empire. After much reflection, Susera could only conclude that the Empire team might have a problem with their minds due to the fusion of too many consciousnesses. Lian Xiao then raised her doubts with Susera. Her question was, did something special happen when Teresa was eliminated? Lian Xiao remembered clearly that the announcements of Francois and Poincaré's eliminations were simultaneous, and that a full half-minute elapsed before Teresa's elimination was confirmed. When she checked the match replay, she discovered that there was no footage of this part at all. Susera tilted her head slightly, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Although she could find numerous flaws in Lian Xiao, such as his lack of ambition and good temper, she still appreciated his perceptiveness. When the tyrant was in a good mood, he would be as affable as a child. The first semester of my sophomore year includes an introduction to Zergology, right? Guess which deity is most important to the Zerg? Religious faith has always been a crucial component of Zerg culture. Lian Xiao had heard Gu Changfeng mention it while exploring the natural land map. Lian Xiao casually guessed the god of fertility. After all, she had seen the image of an egg repeatedly in Zerg-related locations. Wrong and right. Susera stretched out her finger and drew a trihedron in the air. The god of life, the god of fertility, and the god of death. The 3 main gods worshipped by the Zerg are a trinity. Zerg belief holds that these 3 gods are actually 3 aspects of a single deity, representing Zerg reproduction, life, and death. Zerg generally have long lifespans, and for most of their lives, their bodily functions are at their peak, preventing them from aging over time. Only at a certain point do Zerg rapidly age and approach death. Even the Zerg themselves cannot predict when aging and death will strike. But death itself is not a foregone conclusion for the Zerg. Susera said slowly, after rapidly aging, the Zerg face only 2 outcomes, complete death, or reversed immortality. Chapter 117. Immortality. What so many humans have spent their entire lives pursuing, yet to find, is a natural physiological function of another species in the universe. For humans, however, this isn't good news. Lian Xiao clutched the mental stabilizer in her pocket, feeling like her mental strength would be shaken if she didn't get another one. Susera's lips curled up, as if amused by Lian Xiao's expression. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's not simply immortality. Susera seemed to see through Lian Xiao's thoughts about resurrected undead warriors. First, the percentage of Zerg capable of reverse immortality is very small. Second, reverse immortality means that after death, these Zerg reverse their state of death, like turning the clock of life in reverse, returning to a state of aging, and then rejuvenating back to their original state of life. Lian Xiao remembered the egg-shaped pattern she had seen on the ceiling of the initial chamber beneath Gigant's lair. Egg. Lian Xiao's eyes flickered. So that's what those elliptical symbols mean? They represent eggs, and cells, and the lines that form the ellipse also symbolize the cycle of life from birth to aging. Born from the void, they return to the void after death. But for some immortal Zerg, their life cycle skips the small gap of death, flowing unimpeded. Born, mature, die, and then reborn. It seems you already considered the content of Zergology, which neither the textbook nor the professor explicitly teaches. Yes, the egg has a dual meaning in Zerg religion, signifying both the worship of their mother and ancestor, and the worship of these immortals. Susera picked up the unmingling cigarette case from the table, and opened it with a click. Actually, you already encountered Zerg immortals in the Tyanjida system. Lian Xiao was speechless. Protozoa? Not only had she encountered them, she even divided the Zerg's ancestors into pieces in the Tyanjida system. Lian Xiao scratched his hand a little guiltily. No wonder the S-rank Zerg in that Gigante's lair dungeon reacted so violently. No! Lian Xiao thought again, looking at Susera with even greater confusion. But the protozoa are too fragile. They struggle to survive outside their container, and killing them is easy. Does that count as immortality? And what's the connection between the protozoa and the seraphs? Yes, even if you gain immortality, you're not invincible, you're even more fragile. This is the price of immortality. Susera chuckled, and Lian Xiao vaguely sensed a hint of self-mockery beneath her smile. Susera flicked a cigarette with her pinky finger. Yin Ningling's pack was filled with her usual slim women's cigarettes. She continued, everything has a price. As long as they aren't killed by external forces, the protozoa have an infinitely long lifespan. The price of the protozoa's immortality is that they are extremely vulnerable in their dormant state, requiring specific crystals for energy. Any weapon can inflict fatal damage before they awaken. That's why the Zerg keep the protozoa under close watch. Both the Alliance and the Empire are very interested in the protozoa's mechanism of immortality. Research on the protozoa began as early as the Alliance's founding. Over the years, these studies have indeed yielded some medical results. The Empire possesses fewer protozoa, but they advance faster and further than the Alliance. The Imperial Academy of Sciences is full of unscrupulous lunatics. Susera said, having rambled on, let's get back to the Seraph. We can now confirm that the Empire has invested at least a significant amount of research results on the prototype worms used in the Seraph. When the military rescue team descended into the cave and discovered Poincaré, Francois, and Teresa, the mechas of the first two were confirmed to be completely destroyed. Teresa's mecha was also initially confirmed to be damaged. But just as the military rescuers cut open the Seraph and prepared to transport the core module, they discovered that the Seraph core module was self-repairing. Susera emphasized the word self-repair. I can't show you the specific video footage, but the Seraph core module was damaged by the explosion, and the connection to Teresa, the pilot, was exposed outside the cabin. When the rescuers cut into the core module, the connecting channel was growing, plugging the crack in the core module like a blood vessel, attempting to reconnect Teresa. Susera's expression was profound. Remember what I said earlier about the immortality of the Zerg? Under the impending destruction of the Seraph, certain mechanisms perfectly replicated the original Zerg. The tyrant sneered inwardly, raising his cigarette and lighting it. Just a replica? Most areas of this starship maintain a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, theoretically a comfortable temperature for the human body. Automatic metal doors blocked out outside sounds. Outside, on the ceiling, and beneath the feet, though impenetrable to the naked eye, active-duty mecha soldiers and staff from the military were on patrol, closely guarding the mechas, and the safety of the students and teachers. Rationally, Lian Xiao knew no other place would be safer than this starship, yet fear still sent chills down her spine, and she couldn't help but rub her arms. Susera used phrases like self-repair, and attempting to reconnect with Teresa. This gave Lian Xiao a strong sense of déjà vu. The Seraph was alive. A living mecha, it defied common sense. No wonder they deliberately avoided this part in both the live and recorded broadcasts. Perhaps out of goodwill to comfort Lian Xiao, Susera continued, in this case, the military would still consider the mecha eliminated. Of course, this phenomenon should be rare. Francois's mecha didn't appear. The current military consensus is that this type of mecha self-repair is only possible with mechas of the Seraph's caliber. This information will not be released publicly. The military will likely privately inform the participating schools in a few days, so that the teams will have a heads up for their upcoming battles with the Imperial team. But Lian Xiao was no longer listening. Not only was the conversation incredibly informative, but it also reminded him of another suspicious matter. The Red Dragon. She and Gu Chanfeng privately referred to the Red Dragon's rampage as unleashing its restraints. Gu Chanfeng himself had a clearer understanding, believing the Red Dragon's power was limited. To unleash the full might of this mecha, it had to relinquish some control. On second thought, was there some similarity between the Red Dragon and the Seraph? Lian Xiao stood up and said goodbye, casually walking a distance until she reached a corner where the surveillance was partially blind. She took out her mental stabilizer, unscrewed the seal, and downed it in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down her esophagus, and the mini taste in her mouth sobered Lian Xiao up a bit. Lian Xiao, if she doesn't drink it now, her mental power will really collapse. Questions danced in Lian Xiao's mind like bubbles. What was the connection between the Seraph and the protozoa? Was the Seraph alive? Could the Red Dragon be connected to the Seraph? And what about the fact that she heard the distant flute sound, and the protozoa awakened simultaneously? Lian Xiao raised her head. The cold light from the ship's interior was too glaring. She covered her eyes with her hands, her back pressed against the wall as she slowly slid down. Her thoughts were swirling, and her intuition told her that things weren't going well. She downed another dose of mental stabilizer, forcing herself to think. She sat there pondering for who knows how long. As her thoughts gradually cleared, Lian Xiao felt her brain's overload cease, and she emerged from her panic. These three questions shared a common thread: the protozoa. The Seraph's mechanism was suspected to originate from the protozoa, and Red Dragon 3 was similar to the Seraph in some respects. Although her own anomalies were always due to the sound of a distant flute, the synchronized awakening of the protozoa was also a clue. The problem was that knowledge about the Zerg was controlled within the Alliance. As a Mecha Major, Lian Xiao had relatively easy access to Zerg knowledge, but at her current level, she could only obtain relatively basic information. Lian Xiao didn't dare to show her interest in the Zerg too clearly. She felt a pair of eyes watching her from behind. Last time, she focused on research related to distant flute sounds. 1 or 2 papers, each with their in-depth and accessible perspectives, had left a lasting impression. Lian Xiao still remembered the researcher's name. Lian Xiao? Are you okay? Lian Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, a bit bewildered. Dizzy and hallucinating, crouching on the ground with her head lowered, she thought she heard Gu Chanfeng calling her. A warm, dry hand grasped hers, blocking the light and pulling it away. Lian Xiao instinctively looked up, following the hand's movement. What she saw was indeed Gu Chanfeng's handsome face, his brow slightly furrowed, examining her expression. Gu Chanfeng quickly said, "Excuse me," and placed his remaining left hand on her forehead, pausing for a few seconds. No fever. He selfishly wanted to linger a little longer, but his good upbringing forced him to withdraw his hand in time. From his vantage point, Lian Xiao looked glum, her hair a bit disheveled. As he pulled his hand back, Gu Chanfeng's fingers shifted, subconsciously pinching Lian Xiao's hair, then quickly letting go. The strand of black hair fell down onto Lian Xiao's neck. Fortunately, Lian Xiao didn't seem to notice his movements. Gu Chanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was pounding, his mind replaying the previous scene uncontrollably. Gu Chanfeng knelt on one knee to be closer to Lian Xiao. Didn't get enough rest? Or is it hypoglycemia? I help you get to the medical team. Gu Chanfeng reached out to support Lian Xiao's arm and help her up, his other hand loosely protecting the side of her head. Through her coat, Lian Xiao could feel the strength of his hand, the warmth penetrating the fabric. I'm fine, Lian Xiao said, pausing. But I want to talk to you. Gu Chanfeng felt strangely nervous. Okay. We can't let anyone else hear us. Lian Xiao didn't refuse Gu Chanfeng's offer of support and continued whispering. Gu Chanfeng had quickly calmed down from his frenzied state. The ship was equipped with surveillance cameras everywhere, except in the guest rooms for the various schools. But going to anyone else's room didn't seem appropriate. Go to my room, Lian Xiao agreed. Gu Chanfeng froze again, his ears slowly turning red. He hesitated for a moment before nodding nonchalantly. Okay. On the way back to the room, they didn't run into many people. Lian Xiao pretended to be unconscious the entire time, and anyone who saw him would only sigh that the Lianda team was quite caring about their teammates. Space in the Starship players' rooms was limited, and Gu Chanfeng sat upright in his chair, looking as serious as if he were about to have some important conversation. After entering Lian Xiao's single dormitory, Gu Chanfeng stared straight ahead. He was itching to see everything, yet he dared not. His gaze remained fixed on Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao recounted her entire conversation with the tyrant. When he heard about the Seraph's autonomous repair of the core module, and the connection between the Seraph and the protozoa, Gu Chanfeng shifted his overly upright posture for the first time. No matter how mythical the mecha was, it was essentially a man-made weapon made of metal. Gu Chanfeng personally doubted the theory that the Seraph was alive. Could it be that the Seraphim has mimicked the protozoan's response? Gu Chanfeng pondered, the initial surge of emotion he felt upon entering the room of the girl he loved forcing a considerable easing. For example, if it detects a mech's damage has reached a certain limit, it activates a repair program? But there's no explanation why Francois's mech, which was more severely damaged, didn't trigger the repair program. Lian Xiao pointed out sharply, pressing the point, did you notice anything unusual about the red dragon after it was freed? Gu Chanfeng was silent for a moment, practically acquiescing to the question. What exactly is a red dragon? He asked this question countless times. Now, the appearance of the Imperial mech has shed new light on this question. The Alliance has been conducting research on protozoans, but due to their limited numbers, the Alliance possesses only a few. I only know of 3. Gu Chanfeng said, 2 are kept by the Alliance Research Institute, and 1 is also in the Military Research Institute. It might not be easy for us to see it. Lian Xiao didn't pay much attention to the expected answer. Besides the protozoa itself, are there any other ways to get more information about them? Lian Xiao counted on his fingers. Papers? Confidential documents? Ask a professional? Lian Xiao opened his laptop and extended his hand to Gu Changfeng. I borrowed a few papers using your student card, and there's a professor I'd like to ask for advice. Out of trust and respect for privacy, Gu Changfeng didn't look at what Lian Xiao had done with his student card. At that moment, Gu Changfeng saw the paper Lian Xiao handed him, and, the moment he glanced at the first author, he seemed to freeze. First author, Zhu Fa. For a few seconds, Gu Changfeng seemed to be looking down, carefully reading the abstract. Then Lian Xiao saw him look up, his dark gray eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't read. Gu Changfeng's fingertips brushed over the author's signature. It's a bit difficult, he said softly. Lian Xiao, the author of this paper is my mother. She disappeared when I was 6. Chapter 118. Zhu Fa, senior researcher at the Alliance Military Research Institute and project manager. According to her resume, Zhu Fa initially majored in Mecha, but switched to a Zerg-related major in her senior year, delaying graduation. Then, there was a string of research achievements and career advancements, only to come to an abrupt end. Official records revealed no information about Zhu Fa's family, and Lian Xiao found it hard to believe that Zhu Fa and Gu Changfeng were mother and son. Zhu Fa seemed too lazy to take photos specifically for work. The interface the institute had kept for her still featured a photo of her with a mecha from her student days. In the photo, Zhu Fa, squinting her eyes at the camera, looked about the same age as Gu Changfeng, who was not in the photo. Lian Xiao still remembered how Gu Changfeng had changed the subject when he mentioned Zhu Fa at the correction field. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed, as if she had done something wrong, and she felt as if she would wake up in the middle of the night and pull her hair in frustration. Gu Changfeng's gaze lingered on Zhu Fa's photo for a moment. For several years, his father had been fascinated by various AI photo processing techniques, and Gu Mian had assumed he was unaware. In reality, during his adolescence, Gu Changfeng had stumbled upon an album Gu Mian had hidden in his bookcase. It contained composite photos of Zhu Fa. The first year of Zhu Fa's disappearance was the 7th year the three of them should have spent together. The second year, the third year. In the photos, Zhu Fa and Gu Mian, head-to-head, matured and aged together. Gu Changfeng stared at them silently for a long time, then tucked the photos away, pretending he hadn't opened them. Zhu Fa would age, just as AI technology had processed her, somewhere in the universe. This thought comforted Gu Mian and Gu Changfeng. I was the last person to see my mother the day she disappeared. Just as Lian Xiao flicked off his laptop screen, ready to change the subject, Gu Changfeng spoke. The disappearance of the director of a key military research project had caused considerable internal turmoil. Furthermore, Zhu Fa's identity and the research project she led were quite complex, leading to speculation that her disappearance was connected to the Empire. As Gu Changfeng began his story, Lian Xiao felt tired half-sitting at the table, looking down at him, so he pulled up a chair and sat beside him. It was just an ordinary day. Gu Changfeng smiled. Having given his confession so many times, his recounting had a certain brutal familiarity. After Gu Changfeng's birth, as previously agreed, Gu Mian voluntarily requested a transfer to a less busy position, returning to his family. In the 1990s of the Shanghai calendar, everything in the alliance was moving forward steadily and brightly. After the signing of the Atria peace accords, the people of the alliance heard no news of the Zerg for a long time. Relations between the alliance and the Empire stabilized, and everyone felt that the next 10 to 20 years, or even longer, would be a golden age for human development. Against this backdrop, outstanding mech soldiers like Gu Mian seemed, on a personal level, somewhat unlucky. Unburdened by family chores and childcare, Zhu Fa's rapid promotion was a natural progression for an outstanding female researcher. The year Gu Changfeng entered kindergarten, Zhu Fa officially took over Project R. Gu Changfeng was a precocious child, and his memories of his childhood remained vivid. After becoming the head of Project R, Zhu Fa wasn't so busy with work that she neglected her family, but she did bring more and more documents home to handle. So, on the day Zhu Fa disappeared, she also brought back some documents. Normally, I should have been at the kindergarten during that time, but something went wrong that day. The teacher in charge couldn't contact my father, so she called my mother instead, Gu Changfeng said. This was another point of doubt later raised by the investigators. Zhu Fa had never left the institute for personal matters during working hours. Then we went home together. I remember very clearly that before I fell asleep, My mother was working on some documents. After saying this, Gu Chanfeng paused noticeably. Lian Xiao had been holding his breath, unable to help but ask, Then Gu Chanfeng woke up, choked by the smell of smoke. Everything that followed seemed like an unreal dream. Little Gu Chanfeng had been well taught. Upon realizing the fire had broken out, he panicked and went downstairs to look for Zhu Fa, then immediately called the police. The first floor was the blaze's starting point, ablaze with vibrant flames, like fiery red azaleas growing from a glass vase in a home. Documents and books littered the floor, white paper swirling in the heat. Soon, the fluttering white butterflies were scorched by the scattering sparks, falling to ash. Zhu Fa was nowhere to be found in the house. Her belongings remained where they were, only their owner had vanished. Neither the surveillance cameras at Zhu Fa's door nor those on the nearby roads had captured any trace of her, nor confirmed any intruders. Missing along with Zhu Fa were the documents she had brought back. Because the paperwork on the first floor had been nearly completely burned, it was impossible to determine whether the documents related to Project R had also been destroyed in the fire. It was like a desperate scientist determined to abandon his research project and burned all important documents before leaving. But Zhu Fa's research was progressing smoothly, and she had no major mental illness. It made no sense for her to leave the soundly sleeping Gu Chanfeng on the second floor, and then set herself on fire and leave. Crucially, the Alliance and the military were unable to locate Zhu Fa using their sophisticated surveillance systems and artificial intelligence big data. It was unbelievable. It was as if she, like those documents, had simply vanished. 6-year-olds are easily misled, and Gu Chanfeng's testimony, repeated and repeated with tears in his eyes, was deemed unreliable. At the time, some investigators advocated for deep hypnosis for Gu Chanfeng, but Gu Mian flatly refused. There were many theories about Zhu Fa's disappearance, but as Project R successfully achieved its goals, and was eventually completed, the debate over whether Zhu Fa had defected back to the Empire gradually faded into insignificance, until it was no longer raised. Thanks to the strenuous mediation of Gu Mian and Zhu Fa's colleagues, the military and the Research Institute preserved Zhu Fa's reputation and handled the case as a simple missing person. Gu Mian and Gu Chanfeng insisted on staying in their old house, replanting the backyard with flowers. No one would blame a child who was only 6 years old at the time, but the feeling of helplessness and weakness at that moment etched itself deeply into Gu Chanfeng's bones. For years, Gu Chanfeng had constantly entertained countless hypotheses. What if he had remembered more? Would the investigation have been more helpful? Had he not fallen asleep, would Zhu Fa not have disappeared? These hypotheses repeatedly chastised Gu Chanfeng. Every time he looked in the mirror and saw the gray eyes he had inherited from Zhu Fa, he couldn't help but question himself. After recounting the experience countless times, either voluntarily or under duress, Gu Chanfeng felt something weighing heavily on his lips, wanting to confide it to Lian Xiao. What did he want to say? What could he say? Over a decade had passed, and everyone except Gu Mian and Gu Chanfeng had long forgotten the incident. When he occasionally ran into his mother's former colleagues, they would stare in amazement at Gu Chanfeng's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Fa's. Aside from Zhu Fa's research, he was the only trace of her left behind. Lian Xiao picked up his laptop and, with his head lowered, studied Zhu Fa's youthful photo again. Gu Chanfeng noticed Lian Xiao's gaze lingering on those gray eyes, and he turned his face away in reluctance. Gu Chanfeng really didn't want Lian Xiao to say the words he had heard countless times since childhood. Are they very similar? Gu Chanfeng whispered, half closing his eyes. Lian Xiao was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that Gu Chanfeng was referring to his and Zhu Fa's appearance. Direct blood relatives are bound to resemble each other. Lian Xiao organized his words and shrugged. Beautiful people always have some similarities. Lian Xiao held up the photo for comparison. Gu Chanfeng's eyebrows and brow bones were noticeably sharper. Upon closer inspection, he didn't actually look like Zhu Fa, but the similar eye color gave him a momentary illusion. Gu Chanfeng hadn't expected to hear such an answer. I shouldn't have said that, Gu Chanfeng. Your eyes are really beautiful. Lian Xiao commented seriously and objectively. Gu Chanfeng's beautiful gray eyes reminded her of all sorts of soft and cold images, like soft velvet, the sea on an overcast late autumn day. Gu Chanfeng turned his head, his pupils slightly dilated. He heard Lian Xiao say sincerely, I like it very much. Despite learning about the author's background, Lian Xiao found that this information offered little insight into the secrets of the protozoa. Judging from Gu Chanfeng's accounts and the military's subsequent response, Project R, which Zhu Fa had previously overseen, should be fine. Zhu Fei's disappearance seemed unrelated to her Zerg research. Is there really no connection? But even Gu Chanfeng couldn't directly access all of his mother's papers. Gu Mian had fought hard to keep some of Zhu Fei's paper materials and manuscripts as souvenirs, but the majority had been taken away by the military. Leaving Lian Xiao's room, Gu Chanfeng walked faster than usual, feeling a bit light-footed. He pressed his chest, feeling as if 100 rabbits were hopping beneath his skin. Unoccupied, Gu Chanfeng stared into space, lost in thought, and slowly laughed. He and Lian Xiao discussed and formulated several lines of investigation. They divided the work. One was to leverage his status as a direct relative of Zhu Fei to find a way to access more of her papers. Another idea Lian Xiao had come up with was that besides the Zerg territory, there was another place where one could encounter the Proto-Zerg, the Tiangita system, find every instance of the Tiangita system that might contain the Proto-Zerg and run it through it. Lian Xiao didn't believe he wouldn't find something. As soon as the starship docked at the Alliance's main star, Lian Xiao headed straight for the training center. The campus forums were full of everything, and he actually found a list of instances where the Proto-Zerg had appeared, though it didn't include newly updated instances. Lian Xiao had originally planned to spend the entire day in the training cabin, but as she was about to exit for a drink, Echo called her over. Lian Xiao, I must update you on an urgent matter. Echo's electronic voice remained calm, but the message it conveyed was less so. The Palm Prints are all on their way to the training room. I've been asked by the Dean to tell you this in advance, so you be prepared. Orin University, in conjunction with the Alliance's first military university, has filed charges against you with the Supervisory Committee. They accuse you of maliciously harming other players in the league and request your disqualification. Chapter 119. The incident in which Lian Xiao kicked Situ Xian into the water hole, leaving her terrified, was a hot topic online at the time and a minor hot topic in the rankings tournament. Orin had been prepared to exploit this incident, but the entire team was caught off guard. The shock the Imperial Mechas had brought to the Alliance was unprecedented, and the petty bickering between the players seemed insignificant in comparison. Before formally filing the charges with the Supervisory Committee, the teacher leading the First Alliance army asked the leader of the Orin team, "Are you sure you want to sue?" The Alliance had edged out the Empire for first place, and Lian Xiao had performed exceptionally well. The Alliance team and Lian Xiao enjoyed a good reputation among Alliance netizens, so he worried that his actions might backfire. Orin's teacher gritted his teeth and said, "Sue." This matter involved Orin's dignity and a significant amount of school funding. Seeing Situ Xian so high-spirited before the competition, then trembling and collapsing at the mere sight of water, it was doubtful whether he would be able to participate in subsequent competitions normally. The Situ family was furious about Situ Xian. The Situ family had a strong background, and using sponsorship fees as leverage, teachers like Orion had no say. The next day, the complaint was submitted to the Supervisory Committee. Just 2 hours later, a copy, word for word, was in Yan Mingling's hands. Yan Mingling pushed the document over, motioning for Lian Xiao to read. "Orion and the others have gone to great lengths to disqualify you." Lian Xiao felt the thickness of the document, indeed. The document was incredibly detailed, thoroughly investigating Lian Xiao's background, the omnivorous nature of tardigrades, describing the chaotic battle at the time of the incident, and concluding that if Situ Xian hadn't been lucky, the rescue team would have been dissecting the tardigrade's digestive system to find him. Lian Xiao flipped through the documents and wondered if Orin's fuss was a bit too much this time. "Since your dean is away, I handle this matter first," Yan Mingling said, with a rather unfortunate feeling of someone accustomed to doing the dirty work for their superiors. Lian Xiao had been accused by Orin, and as the team leader, he should have been held accountable as well. In reality, Yan Mingling hadn't taken it personally when the incident occurred. Mecha soldiers are known for their toughness, and Situ Xian wasn't injured at all. He was now focused on convincing the Supervisory Committee that Lian Xiao had no ill intentions. "Lian Xiao, the map was provided to us by Bai Chuan. She had already known that the water cave wasn't deep enough for tardigrades to inhabit." Lian Xiao muttered to himself, "Who told Situ Xian to be so vulnerable?" Yan Mingling nodded. This would undoubtedly make the matter much easier to resolve. Yan Mingling emphasized, "Let me be clear. If the Supervisory Committee only conducts an investigation, it's fine. But if they decide to hold a hearing, things won't be so easy to resolve." Yan Mingling's attitude made Lian Xiao a little nervous. She had no idea what Iko was talking about, the accusations, the Supervisory Committee, and so on. It was mostly baffling. If the Supervisory Committee determines that I intentionally harmed Situ Xian, what will be the consequences? Disqualification? Yes, that's the overt punishment. Yan Mingling uncrossed his legs and lowered his head. Lian Xiao suddenly sensed something was amiss. But hidden punishments have a chain reaction. The supervisory committee's decisions are approved by the military. Although you're only mecha majors now, you one day become full-fledged mecha soldiers. At that time, this punishment you bear will be very serious. Not only would they lose the league's platform for showcasing themselves, but no mecha team would be willing to accept a recruit who had already been disciplined by the military while still a student. Watching the student's eyes widen, clearly frightened, Yan Mingling sneered inwardly. Oren was determined to ruin Lian Xiao's future as a professional mecha soldier, and in doing so, to sabotage this Lianda team's chances of advancement. Don't overthink it. There's a solution. Yan Mingling consoled him. The supervisory committee's investigation isn't very efficient, and it's likely to drag on until after the second points race. Since Baichuan provided the map, the matter will be much easier to resolve. It's just a matter of frightening someone to the point of not knowing if they can continue to pilot a mecha. This behavior isn't out of line. Yan Mingling automatically ignored the Lianda University president's repeated warnings before coming here to educate the students. As if remembering something, Yan Mingling smiled. Your dean is very familiar with the supervisory committee. Don't worry. The supervisory committee, a temporary organization established by the military during the Mecha League, oversees all violations of rules and regulations within the Mecha League. The members of the supervisory committee all come from the military, and they serve as a vital arm of the military in managing the Mecha League. Lian Xiao took some time to look up information about the supervisory committee, and saw Tyrant's name among the published cases it had handled. Lian Xiao suddenly realized that this was the meaning of Tyrant is familiar with the people in the supervisory committee. Yan Mingling and Lian Xiao both believed that as long as the supervisory committee could investigate and confirm that there were no tardigrades in the water cave, the matter would be resolved. However, it was clear that Oren had no intention of letting the situation develop quietly. Just as the Alliance citizens' dispute over mecha reforms had subsided, new news arose. Oren had sued the United Nations ARC. Most ordinary people didn't understand the supervisory committee's function, and word spread like wildfire, until the internet finally reached a point where Lian Xiao was facing a military court. Students from the Lianjiao stir-fry community reacted strongly. Situ Xian is fine. Why are you suddenly suing Sister Lian? You're making a big deal out of nothing. When I watched the live broadcast, Situ Xian wasn't even scratched when he was rescued. So, isn't psychological trauma a trauma? Students from Oren University rushed to support their alma mater. Senior Situ had a bright future, but Lian Xiao is now traumatized by hearing that he's been assigned to a mech. It's all because of Lian Xiao that the Alliance lost an excellent mech soldier. Another key point, knowing how deadly water bears are, Lian Xiao had the audacity to push Senior Situ into the water. Senior Situ was lucky he didn't encounter one. What if he had? Wasn't Lian Xiao afraid of causing a loss of life? You're right. The Alliance doesn't need mech soldiers who disregard life. Students at the Lianjiao University saw this outrageous accusation, and that very evening, an unnamed student sacrificed precious study time to edit a video. The video combined Situ Xian's slander against Lian Xiao with Lian Xiao's two subsequent counterattacks. As soon as this video was released, female netizens exclaimed with delight. Great fight. I'm a little envious of this little girl. Fists are truly powerful. If I were half as strong as this little girl, I have already punched my dirty joking male colleague's nose out of shape, crying. Looking at this, Situ Xian isn't innocent either. Some of her comments made me wonder if the person who hit her was manic. TSK, Oren has a knack for distorting right and wrong. A neutral passerby silently remarked, no matter how you fight back, don't go too far. Don't create confrontation. Support punishing the perpetrator. Listen upstairs. Oren and the Allied First Army didn't expect public opinion to be as one-sided as they thought. But it doesn't matter. Oren has money, to be precise. The Situ family and the other forces supporting them are quite wealthy. So netizens found themselves in a state of utter deception. The videos edited by Liandian students were repeatedly removed and reposted, and they were silenced for speaking out for Lian Xiao. For a time, the internet seemed to only see comments supporting Oren University, making one wonder if they were using their laptops incorrectly. Lian Xiao, at the center of the storm, was surprisingly unaffected. His friends and teammates all expressed their support. Cesare had the strongest complaints against Oren. What do you mean? Cesari's complaint was quite peculiar. We also covered for you when you beat up Situ Xian. Why didn't Oren sue us all? Who are they looking down on? Gu Chanfeng offered a different kind of comfort. Upon hearing the news, he spent the night reviewing the previous supervisory committee meetings convened by the League. The probability of the supervisory committee formally launching an investigation is less than 30%, and there have only been 4 actual hearings. Gu Chanfeng added, unskillfully, don't worry. Lian Xiao suppressed a smile and nodded. It would take some time for the supervisory committee to issue a formal response. Lian Xiao calmly trained, cleared the Tianjita system dungeon, and occasionally communicated with the system in her free time. Since the league started, Lian Xiao's interactions with the system have become much less frequent. The daily shredding task has steadily raised Lian Xiao's knife skills to level 5. Lian Xiao reviewed her dashboard and ongoing tasks in the food system so far. Username, Lian Xiao. Level, 5, 36 out of 100, cooking talent level, 6 out of 10, with enough funds, you could open a popular restaurant and dominate the market, cooking skills, remarkable. You mastered a few challenging dishes that will impress. In the eyes of some diners, you become a master. Knife skills, chef level, upgradable. You're the best knife skills in the league, heat, intermediate, upgradable, can be stir-fried or steamed. Seasoning, sous chef, upgradable, return to basics, simplicity reigns supreme, and bring out the original flavors of the ingredients. Long-term mission, successfully graduate from the Mecha program, highly difficult, and become an outstanding graduate, create a miracle, mission reward. System daily mission, illustrated guide to the true art of Chinese cuisine. Mission, partially invalidated the legacy of Chen's restaurant. System daily mission, a good cook and a good swordsman, not mentioning the long-term missions. Aside from the sword skills mission, the remaining 2 won't be completed in a short time. Lian Xiao glanced at the reward for the legacy of Chen's restaurant mission with a wistful expression. She had a feeling that before she finished that mission, she already saved enough money to buy a restaurant in the heart of the main planet. Let's look at the basic stats. The 3 basic stats were steadily improving, with knife skills improving the fastest thanks to daily missions. The culinary system's naming system features a hierarchy, from junior to senior, then to sous chef and chef. Lian Xiao was curious about the names above chef level, master? Above chef is master, but the upgrade path from master onward is slightly different. The system replied. From junior to chef level, a chef's influence is limited to a single restaurant or hotel. But at the master level, being honored as a master requires more than just a few qualifications. Fame. Influence that transcends a city or even a region. Promoting and innovating dishes. Training and educating the next generation of chefs. These are the qualifications and responsibilities required to be honored as a master in Chinese cuisine. So, when you reach master level, user 1723, using satisfaction points to upgrade will no longer work. The system's electronic voice sang sweetly. The system will introduce reputation points. The more reputation points you accumulate, the faster your base stats will upgrade. As for how to accumulate reputation points, please explore on your own. The system was about to advise Lian Xiao not to rush, as she was still a long way from master level, but then it saw Lian Xiao unhesitatingly allocate all of her satisfaction points to knife skill. Instantly, the knife skill column on the system panel flashed with golden light. Lian Xiao, let me see what master level is all about. Chapter 120. System, How could user 1723 be so quick? Lian Xiao stretched his arms, but felt nothing. He took 2 more steps, but still felt nothing. Looking at the system panel, he finally noticed something different. Below the satisfaction level, new text appeared, indicating that Lian Xiao had accumulated a certain amount of reputation. Lian Xiao clicked the satisfaction level, and a system explanation popped up. The world's fame begins here. No matter what your reputation is, accumulate it little by little, and you can rise from obscurity to world-renowned fame. Lian Xiao thought to herself. This tune sounded like some martial arts online game she played in a past life. However, the explanation suggested that the reputation points accumulated here weren't limited to culinary skills. Thinking back carefully, whether it was her cooking escapades with Keyboard Brother and Chu Xiaobo, or her fame at the exhibition near the main planet, she had already unintentionally gained a certain degree of fame among the young internet-savvy crowd. Lian Xiao asked, "Does all your reputation points come from Chinese cuisine?" Not just cooking, the system confirmed Lian Xiao's suspicion. Anything that's known to the public counts as accumulating reputation points. At this point, even the food system felt a little jealous. The reputation points Lian Xiao had gained from Mecha in such a short period of time were significantly higher than the reputation points she had painstakingly accumulated for her cooking skills. After all, Chinese cuisine has limited influence in this era, while mechas are a national hot topic. System, Your cooking in the first two competitions also contributed significantly to your reputation points. The more famous Chinese cuisine becomes in this era, the higher the coefficient of your reputation points will be. And reputation points can be exchanged for items. The system patiently guided her, redirecting her to the mall page. The mall had already been unlocked, but the items inside had to be redeemed with satisfaction points or purchased with alliance coins. Being as stingy as Lian Xiao was, she naturally couldn't bear to part with either. Of course, the main reason was that she had no use for the items on sale. Looking around, there were limited-time culinary items worthy of state banquet chefs, blind boxes of rare ingredients, and items with special edible effects. There were even mecha items. But the quantities and types were limited, like potions that boosted mental power. Lian Xiao's current dream was to become extremely wealthy, so she could open her own small restaurant in the city center. And these couldn't be achieved by purchasing items. System, even though you don't need them now, maybe you need them someday. Exchange for items with reputation points, Lian Xiao silently calculated, and it was indeed more cost-effective than satisfaction points or alliance coins combined. Knowing that combining mechas with Chinese food would increase reputation points quickly, Lian Xiao eagerly anticipated the next match. There will be breaks between league matches to allow teams to adjust and prepare. Yan Ningling said the supervisory committee's work efficiency was average, so at least Lian Xiao could focus on the second qualifying match. Then came the supervisory committee's response. The supervisory committee announced that it had officially opened a case and did not rule out the possibility of a hearing. On the day they received the notice, members of the supervisory committee quietly entered Union University, bypassing Yan Ningling and taking Lian Xiao away for questioning. What is a surprise attack? This was it. Lian Xiao couldn't resist the military, so he could only follow, silently praying that Echo would notify Yan Ningling in time. The person questioning Lian Xiao had met her once before. Frieda von Gutenberg. Long time no see, Lian Xiao. Frieda shook Lian Xiao's hand cordially, even more beautiful in person than in a holographic projection. As Lian Xiao entered the makeshift interrogation room, he glanced inside. A scented candle was lit on the table. This officer, who had once questioned Lian Xiao on the Nevernight Star, still loved scented candles. Will the deputy director of Section 26 also be transferred to the supervisory committee? Lian Xiao asked after sitting down. Section 26 is primarily responsible for the review and approval of mecha models and mecha soldiers, which is appropriate for the job. However, Frieda's rank was high, so it shouldn't have been her responsibility to question Lian Xiao personally. Frieda didn't dodge the question. Because the military takes this case very seriously, Frieda said gently. Lian Xiao noticed her disarming ability. Both parties are excellent mecha reserve soldiers. We want to resolve the dispute fairly and impartially. Frieda looked directly at Lian Xiao. So, Lian Xiao, you can tell the truth. I understand, Lian Xiao said. I'm not a good liar either. Frieda smiled and began today's interrogation. After a series of routine questions, Frieda asked her first pointed question. Lian Xiao, what do you think of Situ Xian? I don't like him. Lian Xiao was very direct. I don't think anyone likes someone who spreads rumors about them. Frieda smiled. There are different levels of dislike. What's your level of dislike for Situ Xian? Lian Xiao said. Anyway, I'm not going to kill him. The reason I targeted Situ Xian during the league was, first, because the Oran players were already on our list for elimination, and second, because the organizers had a rule that any out-of-game clashes would result in reprimands. Doesn't the fact that I fought in the league prove that I'm a rule-abiding person? Frieda couldn't help but laugh. As we understand it, you eliminated Situ Xian in the last match and let out a sigh of relief. Why did you go after her in the second match? Lian Xiao said flatly. Because Situ Xian hasn't apologized to me. She raised her gaze slightly. From the moment she entered, she noticed a hidden camera on the opposite wall. Not only had his combat abilities improved, but Lian Xiao's ability to observe his surroundings had also been transformed. After all, throwing someone into a dangerous jungle can teach them to grow. Lian Xiao suspected that someone on the supervisory committee was observing and analyzing her through the cameras. So she raised her head and said to the camera, originally, Situ Xian's provocation before the match wasn't a big deal. Schools are inherently competitive. But he's using obscene rumors to try to discredit my efforts. The fruits of my hard work have been twisted into something based on a frivolous relationship between a man and a woman. Even after I eliminated Situ Xian twice, his reaction was nothing but fear. He never regretted or apologized for spreading rumors. Lian Xiao shrugged. In that case, I hope elimination will teach him what respect is. He turned to Frieda and asked, do you agree? Frieda's smile faded slightly, and for a moment, she was speechless. She truly couldn't deny it. Compared to Situ Xian, Lian Xiao was the one being bullied, expressing his anger in his own way. And now they're blaming the victims for being too aggressive, and for being patient, they endured far too much. It was then that Frida realized she had been unconsciously being swayed by Lian Xiao. As an inquiring officer, she shouldn't have empathized with Lian Xiao based on gender. Frida tried to get the conversation back on track. So you're trying to get an apology from Situ Xian this way? If he still doesn't apologize, would you consider resorting to more extreme and violent means? Lian Xiao looked at Frida with a puzzled look. No, Lian Xiao said, Ms. Gutenberg, if you investigated me, you know I once had an irreconcilable conflict with a certain group at school. I learned one thing from those people. They don't feel the slightest bit of apology for so-called ordinary students like me. The moral principles instilled in us from childhood can't restrain them. Sometimes strength is more effective than reason. Lian Xiao, I don't expect them to apologize. Being defeated again and again by the Earth's citizens they despise, with no way to stop them physically, must be more painful for them than an apology. At this point in the interrogation, Frida wanted to end the conversation for the first time. Lian Xiao made no secret of her dislike for Situ Xian, and even expressed no regret for repeatedly eliminating her. Frida had interrogated many people, many of them experienced and specially trained. Some of them would appear sincere and answer every question, using a carefully feigned sincerity to deceive their interrogators. However, Lian Xiao was different. Her emotional motivations and rational logic were both coherent. Either she was, as she said, a bad liar, or her coping skills were even more professional than Frida imagined. So why did you push Situ Xian into the water hole at the competition venue? After the first day of competition, we can assume you were well aware of the dangers of tardigrades. Frida asked the most crucial question. From Frida's tone and eyes, Lian Xiao subtly sensed a softening in her attitude. Tell the truth. She just had to tell the truth in this interrogation. After all, she truly had no intention of killing Situ Xian. Lian Xiao said, because we knew there were no tardigrades in that cave. We had obtained a map from Shirakawa, and they had a good understanding of the area. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lian Xiao noticed a change in Frida's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. The map from Shirakawa, Frida repeated, then shook her head in denial. She said softly, to be honest, Lian Xiao, we had already contacted other schools before coming to Union University. Shirakawa didn't mention providing a map to the Union University team. She's telling the truth. A few minutes ago, Frida and Lian Xiao's conversation was forced to end when Yan Mingling barged in. Yan Mingling's face was gloomy, and he was practically furious. On Mecha Academy grounds, a student was unexpectedly taken away for questioning by the supervisory committee. He didn't even learn the news until half an hour later. He didn't know whether to praise the supervisory committee's swift action, or whether he had lost control of the academy. It was a pity that he didn't finish questioning her. If he wanted to question Lian Xiao alone later, it would be difficult. Frida prepared herself mentally after seeing Yan Mingling's reaction. Even the part about Baichuan is true, said a colleague from the supervisory committee. Lian Xiao's suspicion was correct. The person sitting behind the micro camera was another member of the supervisory committee. Using the pre-installed equipment in this room, Lian Xiao's breathing rate, heart rate, body temperature, and other data were clearly visible during the interrogation, and the artificial intelligence then determined whether she was lying. Frida, one of Lian Xiao, and Baichuan must be lying. Colleague, yeah, that's right. But we can't really care. Honestly, AI isn't 100% accurate in judging truth and falsehood. You know, we have to proceed with this matter according to procedure. In some respects, humans are still superior to AI, Frida said with a smile. She recalled the first time Nevernight questioned Lian Xiao. The young man had lied a lot that time. Good luck, Lian Xiao. Frida thought silently. There are indeed many people trying to force you to withdraw from the competition. Whether Lian Xiao is innocent or not is irrelevant. What matters is that her withdrawal serves the interests of many parties. After escorting Lian Xiao from the interrogation room, Yan Mingling solemnly instructed her, from today on, do not act alone. Echo will confirm your location every few minutes. You must have at least one person with you. Xiao Liqing, Gu Chanfeng, male or female, any teammate will do. Lian Xiao was about to speak when Yan Mingling interrupted her. I know what you're going to say, Baichuan. Yan Mingling's annoyance was hidden. What he and Lian Xiao had thought was easily resolved was gradually derailed by the instigation of unknown parties. Baichuan's betrayal caught Lian Xiao and the others off guard. The elevator rose straight up, the cold metal interior like a guillotine. Yan Mingling, hands in his pockets, half turned. Lian Xiao, you better get ready. Prepare for the hearing, Yan Mingling said. Chapter 121. Lian Xiao shut his mouth. The elevator fell silent for a moment. Lian Xiao was utterly flustered, a rare sight. She thought this had been foreshadowed, and she had been overthinking things. The supervisory committee had been unusually efficient, suddenly raiding and taking her away for questioning, along with the person behind the miniature camera. Their attitude clearly indicated they weren't going to let this go easily. Lian Xiao recalled Gu Chengfeng's remark that hearings had only been held 4 times in league history, and in her annoyance, she gave a somewhat comical, inappropriate cold. It looked like she was about to break history. Lian Xiao, damn. It's probably not just Oren and the Situ family who were fueling this. Yan Mingling had recovered from her fury, but her expression had grown even more serious. Lian Xiao's withdrawal would only benefit the other teams, not harm them. Not only did the team lose an S-class arc, but the thorny issue was that Gu Chengfeng couldn't connect with Lian Xiao mentally. Lian Xiao's absence meant Gu Chengfeng would be disconnected from the team, significantly reducing the strength of this S-class main attacker. It was a perfect double-edged sword. Lian Xiao, feeling unusually heavy-hearted, turned her head away. I didn't expect Baichuan to deny providing the map. This was crucial evidence proving Lian Xiao had no ill intentions. She had assumed Baichuan's testimony would quickly resolve the matter. Furthermore, both Baichuan and Maxima had left a good impression on Lian Xiao, and the cooperation between the two teams was pleasant. Baichuan, known for his integrity. Lian Xiao twitched his lips. But Baichuan providing the map would leave a system record. How dare they so brazenly deny it? Lian Xiao asked. Didn't you pay attention to Baichuan's performance in the last match? Yan Mingling said. That was the area map Captain Baichuan transmitted to you, wasn't it? Maxima was eliminated in the battle against the Allied forces, and the mecha was severely damaged, even to the core module. Reconstructing the match data wouldn't be easy. Lian Xiao was completely focused on killing the water bears at the time, and he hadn't really bothered to remember Maxima's elimination. What about the Zhulong data? The center doesn't have the data record, but the recipient should definitely have it. Ha, Yan Mingling sneered, clapping his hands mockingly. That's the interesting part. Your dean followed the procedures and requested access to and retention of the Zhulong's usage data, but was told that after the match, the mechas underwent routine maintenance, and a minor accident occurred due to improper operation by the mecha operator. That's when the data was lost, Yan Mingling said gravely. He and Su Shaluo hadn't updated Lian Xiao on the situation earlier. It was because they, both of them with short tempers, had a change of heart and didn't want to put the students under too much psychological pressure at this time. Lian Xiao, that means neither side has evidence. If there really were to be a hearing, how would it proceed? Were the two sides arguing like they were at a market? The timing of the mecha maintenance and Oren's accusations was incredibly delicate. It just so happened that Oren filed his complaint the day after the data was lost. If it had been a day, or even a few hours earlier, Zhulong's data would still be preserved. They came prepared. Only a fool would believe the loss of maintenance data was an accident. Lian Xiao frowned. But could the Situ family's reach be so far that they could even reach into the military? Lian Xiao realized he'd been overthinking it. The military appears like a vast, calm ocean from the outside. Only when you dive in do you realize the undercurrent swirling beneath the surface. After helping others clean up their messes for so long, Yan Mingling felt his temper had mellowed. As he exited the elevator, he actually thought of comforting Lian Xiao. Don't worry, the academy won't give up on you, Yan Mingling soothed, unless we find an arc with a similar spiritual power level to yours in a short period of time. Lian Xiao, ? Thank you, I wasn't comforted. Soon, the supervisory committee announced, they decided to hold a hearing regarding Oren's accusations. The internet was in uproar. How did it get to the point of holding a hearing? Many netizens who had previously called for severe punishment for Lian Xiao expressed surprise. They were just talking, speaking up for Situ Xian, but how could Lian Xiao actually be disqualified? Of course, many also hailed this as progress in public opinion oversight, but Zhao Liqing dismissed such comments as idle talk. To make matters worse, the hearing date had yet to be announced. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy by the supervisory committee. Cesare rebuked. With the previous incident of Lian Xiao being abruptly taken away by the supervisory committee as a warning, they took turns working with Lian Xiao these past few days. Cesare, the next points race is in just over a week. According to procedure, the hearing date should be announced at least a week in advance. This doesn't give us any time to appeal. Lian Xiao nodded silently. A hearing would decide life or death. A win would allow Lian Xiao to make it to the points race, but a loss would completely end his chances of competing. Would the supervisory board be so shameless as to delay the announcement? Cesare felt a little frustrated, but Yi stopped him from saying this. No one could be more anxious than Lian Xiao himself, and Yi worried that Sasare's words would make Lian Xiao even more upset. Facts prove that the supervisory board still has some dignity. 9 days before the points race, the supervisory board announced the hearing date, exactly 2 days before the start of the points race. Shady dealings? Blatantly shady dealings. Lian University students are outraged. How can the Lianda team possibly train peacefully with this hearing arrangement? What if Lian Xiao is found guilty of disciplinary violations at the hearing? The Lianda team will have to compete without Fang Zhou. Malicious suppression, opponents fanning the flames, the supervisory committee abusing its power. Online, questions about the so-called hearing are endless. Not really. I'm a longtime league fan, and I can't help but speak out for the league's Arkansas. If such a promising S-rank team is disqualified over such a minor incident, do you still want a talented new generation of mech soldiers in the league? Longtime league fan +1 is completely bewildered by this situation. The number of injured players in the past, and the severity of their injuries, was far greater than today's, yet I haven't seen many players file complaints. How can you, the eldest son of the Situ family, be so spoiled? I made an emoji of the eldest son of the Situ family crying out in fear. Feel free to grab it if you like it. The online sentiment was completely different from what Orion had imagined. They couldn't understand where so many people were coming from to speak up for Lian Xiao. Were they trolls hired by Lian Xiao? Little did they realize that netizens, to a certain extent, admired the strongest. Lian Xiao's lack of skill was one thing, but she was S-rank and her team had beaten the Empire to take first place. What if the Empire overtook them in the next match without Lian Xiao? Could Orion bear the responsibility? Amid the chaos, some people were seriously discussing countermeasures for Lian Xiao's disqualification. Li Tao, what happens if Lian Xiao can't compete? This isn't a curse. Besides S-rank, there are probably some A-rank ARC players at Union University. I wonder how strong they are, and if they could fill in an emergency. Again, this isn't a curse. Ha ha ha, the OP has a strong will to survive. Personally, I don't think there's an ARC player in Union University who's better at fighting or cooking than Sister Lian. Sad. I remember the league allows substitutes, and each team has 3 substitute spots. The safest course of action for the United Nations right now is to find a replacement ARC for the next game, quickly integrate the team, and focus on helping Lian Xiao win the hearing. After all, win or lose, the hearing will affect the player's mental state. No way. Then Gu Chanfeng won't be able to play either, which would be a huge loss for the United Nations. Under this reply, many netizens were enlightened about Gu Chanfeng's current inability to connect mentally with other ARCs. Oh, this setting? Oh, hesitant to speak JPG. What's with all those people above reacting like this? Is it possible that Lian Xiao can connect mentally with other main attackers, but Gu Chanfeng can only have one ARC? Playful smile JPG. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. The tone of the serious discussion forum has completely distorted. What was not disclosed to netizens was that on the same day the hearing date was announced, a quarantine order was issued for Lian Xiao. Zhao Liqing stayed with Lian Xiao. She witnessed Frida and the supervisory committee once again, bypassing Yin mingling to take Lian Xiao away. You have no authority to decide to take Lian Xiao away. Zhao Liqing was furious, standing in front of Lian Xiao like a shield, glaring at the members of the supervisory committee. Student Zhao, don't worry, we're not taking Lian away without evidence. Frida said, according to league regulations, both parties must undergo protective isolation before the supervisory committee holds a hearing, with no contact with the outside world to ensure the authenticity of the statements made at the hearing. The supervisory committee is affiliated with the military, and will not abuse its power. Zhao Liqing said coldly, really? I think you're almost there too. She stared at Frida, showing no intention of moving away from Lian Xiao. Zhao Liqing didn't believe the supervisory committee would dare to attack her. Frida was helpless. She truly didn't want to offend the Zhao family. As she prepared to offer her persuasion, Frida and her colleagues from the supervisory committee saw the computer camera appear over Zhao Liqing's shoulder, pointed directly at them. The supervisory committee members sternly demanded to know what Lian Xiao was up to. Lian Xiao gestured for silence. I'm live streaming. The streamer you follow, AAA Lian Xiao Xiao Xiao, has started broadcasting. Lian Xiao's hundreds of thousands of followers on the Apu video network received this system message. Even if not all of his fans were online, the audience numbers were staggering, including those who had heard the news and had rushed to the scene. Everyone, sensing the sweetness of the melon, gathered in the room. The audience noticed that Lian Xiao had disabled the comment feature, so they listened quietly. Since the supervisory committee's quarantine is to ensure the authenticity of the hearing, then there's nothing wrong with me simply broadcasting live. Lian Xiao argued confidently, unless the supervisory committee wants to take me away today as part of a secret operation that's inconvenient to disclose. The supervisory committee members were stunned. You're all well-trained soldiers. It's been a long time since we've seen someone as unruly, disorganized, and undisciplined as Lian Xiao. A member of the supervisory committee immediately ordered Lian Xiao to shut down with a stern face. Oh my goodness, the live stream wasn't allowed to post comments, but netizens could discuss it elsewhere. Those who caught the live stream felt as if they had witnessed something truly extraordinary, jumping up and down on other platforms. The supervisory committee is forcibly removing Lian Xiao. This news instantly exploded on social media, and countless netizens, some of whom had heard of him, and some who had never heard of him, flocked to Lian Xiao's livestream. Frida felt a headache and wanted to rub her forehead, but she held back in front of the camera. Lian Xiao, it's not just you, Situ Xian will also be placed under protective quarantine. Frida said, the supervisory committee has no ill intentions. Okay. Lian Xiao said slowly, that's good. Then there's no problem with live streaming. Frida, it will affect our work. Why are you live streaming? Lian Xiao, I'm afraid I'd be killed by Oren or someone else while in quarantine. Lian Xiao seemed to think seriously about it. If that happens, it might be called an accident, right? Netizens, is that even plausible? But on second thought, Lian Xiao's concerns were not unreasonable. For such a trivial matter, sending Lian Xiao to a hearing is simply too much of an act. What else can be done? It's terrifying to think about it. Lian Xiao's words successfully sparked a rebellious reaction among netizens, and countless people began posting comments in support of Lian Xiao. The hearing was timed to coincide with the points competition, and now there's a protective quarantine. Is the alliance still a society ruled by law? Oren is bullying. The Situ family is bullying. Oren and the Situ family were vilified, and the teachers and students who had originally spoken up for Oren were forced to retreat and keep their heads down under such a fierce attack. Oren and the Situ family were frustrated by these remarks. It was as if Union University and Susera had done nothing. Why were they playing it safe? The supervisory committee members checked their watches. They couldn't continue to stalemate with Lian Xiao. Eco had already urgently notified the teachers at the Mecha Academy, and they were on their way. If the Mecha Academy got involved, it would be troublesome. The supervisory committee members exchanged glances, but before they could act, a voice interrupted. Who gave you the guts to come to the Union University and arrest someone? Susera strode in with murderous intent. Chapter 122. The tyrant descends from the sky. The troublemakers have arrived. Each of the 3 teachers and students is a greater headache for Frida than the last. Since her school days, Susera has been a notorious troublemaker, never giving face to anyone who displeases her. Neither she nor her family are people the average person can afford to offend, so they can only accept their bad luck. Susera stopped a few steps away from the supervisory committee, arms folded, and calmly examined each person's face. Are you taking Lian Xiao away? Why not take me too? Frida, we're just following the rules. I received so many complaints from the supervisory committee, and I never seen anyone being separated. Susera was blunt. Protective isolation? I think it means solitary confinement. What crime did my student commit that you're holding him like a prisoner? Susera looked Frida straight in the eye. Who approved this so-called protective isolation? Since you think it's following the rules, as Lian Xiao's teacher and a citizen of the Alliance, I have the right to know who approved it. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and everyone in the supervisory committee looked at each other in surprise. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing. So handsome. Netizens off-screen were also excited. It's been ages since I've seen the tyrant alive. He's been so rare in public these past few years. Listen, thank you, Lian Xiao. I'm a little relieved. Susara is still as impressive as ever, unchanged from the defense of Fort Rokinai over a decade ago. Still as imposing. The tyrant first gained popularity thanks to the Mecha League. Archaeological discoveries revealed that tyrant received the most complaints during that tournament. Compared to him, Lian Xiao is a real sweetheart, okay? The tyrant and her partner are a stark contrast, ha ha ha. Missing Fu Mingguang Frida pursed her lips, feeling immense pressure. Susara's request to know the approver was certainly legitimate, but she couldn't say it. She remembered that Lian Xiao's livestream camera was facing her from behind. Susara could privately learn about the approver through various channels, but the impact of internal knowledge and public exposure was completely different. Frida paused for a few seconds as she pondered how to smooth things over, and Susara seized upon it. The tyrant tilted his head slightly. Is it the approver who can't disclose it, or is it simply illegal? Under such relentless pressure, the supervisory committee colleagues turned their heads to glance at the computer camera, then at Susera, who seemed to be half smiling. They had clearly come to cause trouble, yet they felt like they were being squeezed from both sides. Frida knew she had lost her chance to counter the tyrant. The more she hesitated and remained silent, the angrier and more self-righteous the tyrant became, and the more netizens saw it as evidence that the supervisory committee was trying to harm Lian Xiao. The public's judgment had already tilted, and no amount of vindication on her part would do any good. Nothing to say? Susera said, then forget about taking Lian Xiao away from the UN General Assembly. Don't bother with the supervisory committee's protective quarantine. Lian Xiao will remain in the UN General Assembly under my supervision until the hearing. Please. Susera stepped aside and gestured please toward the door. Although Lian Xiao felt that the tyrant's please was about the same as get out. The supervisory committee had a bad start. After watching them leave, Susera tapped Lian Xiao's laptop with her finger. Why don't you shut it down? Susera didn't know what the brains of young people were like these days. They could actually come up with such an idea. Fortunately, the live broadcast helped Lian Xiao by some time, allowing her to arrive in time. Unaware of netizens' pleas to stay, Lian Xiao closed his live stream. Su Xiaoluo patted Zhao Liqing's shoulder and glanced at Lian Xiao, relieved to see they were both alright. Come with me, Lian Xiao. You won't be staying in the dorms for now, Su Xiaoluo said. Lian Xiao was startled. It turned out the tyrants I'd be watching wasn't just a gimmick to block the supervisory committee. She quickly pondered, and tentatively asked, is anyone really trying to do something to me? This was on the UN campus, in the rule of law of the Union. Lian Xiao, a good citizen, was shocked. It's not that serious. But I don't want something like today to happen again. Su Xiaoluo brushed it off lightly. And I can give you a lesson. Aren't you happy? Lian Xiao, I'm happy. The new dorm Su Xiaoluo found for Lian Xiao was in the dean's office, in the lounge next door. The campus robots made a bed, enough for Lian Xiao to stay in for a week. Lian Xiao was confined to this floor for the entire week until the hearing began. Susera was not idle at all. There was a training room on the same floor as the dean's office, and Lian Xiao's special training began that afternoon. Lian Xiao's S-level student card privileges were blocked, so Echo temporarily granted her higher permissions. This time, Susera brought out robots for special training. What is this? Upon entering, Lian Xiao curiously circled the humanoid machine. This robot was unlike the typical robots seen on the Lianda campus. Campus robots focused on functionality, rarely adopting a humanoid form. The robot before Lian Xiao, however, was essentially the same as an adult, save for its blank facial features. Sparring partner. Susera walked over and activated it. The next second, a palm wind brushed Lian Xiao's cheek. Lian Xiao instinctively leaned back to dodge, barely avoiding it. The opposing robot quickly grasped its right wrist with its left hand, folded its arms, and thrust its elbow forward, striking Lian Xiao's chest. Lian Xiao tried to block, but her arm went slightly numb from the impact. This thing was quite powerful. And although it was made entirely of metal, the actual impact felt no different from that of human flesh and blood. A fighting robot? A android? Lian Xiao dodged left and right. This thing was not only powerful but also incredibly fast, switching between attacks more fluidly than a human. Lian Xiao was dazed. If it weren't for its featureless face, she would have mistaken her opponent for a human. It's not an android. The Alliance has long since outlawed android research. Susera stood aside, watching the show. It's just the latest model of a fighting robot. But because its human-like capabilities are so impressive, it's not allowed into mass production. After a few exchanges, Lian Xiao discovered that the robot was accustomed to punching, so she tricked it into attacking her upper body. The moment the robot launched a punch, she bent over, bracing herself against the ground, and unleashed a sweeping kick. She used all her strength, determined not to knock the robot down. Sure enough, the robot swayed, nearly losing its balance. Just then, Susera tapped the control screen. You can actually switch modes. Once it regained its balance, the fighting robot's style changed, becoming as agile as a loach. At first, the fighting robot had been chasing Lian Xiao in the attack, but now the offense and defense had reversed, with Lian Xiao chasing the robot all over the field, unable to catch up. After 2 laps, Lian Xiao came to his senses. This fighting style. The more he watched, the more he seemed to have inherited the true influence of Senior Su Xing. More. Su Xiaoluo pressed the screen. The combat robot, switching to a new mode, pounced. This time, Its attacks were precise, crisp, and familiar. Gu Changfeng, Lian Xiao blurted out. Of all her teammates, she was the most familiar with Gu Changfeng's fighting style. Even Zhao Liqing had to retreat a few steps. Did you see that? Su Shaoluo said. Not only does it closely replicate human combat patterns, but its processing system can also analyze, store, and simulate the fighting habits of different people. Su Shaoluo settled comfortably on the soft chair and drank a bottle of energy potion. You fight, I watch. You're not allowed to stop until I say so. Tyrant. A true tyrant. Lian Xiao wiped the sweat from his face and resignedly charged the reactivated combat robot. Hours passed quickly. Lian Xiao collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Machines don't tire, but people do. Every time she felt her strength near its limit, the tyrant would mercifully press pause. Lian Xiao panted, her eyes stinging from the sweat running into them, her vision blurring. She didn't even have the strength to wipe them away, but she could still smell the fermenting scent of her own sweat. That's enough. We continue tomorrow, Su Shaoluo said. Lian Xiao was a little surprised. Turning over was difficult for her, so she remained slumped on the ground, looking up at Su Shaoluo. No mental training? Lian Xiao asked hoarsely. What kind of mental training? Su Shaoluo sounded a little impatient. Should we get Gu Changfeng for you? My dear student, your biggest problem right now is that your fighting skills are completely inadequate. You haven't practiced enough. Lian Xiao's growth was actually quite rapid. In just a few months, he'd gone from being a struggling athlete who struggled to run 800 meters in his previous life to being able to fight evenly against elite Mecha students. This was a miracle, a combination of his original owner's good physique and Lian Xiao's perseverance. But Lian Xiao was competing against a group of Mecha reserve soldiers who had been diligently trained since childhood. Over a decade of hard training wouldn't be easy to catch up with. Su Sera employed a strategy of intensive training in a short period of time to acclimate Lian Xiao's body to combat. Have you forgotten you're a dual cultivator? Su Sera said coldly. You just started with Arc, and you've forgotten you're an attacker. Why not just switch to pure Arc? Lian Xiao was exhausted, but he gritted his teeth and slowly sat up. In the last battle against the Imperial team, when Teresa attempted to assimilate you, I would have had a more effective response. Su Sera spat out 3 words, kill her. Yes. Another solution to a battle at the mental level is to physically destroy the opponent's mecha. However, Arc training emphasizes mental power over combat, and they often focus on protecting the team, rarely thinking of attacking their opponents. Su Shaoluo's point is that while engaging in mental combat, they must also fight in reality. This is the power of dual cultivation. Not only must you crush your opponent in mental combat, you must also eliminate them in reality. Su Shaoluo said, Lian Xiao, at best, you're just a marginally better than zero output for the team compared to other arcs. In a mental battle, your real-world combat power is lost. Do you have to wait for Gu Changfeng to rescue you every time you engage in mental combat? Lian Xiao pursed his lips in displeasure. The tyrant's words irritated her. Lian Xiao, I wasn't waiting for Gu Changfeng to rescue me. Su Shaoluo smiled. You may deny it subjectively, but this is an objective fact. The Lianda team is now overly reliant on the individual abilities of Gu Changfeng and Red Dragon. Gu Changfeng often bursts through dangerous situations, and in this regard, Lian Xiao has become somewhat invisible. Of course, every team has its core, and other teams might think that's fine. But Su Shaoluo's expectations of Lian Xiao go beyond that. Lian Xiao shouldn't just be a tool connecting Gu Changfeng and other teammates, nor should she simply play a supporting role. Her students should be like her, even stronger than her, the undisputed strongest damage dealer and core player. Lian Xiao, holding onto his chair, shakily stood up, staring at Su Shaoluo with unconvinced intent. She never thought she was inferior to anyone else. Then I use objective facts to change your mind, teacher. Su Shaoluo smiled faintly and grasped Lian Xiao's shoulders. If I can do it, then you can too. And when you choose to become a dual cultivator, you must do it. I wait and see. Lian Xiao took a quick shower, returned to her makeshift dorm, and began applying the ointment herself with a grimace. Access to the tyrant's office required extremely high privileges, and the school hospital doctors couldn't enter, so she had to apply the ointment herself. After more than 10 minutes, Lian Xiao pondered, looking at her legs coated in different colors of ointment. Such strong, toned, and muscular legs, but why did they feel a bit like marinated frog legs? Hungry. Lian Xiao opened the food system and discovered new items in the store. While awaiting the hearing date, Lian Xiao kept wondering if there was any way she could put herself in a better position at the hearing. The conclusion was that it would be difficult in reality, But she had a cheat code: the food system. Although the items in the system store had previously been quite useless, Lian Xiao still held out a glimmer of hope. What if someday a useful item would be refreshed? New item: Veritaserum. Exchange method: 500 reputation points / 10,000 satisfaction points / 100,000 alliance coins. Instructions: after purchase, prepare any frog-related dish within 3 days. The dish will automatically be infused with the Veritaserum effect, allowing anyone who consumes it to croak like a big-mouthed frog and speak freely and unrestrainedly. This item. Lian Xiao read the item description and immediately clicked to purchase it, generously spending almost all of his reputation points. If the Veritaserum works well, then the hearing will be much more favorable for her. System. User 1723, are you planning to give this to that school team member who lied? The gourmet system witnessed the entire situation, though its intelligence was a bit lacking in other areas, such as not being able to remember the name of Shirakawa University. No, Lian Xiao said, already forming an idea. I'm going to drug Situ Xian. Chapter 123. Lian Xiao didn't believe that Oren and the Situ family completely believed Situ Xian's story, and hadn't thoroughly investigated what happened. Furthermore, Lian Xiao was suspicious of Baichuan's sudden denial of their involvement. Lian Xiao was eager to see what Situ Xian, after taking the true serum, would reveal at the hearing. However, thinking of the dishes he was about to feed Situ Xian, Lian Xiao felt that he had gotten away with it. Frogs broadly refer to frogs. While not as common as pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens, many people in parts of Yan country enjoy eating frogs. In the south, frogs and bullfrogs are eaten, while in the northeast, snow frogs are eaten. Lian Xiao was someone who embraced ingredients and dishes she hadn't tried before. While she had a soft spot for frogs and bullfrogs, she had a good acceptance of them. She personally felt that frogs were more suitable for a late-night snack, similar to crayfish, rather than a full meal. For a while, Lian Xiao's favorite late-night snack was stir-fried frogs. The frogs stir-fried in an iron pan over an open flame are fragrant, their short, high-temperature stir-fry resulting in a tender, sweet, and tender texture. Coated with ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, the meat from the frog legs is cleaned clean, not leaving the crispy bones untouched. It's just the right amount to give you a taste of flavor, yet leave you wanting more and more. On a summer evening, a plate of stir-fried frogs, washed down with an ice-cold beer, and enjoying the breeze, there's nothing more joyful than this. The system's words brought Lian Xiao back to reality. User 1723, would you like to wipe your saliva? Lian Xiao wiped his mouth. The food system had no idea of the frog's allure. Drooling is a natural human instinct. The frogs in his memory were beautiful, but reality was bleak. No one in the Alliance should eat frogs, Lian Xiao said hesitantly. Outside of Asian countries, other countries are completely incapable of appreciating the deliciousness of frogs. At least, Lian Xiao hadn't seen them while studying abroad. After all, it's a culinary desert where crayfish have invaded and overrun the area, leaving the locals clueless about how to eat them. The system replied affirmatively, no. The friend who often provides you with ingredients should be able to get frogs. Lian Xiao sighed, expressing regret. If the hearing hadn't dampened his mood so much, reviving frogs and crayfish would have been on the agenda. Back to the point, Lian Xiao began to think about what dish to make to synthesize the truth serum. Dry pot bullfrog, stir-fried frogs, salt and pepper frogs, boiled bullfrogs, or hot pot with frog legs are all common ways to enjoy them. Lian Xiao also tried 3-cup frog, which, as the name suggests, is prepared using the same cooking method as 3-cup chicken. 1 cup of rice wine, 1 cup of special soy sauce, 1 cup of sugar and basil. With its balance of salty and sweet, and the delicate fragrance of basil, it couldn't be bad. Lian Xiao had read about a less common frog recipe. One book described a steamed meatball recipe using a mixture of 60% pork and 40% frog meat. The flavors of the two meats complemented each other well, so Lian Xiao suspected it would be tasty. After much deliberation, Lian Xiao decided to try a frog dish he read about in a book but had never tried before: smoked frog legs. Lian Xiao was isolated from the outside world, and after much negotiation with Iko finally agreed to allow Qianyue to send in the frogs she caught in the rice fields and the ingredients Lian Xiao wanted. Qianyue knew nothing about system items, so she arrived worried, wondering if Lian Xiao was stressed out and had decided to eat frogs. Lian Xiao prepared frogs for the first time. After persevering through, he sighed that robots still have their place in cooking, like taking over the task of peeling slippery frog skin from humans. Smoked frog legs are simple. Scald the frogs in broth until they're about 90% done. Line an iron pan with tin foil, add tea leaves and sugar, then place the frogs in. Cover and cook over high heat for a few minutes until smoke appears. As Lian Xiao lifted the lid of the pot, a stirring background music suddenly blared. A few smoked frog legs, inferior in quality but still quite tasty, already acting as a true serum, a line of words appeared above the lightly golden skin of the smoked frog legs in the pot. Lian Xiao blinked, then blinked again, only to realize the words hadn't disappeared. She must have been the only one who could see them. She wondered if the system had brought the game's food-making formula to life. As she touched the smoked frog legs as in the game, several more lines of words popped up in her field of vision. Frog dish a huge success. You have Veritaserum. Veritaserum active times remaining, January 1st. Note, food with the Veritaserum effect will not spoil until used. Great, Lian Xiao thought. She had previously worried that if she had to finish the frog dish within 3 days, she might have to give Situ Xian a stinky dose of Veritaserum by the time the hearing came. Although Lian Xiao didn't think it was impossible. Lian Xiao used a knife to cut a small piece of smoked frog leg. The same words appeared on this small piece of meat. The remaining number of uses was still 1. It seemed that no matter how many portions were divided, once used, eaten, once, the rest would become ordinary dishes. Lian Xiao rubbed his nose, regretting that he hadn't found the system loophole. Lian Xiao put away the smoked frog legs. The food items in the mall were more useful than she had originally imagined. They weren't items, but they were more like enchanted foods, allowing them to be kept for extended periods, and even granting various cheat codes when consumed. She decided to accumulate more reputation points, and browse the system mall more often. With Frog Veritaserum in hand, Lian Xiao felt more relaxed and waited patiently for the hearing. For the next few days, the participating military academies and the supervisory council were eerily quiet, leaving netizens unsure where to start gossiping. It wasn't until the day before the hearing that the specific rules and team rosters for the second round of the points tournament were released. 2 new substitutes were added to the Lianda team, Arc, substitute Jing Richuan. Sniper, substitute Zhang Lu. The release of the list instantly ignited public opinion. Is Union University planning to give up on Lian Xiao? It's hard to say. If Union University had 99% confidence in the hearing, they definitely wouldn't be looking for Fang Zhou as a substitute at this time. What's the point of the newly added sniper substitute? If Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng don't play, then the Union University team will be a double sniper and double armored lineup. The frontal damage won't be enough. Union University should listen to advice. There's no need to bet the next game on the outcome of the hearing. What should I do? I liked Lian Xiao before I started watching the Mecha League. Fans, I feel like the situation is very unfavorable to Lian Xiao. See? Even the Union University doesn't protect Lian Xiao. Doesn't this prove that there's something wrong with Lian Xiao? All those who accused me of being an orange troll before, come out and apologize. I don't know if Lian Xiao will see this online. If he does, I want to say that besides me, there are many people who like you and always believe in you. Looking forward to seeing more exciting performances from you in the league. Lian Xiao rubbed his eyes after seeing this comment, surprised. I actually have fans? Her Apu account had quite a few followers, and she occasionally seen customers praising her in the Lianjia Xiao Chao group, but she assumed most people were simply attracted by the content and the fun. Those fans who truly loved her were probably a minority. Lian Xiao couldn't imagine her falling in love with a stranger she met online, a distant stranger, and offering her pure kindness and trust. The precious kindness of speaking up for her, when most netizens were wavering, left Lian Xiao silent. Are you okay, user 1723? The food system asked quietly. It also knew its collaborator had recently encountered a significant challenge. Lian Xiao scratched his head and said honestly, I feel like crying. The system was silent for a moment. You had this expression on your face when you heard the news, and when you saw your contact messages. The Lianda team had added a new substitute, and as usual, Susera hadn't bothered to notify Lian Xiao in advance. However, Su Xiaoluo did it anyway, and personally informed Lian Xiao. Her purpose was, as she said, finding a replacement was a precautionary measure, and she didn't want Lian Xiao to suffer any psychological fluctuations. Jing Richuan is more familiar with the Ark's positioning, but his mental strength and team integration aren't as good as yours. Su Xiaoluo said bluntly, for the sake of the next match, I don't want to replace you. Lian Xiao nodded slowly. After training, she retrieved her laptop, and messages from friends and teammates streamed in. There were group messages from the entire team, as well as private messages, all seeking to comfort her. Zhao Liqing wasn't good at comforting people, so she asked her brother Gong Sun Hong for help. When she didn't get a reply, she scratched her head and started sending cute emojis to Lian Xiao. Their chat boxes were filled with cats and dogs sent by Zhao Liqing. Everywhere they looked, they were filled with emojis like hug, it's okay, and go go go. Lian Xiao couldn't help but apply the cute emojis to Ms. Zhao's face, and a smile welled up in his face, instantly easing away his deep depression. AAA Lian Xiao Xiao Xiao, cute JPG, Rose JPG, not content with cursing in the team chat, Cesare sent Lian Xiao dozens of private messages at breakneck speed, leaving him with a constant headache. Lian Xiao was about to click on Cesare's message bubble when a new one popped up. Gu Chongfeng's message was concise and to the point. Gu Chongfeng, Lian Xiao, I stand by you through thick and thin. Lian Xiao was stunned. Gu Chongfeng, who never comforted anyone online, had made such a seemingly effortless promise. Lian Xiao, clutching her laptop, could fully imagine Gu Chongfeng on the other end of the network, pursing his lips and furrowing his brows as he solemnly typed these words, his fingertips hesitantly hovering over the send button. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried after learning about the new list. Even though Lian Xiao was usually calm, seemingly rarely prone to emotional outbursts, she couldn't help but feel lost at having been prematurely abandoned by the UN. AAA Lian Stir-Fry, Hard JPG, that night, before falling asleep, Lian Xiao lay in bed, feeling both sad and happy that she truly had a group of good friends and teammates. The hearing officially began at 9 o'clock the next day. The proceedings were closed to the public. Members of the participating schools and a limited number of authorized journalists were permitted to observe. Early in the morning, the media descended on the hearing venue, their cameras set up. These reporters didn't have first-hand information, but the presence of attendees and their respective opinions on the hearing were a major spectacle. The Kitakami River members and the Union First Army, who appeared first, were subjected to varying degrees of media scrutiny. Time ticked by, and a sharp-eyed reporter spotted the Union University logo from afar. Instantly, a crowd swarmed over it like ants smelling rotten meat. The entire Union University team was present. The reporters were thrilled. What did this signify? Was it a display of solidarity, or a sign of the Union University's confidence in the hearing? Lian Xiao was surrounded, microphones hurled at him from all directions. Lian Xiao, are you confident in this hearing? If you're disqualified, will you appeal? Lian Xiao, I heard Warren has found a new witness. What do you think? Chapter 124. Lian Xiao, not really. There were so many people hoping she would draw, and everyone was willing to testify for Warren. The reporters pressed on, determined to pry a big story out of Lian Xiao even after just a dozen meters from the car. Lian Xiao, the next points race will be held on a planet near San Carlos, and we have to leave the main planet tonight at the latest. A reporter asked loudly, do you think this is a deliberate targeting of you? Do you feel unfairly discriminated against in the league? The pointed question was met with silence from the entire UN. Everyone's expression was a trained one, a clear no-comment expression. Before ascending the stairs, Lian Xiao glanced up at the building. With nearly 100 floors, the roof was invisible. The main entrance was wide open, as if a giant deep-sea fish was about to swallow them, tiny shrimps, whole. Lian Xiao withdrew his gaze, and Su Sarah took his arm around his shoulder as they entered the building. Despite the high level of discussion surrounding Oren's accusation against her, she was, at best, assigned to a small conference room in the building where military disputes were handled. A patrol robot escorted Lian Xiao away from the main group and led her to a square wooden fence. The appearance of the courtroom had surprisingly remained largely unchanged for centuries. In reality, the fence was capable of carrying high-voltage electricity. If someone inside lost control and attempted to escape, the high-voltage current would instantly render them incapacitated. Since Lian Xiao wasn't considered a suspect, the courtroom had a slightly larger area, and a chair was provided for her. Lian Xiao sat down firmly, looking up to meet the fearful and malevolent gaze of Situ Xian, who sat across from her in the courtroom. Situ Xian's lips moved. You just wait for your withdrawal from the competition. Lian Xiao read Situ Xian's lip movements and read out her whispered words. That's why Situ Xian was so timid, afraid to even speak out loudly about such provocative remarks. Lian Xiao changed his posture, crossing his legs towards Situ Xian. You don't know how to sit or stand properly. The teacher who attended Oren today mocked, this is the quality of the elites of the United Nations University. Situ Xian, on the other hand, looked pale but dressed neatly and stood straight, making a far greater impression than Lian Xiao. They were sure to win. The auditorium was packed. The two schools involved, Kitakami Chuan, Shirakawa, and the United First Army were all present. The media, who were allowed and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "This is such a stark division of factions." Behind Lian Xiao sat the members of the United Nations University, and behind them sat the members of Baikami Chuan. Behind Situ Xian, the seats were filled with members from Orin, Shirakawa, and the United First Army, plus members of the Situ family. The media were forced to sit behind Lian Xiao. At 9 o'clock sharp, the judgment panel took their seats. Lian Xiao rose with everyone else. The judgment panel would only be an odd number, and every member held a higher rank than Frida. Judging by their uniform insignia, at least 2 of them were directly involved with mechas. Lian Xiao stood straight. The cooling system in the conference room barely radiated a noticeable chill, but by the time you did, your hands and feet were already freezing cold. These 5 people were the key to whether she could continue in the competition. The judgment panel would decide whether she stayed or went. The judge in the center banged the gavel and announced, "The hearing begins." This hearing is a joint complaint filed by Orin University and the First Alliance Army against Lian Xiao, a student from Union University, for maliciously attacking Situ Xian, a student from Orin, during the Mecha League. If the accusation is proven true, the supervisory committee will disqualify the accused from the competition. However, the supervisory committee also reserves the right to review whether the accusation is malicious. Now, both sides will speak in turn. You may debate, but you must observe the order of the hearing. The team leader, Orin, stood up abruptly. "I must state clearly that this was a complete murder of Situ Xian. The United Nations, Orin, and the members of the United Army witnessed Lian Xiao, regardless of Situ Xian's life or death, pushing him underwater where tardigrades might be present and preventing him from surfacing. Situ Xian subsequently suffered severe post-stress symptoms. This behavior is extremely egregious and must be severely punished. You said there was only a possibility of tardigrades." Susera stood up, hands in his pockets, and looked at the panel. "My students knew there would be no tardigrades in the area long before they took action. Besides, anyone who watched the live broadcast knows that Lian Xiao had inserted a lighting device into Situ Xian's body. He really wanted the tardigrades to harm Situ Xian, but why went to such great lengths? If it were any other student, we assume she had no ill intentions," the Union Army teacher said. "Lian Xiao has a history of violent behavior. Union University not only failed to impose appropriate punishment, but also allowed Lian Xiao to participate in the Mecha League. This is a clear sign of management negligence on the part of the Union University's Mecha Academy." Before the Union University could respond, the representative of the Orin family also raised their hands and said, "We can provide new evidence proving Lian Xiao's serious violent tendencies and poor conduct." This testimony comes from Li Lindu, an A-level student at Union University. The representative's gaze fell on the seated Lian Xiao, and as expected, he saw him raise his head. During the Union University military exercise, his mecha was destroyed by Lian Xiao's excessive violence, causing him to suffer severe psychological problems and remain on leave from school. The information was dropped into the air in the center of the conference room, visible to everyone present. Lian Xiao lowered his eyes. "If I remember correctly, those who were expelled, led by Julian and Night Emblem, were either expelled or suspended. For ordinary people, it was a bolt from the blue, but for the descendants of these families, it was just a minor setback, requiring them to start over at another military academy. But if they later became full-fledged mecha soldiers, being expelled would still be a stain on their reputation, and the tyrant had deeply offended these families." The dejectedly Lindu in the video bore a striking resemblance to Situ Xian standing at the judge's bench. It seems Lian Xiao is a repeat offender. Orin, the team leader, nodded. The media began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that Lian Xiao really has a habit of targeting and destroying these talented individuals? Yin Mingling stood up and said, "I admit that it was indeed our fault for not expelling these students sooner. This allowed them to exploit their family influence and violate school rules, causing trouble for many Lianda students." Orion's team leader, a teacher, huffed and puffed. "Since you expelled everyone, of course you can smear these innocent students as much as you want. I think you're ridiculous." Zhao Liqing couldn't stand it any longer. He glared at the other side and shouted, whether it's Li Lindu or Situ Xian, they were both defeated head-on by Lian Xiao. Their inability to recover from the loss can only be attributed to their poor mental state, yet they're blaming Lian Xiao. Sorry for the inappropriate analogy. Cesare stood up and followed up. Young Master Situ is a lot like the kind of guy who gets rejected by a girl and then blames her for everything he's going through. A chuckle emanated from the audience. Silence. The judge banged the gavel. Cesare had successfully deflected the discussion, sternly reminding everyone present, no personal attacks allowed. The evidence presented must not stray from the main topic of the accusation. So far, everything presented by Oren and the United First Army has been personal attacks. Gu Chanfeng said, stepping back. Does proving someone's character is bad prove that all their actions were motivated by malice? Why then do we need the public security, procuratorial, and judicial organs? Why not just convict those you deem to be a poor character? Niwa Ling of Kitakami River raised his hand. Then, as an opponent, I can also prove that Lian Xiao has good character and is a good opponent. He smiled, defying the wrath of Oren's entire group, and sat down. What was Kitakami River doing here again? The argument had reached a stalemate. The judge then turned to the two men at the bench and asked, "Do you have anything to say? Can I confront Situ Xian face to face?" Lian Xiao spoke up first. The Situ family representative said, "The request for a hearing is rejected. Situ Xian is not in a condition to endure further provocation." Su Shaoluo listened with annoyance. That's ridiculous. Situ Xian can participate in the league tomorrow, but can't answer a few questions from Lian Xiao. Is Oren really confident in letting someone like him represent the competition? The Situ family representative was speechless. He knew all too well what kind of people these younger members of the family were. Situ Xian's role today was just to play a victim. If the mascot really spoke, who knows what he would say? The referee nodded. The request is reasonable. But you, the accused, only have 5 minutes to ask whatever you want. Then I'd like some water before we begin. Lian Xiao glanced at Situ Xian and said, I'd like to request some water. Only when he heard the supervisory committee approve her request did Lian Xiao's pounding heart slow down. Staring at Situ Xian, as he drank a sip of water, Lian Xiao felt the system announcement in his ears had never sounded so sweet. Ding! Veritaserum successfully administered. It has taken effect. Number of effects remaining, 0. Okay. After enduring Oren's nagging for so long, Lian Xiao had been waiting for this moment. Lian Xiao, who had remained silent and seated since the hearing began, suddenly stood up. What's your name? Situ Xian frowned, because Lian Xiao's posture was like that of an interrogator. But his mouth couldn't help but say, Situ Xian, are you really seriously injured? Second question. Situ Xian, how could you, a foolish, lowly person, possibly leave me with any sequelae? It was the university, and my family, who told me to make it look serious, so the supervisory committee would have reason to discipline you. The entire room fell silent. Amidst the stunned gazes, Situ Xian seemed to finally realize what he had just said, and frantically covered his mouth. What was wrong with Situ Xian? The media's eyes lit up, and they pounded away at their keyboards. His frail, polite demeanor had just won their natural favor, but was it all a facade? He even said it was Oren and the Situ family's instructions. After Oren University and the Situ family's investigation, were they certain I knew there were tardigrades in that area? So annoying. Those old guys are just so sorry there weren't any tardigrades there, and I wasn't hurt, Situ Xian said, his mouth opening and closing uncontrollably. Why don't these old bastards just come out and do it themselves? Situ Xian must not be allowed to continue. In those few seconds, the secrets of both Oren and the Situ family were exposed. The leading teacher from Oren University rushed over to the gallery, attempting to physically stop Situ Xian, but was pinned to the gallery by a patrol robot. The Situ family representative, disregarding decency, raised his voice, Stop! Situ Xian hasn't recovered yet. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The conference hall was in chaos. Those on the Oren University side were all trying, in their own ways, to silence Situ Xian. Lian Xiao ignored the chaotic chatter and asked, Why is Oren targeting me? Who else is targeting me? Situ Xian covered her mouth, but mumbled words still slipped through her fingers. Of course, we're targeting the United Nations. If we discredit you, the United Nations, we have no S-Class ARC. The First Alliance Army has always been on our side. Catofer also wants to discredit you. I heard that high-ranking figures in the Supervisory Council also. The word also was left unfinished before the wooden fence suddenly released an electric current. Situ Xian, spewing secrets, rolled his eyes and collapsed with convulsions. And there's the nutritional supplement giant Catofer, and the Supervisory Council's involvement. The media's eyes lit up. The matter was escalating. Situ Xian himself admitted to a deliberate frame-up, and that there were problems within the Supervisory Council as well. The media had no say at the hearing, but some still raised questions, though they were immediately escorted out by robots maintaining order. Who is this high-ranking figure in the Supervisory Committee that Situ Xian is referring to? Did the Supervisory Committee deliberately suppress Lian Xiao in this matter? The reporter's question echoed throughout the conference room as he struggled to be pushed out. This will definitely be the headline of the day. The supervisory committee persecutes innocent league players. The Situ family representative wiped his sweat helplessly. He couldn't understand why Situ Xian had suddenly gone mad and exploded, even though the situation had clearly been on their side. Even more troublesome was that Situ Xian had suddenly dragged so many parties into this. The Situ family representative looked at Situ Xian as if he were a corpse. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Water? It's the water that's wrong. He sternly demanded of Lian Xiao, what did you put in the water that caused Situ Xian to go mad and raving? The water was provided by the hearing. Lian Xiao spread his hands. But the point is, Situ Xian himself admitted that your investigation was thorough. I have no ill intentions to kill him. You can't produce evidence, Lian Xiao said. According to principle, shouldn't I be given the benefit of the doubt? Silence. The panel banged the gavel for the 101st time. Today's hearing had been a disaster, both for the prosecution and for the supervisory committee. The 5 judges exchanged glances, and the one who swung the gavel announced, the hearing is adjourned. The verdict will be announced in 15 minutes. Without a definitive verdict, the day wouldn't be over, unbeknownst to the supervisory commission. While everyone at the hearing was still waiting for the long 15-minute recess, public opinion outside had already begun to ferment. The media outlet that had been invited from the hearing couldn't wait to send out a newsletter. The headline read, Breaking News. Situ Xian personally admits to framing Lian Xiao, possibly with the involvement of Katov and others within the supervisory commission. Chapter 125. This message immediately exploded with comments. Top comment, before clicking on it, I thought it was some unscrupulous tabloid. You're legitimate media. How could you have fallen so low? This defies common sense. Could Situ Xian really be that stupid? This seems like sensationalism. Reporting. The Alliance's regulatory authorities have always cracked down on media outlets that fabricate false information about hot topics. The netizens who clicked the report button waited and waited, only to discover that the post was still up. What's going on? The originally skeptical netizens murmured, could it be true? At the same time, the originally 15-minute recess was extended to 30 minutes, and then again to 45 minutes. In the conference room, the schools and media outlets awaiting the results gradually became agitated, whispering to each other. They were all experienced journalists, and this situation must indicate a major disagreement within the adjudication panel, but no one could convince anyone else. Situ Xian was carried away for emergency treatment. The judge's bench on one side was empty, and the entire audience focused on Lian Xiao, who was dazed and twiddling his fingers. Are you worried, user 1723? The system asked her. The system had tampered with Situ Xian's bottle of mineral water, and the smoked frog legs on the system screen indicated that the truth serum had worn off. Lian Xiao was certain that even if the Situ family took the mineral water for testing afterwards, they wouldn't find anything. Lian Xiao, I did everything I could. Unless the supervisory committee is so shameless as to force me to withdraw. She said this, but she wasn't completely sure. Situ Xian was telling the truth. Someone in the supervisory committee was deliberately targeting her, and Lian Xiao wasn't sure how determined this big shot was to suppress her. Finally, the adjudication panel returned to the conference room. The leader gave Lian Xiao a deep look before opening the document in his hands. Lian Xiao stood up along with the others, facing the hanging alliance emblem with a solemn expression. In fact, she was so nervous she forgot to breathe, as if she were back in her childhood, when her teacher announced the results in public. The thin piece of paper captured the attention of the entire audience. The media wished they had X-ray vision, so they could know the result a few seconds before everyone else. After review by the adjudication panel, the charges against Lian Xiao by Orin University and the First Alliance Army are not established. Lian Xiao pressed his chest, feeling a sense of relief slowly building. The people in Orin and the Situ family couldn't believe their ears, their eyes widening. Back at the Alliance, Cesare was leaping with joy, cheering. Zhao Liqing was about to leave to find Lian Xiao. Even Gu Changfeng, who usually had a cold expression, was clearly relieved and smiled. Orion then received a second blow. The supervisory committee will investigate whether Orion made malicious accusations. The final sentence, delivered calmly, elicited a gloating smile from Orion's people. Due to the aggressive nature displayed by the accused, the supervisory committee has decided to place him under regular observational monitoring, with Colonel Gutenberg in charge. The supervisory committee's decision was simultaneously announced to the public. As soon as the hearing concluded, the media, lucky enough to be present at the event, began a race to write their drafts, each vying for the headlines. A minor conflict among military cadets had unexpectedly implicated the Kartover Company and a prominent figure from the supervisory committee. The media was eager to dig deep, hoping to uncover some gold. Does the supervisory committee not want to silence the media? They simply don't dare. A hearing resulted in a world where everyone was hurt. The Oren-Situ family suffered a profound loss of face, and the Katov and supervisory committee behind it were also implicated. Shirakawa, who had committed perjury, lost the good reputation he had built over the years. Yet, the supervisory committee, despite this pressure, insisted on placing Lian Xiao under observation, a puzzling decision. Not only within the Liandao Brigade, but also outsiders, were deeply dissatisfied with the supervisory committee's decision. I see, the supervisory committee truly hates Sister Lian. There must be something fishy going on. What exactly did Lian Xiao do to provoke the supervisory committee's grudge? Social media platforms are full of Sherlock Holmes, and netizens are brainstorming, even leading some to offer some conjectures. Everyone. I discovered a blind spot. Lian Xiao's greatest aura is his S-rank attack/bow dual cultivation, but no one seems to be mentioning that he's from Earth. Have you heard of Earth's curse? It's the fact that Earth has never produced a mecha soldier. Damn, a new idea. It seems like the Supervisory Council is behind the scenes, preventing Lian Xiao from becoming a mecha soldier. This means Earth's mecha soldiers are doomed. So, it was the Anti-Earth organization? A high-ranking figure in the Supervisory Council is also part of the Anti-Earth organization. Not impossible. Anyway, Lian Xiao can play. Looking forward to the second round of the points competition. I seen the announced venue, and it sounds quite interesting. Meanwhile, on the starship bound for the destination planet, Lian Xiao was undergoing emergency pre-match training. Because she hadn't confirmed her participation, she missed the military training for the contestants at their next competition venue. Now, Zhu Yize was explaining it to her individually. You should be familiar with the rules of the second round of the points competition. Zhu Yize swiftly entered the room, cutting straight to the chase without wasting a second. As the frontline organizer of the league, Zhu Yize had a lot on his plate. Lian Xiao understood. Very good. Zhu Yize simply pushed the laptop over, motioning Lian Xiao to look while she explained. Then I briefly explained the rules. This race will have a finish line in the center of the arena, and launch points will be located in each corner. The launch points will not be marked on the map, and their locations will change daily. They can only be detected from a certain distance. Teams will be considered complete only after they have gathered at all 3 launch points and reached the finish line in the center of the arena. Teams will be ranked based on their time. It's important to note the arena itself, Mirror Palace. The second points race was held in the snowy region at the edge of the league, the same region where San Carlos is located. However, the planet where the race was held was even more remote. It was said that the surface there was perpetually covered in unmelting ice and thick snow. Lian Xiao swiped left on the image on his laptop. This planet, called Mecha, was only 3 colors, white, blue, and black. The white represented the ice and snowfields, the blue the unfrozen sea, and the jet-black mountains snaked through the vast expanse of white. Zhu Yize pointed to the location of the competition venue on the thumbnail image of Mecha. From the ice fields to the mountains, that's the competition area. Lian Xiao squinted. The mountains, seemingly shorter than her fingertip on the thumbnail, were probably 3,000 or 4,000 meters high. A silvery, indistinct structure stretched from the ice field to the mountaintop. This building is the Mirror Palace, Zhu Yize said. The Mirror Palace was built by the Zerg. Lian Xiao looked up in surprise. It was the first time she had seen anything related to the Zerg within the Alliance. Seeing Lian Xiao didn't seem to understand, Zhu Yize quickly explained some additional details, even though he was in a hurry. The Snowfields is the northernmost region of the Alliance, and it developed slowly after the Alliance was founded. Necker was once occupied by the Zerg, but after the First War, the Zerg withdrew from Nika. The Mirror Palace is one of the rare and well-preserved Zerg structures we can find. Setting the league venue here. Lian Xiao hissed, what if the Mirror Palace is destroyed during a match? Zerg structures are still very valuable for research. This is what I need to remind every player. Zhu Yize said, the Mirror Palace has been excavated and studied for decades. Alliance researchers are confident they have thoroughly understood it, which is why we agreed to the military's request to use it as a competition venue. Some damage caused by your battle is acceptable. But be careful during the match, and report any new discoveries immediately. Zhu Yize pushed his chair aside and stood up, leaving the laptop with Lian Xiao. There's still some information about the Mirror Palace in it. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. With that, Zhu Yize hurried away. Lian Xiao finished reading the document alone. The gigant lair Lian Xiao had seen in the Tiangita system was awe-inspiring, but the Zerg-built Mirror Palace held a different kind of beauty. The document described the mirror palace as more like a maze made of countless glass lenses. When scientists first began studying it, they often got lost between the mirrors. On a moonlit night, the moonlight shone on the snow, and the countless mirrors reflected the snow, making the entire mirror palace sparkle like diamonds. The Zerg had designed an intricate internal structure, with mirrors positioned and angled precisely to reflect various natural light sources. Even walking inside the mirror palace, illuminated by the snow, without the need for lighting equipment, Lian Xiao pondered for a long time. It felt like this points race, despite the harsh conditions of extreme cold, wasn't nearly as challenging or demanding as the previous one. It was this very match map. Lian Xiao raised her laptop above her head, looking up at the mirror palace, which resembled a fairy tale ice palace that made her a little concerned. It seemed as if ever since she heard the distant flute, the Zerg had been everywhere. Lian Xiao could only silently hope that everything would be as simple and smooth as she had imagined. When the starship carrying the 5 teams arrived on Nika, the home team, San Carlos, was already at a nearby base. As soon as she stepped out of the starship, Lian Xiao shivered violently. Outside, heavy snow fell, the dense flakes barely making out the outline of the base in the distance. Cesare, standing beside her, was about to ask what the weather was like, but a gust of wind and snow silenced him. Everyone, wearing thick winter clothing, followed their instructor, trudging through the snow toward the base. Poincaré seemed surprisingly calm at this moment. While everyone else stumbled as they pulled themselves out of the knee-deep snow, he walked on as if on flat ground. Cesare spat out snow and shouted, "Holy crap! Is this the racial innate talent of you Snow Plains people? Yi Yin, do you sled to school in winter? Zhao Liqing, I heard you guys have been killing bears in the snow shirtless, since you were little?" Gu Changfeng said calmly. Petrov's laptop wallpaper seems to be a picture of him and a black bear. Lian Xiao, ? What kind of fighting nation is this? Most citizens of the Alliance's Snow Plains region have high noses, deep eyes, and strong builds. Lian Xiao suspects they must have some Slavic ancestry. Once inside the base, things felt better. The heating was on, and the snow that had fallen on them began to melt and drip. In just a few minutes, Lian Xiao was already freezing. He shivered and moved around like an old man, trying to warm himself up quickly. She was wrong. This competition was far from easy. Extremely low temperatures were the biggest enemy. Yin Ningling checked the weather forecast for the next 72 hours. Tomorrow's competition will be no better than tonight's. The temperature may even drop. Be prepared. The lower the temperature, the higher the requirements for cold weather protection for the mechas. Meanwhile, energy consumption is bound to be faster than normal, a test for both the pilots and the mechas. Yi Yin shivered, unable to form complete sentences. So we might still have to climb the snowy mountain in the blizzard? Half of the Mirror Palace was built on the mountainside, with the highest point at the summit. Yes, Yin Mingling said, a rare expression of sympathy. But I suggest you wait 24 hours, that is, until daylight the next day, before exploring the snowy mountain section. The weather forecast says there will be a few hours of clear skies that day. Cesare, the Imperial mechas can fly, so shouldn't they be able to fly up there? The others nodded. Theoretically, that's right. It would be infinitely faster than climbing the mountain for them. Cesare roared in anger. And San Carlos, Zhao Liqing whispered. Among the shivering cadets near the radiator, the San Carlos team members, sitting upright, stood out, some even wearing short-sleeved shirts. They're truly immune to the cold. Both schools have natural advantages. The teams rested at the base for the night. The next day, the points competition officially began amidst the snow and wind. Hello everyone, welcome to the second Mech League points race. Xian Zheng, in front of the camera, was in high spirits. He watched the large snowflakes brushing past the lens and joked, auspicious snow promises a good harvest. I wonder what the teams are feeling playing in such weather. The teams took up positions at different entrances to the Mirror Palace in their mechas. The whistle sounded, and the match began. Chapter 126. After walking for a while inside the Mirror Palace, Lian Xiao finally understood why the maps provided for this competition weren't as precise as usual. The Mirror Palace's structure was incredibly complex. The corridors and spaces connected in a chaotic manner. When they emerged from a space adorned with mirror fragments, they discovered another large space nested outside. Pushing open the revolving mirror door, they discovered a corridor branching like branches, with no end in sight. And above them, there were small, movable doors. To make matters worse, mirrors covered every direction. Ordinary mirrors, mirrors that stretched images like slender ghosts, mirrors that curved and wavy, and even mirrors beneath their feet. Whenever they passed by, Dozens of teams identical to their own would pass by in the mirrors. Over time, it was easy to develop the uncanny illusion of being followed and monitored, and their nerves kept tensing and relaxing. At first, Cesare was carefree, using every mirror he passed to admire his mech. But then, while striking a cool pose in front of one mirror, he caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily approaching through another. Reflexively, he whipped his gun and turned. Su Xing, innocently targeted, jumped in surprise. "What are you doing?" Cesare awkwardly lowered his gun. The mirror's misaligned images could easily lead to misjudgment and injury to teammates. After just a short walk, Lian Xiao felt a little overwhelmed. The pervasive, encroaching cold was one factor, and the confined space filled with mirrors was another, gradually causing mental strain. She felt suffocated and wanted to shatter the mirrors, break free. Other people shared similar feelings. The camera followed, and soon the audience began to retreat, claiming they were uncomfortable with the sight. "I finally know what it's like to feel sick just looking at myself." One commenter said that even the most attractive person wouldn't be able to stand wandering around the mirror palace for a while, let alone someone like me with flawed looks. "This hurts, buddy. Please retract this. I don't think looking at handsome men and beautiful women makes me sick. Gu Changfeng, Xiao Wuyu, and the entire San Carlos Empire, please look in the mirror more often." The vast mirror palace was silent except for the clatter of the Union Squadron's mechas treading on the ground. "I'm a little curious why the Zerg built the mirror palace," Yin said. He looked thoughtfully around the space, which was empty except for the mirrors. "There's no sign of activity, and if you break down every part of the building, you can actually see traces of human architecture." Gu Changfeng agreed. "Indeed. It doesn't look like a typical Zerg building." Although the construction logic of the mirror palace was inexplicable, something even a sleepwalking human wouldn't be able to design, the square corridors and rooms didn't actually suit Zerg needs. Lian Xiao recalled the only Zerg city he had ever seen, Gigantic's Nest. These spherical nests in the sky were suitable for flying Zerg, accommodating multiple Zergs to build a nest together. The thin wires connecting them were actually flexible, yet durable pipes, making it easier for some crawling Zerg to move about. Whether it was typical Zerg architecture depended on whether the creatures that built it thought like Zerg. Xian Zheng interrupted with commentary. "The venue for this competition is called the Mirror Palace. Most viewers may not have heard of it. It's the most complete, possibly Zerg-like structure still standing in the Alliance. This tournament is truly a grand occasion. However, Zerg-related explanations should be left to professionals," Xian Zheng said, his camera framing the scene. "Please welcome Professor Li, our renowned Zergologist. Could you please give us a brief introduction?" Considering that this competition might feature some Zerg-related content, the organizers specifically contacted Professor Li from Alliance University, in addition to Xian Zheng. He was connecting with Xian Zheng via video link from the base, where the team members had rested the previous night. "Professor Li, it's currently generally accepted in academia that the Mirror Palace was built by the Zerg. We've been studying the Mirror Palace for over a decade and have completed a 1-to-1 digital reconstruction. However, there's no consensus on its purpose. Personally, I believe it's a Zerg mining site." Ever so humbly seeking advice from such academic experts, Xian Zheng never interrupted. "Are you suggesting that there are mineral resources beneath the ice sheets and snowy mountains?" Seeing Professor Li shut up, Xian Zheng asked. Professor Li's tone was calm and composed, as if he were teaching a class. "Yes. However, it can be inferred that the mineral resources have long been depleted, otherwise the Zerg wouldn't have abandoned this place." Professor Li didn't specify what the Zerg were digging for, as disclosing it to the public would be risky. He decided to keep it to himself. "Okay, let's get back to the game," Xian Zheng said. "None of the team's exploration progress is very fast, except for San Carlos. All teams are also showing some slight signs of acclimatization, except for San Carlos. The extreme cold is San Carlos's turf. Oh, and Augustus College. They're firing on the roof." The other teams were somewhat considerate of the fact that this building was of research value, but to the Empire, it wasn't theirs, so they didn't care if it was damaged or not. The Archangel, a mech one level higher than the Seraph, aimed at a fixed point on the ceiling, gathering energy and firing. With a click, only a crack appeared on the mirror. The Archangel waited 2 seconds before firing again. The Imperial mechs huddled within the mirrored space were like a school of buoyant fish, waiting for the artillery fire to blast their way to fresh air. Both the mirror and the Mirror Palace were supposedly fragile and delicate structures, but blasting through the ceiling proved difficult for the Imperial mechs. The hole they could create was only wide enough for one winged mech to pass through. Francois walked ahead, but quickly retreated. There was another cramped space above. If they tried to blast through the wall, either the ammunition would impact the mechs, or they would be buried in the mezzanine by the entire collapsed ceiling. This design seemed to be a precaution against the creatures inside breaking through the mirror palace and escaping. Is it a coincidence? The 7 brains of the Imperial team pondered simultaneously. Even further away, the Lianda team, armed with a map, searched each space as best they could, marking any forks in the road and avoiding backtracking. The people within the mirror palace also had a distorted sense of time. Even though only half a day had passed, Lian Xiao felt like he had been walking for ages. Finally, after passing the outer perimeter of the mirror palace and entering its interior, the Lianda team made a new discovery. A cave? This cave entrance was discovered by Zhao Liqing by accident. Normally, the Lianda team would have passed by this spacious space, but Zhao Liqing hit a switch, and the mirrors collapsed, revealing the rock and cave entrance beneath. Cesare glanced at the cave entrance, then turned and gave Lian Xiao a thumbs up. How did you find this? Amazing. Zhao Liqing. Because of the different levels of wear? Zhao Liqing was a man who took everything very seriously. From the moment he realized there was a space above them, he wondered if there might be another hidden space beneath the mirror palace. With a hunch, she meticulously observed the path beneath her feet, and she actually found it. Yi Yin shone the light downward, only to see it disappear into the incomparably deep darkness. Out of caution, he hesitated to throw a flashlight into the cave. It's not naturally formed. No analysis was needed. Traces of unnatural excavation and polishing were immediately apparent. All that was visible was permafrost, with a faint glimpse of sedimentary rock, but nothing could be seen below. The Alliance team gathered around the cave entrance, perplexed. Should they go down? What might be down there? Most importantly, had the organizers hidden the launch site down there? I know what it is. At this moment, Poincaré clapped his hands. It's a mine. He raised his hands to his teammates, who were turning their heads. Although he couldn't see the expressions of the people in the core module, Poincaré guessed that they were all filled with how do you know. It's a legend circulating in our snowfields. It's said that decades ago, the Zerg dug around nearby planets in search of gold, Poincaré said. Cesare, gold isn't something the Zerg really crave. So what kind of mineral deposits would the Zerg be searching for here? They instantly realized that for the Zerg, the most important energy sources are mithril and crimson liquid. Underneath the Palace of Mirrors are likely depleted mines of these two energy sources. The audience heard Poincaré say this on the channel. Seeing the Alliance team decide to descend the shaft, they couldn't help but sigh. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? People outside the snow plains haven't likely heard of this. Who could have guessed that the flashy Mirror Palace was actually a mine? I'm from the snow plains, and I never heard of this. Not only did the Alliance team discover the shaft, but San Carlos and Kitakami Chuan also did. The former went down without hesitation, while the latter played it safe and left. This is the difference between understanding the context and not understanding it. Is it an abandoned mining site down there? That feels a bit dangerous. No, didn't you hear Professor Lee say that the Alliance has been studying the Mirror Palace for over a decade? Surely what should have been discovered would have been discovered long ago. There's nothing dangerous. But looking at that dark, deep hole still scares me. Typically, vertical shafts at mining sites like these, used to transport excavated waste materials, have a shaft elevator. However, the Lian Xiao team searched the entire room for switches, but there was no movement deep in the shaft. They wondered if the elevator was malfunctioning, or if it wasn't there at all. They wanted to explore what lay below, so they could only climb down using ropes. The problem was that the shaft's diameter was awkward for mechas, so the Lian Xiao team had to descend one by one. It's okay, Gu Chanfeng reassured his teammates. Whether it's mithril or crimson liquid, the normal location isn't too far from the surface. This mine isn't hundreds of meters deep, so the ropes are plenty long enough. Before descending, Lian Xiao took one last look at the spectacle palace. Countless mirrors reflected Zhu Long preparing to descend. Lian Xiao resisted the glare of the mirrors and plunged into the darkness of the shaft. Depressing. The shaft was deathly silent, its illumination limited. Above and below lay a thick, impenetrable darkness, as if she and Zhu Long were suspended between heaven and earth. Lian Xiao felt that this competition venue brought an extremely oppressive feeling to humanity. Whether it was the disorienting mirrors or the claustrophobic, long mine shaft, they all made her want to rush out of the building. Luckily, after descending a short distance, the shaft wall was covered with metal plates, and the Lianda team found sturdy handrails for climbing up and down. What's going on? Cesare said, climbing a distance below Lian Xiao. The handrails are too small for the Zerg. Lian Xiao, the Zerg don't need handrails to enter and exit the shaft. Lian Xiao didn't finish his words, when he suddenly realized they had fallen into a blind spot. The handrails in the shaft were clearly not for the Zerg. So, what creatures would have climbed up and down the shaft the most back then? Just then, something seemed to pass by Zhulong's eyes, like something painted on the metal wall of the shaft. Meanwhile, Zhao Liqing, walking in the front, said in the Tower of Babel, "Good news, we just detected the transmitter signal." The transmitter had indeed been placed at the mining site by the organizers. Chapter 127. The signal from the launch point has a limited range. The fact that it can be detected proves that the Alliance team is not far from the launch point. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they began to speed up their descent. Lian Xiao said hello to Yi Yin, who was behind her, and hurried back a few steps to confirm what was on the shaft wall. The moment he saw it clearly, a chill ran down Lian Xiao's head. It wasn't an accidental scratch, but words. Under the overhead light, the marks carved into the metal shaft wall shone white. Garcia, K363 star, rescue. The Alliance lingo Lian Xiao was incredibly familiar with. Lian Xiao gripped the handrail tightly. The messy handwriting suggested one thing. A human, once climbing up and down the mine, had hastily carved these words into the shaft wall. That word help, not even the last stroke of which was carved. Was she calling for help from the outside world? K363. I don't remember there being a planet with that number in the snow plains. Lian Xiao synchronized his vision with his teammates. After the others were stunned, Poincaré said, "There are countless planets within the Alliance's territory. Generally speaking, the Alliance only uses alphanumeric numbers for planets unsuitable for human habitation or with too few inhabitants. Could it be the planet number from before the Second Zerg Invasion War?" Zhao Liqing said. She was good at history and geography in high school. Before the war ended, the Alliance's boundaries hadn't been officially determined, so the registration and naming of remote planets was quite chaotic. Poincaré nodded. Very likely. After all, Garcia is a common name for citizens of the snow plains. K363 might be located within today's snow plains. Thinking into the larger context, the Zerg's withdrawal from Mecha after the Second Invasion War makes it clear what happened there. Many humans must have been captured here by the Zerg, Lian Xiao whispered. The Mirror Palace, resembling Zerg but not Zerg, the shaft handrails that were completely useless to the Zerg, all the discord and oddities were explained. The Liandao squadron fell silent, their hearts heavy with uneasy feeling. The shaft seemed deep and dangerous to them even when they piloted mechs. Decades ago, a group of their compatriots were forced to numbly and repeatedly step over these cold handrails, potentially falling from great heights. Under the Zerg's whipping watch, someone seized the opportunity to carve these words. Garcia, from planet K363, carved his hope for rescue into these words. Now that Garcia's descendants have arrived, it's unknown where the person who sent the call for help is now. The live broadcast gave a close-up of the inscriptions, and the audience outside the light monitor was equally shocked. Where is K363? Can anyone find it? I searched the Alliance website, but there's currently no planet numbered K363 in the Alliance. Could it be the planet now designated as the conflict zone? I found it. I asked our Academy's AI system, and it suggested that K363 might be the unofficial name for the Second Zerg invasion. I limited my search to the vicinity of Nika, and the AI helped me identify several possible planets. Finally, I found K363 on the edge of the snowy plains. Now its official name is Border. Genius. Can we find Garcia? I really want to know if he escaped. No. During the war, even the deceased couldn't be identified, let alone those who went missing. There's really nothing I can do. A close relative of mine disappeared during the Second Zerg Invasion War, and has not been heard from since. For years, our elders have treated him as a stranger, believing that one day he might be found. The closer they got to the bottom of the well, the more words were carved into the walls. The Alliance team passed through these words as if they were passing through blurry ghosts. I missed you so much, Mom. Damn those Zerg. Hell. The Alliance team lost their joy at discovering the launch point, and reached the bottom of the well in silence. The two leading heavy armored soldiers glanced around. Although long abandoned, the Alliance researchers had done a good job restoring the mine. The passageway was clear of obstructions, allowing them to pass unimpeded. Wait a minute, everyone. Xian Zheng said, remember San Carlos also went down the shaft? The organizers have only set up one launch point in this area of the mine today. This means there's a good chance the UN and San Carlos will run into each other near the launch point. The mine roads are even more complex. Of course, the map provided by the organizers doesn't include a mine map. One could only determine if they'd taken the wrong direction based on the signal strength at the launch point. Compared to the pristine Mirror Palace, which showed no signs of activity, the mine finally showed signs of biological activity. Along the way, there were many abandoned metal cans, some with cracks in their shells, the liquid inside having long since evaporated. Lian Xiao also noticed thick metal pipes lining the walls of certain sections, winding like snakes through the mine tunnels. The Zergology introduction course he'd been taking for almost half a semester finally came in handy. Looking at these metal pipes, Lian Xiao guessed that the mine beneath the Mirror Palace must be red liquid, a liquid energy source, and that these pipes were used to transport red liquid. This is the first time I heard of red liquid mines within the Alliance. The oppressive silence lasted the entire way, and Cesare, unable to contain himself, spoke. And surprisingly, it's beneath an ice sheet like Nika. Gu Chanfeng controlled the red dragon and glanced up at the rock layer. According to Alliance personnel who have seen red liquid firsthand, this liquid energy boils like magma and is as red as blood. It's typically buried only a few hundred meters deep. This means that the moment red liquid comes into contact with air, it releases a large amount of heat. If a red liquid mine is excavated beneath Nika's ice sheet and transported upwards improperly, the leaked red liquid could melt the moisture in the permafrost. This water would seep into the mine, causing not only waterlogging but also ground collapse, potentially collapsing the entire Mirror Palace. Xi and Zheng, Team Lian Xiao needs to speed up. They discovered and entered the shaft earlier than San Carlos, but now San Carlos is closer to the launch point. In Xi and Zheng's eyes, Team Lian Xiao was indeed ahead of the other teams. However, they were overly cautious once they reached the mine, and their marching speed was far from fast. I wonder if it's because of the inscription on the shaft wall, Xi and Zheng said, his words quicker than his mind. Anyway, during the competition, players should adjust their mindset and not let other emotions get in the way. That's right, I don't know what Team Lian Xiao is dawdling about. Are they treating it like a scientific expedition? The shaft wall and the surroundings aren't much to look at. The real business is to quickly locate the launch point. A stern instruction from a victory fan to Team Lian Xiao. Are you crazy? The league's teams aren't moving very slowly, so why are you giving them random orders? And what's the point of the commentators being so subtle? They finally got it right last time, but this time, they got screwed by the supervisory board again. They're just playing with the wind, this comment has been blocked, the two teams haven't even met yet, and netizens are already bickering. Zhao Liqing stared at the Mecha system data, which showed the launch point not far away. They entered a space resembling an antechamber, sheathed in thick metal plates on all sides. Large metal tanks were particularly numerous here, but an automatic metal door blocked their path. This automatic door should be controlled by the system, but now it was malfunctioning and locked tightly. Poincaré said nothing, raising his cannon and firing. Of course, they couldn't bother searching for a system control panel, they could just blast it open. Wait a moment, Lian Xiao suddenly said in a low voice from the Tower of Babel. I sensed the mental fluctuations of the other teams. They were also rushing towards the door. The Lianda team entered alert mode, ready to engage the other teams as soon as the door was opened. Poincaré and Zhao Liqing no longer hesitated, making no effort to hide their firepower, unleashing an even more intense attack than usual. Amid the deafening roar, Lian Xiao could faintly hear the sound of gunfire not far away. Other teams were also trying to break through the door. The launch point was within reach, now it depended on which team was faster. Lian Xiao steadied his heartbeat, maneuvering Zhulong to lean slightly forward, adopting a standard sprinting stance. Bang! Under the relentless bombardment, the metal door finally blew open, succumbing to the weight, sending small, fragmented pieces of heavy metal flying. Following these plates flew the mechs, moving at such speed that only a shadow remained. Boom! Perhaps less than a second later, another metal door was breached. Instantly, more than a dozen mechs swarmed in, and the empty space at the launch point became crowded. Based on the opposing team's configuration, Lian Xiao quickly determined that the heavily armored troops, who made up the majority, were San Carlos. The metal door they blew open wasn't far from the Lianda squadron, diagonally opposite the central launch point. The two mechas, at an angle, rushed towards the launch point. Then gunfire rang out. The San Carlos lacked light armor, and their heavy armor couldn't outrun the light armor, but their firepower was fierce and their ammunition plentiful. In the blink of an eye, the San Carlos unleashed 4 or 5 volleys of bullets and energy cannons. However, Su Xing, running in the lead, seemed oblivious to the other competitors. The Suanio mecha's mission was to ensure it was the first to trigger the launch point. Just before the bullets and energy cannons were about to strike the Suanio, Brilliant flames erupted. Yi Yin's continuous fire accurately collided with the San Carlos's cannons, detonating them directly. The Suanio, however, was just outside the blast radius. Beautiful. Xi and Zheng, already leaning forward, as the two teams violently pounded on the door, now stood up excitedly. The Lianda team's coordination is still excellent, seemingly unaffected by the hearing. Yi Yin's precise shots directly neutralized this wave of San Carlos's attack. Su Xing didn't need to be wary of San Carlos's attacks. The other teammates would help Suanio clear the obstacles. The Lianda team shifted positions, with the main attackers and heavy armored soldiers facing San Carlos head-on, while Yi Yin and Lian Xiao stayed close to Su Xing. This was their first encounter with San Carlos. Their team configuration was unique in the league, featuring 4 heavy armored soldiers, an arc, and a main attacker. In Lian Xiao's brief 10-second observation, San Carlos seemed to be using the heavy armored soldiers for damage output, a bit cumbersome but immensely intimidating. After a few seconds of acceleration, the 4 San Carlos heavy armored soldiers finally, albeit slowly, gathered speed, drawing their shields in unison. Then Lian Xiao saw the heavy shields, built specifically for the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers, nearly half the height of their mechs, effortlessly lifted and swung out by the San Carlos team members. The 4 shields pierced the air with a shrill sound like cannonballs, their terrifying kinetic energy seemingly capable of shattering the mech's surface. This wasn't something that could be easily broken by bullets, let alone 4 of them coming at him at once. To avoid the hurling shields, Su Xing had to slow down. Is San Carlos filming some superhero movie? Lian Xiao remarked subconsciously. Before San Carlos's attack was over, they silently drew their great axes. Axes of this weight would require a heavily armored soldier to hold with both hands. Xi and Zheng, San Carlos isn't bad either. Let's see if the Lianda team can crack this tough nut. Chapter 128. The San Carlos gave the impression of a silently approaching chariot. For heavily armored mechs approached, brandishing their great axes, their intimidating power was not to be underestimated. Poicaré and Zhao Liqing pushed forward, ready to confront the San Carlos head-on. Zhao Liqing piloted the Atlas, a legendary giant known for its high defense. Zhao Liqing lowered herself slightly, and the Atlas instantly accelerated, lunging towards Petrov, the captain of the San Carlos team. She intended to grab Petrov's mech by the waist, like a Mongolian wrestler, and throw him to the ground. Faced with the reckless Atlas, most mech soldiers would have chosen to dodge, but Zhao Liqing's opponent was a member of the San Carlos team. Be careful. Poicaré's warning was a little late. Petrov, in the core module, didn't even raise an eyebrow. He happened to be using the Titan series mecha, Thea, and calmly continued accelerating. The two mechas collided. Atlas successfully locked onto Thea's waist. The entire mecha, impacted by Thea's inertia, rubbed its legs against the ground at high speed, making a sharp metallic clang. Though Zhao Liqing stopped Petrov's advance, she failed to immediately tackle the enemy mecha, leaving her back exposed to Petrov's attack. Petrov raised his great axe with one hand, and was about to swing it downward. Zhao Liqing reacted quickly, decisively letting go, and flipping sideways, rolling on the ground to avoid the swing of the axe. Amid the rubble thrown by the axe's impact, she aimed at Petrov from below and fired. Poicaré understood the style of the San Carlos gang. After all, he was a native of the snow plains. The San Carlos style is to never retreat. No matter what the enemy is, just crush it. The remaining 2 San Carlos heavy armored soldiers, Valentina and Irina, ignored their teammates and flanked the main attacker. Their goal was clear, to prevent the Suanio from approaching the launch point. Gu Chanfeng and Cesare naturally couldn't do as they wished. Cesare approached one of the mechas, intending to intercept it there. Oh my god! Cesare unsheathed his sword and was about to leap forward to strike, but Irina swung her axe in reverse, forcing Cesare to dodge awkwardly. The San Carlos heavy armored soldiers were slow to start, but once they entered combat mode, they were unstoppable. Watching the chaotic battle between the United University and San Carlos, Xi and Zheng explained, we have some interesting data here. In the 2 matches of this mech league, San Carlos has the lowest burst rate against other teams, only once against the Empire, and once against Kitakami River. Meanwhile, the United University has the highest burst rate against other teams. San Carlos adheres to a policy of not fighting unless necessary, while the United University team seems eager to engage in a fistfight with everyone. But it seems the United University hasn't yet adapted to San Carlos's style of play. In the battle unfolding at the mine, the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers commanded the audience's attention. Their attacks weren't particularly agile, but they seemed to shatter any force, impervious to easy interruption. Cesare tried 2 or 3 times to interrupt Irina's axe swings, only to be struck directly by the axe in the mech's shoulder. If he hadn't dodged in time, the axe would have struck straight down, and Irina might have severed Cesare's mech's left arm. The other members of the Lienda squad heard Cesare exclaim in anger in the Tower of Babel, "No way, no way. Are all San Carlos strong?" Unless he was equipped with a specific power-type mecha, he would have struggled to even lift a cold weapon of this weight. San Carlos's 2 main attackers weren't idle either. The heavy armored soldiers pinned down the Lienda's main attack force, allowing the main attackers to focus on Su Xing. Under the suppression of the San Carlos main attackers, Su Xing was forced to slow down. Xi and Zheng. Speaking of which, San Carlos's team configuration is truly unique in the league. A rare all-melee lineup, for heavy armored soldiers and 2 main attackers. If it weren't for the modern mecha squad, the ARC's role would be irreplaceable. Otherwise, I suspect San Carlos would likely have a 3rd main attacker. San Carlos main attackers loaded their armor-piercing rounds, and aimed again at Su Xing. Just then, Zhuang flashed in front of Suanio. Wait! Lian Xiao didn't just block Su Xing's way, she piloted her mech toward San Carlos's main attackers. The San Carlos main attackers, along with the audience outside the computer screen, were stunned. Has the ARC of the United Nations University taken the wrong medicine? The 2 main attackers only knew that the United Nations University had an S-class ARC, but weren't ARCs usually guarding the backline? Why did Lian Xiao want to single them out? The San Carlos main attacker fired. Although the armor-piercing rounds were originally intended for Su Xing, if Lian Xiao could be eliminated, San Carlos wouldn't lose out. Lian Xiao easily dodged the attack in her Zhulong. Lian Xiao's speed. Xi and Zheng narrowed his eyes, and spoke rapidly, "It can't be my imagination. Lian Xiao's speed has improved compared to the last match. It's more likely that when she dodged San Carlos's attack, she predicted its direction and dodged it with the utmost precision." Lian Xiao's speed didn't slow down even as he dodged. Petrov and the others were locked in a fierce battle, too busy to attend to the one-on-one clash between the main attackers and Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao leaped into the air, her blades drawn with both hands. Her control of the Zhulong was incredibly precise, her feet firmly planted on the shoulders of one of the main attackers. At the same moment of landing, Lian Xiao plunged the blades of both of her swords into the main attacker's mecha's head. Then, Zhulong bent her body, and as the main attacker fell backward, she performed a difficult acrobatic move, leaning forward and extending her arms to hook the neck of another mecha. Netizen? It was the first time they had seen Zhulong, considered a clumsy main attacker, perform such a nimble maneuver. The San Carlos main attacker fell, and in the blink of an eye, Zhulong adjusted her stance, her entire mecha landing on the opponent's chest, suddenly tightening her arms. Naked choke. This extremely dangerous move in combat, if used in a normal fight, the opponent's brain would be deprived of oxygen in just a few seconds, leading to a coma. Unfortunately, this was a battle between mechs. While the opponent would also experience a certain degree of oxygen deprivation, they wouldn't immediately lose their ability to move. So, Lian Xiao grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand, and with the other, he drew his slashing knife and stabbed it into the opponent's core module. The San Carlos ARC was stunned. Since he was the San Carlos ARC, and a ruthless figure among the San Carlos ARC, the first thing this ARC thought of was not a mental attack, but a direct volley of bullets at the entangled Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao turned around, holding the main attacker, and all the San Carlos ARC's bullets hit her good teammate. It was only then that some netizens and San Carlos players remembered that, although Lian Xiao didn't seem to have seen much direct combat in the league, she was indeed a dual cultivator of attack and both skills. She'd been handling the ARC's duties for so long that people had forgotten she was actually a DPS. 1 against 3, Lian Xiao surprisingly held her own. Ding. Launch point activated. Union University has activated a launch point. Just as San Carlos ARC was about to rise for another fight, a system announcement sounded nearby. Su Xing took advantage of Lian Xiao's 1-on-3 situation to stall San Carlos and activate the launch point. But the Union University team didn't let their guard down. Since they met here, the two opponents couldn't stop until they were eliminated. San Carlos, having robbed them of the opportunity to activate a launch point, would inevitably be provoked to continue their attack. To their surprise, San Carlos simply stopped. "You're not going to fight anymore?" Cesare had just escaped Irina's axe, and was still a little terrified. Petrov sheathed his axe. "The launch point is already activated. There's no point in continuing. Or do you prefer to be eliminated by us?" Irina said. Her voice was as clear as ice. Gu Chanfeng silently raised his gun. Who will be eliminated? It's still unclear. Try. The other San Carlos team members gathered around Petrov. Petrov said calmly, not interested. After a moment's thought, Lian Xiao understood why San Carlos had withdrawn. This match was essentially a race. Unlike the previous one, eliminating players from other teams wouldn't slow down the opponent's search for a launch point. San Carlos' strategy of avoiding a lingering battle and directly searching for the next launch point was the most time efficient. Watching San Carlos leave, the liaison team exchanged bewildered glances. Cesare scratched his head. How boring. He poked Poincaré. Are all of you in the snow plains, like San Carlos? Saying one more word will kill you. I had thought San Carlos would at least offer some rhetoric in the face of provocation, but as soon as Petrov spoke, the other team members silently followed him. They had absolutely no youthful enthusiasm. Cesare's evaluation echoed that of most netizens, which is why, despite the attractive appearance of San Carlos players, their popularity remains relatively low. San Carlos was too stable. They wouldn't engage in a fight unless necessary, and even when they did, they were a steady, overwhelming force. Watching San Carlos in battle was like watching a torrent of steel sweep away the enemy, with no surprises or shocks to be found. And San Carlos just left like that. When the United Nations and San Carlos fought, Kitakami River and the First United Army passed by the same launch point one after the other, and activated it one after the other. This proves that the same launch point can be activated repeatedly by different teams. By leaving, San Carlos had essentially forfeited the opportunity to activate it. Netizens with a bird's eye view. In the evening, after get-off work and school, another wave of netizens flooded into the livestream. One netizen asked, didn't they say this competition would take place in the Mirror Palace on Nika? How come the other teams could at least be seen inside the building, while the Lianda team's camera was pitch black? Other enthusiastic netizens responded, that's because the Lianda team is in an underground mine. I give up. The camera cuts to the other teams because of mirror vision contamination, but the Lianda team's fear of darkness. How long does the Lianda team plan to continue walking in the mine? The other launch points are above ground, right? Do they think the organizers will also place a launch point inside the mine? Neither the netizens nor Xi and Zheng knew this. It was just a tactic the Lianda team had come up with. The known maximum distance a signal can be received from the transmitter is 500 meters, Lian Xiao said. How deep is the red liquid typically stored? Gu Chanfeng recalled the paper he read. No more than 500 meters. I see. Xiao Liqing said, you mean, even in the underground mines, the signal from the transmitter in the Mirror Palace can be detected. The Mirror Palace's structure is so complex that even if the transmitter signal is detected, there's no direct line between spaces. But if they detect the signal in the underground mines, they can definitely detect the precise location of the transmitter overhead. So, the Lian Xiao team didn't rush back to the Mirror Palace, but continued their search along the mines. During their search, they clearly sensed something was wrong. The entire mine seemed to have suffered severe damage before it was abandoned. The rocky ground appeared like molten wax, and many walls had holes punched through the bottom. Even though the Lian Xiao team wasn't an expert, they could imagine what had happened there. Did the red liquid leak? A serious accident occurred, burning through a large area of the mine? Whether the truth was as the Lian Xiao team suspected or not, it didn't affect the progress of the game. At this moment, Xi and Zheng suddenly pressed the microphone. Dear audience members, here's the latest news, Xi and Zheng said seriously. There may be a heavy snowstorm tonight, and there's a possibility of an avalanche near the Mirror Palace. If an avalanche occurs, the entire Mirror Palace could be completely buried. Chapter 129. Expert Professor Li offered a scientific explanation. Over the years, the Mirror Palace has not been completely unscathed. As you can see from the virtual model, there are 3 significant areas of collapse and damage, with a small area nearly razed to the ground. The Mirror Palace's current structure is capable of withstanding avalanches. However, the balance of forces between buildings is extremely fragile. If further damage occurs, the Mirror Palace could be at risk of collapse if a relatively close avalanche strikes. The organizers notified all players of the blizzard warning and the potential for avalanches. The League rescue team was on standby outside the Mirror Palace to rescue and evacuate players in the event of an avalanche. After discussing, the League's teams unanimously decided to return to the surface as quickly as possible. If an avalanche were to occur, being trapped in the mines would be more dangerous than facing it head-on, and they had already located the launch point overhead. Cesare muttered softly, let's get going. This mine feels creepy. Several girls shared the same sentiment, though they kept it to themselves. The area around the mine they had descended from was relatively normal, but the deeper they went, the more severe the damage to the mine became. All traces of the buildings had vanished, leaving only bare sedimentary rock walls. Later, black crystals began to form on the rock walls, resembling scars. These were microcrystalline structures that appeared after the rock was subjected to extreme heat and then cooled. Where the Lianda team had to stop, rocks piled up in front of them, and the entire area had completely collapsed, making it impassable. Lian Xiao was incredulous. This mine isn't just a small leak of red liquid, is it? The collapsed area must be the center of the red liquid leak. Gu Chanfeng said, sighing softly inwardly. It could collapse the mine. It must have been a massive gushing out of the red liquid. What happened to the creatures in the mine at that time? No need to ask. The most likely scenario is that, whether caused by human intervention or accident, the red liquid leaked in large quantities. The instantaneous contact with the air released high temperatures, melting the rock surface. The air then burned away, increasing the pressure inside the space, and ultimately causing a violent explosion centered at the mining site, collapsing the entire area. It's hard to imagine what kind of high-temperature purgatory this place must have been. The Lianda team ascended the nearest vertical shaft and returned to the Mirror Palace. Is this launch point the LU found? The one the Imperial team visited? Been there? Means the Imperial team is still camped here and hasn't left yet? It's here. It's so memorable. The Imperial team's game was so crude and brutal, they had no intention of protecting the Mirror Palace at all. There were so many comments coming in so fast. Xian Zheng caught the key words and exclaimed, "What Augustus Academy did just now was truly impressive. The straight line between 2 points is the shortest distance." The LU team chose to go through the mines, while the Imperial team went straight for the air. After unsuccessfully trying to breach the Mirror Palace's roof, the Imperial team finally placed explosives in the mezzanine, risking damaging the entire ceiling, and successfully breached it with force. With minimal effort, they found the launch point. The launch point the Imperial team found was in the area of the Mirror Palace most severely damaged. 5 of the 7 teams on the field have already triggered their first launch point. Baichuan and Oren need to hurry. Union University is about to find its second launch point. Xian Zheng's voice rose dramatically, but the Empire team is hunkering down at this launch point, waiting for an opportunity. The live camera locked onto both the Empire and the Union University teams. This match saw far fewer clashes between teams than the previous one. With speed as the key to victory, hunkering down at the launch point to ambush other teams was certainly possible, but it would also slow down one's own progress. Xian Zheng also wondered why the Empire was hunkering down at the launch point, waiting for an opportunity. It wouldn't benefit them in any way. The audience didn't care about strategy, fight. Still some distance from the exit shaft, Lian Xiao sensed a mental fluctuation that she had tried to conceal, but failed. Since the league began, Lian Xiao had become noticeably more sensitive to mental fluctuations. She even sensed the uniformity of these mental fluctuations, as if they were being thought by a single individual. Lian Xiao took a deep breath and reminded her teammates, the Empire team is nearby. Upon exiting the shaft, the Lianda team felt a sharp drop in temperature. The area was dimly lit, and the mirrors reflected only a few blurry shadows. Carefully advancing toward the launch point, they turned a corner and were met with a flurry of snow. The whistling wind and the biting cold alerted the Lianda team to a massive hole in the ceiling of the Mirror Palace. The moment the Lianda team saw the gaping hole, something rapidly approached overhead. The next second, the already shaky ceiling collapsed entirely, and the broken mirrors on the wall collapsed to the ground, shattering completely. The Lianda team retreated collectively, avoiding being crushed by the ceiling. However, the Imperial mechs overhead were still relentless. This time, the liaison team heard the sound of bullets hitting the ceiling and the crackling of the ceiling. It was clear that the Empire was preparing to fire through the cracks, refusing to stop until they had forced the liaison team out of their cover. Another barrage of bullets and artillery fire pelted the Mirror Palace ceiling. Amid the shattering sound of mirrors, the liaison team rushed out into the swirling snow. For a moment, Lian Xiao's retina was blinded by a glaring white. The blizzard the organizers had warned of had indeed begun, filling the sky with a flurry of snowflakes. The moment they emerged from cover, the main attacking mechs fired into the air. Gu Chanfeng and Sasari's shots weren't aimed at accuracy. Their goal was simply to temporarily stall the Imperial team's approach. Meanwhile, Zhao Liqing and the Puekare mechs transformed their mech arms, supporting massive shields. Now, the rest of the liaison team was huddled beneath the heavily armored shields, making it difficult for the Imperial team to capture any single one. With a brief glance, Lian Xiao couldn't quite make out his surroundings. He only knew that this open-air area was quite large, and near the building opposite was the second launch point they had discovered. However, to activate the launch point, the Lianda team would first have to cross this open-air area. At the same time, Lian Xiao thought to himself, "Oh no!" The launch point being in the open air meant that the Imperial team had already triggered it. Yin, retreat? As a sniper, he naturally spotted the launch point. Atlas's raised shield vibrated. Seraph's cannonballs shattered the high-strength alloy, scorching hot. Zhao Liqing said, "The Imperial team's output has increased." More than increased. The bullets and energy cannons first blasted away the thick snow near the Lianda team, and then the white snow melted in the splattering spray. As Cesare spoke, he looked for an opportunity to fire back at the flying Seraph. No way, no way. Since the Empire has already activated the launch point, why are they just sitting here waiting? Aren't they anxious to find the next launch point? Lian Xiao remained silent. The lesson from her last encounter with the Imperial team had made her hesitant to rashly intrude upon their mental channels. She could only vaguely sense the Imperial team's emotions through their mental fluctuations. The emotions were extremely complex and chaotic, seeming to include both the joy of catching prey and a touch of worry. Lian Xiao made the final decision. Let's go check the launch point. The netizens and Xian Zheng watched as the Lianda team, far from retreating into the Mirror Palace as Xian Zheng had expected, moved rapidly towards the launch point under the cover of their shields. Xian Zheng raised an eyebrow. Oh? I don't recall any team discovering that the same launch point can be activated multiple times by different teams. How did the Lianda team decide to try it? This, in turn, played right into the hands of the Imperial team. Francois' Seraph flapped its wings lightly, soaring over the Alliance squadron and landing between them and the launch point in the blink of an eye. Francois said, "Long time no see. We've been waiting here hoping to fight you." However, the response to Francois' words was Yiyan's bullet. The moment Francois opened his mouth, the bullet whirled and pierced the Seraph's abdomen. "The Alliance, who wants to talk to you? Get out of the way. If I don't agree, they won't do anything." Francois was referring to his teammates. The Empire squad's mental assimilation was a secret. After the Lian Xiao incident, the Alliance had issued a stern warning to the Empire, forbidding any attempt to mentally assimilate or contaminate Alliance players during competition, and private contact was strictly prohibited. "Lian Xiao, what do you want?" Francois said calmly. "Please grant us our wish to fight the Red Dragon." After their previous encounter, Imperial Mecha Master Cephas had been full of praise for the Red Dragon's performance and its pilot. Cephas held a high position within the Empire, and wanted more data on the battles between Seraphim and Red Dragon. No one in the Imperial delegation could disobey his wishes. Even Francois and Teresa, semi-official members of the royal family, couldn't resist. "I only want to fight the Red Dragon," Francois said, as the Seraphim twisted its body and moved sideways. 10 minutes, no 5. We won't interfere with your activation of the launch point. This condition. Gu Chanfeng, give us some time to discuss. Francois' sudden request for a one-on-one duel had Gu Chanfeng as surprised as his teammates. Why was the Empire interested in the Red Dragon? Were they interested in its functions, or had the Empire seen something? The Red Dragon tilted its head to face Zhulong, and the two men in the core module were filled with worry. To their surprise, the other teammates all opposed the idea. As Cesare had said, when participating in a competition, one couldn't trust even fellow Alliance members, so how could one trust the Imperials? Francois' words just now confirmed Lian Xiao's suspicions. The launch point could indeed be activated multiple times. Francois waited patiently. "Well, have you considered it?" Before the word uttered, the Seraph's visual system only captured the disintegrating motion of the Alliance mechs running. At the same moment, the remaining Imperial mechs dived. The 7 members of the Imperial team were connected in their brains, and no orders from Francois were needed. Zhao Liqing felt the shield sink. A Power Angel mech suddenly landed on the shield supported by Zhao Liqing and Poicaré, its feathers flapping as its hardened legs and feathers sank deep into the shield. Soon after, a second Power Angel landed on the shield, its shield, and the arms of the 2 heavily armored soldiers bending softly under the weight. At the same time, other Imperial mechs flew in from all directions at low altitude, attempting to crush the Lianda squad head-on. Suddenly, the Power Angel mech felt empty beneath its feet. The Lianda squad had withdrawn their shields. Unbeknownst to them, the Lianda squad had shifted formation under Lian Zhao's command inside the Tower of Babel, and the 2 Power Angels fell right into their encirclement. The Power Angel struggled to fly, but Cesare's sword pierced its wings, pitting it to the snow. Even from the other side, Lian Xiao, and Yi Yin rushed forward, and the Power Angel was struck dozens of times in the abdomen. Its body twisted, sparks flew, and vital components were damaged by the intense firepower. To prevent the mech from taking off again, Cesari's mech arm slowly moved and tightened, using brute force to sever the wings of the Seraphim. Elsewhere, Zhao Liqing and Poicaré worked together to pin another Seraphim into the snow. Su Xing went alone to activate the launch point. Gu Chanfeng, originally tasked with restraining Francois and Teresa, discovered that the Imperial team had no intention of stopping Su Xing's movements, but had simply surrounded him. Lian Xiao waited for a few seconds, panting, before confirming that the Seraphim was severely damaged and unable to fly. Compared to Francois and Teresa's Seraphim, the Seraphim used by the other members of the Imperial team were far less powerful. The snow was falling harder and harder. In just a few seconds, the soft snow had already covered Zhulong's ankles, quickly solidifying in the freezing temperatures. Lian Xiao quickly stood up and went to support Gu Chanfeng. Just then, a massive explosion erupted. Lian Xiao felt the snow shake. Two seraphs locked onto the red dragon and recklessly rammed it into the still intact wall. The Empire had gone mad. Lian Xiao rushed towards Gu Chanfeng at top speed. With such a heavy snowstorm, coupled with the vibrations and loud noises, it could easily trigger an avalanche. Were the Empire team relying on their mech's flying abilities to put everyone in danger? But it was too late. Using his mech's hearing system, Lian Xiao heard the sound of loosening snow on the distant slope. Chapter 130. Two Seraphim mechs flew around the red dragon. The extreme cold and blizzard somewhat affected the Seraphim's battle. Francois and Teresa flew at low altitude, occasionally swooping down to interrupt the red dragon's attacks. The three mechs happened to all have a crimson base paint scheme. Even in the low visibility, one could still see three fiery figures against the gray-white snow. Lian Xiao and Cesari's reinforcements were intercepted by other Imperial mechs. "Don't interrupt their duel," one of them said. Aside from the two partially damaged Seraphim mechs, the remaining Imperial team members formed a protective formation, surrounding Francois, Teresa, and Gu Chanfeng. They neither prevented the Alliance from activating the launch point nor allowed anyone to cross. "Are the Imperials mentally ill?" Cesare cursed, switching to the public channel, not daring to speak too loudly. "Didn't you hear the notice? If we keep fighting like this, it could easily cause an avalanche. The Imperial team, don't interrupt their duel." Cesare, impressed by these repeaters. At this point, Su Xing successfully activated the launch point, and Lian Xiao made a quick decision. "Cesare and I will stay. You guys evacuate first." She and Cesare just had to break through the Imperial blockade and lead the Red Dragon into the Mirror Palace. Once inside the Mirror Palace, they would have the upper hand. The narrow area would limit the Imperial Mecha's ability to operate. But they had to be quick. With Francois and Teresa's reckless approach, there was no telling when the avalanche would strike. Being surrounded by Francois and Teresa was still within Gu Chanfeng's reach. Gu Chanfeng calmly determined that, unlike their last encounter, the Imperial siblings had no intention of sending him packing. Instead, he judged this more like a practical test of the mecha's performance, testing the Red Dragon's capabilities both at normal and extreme levels. Is this the Imperial Mecha Master that Niwa Ling mentioned? Gu Chanfeng had almost revealed the truth. Was the Empire really that interested in the Red Dragon? The Red Dragon was pinned beneath the Seraph's iron legs. 3 pairs of massive wings unfolded, cocooning the Red Dragon. The feathers on the wingtips slowly fell off. Not good. Lian Xiao gritted his teeth at this sight. Lian Xiao seized the opportunity, cleverly exploiting the Power Angel's attempt to pierce Zhulong with his legs. Grabbing the legs, he thrust his foot into the Power Angel's abdomen. The Power Angel's entire body trembled, its tail curling up in response to the stress, protecting its relatively soft abdomen. Lian Xiao had been waiting for this moment. Zhulong retracted his leg and, like a football, kicked the curled-up Power Angel away. The Power Angel's wings dragged 2 irregular trails in the soft snow. Zhulong seized the opportunity and sped towards Francois, determined to stop him before he detonated the bomb. Bang! The moment the Seraphim released its wings and retreated, brilliant sparks erupted from the Red Dragon's body. 6 feather bombs, in unison, exploded with a loud bang, briefly illuminating the snowy night like incandescent light bulbs. Francois watched with satisfaction as the Red Dragon burst through the black smoke, its body intact. He was about to test the Red Dragon's data in other situations, when a powerful force erupted from behind. Francois felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, the Seraphim was headfirst, being trampled on the ground. A knife pierced through the 6-winged wing's growth point with such force that it severed several vital wiring in the seraphim. Lian Xiao tooted. It was a shame the slicing knife wasn't the longsword Cesare Gu Chanfeng was used to using, otherwise it could have pierced the seraph and pinned it to the ground. She was furious. The Imperials were relying on their Mech's ability to fly, right? They were acting recklessly and scrupulously, regardless of whether they might cause an avalanche or the safety of other teams. She hated such reckless people the most. Before Francois could retaliate, Lian Xiao pulled 2 slicing knives from her scabbard. The knives' blades, sharpened to a pinnacle, gleamed coldly in the darkness. She wielded them with both hands and slashed fiercely at the seraph's feathers. The slicing knives had no other advantages except that they were handy, sharp, and cheap. If they broke in this fight, Peijin would be able to replace them later. What a fuss! For a moment, Francois and the Imperial team were stunned. The seraph's wings resembled those of the S-rank Zergs Lian Xiao had encountered, with hard scales covering the feathers. The scales bounced the knife away, and Lian Xiao immediately reversed his grip and aimed to scrape the scales off completely. Francois' seraph twisted, but Zhulong's legs expertly pinned the insect-like body, immobilizing it. It wasn't until Teresa flapped her wings that the other team members, as if waking from a dream, pounced on Lian Xiao. By then, Lian Xiao had already chopped off almost half of Renoise's seraph wings. Lian Xiao's knife technique looks like scraping fish scales? Xian Zheng said unsurely. The snow was covered in seraph fluid. The red dragon locked Teresa from behind, exerting force from his waist, and threw her into the snow, preventing her from reaching Lian Xiao. At that moment, the expressions of Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng, and Cesare suddenly changed, and the expressions of the audience on the computer screen also changed. Because both the 3 of them, and the spectators could clearly see the white waves surging down the snowy mountain slopes, like ocean waves. Damn it, the Empire's reckless fighting had truly caused an avalanche. Cesare kicked away a swarming angel of power, and drove it back with his gun. He turned and yelled to Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, "Never mind, just run." Lian Xiao leaped from Francois' back, and rushed towards the gap across from the Mirror Palace. The white mass approached with such rapidity, that it seemed capable of engulfing everything in its path. Thousands of tons of snow poured down from the heights, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Avalanche was a distant word to Lian Xiao. She suddenly felt that even humans, the developers of mechas, were insignificant before the roar of nature. The avalanche's downward velocity was incredibly rapid. In just 20 seconds, it had already advanced several kilometers, and was poised to crash into the Mirror Palace. 1 second, 2 seconds, the 3 mechas pushed to maximum speed. Holding their breath, all they could see was the Mirror Palace. The opening to re-enter the palace was almost within sight. However, in the chaos, Francois, flying crookedly, suddenly swooped down from the air with his entire mecha at the red dragon, his wings sweeping across the candle dragon behind it. Lian Xiao's vision went dark. Shit! The audience, watching the screen nervously, erupted in curses. Cesare ran fast and wasn't caught, but Gu Chanfeng and Lian Xiao were held back by Francois' sudden attack. The rumble of the avalanche was approaching, as if it were directly overhead. Even through the mecha, Lian Xiao could feel the biting chill from above. By this point, Lian Xiao was already feeling a wave of despair. If he continued to fight Francois, would they really be killed just a few meters from the Mirror Palace entrance? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Damn Empire, let go. Ah, my hands are shaking. I can't bear to look. If we don't get in, organizers, please remember to dig Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng first, okay? Rage and the will to survive unleashed Lian Xiao's incredible strength. She grasped the seraph's wings, yanking the entire mech into the air and hurling it towards the ground. The Empire mech soared into the air. The first flakes of snow from the avalanche brushed against the edge of the Mirror Palace, quickly crushing the roof. At the critical moment, 2 ropes were tied around the waist of Zhulong and Honglong, and the 2 mechs were yanked into the Mirror Palace, barely scraping past the snow that was rapidly filling the open space. It was Zhao Liqing and his team who entered the Mirror Palace first. They grabbed their teammates with high-strength ropes and pulled them in. With a concerted effort, Zhulong and Honglong were dragged inside by their teammates. The ensuing heavy snow pounded the palace, shaking the ground and swaying the walls slightly. Snow poured into the Mirror Palace from the open air, filling almost 2 or 3 corridors before gradually stopping. A few minutes later, the avalanche ceased. As if nothing had happened, silence and cold once again dominated the icy plain. Confirmed the safety of all members of the Allied First Army. Confirmed the safety of all members of Kitakami River. Confirmed the safety of all members of San Carlos. The rescue team, carefully guarding the Mirror Palace, confirmed through rear-line staff monitoring the physiological conditions of the members that no rescue was necessary. As the avalanche swept through the Mirror Palace, the Imperial team dove out of the way. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, nearly dragged to death by Francois, were pushed 7 or 8 meters away by the incoming snow along with their teammates. Coughing, they were frantically dug out by their teammates. Lian Xiao was still in shock. For a moment, he felt suffocated by the snow. After exiting the core module, Lian Xiao pulled down his cold weather mask and breathed in deep gulps of the cool, fresh air. The avalanche had separated the United Front and the Imperial team. Without the Imperial team's pursuit, they could finally sit down and catch their breath. They had activated 2 launch points in one day, bringing them very close to completing all 3. After reviewing the map and discussing, the United Front team concluded that the remaining launch point was likely on the side of the snowy mountain near the Mirror Palace. But the problem was, it was almost midnight. According to regulations, the launch point changed daily. Climbing right after the avalanche was not only extremely dangerous, but also likely meant missing the launch point due to the change in location. Then let's rest for the night, and set out again tomorrow morning. Gu Chanfeng activated the tactical thermal energy furnace, and Lian Xiao felt the temperature around him rise several degrees. A tingling sensation spread through the tips of his frozen fingers. Due to the extreme cold of the Nika ice field, everyone was equipped with lightweight, cold-proof tactical clothing. Each team's allotment also included thermal heaters and other equipment for heating while out of their mechs, to protect the players from frostbite. Unfortunately, unlike the previous 2 matches, the ice field was completely devoid of any edible creatures, leaving Lian Xiao to nibble on the provided nutritional supplements. After the actual discussion, Lian Xiao, hooded, thoughtfully asked everyone, "What do you think the Imperial team's sudden apology means?" Cesare curled his lips. "I thought the Imperial team was just repeating themselves." Lian Xiao thought to himself that, in a way, Cesare had revealed the truth. The Alliance had issued a stern warning to the Empire, and the Empire did not want the news of its consciousness fusion to be exposed. Therefore, the military's instructions to the teams did not mention the Imperial team's consciousness fusion. Just as the avalanche was coming, Lian Xiao said, "Francois said sorry." "Yes. I heard it too," Gu Chanfeng said. It wasn't a telepathic apology, but a loud, open one. However, due to the tense atmosphere and the sound of the approaching avalanche, only Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, who were close by, heard it. Yi Yin, usually quite calm, couldn't help but frown at this. "What do you mean? A provocation?" If he truly felt sorry, how could he have deliberately trapped Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng in the avalanche? Su Xing didn't want to think too badly of anyone. Even if they were opponents, she still had a natural goodwill. Maybe they didn't want to hold you back? Su Xing speculated. Cesare folded his arms and sneered. "Can a simple apology wipe it out? The next time I see the Imperial team, I break their wings." Cesare was also a victim. Francois and Teresa had nearly caused him to fail to escape the avalanche. All his teammates said so. Lian Xiao thought about it for a moment, and then put the matter behind him. Francois and Teresa, whose consciousness had merged with their teammates, certainly didn't hold as high a position in the Empire as they imagined. But as Cesare said, a simple apology couldn't erase what they had done. According to the weather forecast, tomorrow's ice fields and snowy mountains will have a brief period of sunny weather, perfect for hiking and exploring. The Mirror Palace in the snowy mountains is slightly different, with some areas open to the sky, making it more dangerous. Also, Lian Xiao could already imagine more than just his team tomorrow, taking advantage of the good weather to hike. With about 6 hours until dawn, the joint team set up camp and prepared to rest. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Suddenly, Lian Xiao heard the sound of machinery turning, then felt a slight movement. Lian Xiao looked around and realized it wasn't him who was moving, but the entire ground. Most terrifyingly, the mechas of the Alliance squadron were also rapidly moving off the ground and into the distance. Faced with this sudden situation, everyone dropped their current tasks and rushed to their mechas. Such changes occurred in every corner of the Mirror Palace. Teams that had rested earlier, such as the First Alliance Army, felt the movement and woke up rubbing their eyes, only to find their mechas gone. And their teammates too. Corridors shifted, rooms sank, new rooms emerged, walls closed, and at exactly 12 o'clock, the Mirror Palace's maze automatically transformed into a brand new one. Ding ding ding. The late-nighters, along with Xi and Zheng, witnessed the transformation of the Mirror Palace, stunned with astonishment. Xi and Zheng said, "Ha ha ha, I think many teams weren't prepared for the changes in the Mirror Palace." "Oh, not bad." Aside from San Carlos and Baichuan, the other teams were scattered. She ran to Zhulong and successfully connected. A few seconds later, Zhulong looked up and saw that all her teammates had disappeared except for Sushing Suanio. Lian Xiao? Could it be that the rules about the launch point changing daily were a reminder of this? Is that correct? To make matters worse, after leaving the mechs, the mental connection between them and the Tower of Babel was automatically terminated, and she and Sushing were now unable to contact their other teammates. Lian Xiao could only vaguely sense that the rest of the Lianda team was some distance away. Chapter 131. After the Mirror Palace shifted, Lian Xiao tried to update the map, but to no avail. Okay, Lian Xiao slapped the control panel. Now she and Sushing were bound for a loop in the maze. Fortunately, she wasn't alone. Sushing was there too. The key to finding teammates now lay with each team's arc. The arc could locate lost teammates by sensing their mental energy fluctuations. Lian Xiao rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit daunted. Her biggest worry was what if they were searching, while the others were also moving, making the situation even more difficult. No, Lian, don't worry, Sushing said. It's common sense to wait for the arc to reunite. Lian Xiao's heart was half relieved. Judging from the current situation, most teams must have dispersed, and the Mirror Palace was filled with players searching for their teammates. The other half was the worry that if they ran into another team while searching for their teammates, it would be disastrous. Lian Xiao silently hoped that she and Sushing wouldn't run into a large team. On a moonless night after the blizzard, the Mirror Palace, devoid of light, was pitch black. A light-armored mech walked ahead of Zhulong. The two mech's light sources could only illuminate a small area, and the eerie Mirror Palace was even more terrifying than the daytime. Oh my god! It feels like a scene from a horror movie. Even horror movie fans can already imagine the blind spots the players didn't see, with non-existent figures reflected in the mirrors around them. Let's get scientific. Fighting at this time should be a real test for the players. Fighting in the dark without light, and even with light, with so many mirrors reflecting off them, it's easy to cause visual distortion. On the cross-section of the Mirror Palace in the live broadcast, dots of different colors moved in scattered patterns, some circling around, others moving for a moment before stopping in place. Xi and Zheng commented on the players from each team. No one has a map yet. Faced with unfamiliar surroundings, it's clear that Oren's players don't have a great sense of direction. This player didn't seem to realize he already passed the same intersection 3 times. Although the 7 members of the Alliance army were separated, they all remained where they were, waiting for their arc, Xiaowu, to find them. It's true that the Alliance army members trust Xiaowu greatly, but this also indirectly demonstrates the extremely high status of the arc within the Alliance army. But now, each team's arc faces a problem. San Carlos and Baichuan are both fully active. If they encounter these two teams, it all depends on the luck and strength of each arc. The two teams remain fully staffed. San Carlos, with its home field advantage, had some prior knowledge of the Mirror Palace, while Baichuan simply had a stroke of luck. When the positions within the Mirror Palace changed, Baichuan's team was resting. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that despite the unfamiliar surroundings, they, along with their mechas, were still together. Baichuan's position was truly fortunate. The Shirakawa team leader, watching the game from the sidelines, was a bit stunned. Their Shirakawa team's luck had always been bad, but they had hit a stroke of bad luck in this matter. After figuring out what was happening, Shirakawa, like San Carlos, realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity to eliminate each team's arc. Now, within the Mirror Palace, the arcs were searching for their teammates. Normally, the arcs were heavily protected during the game, now isolated. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate them would essentially disband the team. The Shirakawa team leader couldn't help but clutch his chest, his heart pounding. Baichuan was second to last in the match, and with good luck on his side, could they hope for him to push for a higher ranking in this match? Some were happy, some were sad. For Lian Xiao, her luck in the competition had never been better. The teammates had dispersed to a distance. Lian Xiao sensed the first mental fluctuations, which she determined to be from Gu Chanfeng. The two had been in deep connection for so long that Lian Xiao was more familiar with his mental fluctuations than with others. The endless, pitch-black corridor leading to the Red Dragon was truly terrifying. To distract himself, Sushing in the Tower of Babel kept chatting quietly with Lian Xiao. Sushing didn't hide his fear. Mirror Palace is the second most terrifying map I ever been to. Then what's the most terrifying map? Lian Xiao responded cooperatively. She could sense Sushing's suppressed fear through the mental connection. It was during a live fire drill using our Tianjia system. In a certain research base, it was pitch black with no light sources. The most terrifying thing, was that this research base was conducting a project to cultivate artificial creatures. Octopus-like monsters swam in the air, very sensitive to light, and would gather around light sources. Su Xing said, so we had to suppress our fear and instincts, avoid light at all times, and fight the monsters in the dark. At this point, she felt a little embarrassed. Isn't it a little unbelievable that someone as timid and afraid of the dark as me would want to become a mecha soldier? No, Lian Xiao said. Even though you were scared, you still did a great job, didn't you? Su Xing was indeed different from the stereotypical mecha student. She was gentle and slow to warm up, always spoke softly in real life, and liked to wear beautiful floral dresses. Lian Xiao and her trained and fought side by side for 2 or 3 times before they gradually became familiar with each other. Lian Xiao still remembered that when Jing Richuan appeared on the substitute list, Su Xing had specifically called her, whispering soothing words for a long time. Su Xing smiled, seemingly not out of embarrassment. Our team did take first place in that training match. Wait a minute, someone's approaching. Su Xing suddenly stopped. Lian Xiao hadn't detected any mental fluctuations, suggesting the other party had deliberately concealed them, but the noise of the mecha's passing hadn't escaped Su Xing's ears. In the darkness after the lights were turned off, the thermal imaging night vision system vaguely revealed the enemy's outline in the distance. The mecha's heat shielding function made the night vision less accurate. The enemy had also spotted them, and after a brief standoff, the entire team rushed towards Lian Xiao and the others. The two sides were not far apart in a straight line, but the complex structure of the mirror palace made it difficult for the enemy to approach. Then, Lian Xiao heard the sound of the mirror on the wall shattering. The enemy, reckless, smashed through the wall like a bulldozer. Lian Xiao cursed her bad luck. Judging by the charge's momentum and speed, she judged it was most likely San Carlos. Lian Xiao and Su Xing exchanged a glance and bolted in opposite directions. But this only created a gap for a moment. As Lian Xiao piloted the Zhulong, sweat formed in her palms. The more nervous she became, the more calmly she considered. Chase. No matter how fast the Zhulong and Suania ran, it couldn't outrun San Carlos's wall-breaking speed. At this rate, they would soon be caught up by San Carlos. 2 against 7, a non-primary attacker, there was no chance of victory. Suddenly, at a fork in the road ahead, Lian Xiao and Su Xing split up. Are Lian Xiao and the others doing this to distract San Carlos? Xianzheng said. San Carlos readily followed suit, splitting his forces into 2 groups to pursue. At their current speed, San Carlos would catch up to the 2 in just 3 minutes. At this moment, San Carlos's arc slowed down. San Carlos's arc clearly sensed the enemy's attack on her mental pathways, but this also exposed their presence. A surge of joy filled San Carlos's arc, just as she was about to transmit a message to the Tower of Babel. Her breath caught. Impossible. The enemy could attack so many of her mental pathways simultaneously. What level of mental power was theirs? That's the Alliance University arc ahead. San Carlos's arc spoke quickly, grappling with the pain. Yes, Petrov responded. At the fork in the road, the 4 heavily armored soldiers split into 2 groups in unison. San Carlos' arc resisted in its sea of consciousness while keeping pace with Petrov. She only needed to hold out until Petrov eliminated Lian Xiao. Winning or losing the mental battle was irrelevant. Is that really the case? Petrov and Irina smashed through wall after wall, sending bricks, tiles, and mirrors flying. Netizens sighed in unison. With only 2 walls between them, San Carlos could catch up to Lian Xiao. Watching San Carlos's victory, San Carlos' arc suddenly fell forward and knelt on the ground. Petrov and Irina ran 2 steps, turned back to support their teammates, and both frowned almost simultaneously. The San Carlos team members noticed that the mental connection within the team had loosened. San Carlos' arc's face paled. San Carlos didn't prioritize arcs as much as other military academies, but she was also a leader among the A-level arcs. This was her first time encountering such a strong mental attack. She had originally thought that the opponent's repeated attacks on her mental channel defenses would consume a significant amount of her own mental energy. Unexpectedly, Lian Xiao's attacks became increasingly fierce, as if her mental energy would never run out. San Carlos' Fong arc fell to her knees, sweat streaming down her face. All of her mental channels had been invaded by Lian Xiao, and she felt that he was irresistibly shaking San Carlos's Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel collapsed. In an instant, San Carlos lost all communication channels. Not only that, Lian Xiao, through the collapsed Tower of Babel, reversely invaded the mental channels of the remaining San Carlos team members. So, Xianzheng and the netizens saw that after Fong arc fell, the others in San Carlos more or less slowed down. Is this A mental attack? Xianzheng had seen it often, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The San Carlos team members were all above A-level. After defeating Fong Arc and attacking several A-level mental channels simultaneously, the difficulty was imaginable. At this moment, Lian Xiao suddenly stopped running and turned back toward Petrov. Although the San Carlos arc was paralyzed, Petrov and Irina, relying on willpower, slowly stood up. Lian Xiao was unaware. The audience's nerves hung in the balance. Lian Xiao thought he had attacked everyone, but little did he know that Petrov and Irina hadn't lost their fighting ability. Petrov and Irina also knew that they wouldn't be of much use in a mental battle. The most effective solution was to eliminate Lian Xiao. The two sides, intent on fighting, were separated only by a wall. Bang! The wall shattered, and Lian Xiao faced Petrov and Irina. Without light, both sides could only rely on night vision. Lian Xiao was the first to approach Petrov and swing a punch. Petrov dodged sideways, grabbed Lian Xiao's wrist with his right hand, and yanked him forward. Lian Xiao nearly lost his balance, his right elbow buckling. Petrov's other hand restrained Lian Xiao's right arm, ready to throw him to the ground. Petrov employed techniques from the Snow Plains combative sambo, a form of unarmed self-defense that blends wrestling and judo techniques, emphasizing ground control and striking. If Lian Xiao were truly knocked to the ground by Petrov's technique, she would be in an armbar, with no hope of getting up and fighting back. Twisting her body with all her might, she felt the crack of Zhulong's joints, her eyes twitching in pain, and she slammed headfirst into Irina behind her. Lian Xiao is still a bit struggling against the heavily armored soldiers, Xianzheng said. Lian Xiao was visibly struggling as he maneuvered between Petrov and Irina. But just then, a gunshot startled the three men in the fray. Before Petrov and Irina could react, the attacker pulled the trigger, firing several shots at the San Carlos arc. It was Su Xing. Unnoticed by anyone, she had shaken off the pursuing San Carlos team members, outflanked them from behind, and eliminated their arc first. Unexpectedly, San Carlos had pursued Lian Xiao, only to lose their own arc first. But Lian Xiao and Su Xing shouldn't be too happy for long. Petrov slowly turned his head. Now that they were at his doorstep, neither of them could escape. Chapter 132. Xianzheng, aren't Su Xing and Lian Xiao's actions a bit too risky? Xianzheng thought, he put it mildly. It wasn't just risky, it was outrageous. These two didn't flee after Lian Xiao destroyed the San Carlos Tower of Babel. Instead, they came back to destroy the opposing Arkansas. Isn't that a bit overconfident? Many agreed with Xianzheng. This is really frustrating. Of the two heavy armored soldiers here, Petrov is A+ rank, with top-notch physical skills. Is Lian Xiao confident he can defeat him? I rarely said this since Lian Xiao joined the league, but sometimes I really think Lian Xiao is too arrogant. She's just relying on her S rank. I don't think Xiao Wuyu is as arrogant as she is. Stop! Xiao Wuyu fans, please stop dragging down our Lian sister. Lead the team to first place first. Not optimistic. This is the outside world's view of this 2v2 match. The wall pierced the adjacent corridor, creating a battleground for the two sides. The Tower of Babel had collapsed, yet Petrov and Irina didn't need to communicate verbally. Irina automatically turned toward Su Xing, who was closer to her. Petrov, like a wall, blocked Lian Xiao's path, separating him from Su Xing. Lian Xiao hunched slightly, closely following Petrov's movements, his heart rate accelerating. Petrov moved, not quickly, but the narrow corridor limited Lian Xiao's ability to gain sufficient distance. The Mecha Thea, piloted by Petrov, was larger than Zhulong and had longer limbs. He easily punched the wall behind Zhulong. The sound of something shattering echoed in Lian Xiao's ears, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. She felt that if this punch had struck Zhulong's head, it might have flattened him. Zhulong ducked nimbly, taking advantage of Thea's moment to retract her fist and wrap his arms around Thea's waist. Then Zhulong hooked Thea's ankles and thrust hard. Takedown. Before Petrov could get there, Lian Xiao launched her usual combat-style sambo attack. Just as everyone waited intently to see Petrov thrown to the ground, Thea didn't budge. The mech Petrov piloted was simply too heavy for Zhulong. Zhao Liqing was able to flip the heavily armored soldier because their mechs were of the same weight, and Zhao Liqing herself had ample muscle strength, but carrying Petrov was still too much for Lian Xiao. When the takedown failed, Lian Xiao quickly let go and pulled out her gun. Just as the muzzle of the gun was against Petrov, and she was about to pull the trigger, her lower body lurched. Petrov, in turn, thrust at Lian Xiao's ankles, firmly controlling her right arm. He quickly crouched down, lifted Lian Xiao from Zhulong's abdomen, and, over her shoulder, threw her to the ground, all in one smooth motion. Zhulong fell amidst the shattered mirrors, the crushed glass shattering into the air. Thea then stepped on Zhulong's ribs and simultaneously pulled her right arm upwards. With a click, the mechanical components on her shoulders shifted and locked. The situation Lian Xiao had desperately tried to avoid still occurred. Petrov, with brilliant ground control, controlled Lian Xiao. It all happened so quickly that the audience barely registered. Zhulong fell to the ground, her mechanical right arm temporarily disabled. Those with a passing familiarity with combat sambo sighed. If they were pinned to the ground, they could expect to be taken down by a ground control technique. But the next second, as Thea straddled Zhulong, Lian Xiao instinctively pulled his knees together and instantly kicked out, striking Petrov squarely in the chest. Petrov was knocked back for 2 seconds, while Lian Xiao twisted and rolled to his feet. Lian Xiao forced the two mechas apart, forcing them into a standoff. This was the first time Lian Xiao had encountered an opponent like Petrov. His skills and strength were both top-notch. All speed and technique were ineffective against his sheer power. The fight soon became a one-sided struggle between Petrov and Lian Xiao. Twice and 3 times, Petrov threw Lian Xiao to the ground, and Lian Xiao repeatedly used various methods to escape the ground. In the most dangerous moment, Petrov had already delivered several punches to Zhulong's head. As Lian Xiao stumbled to his feet, he involuntarily shook his head, his consciousness dazed. Once again, for the umpteenth time, Lian Xiao prepared to fight Petrov. The audience outside the computer screen was a little distressed. Zhulong's steps were unsteady, and he swayed slightly like a drunk. It was obvious that Lian Xiao was seriously injured. Petrov, on the other hand, was relaxed. With such a stark contrast between their states, Lian Xiao had little chance of victory, even if she pushed herself. Had she faced Petrov before, Lian Xiao's first thought would have been to escape. But the intense pressure he brought back memories of her tyrant training. The fighting robots, likewise, seemed tireless, repeatedly knocking her to the ground. That week of training, Lian Xiao never left the training room without limping. The pain and injuries weren't the most despairing. The most despairing thing was facing the fighting robots, who were always in peak condition, and seeing no chance of victory. Lian Xiao still remembered a training session where she fought for over an hour. By the end, Lian Xiao was so exhausted she couldn't even lift her hands. Her body felt like it wasn't her own, dodging and attacking mechanically. She was like Sisyphus, pushing a boulder to the top of a mountain in vain, gambled this time that the boulder wouldn't roll back the next time. When she finally seized the fighting robot's weakness and flipped it over, Susera called for a halt. The sweat on Lian Xiao's face, perhaps tears, dripped onto the fighting robot. She felt Susera's hands on her shoulders. Remember this feeling? That day, Susera said, there's no opponent more tireless or more formidable than a robot. But if you defeat the fighting robot, your willpower can conquer all others. Lian Xiao shook her head vigorously, refocusing her pace to match Petrov's attack. She had indeed changed unconsciously, becoming more determined and more eager for victory. She had become stronger. Petrov watched in amazement as Lian Xiao launched another attack, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The battle raged for several minutes, and the situation was grim for both Lian Xiao and Su Xing. Xian Zheng couldn't help but reveal his true colors, swaying his hips once again. Although Lian Xiao displayed the requisite willpower of a mech soldier, she seems to have forgotten that the priority now is to escape San Carlos and reunite with her teammates. And honestly, judging by her current performance, Lian Xiao's skill level still lags behind Petrov's. The fight between the two sides was so intense that it was hard to notice the distance between them closing. Until the live feed suddenly went blazing white. What's going on? A blinding white light enveloped the battling mechs, and the audience outside the screen couldn't help but drop their laptops. Under the glare, even someone as determined as Petrov instinctively closed his eyes, then forced them open again. He hadn't forgotten he was in combat. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly, seeing nothing but the blinding light. He could only clench his fists and circle cautiously. Then his mech was kicked hard, slamming into something unidentified. Thankfully, the burst of bright light didn't last long. Darkness returned after a few seconds. Petrov opened his eyes again, only to find he couldn't see clearly. It wasn't a malfunction in the mech's visual system. It was the human brain, connected to the mech's mind, that was temporarily blinded by the repeated alternations of bright light and darkness. In the core module, Petrov's pale blue eyes tinged red, and his long golden brown eyelashes were wet with natural tears. Just as he had finally adjusted to the darkness, without giving them a moment to breathe, a new burst of bright light erupted in the area. Now Petrov was completely blind. This had to be Lian Xiao's doing, But where was the source of the light? Petrov pondered tearfully, passively defending himself. Then, under attack, Petrov realized they couldn't pinpoint the source of light. Shattered, reflective mirrors were everywhere. They recklessly destroyed the palace of mirrors to create more mirrors. The light reflected by so many mirrors was several times brighter than the original illumination. At that moment, Petrov felt something wrong with the mech he struck, and at the same time, Thea was struck hard by the axe. Both he and the mech who struck him were his teammate, Irina. Even though Irina noticed the problem in time and held back, the axe still inflicted significant damage on Thea. All this was the result of Lian Xiao's maneuvering. The two heavily armored soldiers, unable to distinguish the enemy's location, attacked each other, suffering injuries. What mech could possibly break San Carlos's defenses? Of course, it was San Carlos's mech. Petrov clenched his fists, feeling that any direction could be where Lian Xiao would launch an attack. Yet he was also afraid that the attack would hit Irina. Anger, frustration, and defeat. Petrov, once as calm as an icy field, were shaken for the first time. It wasn't until the bright light faded that Petrov and Irina realized that Lian Xiao and Su Xing had vanished without a trace, leaving only the two of them and the shattered mirrors on the floor. This situation, like San Carlos and his companions, who stared at each other in bewilderment, Xian Zheng and the off-camera crew exchanged bewilderment. He had no idea what was happening within the bright light. All he saw was the inexplicable glare and Lian Xiao and Su Xing fleeing through it. There was no other way, so the organizers, for the first time, reviewed the footage. It turned out that the bright light was the work of Lian Xiao and Su Xing. After escaping San Carlos's pursuit, Su Xing had deployed the glare bomb near the point of engagement. They found the perfect moment to trigger the glare bomb, exploiting the reflective properties of the Mirror Palace's mirrors to temporarily blind Petrov and Irina. They then used continuous feints and maneuvers to lure San Carlos into a fight, then decisively retreated. Xian Zheng suddenly thought of Lian Xiao and Su Xing's separate escapes. Could it be that they had already planned this entire series of events from that moment on? Not only were they satisfied with shaking off San Carlos, they also destroyed San Carlos's arc. But the question is, facing the same intense light, how come Lian Xiao and Su Xing are still okay? Xian Zheng was stuck. Because Lian Xiao was the arc. Lian Xiao and Su Xing had been prepared for the glare bomb. After 2 rounds of intense light, Lian Xiao was now in tears, but Zhu Long continued to follow Su Xing with a swift pace. Lian Xiao and Su Xing shared vision through a telepathic connection. Based on the blinding tactic Lian Xiao later devised, San Carlos's arc had to be eliminated first. The comments were silent for 2 or 3 seconds before resuming. Sorry, I admit I was too loud at Lian Jie earlier. What's wrong with the commentary? Isn't it professional? Why can't I follow Lian Xiao's tactics? I suddenly feel like Lian Xiao and Petrov might not lose in a one-on-one duel. Our Lian Jie is not only an excellent arc, but also an excellent main attacker. Wow! I never seen anyone praise Lian Xiao as excellent in my lifetime. Why not praise Lian Jie for being excellent? Are they praising you? Although they were far ahead of Petrov and Irina, Lian Xiao and Su Xing didn't dare to relax. They ran through dozens of rooms and corridors before pausing. Tears still streamed from Lian Xiao's eyes, and Su Xing squeezed her shoulder to comfort her. From then on, while Lian Xiao's eyes slowly recovered, she would be his eyes. Don't worry, we're very close to Gu Chanfeng, Lian Xiao said, breathing a sigh of relief, closing his eyes, and turning into another corridor. It was a pity that neither she nor Su Xing could see the game commentary, otherwise they would have noticed the screen was filled with messages like, Sister Lian, don't go that way. What should I do, netizens? I really think Sister Lian's other abilities are strong, but she's got this one in the luck department category. This is incredible. Just after struggling to escape San Carlos, she ran into Baichuan. That's incredible luck. At this point, each team, having weathered the initial chaos, had gradually reunited with their teammates. Massima of Baichuan heard the announcement that San Carlos' arc had been eliminated and assumed a team had taken advantage of the chaos to attack San Carlos. Unexpectedly, as she turned the corner ahead, she ran into the Zhulong Suanio, who had clearly experienced combat. For a moment, both teams froze. It was well known that among this year's contestants, only Lian Xiao was accustomed to using Zhulong. Massima smiled wryly. Was this considered a case of enemies meeting and becoming overly jealous? Chapter 133. Lian Xiao nearly fainted upon seeing the neatly organized team of 7 appear just a few meters away. This is unbelievable. Why are they 2 against 7 again? Just as Lian Xiao took a half step back, Nervously pondering his response strategy, he suddenly heard someone speak. Lian Xiao? It was Maxima's voice. Without waiting for Lian Xiao to reply, Maxima said, "You guys go. We won't fight." Netizen, what did they hear? Looking at the still vigilant Lian Xiao, Maxima said, "I'm serious." Lian Xiao raised his chin. "What about your teammates? Do they agree with you?" Lian Xiao asked. She didn't miss the moment Maxima said this, as several of the team members tilted their mechs, looking surprised. Maxima glanced around at her teammates. "This is my promise as Captain Baichuan." Her tone was undeniable. "If you're worried, you can watch us leave first." Maxima spoke as she led the Baichuan team, turning decisively and slowly retreating through another corridor. Lian Xiao and Su Xing were stunned. They expected another fierce battle, but to their surprise, Baichuan had actually been so kind as to keep his word and let them go. Why? Lian Xiao had a vague suspicion, but he kept his word. After confirming that Baichuan had gone far away, he and Su Xing hurried towards Gu Chanfeng. Why? Netizens were also puzzled, and a flurry of discussion ensued. Even further down the Babel Tower, a member of the Baichuan team was asking, "Captain, why did you let Lian Xiao and the others go? What a great opportunity." They were clearly resentful. This member couldn't imagine how furious teacher Baichuan would be if he knew of Maxima's actions. Maxima remained calm. "Don't worry. This was my decision alone. You were just following orders." Actually, another team member spoke up. "Captain, don't blame yourself too much. Whatever you decide, I support you." Maxima, thank you. The entire team knew that Shirakawa had let Lian Xiao go because it was an apology. In sending Lian Xiao to the hearing, Shirakawa had been an accomplice of Orin, and Maxima had originally intended to testify at the hearing to prove Lian Xiao's guilt. When Orin initially proposed cooperation, Shirakawa had refused. Not to mention that Shirakawa and Orin were inherently at odds, and that he was distorting facts and framing other cadets. Shirakawa was determined not to do such a thing. Shirakawa had initially insisted on this, but then compromised. Maxima, a key witness, had also initially insisted on this, but in the end, she remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and compromised. Silence was her final act of defiance. Maxima recalled the afternoon she had been summoned for the interview. Maxima was furious, but she had no outlet for this anger. She ignored the teacher's dry words, staring out the window. Shirakawa took in war orphans and civilian students. They were ridiculed as rag pickers because they never imposed any restrictions on applicants' spiritual power levels. Even the lowest-ranked E-rank students were patiently taught by Shirakawa, and even training cabins were provided free of charge whenever possible. As a result, other than the Alliance grant, Shirakawa's funding was essentially zero. Perhaps it was hard for the people of Orin to imagine that many of the training cabins used by Shirakawa's students were obsolete models. Maxima didn't know what to blame. Should she blame Baichuan for his hypocrisy, or for his poverty? But if she had only said that one word, perjured herself, Baichuan would have the latest equipment. Maxima suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had she refused Lian Xiao's invitation to a delicious meal in the Guava Jelly Sea? It was a shame that Captain Baichuan had walked through the corridor, but the bright afternoon sun outside couldn't reach it. She and Lian Xiao couldn't be friends anymore. Lian Xiao walked slowly and successfully found Gu Chanfeng. The Tower of Babel was rebuilt, and the positions of the remaining teammates were confirmed without incident. As they approached Yi Yin's position, they nearly collided with Orion's arc, which quickly took flight. After a chaotic night, with the exception of San Carlos's arc, Orion's arc still couldn't escape elimination, being sent packing by Baichuan. The other Orion players were despairing. Without their arcs, it would be difficult for them to regroup with their teammates. They wanted to withdraw, but the school and their family couldn't afford to lose face. Netizens were full of ridicule, and on social media, Orion was crowned the worst performing military academy in the league. Ha ha, who says Orion doesn't deserve to participate in the league? Even exciting games need humor to lighten the mood, okay. Orion wouldn't play if he didn't cling to the First Alliance Army. Would he die if he didn't praise the First Alliance Army? The First Alliance Army's performance wasn't much better. Looking at the performances of Orion and San Carlos, you can see the difference between first tier and second tier. With Arc eliminated, San Carlos can still find other ways to assemble its team, but Orion is completely clueless. The major and minor teams of the Alliance were assembled, and daylight had arrived. Lian Xiao looked at the light reflected into the Mirror Palace and said quietly, "Don't even think about sleeping once the match starts." From searching for people to fighting, she and Su Xing were on edge, hadn't slept a wink all night. Lian Xiao, I really miss her bed in the Lianda dorm. Perseverance is victory. Cesare came over, put his arm around her, leaned in close, and lowered his voice. After the match, we find a chance to secretly beat up Oren's men. It was Oren's instigation that had forced them to rush through this match, from preparation to competition. Lian Xiao and Cesare high-fived. That's exactly what I meant. If you're feeling down, it's time to find the culprit and vent. Gu Chanfeng, who was closest, ignored their muttering. The Mirror Palace map update had been delayed. He pointed to a point on the map. This is the nearest exit. Let's go straight up the mountain. It would probably take a while for the other teams to find someone, but Lianda should be able to get to the front. Lian Xiao looked at Gu Chanfeng, who was walking directly in front of her, and habitually rubbed her chin in the core module. His tone of voice was clearly normal and calm, but why did she feel that Gu Chanfeng was a little strange? A touch of envy, a lot of depression. These were all the complex emotions that had just drifted through Gu Chanfeng's consciousness, even though he had been happy when he first saw her. Lian Xiao sighed inwardly. It was really hard to guess what a man was thinking. The sunrise on the glacier came early, casting a thin shadow on the road leading to the snowy mountains. The avalanche had just passed, and the surface of the snow had not yet frozen solid. Poincaré lamented that they had set out so early, otherwise, by noon, when the temperature had risen, there would still be the risk of a wet avalanche on the snowy mountains. Following the snow trail previously blazed by researchers, the Lianda team carefully traversed the area and arrived at the Mirror Palace on the snowy mountain. Good, Lianda is the first to reach the snowy mountain Mirror Palace. Xi and Zheng applauded, saying, you can also see that this section of the Mirror Palace is more severely damaged. The foundation of the snowy mountain section of the Mirror Palace is more unstable. Professor Li, can you explain why? It's hard to blame Xi and Zheng, as the commentator, for not doing enough research on the Mirror Palace. Much of the information and research personnel are kept private. Professor Li, let me make it short. Years of research have revealed that other structures exist beneath the snowy mountain Mirror Palace. The snowy mountain terrain itself is complex, and the snowy mountain section of the Mirror Palace is built on a precarious foundation. Whenever it's hit by avalanches or other external forces, these impacts continuously impact the already fragile foundation, causing parts of the structure to collapse over time. Can you tell me what kind of building it is? Xi and Zheng pressed. The Zerg structures in this match had left them quite shaken. Is it also an underground mine? The research hasn't yet been conclusive. Professor Li repeated the usual scientific cliches. I'm also curious about what kind of structure is underground. The Alliance team didn't care about the underground structure, they just wanted to know where the launch point was. Help, it's too cold. Cesare was the first to lose patience. The climate on the Alliance's main planet was too cool for someone from the Valentino district, let alone the snowy mountains of Nika. Entering the Mirror Palace didn't offer any improvement. The higher the level of mental power, the higher the synchronization rate with the mech. This part of the Mirror Palace was completely open to the elements, and they, a group of players above B+ level, could only experience a portion of the extreme cold outside. Lian Xiao no longer felt like talking. The cockpit temperature was constant, but she could strangely feel her hands and feet freezing and numb, her temperature fluctuating. The brain was constantly sending cold signals to all parts of the body, and the perceived low temperature was no safer than the actual low temperature. Poincaré, is it really cold? If so, there's some wine in the supply pack. You can drink a little. At this, everyone dug out the small bottle of liquid and took a sip. Warmth surged through his organs, and Lian Xiao instantly felt better. Before Poincaré could stop him, Lian Xiao took another swig. Poincaré warned, this is strong liquor from the snowfields. Drinking too much will make you drunk. So, only when the cold became unbearable would the Lian Xiao team take a sip of the strong liquor. And so they walked until dawn, weaving through the Mirror Palace and reaching the mountainside. Wait a minute. Yi looked back at some point, squinting his eyes. Is that a mecha? To confirm his suspicions, Yi adjusted his high-powered scope and, sure enough, saw a mecha rapidly rising between the buildings. He suddenly realized it was an Imperial mecha. Judging by its speed, it wouldn't take long for them to easily catch up. Zhao Liqing couldn't help but ask, they weren't completely unscathed by the avalanche last night, were they? That would be such a shame. Yi counted one by one, only 4 mechas. If these 4 mechas caught up to them, another fierce battle would likely ensue. Sasari's gaze circled around the red dragon. He didn't know what was wrong with those Imperial guys, so determined to fight Gu Chanfeng. Their dormitory knew about Gu Chanfeng's family situation. If the surnames hadn't matched, he would have suspected that there might be a long-lost relative of Gu Chanfeng among those Imperial guys. Yi began to reload. This terrain is good for sniping. I hold off the Empire here, while you continue searching upwards. After discussing, Yin and Puekare Chazare remain behind, while the other four quicken their pace, searching the remaining half. The path became increasingly difficult as they ascended, their blazed snow path gradually disappearing. Not long after, they heard faint gunfire. Lian Xiao glanced back. Yi Yin's mech had shrunk to a tiny dot, and the Empire's mech was even less visible. Simultaneously, the men quickened their pace, practically breaking into a run. With a click, Zhao Liqing, who had been walking ahead of Lian Xiao, suddenly vanished. Lian Xiao instinctively lunged forward, narrowly catching Zhao Liqing. A single glance sent a chill down Lian Xiao's spine. Zhao Liqing had stepped on a crack in the ice, buried beneath the snow, and half of his mech had sunk below. Before he could even crawl back, the edge of the crack widened, and Lian Xiao lost his balance, falling down while holding Zhao Liqing. Chapter 134. Gu Chengfeng's pupils constricted instantly. When he regained consciousness, he was already at the edge of the ice crevice, his mechanical hand, trying to grab Lian Xiao, empty. He failed to grasp Lian Xiao. Gu Chengfeng's mind went blank, and his heart seemed to plummet to the ground along with the snow falling into the crevice. Gu Chengfeng slowly withdrew his hand, and slowly straightened up. Su Xing was startled, and his first instinct was to rush forward and pull Gu Chengfeng back. It was too dangerous for the Red Dragon Mecha to stand on the edge of the ice crevice. If the crack continued to widen, he would fall through. Gu Chengfeng felt a sense of unreality, but his mind was detached, spinning uncontrollably. Remain calm. Gu Chengfeng thought, the ice crevice is generally no deeper than 60 meters. Lian Xiao and the others would reach the bottom in a few seconds if they free-falled. If the Tower of Babel was normal, it meant that Lian Xiao was not seriously injured. Hello, 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 can you hear me? Lian Xiao was speaking from the Tower of Babel. Lian Xiao was fine. These two realizations brought Gu Chengfeng back to solid ground, his blood flowing back. Even though they weren't communicating via the headset, Gu Chengfeng pressed his fingers against his ears with trembling fingers, as if trying to hear the voice more clearly. Gu Chengfeng's throat felt as if it were blocked, and he spoke briefly, reporting the situation. Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao were unlucky. They stepped into a crack in the ice beneath the thick snow. The snow seemed solid, but if Atlas took a few more steps, it wouldn't hold the weight of the mecha. The suddenness of the incident prevented Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao from finding a foothold, and they fell to the bottom. Atlas' right foot is damaged, and Zhulong's right arm is immobilized. Lian Xiao explained the situation one by one. There's no place to climb up nearby. Also, the IB we're using for the League live broadcast is broken, Lian Xiao said, flicking the shattered IB with his toes. Now, apart from communicating through the Tower of Babel, they were completely cut off from the outside world. We need some time here, and we can't get there immediately, Yin said. They were holding the Empire back, and they were too busy to split their forces. Gu Chengfeng mentally listed the urgent matters. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing were trapped in the crevasse, putting them in great danger. Meanwhile, someone needed to continue searching to activate the launch point. The Empire team was still chasing them. Weighing the pros and cons, he raised his hand and set the countdown. 20 minutes. I go down the crevasse to confirm the situation, Gu Chengfeng decided. Su Xing said, you continue searching for the launch point? We catch up with you in 20 minutes. Su Xing nodded, wasting no time and setting off immediately. Leave it to me. Be careful. The last shot of Lian Xiao the outside world saw was a rapidly zoomed in view of the ground. The comments exploded, with countless netizens calling for help. The two players' lives are unknown. Don't worry, viewers. According to the players' health data monitored by the military, Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing are safe and sound, Xi and Zheng reassured the audience. Why hasn't the rescue team been dispatched yet? What's going on with the live stream? Lian Xiao's screen is still black after all this time. That's right. Such a serious match accident, and the rescue team hasn't even moved. Who would believe someone just saying they're fine? We want proof that the players are safe. Lian University student seconded. Lian University student seconded, +1 if I don't explain. I'm sure these netizens will make league accident a trending topic. The staff frantically winked at Xi and Zheng, who gritted his teeth and explained, everyone, please understand. According to the rules, the rescue team can only intervene in the competition if it's confirmed that a contestant is in extreme danger or has been eliminated. But the monitoring data showed that Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing were alive and well, and the United Nations hadn't withdrawn from the competition. The rescue team's direct rescue operation violated the rules. Netizens didn't care. Their simple sense of justice led them to strongly condemn the rescue team's inaction. So, seeing Gu Chanfeng and Su Xing separate, with Gu Chanfeng using a rope to descend the ice crevasse, they felt that Gu Chanfeng was far more reliable than the rescue team. While waiting for Gu Chanfeng to descend, Lian Xiao looked around. She hadn't expected the ice beneath the snowy mountain to be so thick. Near the bottom, the solid ice had taken on a dark blue hue, surrounded by a faint white mist, the fine vapor evaporating from the Mecha surface and the frigid surroundings. Before the ice crevice continued, it looked like a cave. Atlas's right foot was injured. Zhao Liqing sat cross-legged on the ground, studying the eye wasp. She fiddled with the eye wasp for a moment, feeling something strange. It wasn't shattered by the Mecha. It seemed more like it lost control and fell to the ground. Lian Xiao ignored a word Zhao Liqing said. She suddenly turned around, facing the crack where the ice crevasse extended. Lian Xiao's hair stood on end. In that split second or two, she had heard the sound of a distant flute, intermittent yet clear. The sound was too unique. There was no way Lian Xiao was mistaken. Something was wrong. Lian Xiao turned her head repeatedly. How could a distant flute sound outside of her sea of consciousness come from beneath the snow mountain mirror palace? The ice crack was too slippery, with no support points. Gu Changfeng's descent was much slower than they had expected. Lian Xiao thought for a moment, and decided to go ahead with Zhao Liqing to take a look. Just take a look, and you know what's inside. After walking a dozen meters, Zhao Liqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! The bottom of the ice crack leads directly to a cave. I hadn't expected such a large hidden space to exist within the snowy mountains. Just like the underground mine, it was clearly built by Zerg. It feels very different." Without the live camera, it was just her and Zhao Liqing here, and Lian Xiao relaxed his words. So many messy passages. The uneven road surface and the messy passages were only for humans. Zhao Liqing said, "It looks a bit like kindergarten scribbles, but also like an anthill. It can't really be a Zerg dormitory, can it? The Zerg live up the mountain, their workstations are at the foot of the mountain, so living at work saves them the daily commute. Their dormitories are more spacious than the Lianda," Zhao Liqing commented, stepping on a screen nestled between the rocks. Zerg text began to scroll across it. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing's Zerg language was equally broken, so broken that only individual words could be discerned. Lian Xiao pushed the screen away in frustration. "It's definitely not our fault. It's the Zerg handwriting that's so ugly." The native speaker's scribbling was a blow to Ms. Zhao's confidence. Zhao Liqing began to worry about this semester's Zerg language exam and decided to cram for it as soon as she got home. But what was certain was that the screen Zhao Liqing had put away was the diary of a Zerg. And they realized a blind spot. The scattered, inhuman artifacts along the way proved that no researchers had been there before. They had found the Zerg building hidden beneath a mirror palace. The further they went, the clearer the sound of a distant flute became for Lian Xiao. In this crisscrossing space, she didn't need a map. The sound of a distant flute was her compass. At this moment, Zhao Liqing realized something was amiss and grabbed Lian Xiao. They were clearly waiting for Gu Changfeng's arrival. So why was Lian Xiao suddenly possessed? Intent on advancing deeper, Lian Xiao opened her mouth. Zhao Liqing wasn't so easily fooled. She couldn't just say she heard a distant flute. Thinking of the countless things she hadn't told Zhao Liqing, whether it was the flute or her exit from the sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao felt speechless with guilt. Just then, the distant flute sounded again, luring Lian Xiao forward like a hook. The source of the sound was already quite close, as if an unseen voice had seen through Lian Xiao's retreat and whispered to her, "We're so close, don't you want to know what's going on?" After much hesitation, Lian Xiao said, "I heard a sound up ahead." It wasn't a lie. Zhao Liqing followed Lian Xiao forward, half believing and half doubting. When they finally reached the spot, Lian Xiao was stunned. Ahead lay a solid stone wall. The sound of a distant flute drifted out, erratically, through the thick rock face, like a ghost. Zhao Liqing pressed herself against the rock face, hearing the faint sound, incredulous. She took 2 steps back, ready to blast the rock face apart, when it slowly opened. Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao's expressions matched, exclaiming in unison, "Shit!" The first sound to emanate was the clear flute. The entire ceiling of the space was adorned with smooth leg bones of all sizes. Above that, the frozen rock face transitioned into a dark layer of ice, with no end in sight. Air currents from the outside world flowed through it, continuously playing the bone flute. Lian Xiao thought of the organ. This largest instrument ever created by humans, using air to blow through the pipes, plays in a church, as if the building and the worshippers within breathed together. This forest of bone flutes seems to transform the wind into the very breath of the entire space. This building, imbued with traces of mysticism and religion, breathes eternally, seemingly alive, through decades and centuries of unimpeded airflow. The ground is splattered with gold and crimson, and the walls are inlaid with round mineral stones, some gleaming, others duller, reminiscent of Byzantine mosaics, painted with intricate mystical symbols and patterns. In the very center, a luminous egg-shaped object rests at the intersection of the infinity symbol. "I never seen anything like this," Zhao Liqing said after a moment. Lian Xiao, me too. Any researcher studying zergology would go mad here. Even though Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing were relatively new to zergology, they could sense the thick mystical atmosphere permeating the entire space. Although the IB was broken, thankfully the Mecha's recording function still worked. Before entering, the two took 360-degree photos, leaving no corner untouched. Lian Xiao suddenly had a thought. If researchers use our photos to publish a paper, could we get a share of the royalties? No way, Zhao Liqing said. My neighbor's sister publishes a paper, and I hear she has to pay for the publication fees now. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing entered this altar-like space cautiously. Zhao Liqing approached the egg-shaped structure, cautiously not extending a hand. However, as if sensing the presence of a living being, a clear, bright red liquid began to seep from the bottom of the egg, merging into the dried-up infinity symbol. It turned out that this wasn't a symbol carved into the ground, but a small waterway. The water flowed out at one end as a bright red, then gradually transformed into a metallic silver liquid after passing through the intersection. These liquids flowed from the egg, circulating eternally, transforming from red to silver, then from silver to red. Zhao Liqing moved slightly away, and the water level in the channel dropped and dried up, returning everything to the egg. After 2 or 3 attempts, she discovered that the presence of living creatures was necessary to maintain the continuous circulation of the liquid. Lian Xiao also approached, initially out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the infinity symbol, a strange scene unfolded. Countless shadows, as thin as black veil, appeared and approached the egg. They danced, flew, prostrated themselves, and slaughtered living creatures, as if performing some mysterious ritual. These were the shadows Lian Xiao had witnessed before, while she was outside her consciousness. What she had seen, outside her consciousness, was the Zerg altar. Lian Xiao's mind went blank. She stepped back, and the shadows vanished. She took a step forward, and the shadows reappeared, as if replayed. It was over. In the core module, Lian Xiao felt a cold sweat breaking out. How could she explain this to Zhao Liqing, and how could she ask Zhao Liqing not to tell anyone else about this strange sight? Zhao Liqing seemed stunned too. After a moment, she stammered, "Have you seen these shadows before?" Lian Xiao was silent. Zhao Liqing knew her all too well. If she had seen these strange shadows for the first time, her reaction would definitely not have been the same. Lian Xiao could come up with a reasonable excuse to get away with the others, but she couldn't fool Zhao Liqing. Just then, they heard the Mecha's footsteps. Zhao Liqing shuddered. The shadows around them were still repeating the ritual over and over again. This scene absolutely could not be captured by the IBs surrounding Gu Chengfeng's livestream. She leaped past Lian Xiao and blocked the red dragon outside the door. The red dragon, covered in ice, raised both hands. In his right hand was a crushed IB. Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing had reminded him to secure the IB before descending the ice crevasse, saving it from malfunction and shattering. However, upon learning of a suspected Zerg altar, Gu Chengfeng feigned carelessness and crushed it without hesitation. He knew Lian Xiao's secret was somehow connected to the Zerg. This way, no matter what happened, no footage would be recorded that would harm Lian Xiao. Zhao Liqing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the memory chip of the IB shattered, but quickly grasped the key. Why had Gu Chengfeng destroyed the IB beforehand? Unless, Lian, you told him? Zhao Liqing's gaze flickered between Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng. No. Did Gu Chengfeng know something? Lian Xiao felt guilty. Help. Zhao Liqing knew her so well, and was so perceptive. She basically guessed everything. Silence was tacit agreement. For the first time, Lian Xiao detected a hint of sadness in Zhao Liqing's tone. Why did you tell Gu Chengfeng and not me? She whispered. Chapter 135. Unlike her brother Gong Sunhong, Zhao Liqing had been friendless since childhood. If being sociable and likable were a natural talent, then Gong Sunhong must have maxed out their generation's talent points first, leaving Zhao Liqing with nothing left to do. Zhao Liqing didn't know why. Even though the same words and meaning came from her brother and her, they felt so different. Zhao Liqing had always been a stellar student, but perhaps because of her natural tendency to keep a straight face, her classmates were a little afraid to talk to her. So, friendship became one of Zhao Liqing's parents' biggest concerns. She hated her birthday the most. Before her birthday, her parents would always be subtle and cautious, asking if and how many classmates and friends were attending her party. After all, they worried that Zhao Liqing would feel the difference compared to Gong Sunhong's lively birthday party. Cautious love can sometimes be a heavy burden. Zhao Liqing once had a moment when she thought she was close to friendship. After she refused to lend her math homework to a classmate and painstakingly taught him each problem, he secretly complained that she was too much of a minner and that being around her was stressful. Zhao Liqing still remembers the windy day when she overheard their gossip. It was like she had just loosened her clenched fists, the wind blowing through her sweaty palms, and she suddenly woke up from a dream. Those people clearly didn't like her, yet they still smiled at her just to copy her homework and ask her to help them mark test points. Zhao Liqing suddenly felt completely bored. She no longer wanted to force friendships. Lian Xiao was her first true friend. It turns out that friends can do all sorts of strange things together, can complain and chat all night long. Even your character, which others might criticize as old-fashioned and boring, is seen as a virtue in her eyes. So during those long nights of chatting, when Lian Xiao repeatedly said, "Ms. Zhao, you're so kind," wasn't her friend already carrying a heavy secret, pretending to be fine in front of everyone? That's why Zhao Liqing felt bad. She felt bad for Lian Xiao, and sad that he kept it a secret from her. Why didn't she trust her? Zhao Liqing thought dejectedly. No matter what it was, she wouldn't tell anyone. Lian Xiao felt incredibly guilty, and mentally slapped himself twice. In reality, Zhulong grabbed Atlas's arm like a gust of wind, afraid that Zhao Liqing would get angry and leave. "I'm sorry." Lian Xiao apologized hurriedly. "It's not that I don't believe you," Lian Xiao said, his words incoherent and nervous, racking his brains. "I haven't figured out how to tell you. I don't know what's going on. I'm a little scared." Yes, scared. If her body really had some connection to the Zerg, Lian Xiao dreaded how to face Zhao Liqing. Ms. Zhao was such an upright person, so righteous and a vengeful person. Zhao Liqing took the first half of Lian Xiao's words to heart. She knew Lian Xiao well, and knew that while he was friendly toward others, that friendliness came from a sense of indifference. The previous online outcry against Lian Xiao hadn't seemed to affect him. She didn't care, it wasn't important, so it didn't matter. This time, Lian Xiao was truly panicked, which showed how much Zhao Liqing meant to her. Seeing Lian Xiao's attitude, Zhao Liqing's anger subsided a bit. Zhao Liqing glanced at Gu Changfeng, now looking at him with growing displeasure. "Then what should we do with this place?" Zhao Liqing brought up another matter. Of course, Lian Xiao's unusual behavior couldn't be told to anyone, but they couldn't hide the discovery of the underground Zerg ruins even if they wanted to. Gu Changfeng was silent for a moment. He couldn't interrupt a girl's quarrel, so he remained silent, pretending to be invisible and making his presence less noticeable. "I didn't see anything," Gu Changfeng said, effectively promising not to tell anyone about Lian Xiao's unusual behavior. Zhao Liqing snorted and decided to let Lian Xiao go for now. "After the game, you must tell me everything." Lian Xiao nodded rapidly, hugging Atlas's arm with a sense of relief. For the next few minutes, they explored the entire altar, mainly Gu Changfeng and Zhao Liqing taking photos, while Lian Xiao was ordered to observe from the sidelines. Upon closer inspection, Lian Xiao discovered that the bones used to make the bone fluid didn't conform to human skeletal form, but rather resembled the hollow exoskeleton of an insect. With Gu Changfeng's involvement, some of the altar's more subtle hidden meanings were revealed. For example, the liquid flowing through the waterway clearly represented crimson fluid and mithril. The Zerg believe that everything in the world is born from an egg, and the crimson fluid and mithril upon which their civilization depends are no exception. Before the 20-minute countdown agreed upon with Su Xing expired, the three of them withdrew from the ruins and slowly ascended along the rope Gu Changfeng had previously set up. As soon as they emerged from the crevasse, they encountered Yi Yin and his companions, who had finally escaped the Empire. When Lian Xiao and the other two reappeared on the live stream, the organizers and netizens breathed a sigh of relief. If there's still no news of these three after a while, they have to dispatch a rescue team, regardless of legality. After all, every player in the league is the future hope of the Alliance's mechas. During this time, Su Xing, who had been searching for launch points alone, lived up to expectations, and found and activated the final launch point. With this, all three launch points for the Alliance's large team were complete. The Alliance's speed was beyond imagination, Xianzheng said. "I didn't expect the most impressive player in this match would be Su Xing, who had the lowest mental power level." Xianzheng's commentary style is inherently subjective. He's been more restrained in his commentary of the Mecha League now. In the past, he either overtly or covertly disparaged any Mecha soldier he disliked. Some people find this style sharp, while others find him lacking even the most basic fairness in his commentary. Although the United University team was constantly in trouble, and on the verge of trouble during this match, we saw that whether it was Augustus Academy's chaotic attacks causing an avalanche, Mirror Palace being caught alone while moving, or Ark's teammates falling into an ice crevasse, the other team members were fighting, and Su Xing was always diligently activating the launch point. Xian Zheng applauded, his praise coming off as sarcastic. B+ level Su Xing deserves to be the best player of the match for the United University team. Now, apart from the United University, no other military academy had completed the launch point activation task. The United University was on the verge of taking first place again. Up on the snowy mountain, San Carlos slowed his pace for a moment upon hearing the announcement, then quickly resumed his search, like a bulldozer, higher up. Ark's elimination didn't significantly impact their progress in the match. No matter the opponent, San Carlos would never let anyone else throw them off. Unable to find the underground mine, Kitakami Chuan, advancing towards the snowy mountains, felt a surge of crisis, and all hands on deck sped up. The Baichuan people were feeling a bit mixed, but they had successfully activated 2 launch points so far, putting them ahead of Kitakami Chuan and Orin. With effort, they could still achieve the best result of this league. The strongest reaction came from the First Alliance army. Why? Zhao Wuyu didn't show it on his face, but his heart was rife with jealousy. Orin was planning to use the supervisory committee to openly kick Lian Xiao out of the league, and the First Alliance army not only knew about it, but also welcomed it. It was a shame that Situ Xian and Orin were too foolish. Their connections weren't enough to manipulate public opinion, allowing Lian Xiao to escape. But Zhao Wuyu still had some sense. The First Alliance army hadn't yet explored the snowy mountains. If they turned back to the central finish line of Mirror Palace to block the United Alliance, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate all of their members, and it would also slow down their own progress, making it more costly than it would gain. But he couldn't bear to let the United Alliance continue to hold first place. Even if the Allied forces finished second, they would be called the eternal runner-up team's arc, something the proud Zhao Wuyu could not tolerate. Let's go, Zhao Wuyu reasoned, finally saying, let's quickly search the snowy mountains. The mountain route they chose was one Zhao Wuyu had carefully planned. It would minimize time and reduce the risk of encountering other teams during the search. Zhao Wuyu was confident that the Allied forces could activate the last launch point before dark. But something unexpected happened along the way. Just as the Allied forces were about to scale a nearly vertical ice wall to shorten their distance, the light armored troops spotted the Imperial team. The Imperial Mecha circled at a low altitude, their intentions unclear. Retreat. Seek cover. Zhao Wuyu gave the order. They had already experienced how formidable the Imperial Mechas could be in combat. After waiting for a moment, the Allied light armored trooper tried to peek out again, to see where the Imperial squad was moving, only to spot an old acquaintance. Captain, the trooper gently nudged Zhao Wuyu and said from the Tower of Babel, see if that's from Orin. Zhao Wuyu peered closely and saw, indeed, a figure moving in a crack in the ground not far from them. He switched to a high-powered telescope, squinting for several seconds before he could barely make out some mecha moving beneath the ice. At such a distance, and beneath the ice, if it weren't for the Allied light armored trooper's sharp eyes, the average person wouldn't have noticed the movement beneath their feet. Had they played together in several matches, Zhao Wuyu knew the types of mechas the Orin players typically used. He immediately recognized this mecha as the model Captain Orin was most skilled in. At this moment, the Imperial mecha circled ever closer to the ground, as if searching for something. Zhao Wuyu, wanting to temporarily avoid the Imperial squad, pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that the ice crevice would be a good hiding place. Strange. The staff member in charge of dispatching the IBs muttered, his face suddenly solemn. Just as the Allied forces descended into the crevice, the IBs surrounding them began to malfunction and fall. A similar scenario to the United Nations General Assembly unfolded again, and this time the organizers were unable to track the Allied forces' movements. What was beneath the ice? There must be a strong magnetic field within a certain range, disrupting the IB's normal operation. What are you still standing there for? Report it now. The person in charge of the live broadcast immediately reported the unusual situation. This arena was full of strangeness, but the organizers couldn't directly intervene in the competition. The person in charge glanced at the blackened live broadcast screen, wondering what the Allied army would experience beneath the ice crevasse. Underneath the seemingly small ice crevasse was actually a vast space, large enough to accommodate the entire Allied army. It was just that the depth of the ice crevasse was deeper than Zhao Wuyu had known. The Allied army team headed in the direction Captain Oren had left. Zhao Wuyu noticed that the surrounding ice was extremely hard and incredibly smooth, as if it had been deliberately polished. Don't move forward. The heavily armored soldier at the front sent icy debris flying under his feet. Captain Oren suddenly appeared, alone with a rifle, threatening them to keep their distance. Damn it! Captain Oren didn't seem to dare to fire, but the sudden appearance of so many members of the First Alliance army had him utterly panicked. He felt a sweat brimming over, and he absolutely couldn't let them see him. Don't be nervous, brother. We're just passing through, hiding from the other teams. Zhao Wuyu made the First Alliance army sound innocent, and acted friendly with Captain Oren. Our two schools have collaborated so many times. We should have some basic trust. Captain Oren sneered. Zhao Wuyu made no mention of Oren losing the hearing and the First Alliance abandoning them. Captain Oren, then stay where you are. Don't move. Don't come any closer. Zhao Wuyu's eyes flickered. He hadn't been interested in Captain Oren's activities here, but his evasive attitude only aroused his suspicions. And, since arriving at this place, Zhao Wuyu had looked around and vaguely sensed strange mental fluctuations. Could it be that one of the members of the First Alliance had lost control of his mental power? At Zhao Wuyu's command in the Tower of Babel, Captain Oren was restrained by the other members of the First Allied forces before he could even react. Zhao Wuyu smiled, then walked past Captain Oren, heading deeper into the area. What if I say no? What can you do? The next moment, Zhao Wuyu lost his voice when he saw what Captain Oren had painstakingly hidden. The entire pure ice wall, like a natural specimen, contained a gigantic alien creature. Zhao Wuyu covered his head, his heart awash with fear. Humans usually refer to these alien creatures as Zerg. Chapter 136. Zhao Wuyu's lips moved several times before he uttered two words, trembling like a dream. Zerg. The human, seated within the massive humanoid weapon he had created, still seemed insignificant in the face of the Zerg. Zhao Wuyu couldn't help but take a step forward, as if wanting to reach out and touch the Zerg through the ice. The Tianjita system failed to simulate the Zerg's true texture. This Zerg possessed a dark exoskeleton, every curve gleaming with iridescent, oily reflections. Its equally dark wings shimmered like shimmering diamonds. Beautiful, strange, and majestic. Zhao Wuyu was about to reach out and touch it, but stopped the instant his fingertips touched the ice, his expression quizzical. When had he ever thought the Zerg were beautiful? Zhao Wuyu then realized that he had actually crossed the safe distance between him and the Zerg. No, something was wrong. As Zhao Wuyu retreated, gaining sufficient distance, he finally recalled the mental fluctuations he had just felt. How could he have forgotten something so important? Zhao Wuyu gritted his teeth as he stared at the Zerg slumbering within the ice. Though the mental fluctuations were faint, they still indicated the Zerg was still alive. Captain Oren was pinned to the ground by two main attack mechs of the Allied First Army. Only his mech's head could move, looking up at Zhao Wuyu. Zhao Wuyu could actually read a sinister tone in the expressionless, iron-like head. Ark was eliminated, his teammates dispersed, and the only Orion player who still had any desire to win, to finish the match, was Captain Oren. He had stumbled upon this ice crevice while climbing the snowy mountain, and unexpectedly discovered the Zerg trapped there. Since everyone knows what's here, why don't we sit down and discuss how to divide the benefits? Captain Oren straightened his mech like a fish, only to be pushed back down again. The Allied army's main attackers looked at Zhao Wuyu inquiringly. They had also seen the Zerg and were speechless with shock, but without Zhao Wuyu's order, they dared not let Captain Oren go. Zhao Wuyu, what do you mean? Brother, stop playing dumb. Captain Oren said, Zerg, alive. Think about how many years it's been since the Second Zerg Invasion War, when the Alliance hasn't captured a live Zerg. Zhao Wuyu's expression grew serious. Captain Oren was right. Their discovery of the Zerg was of great significance to the Alliance. But the untouchable principle? Zhao Wuyu pondered. The Atria peace agreement signed between the Alliance and the Zerg was the foundation for a truce and peace between the two sides. On the surface, humans and the Zerg haven't had contact for decades, each side peacefully developing within their respective territories, like a thin rope tied between two elephants. The slightest movement from either side could break this fragile bond. If anyone leaked the news of the Zerg sighting within Alliance territory, it could escalate into a serious political issue. It's simple. All we have to do is keep the information private. Captain Oren's tone was tinged with enthusiasm. 8 of us, only 8 of us in the world know the coordinates of this place. Let those powerful figures decide the fate of this Zerg. We only need to worry about what benefits we can gain from these coordinates. Zhao Wuyu swallowed. His family was simply well off, but that wouldn't help him in his future military career. These coordinates could serve as a bridge between him and certain families. Xiao Wu crouched down, looking Captain Orin in the eye for the first time. What suggestions do you have? The Allied squad, completely unaware of what was happening beneath the ice, was galloping towards the center of the Mirror Palace. They anticipated that the Imperial squad would not give up easily, so they didn't return. Arriving at the icy plains, Lian Xiao looked back and saw Imperial mechas circling in the air. Don't worry, they can't catch us, Cesare said. The Seraphs are indeed formidable, but the other Imperial mechas are much more useless. He pointed at a Power Angel mecha that was shaking unnaturally in midair. Little Yi nearly destroyed it. Yi coldly said, if you say that again, I shoot you right now. Cesare whistled and saluted. Got it, little Yi. Yi, The Power Angel, severely injured by Yi's sniper, was twitching slightly in the air for some unknown reason. The League actually gave the Empire very few shots, and aside from the camera operator tracking the Empire, no one noticed the Seraphim's unusual behavior. A dark green liquid continuously flowed from the hole pierced by the bullet, drifting down from over 10 meters onto the ice. What kind of liquid was this color and texture? Why did it look like insect blood? Suspicious, the staff member zoomed in, only to see unusually deep pits etched into the ice by the dripping water. It was then that she noticed something she had overlooked. The Seraphim always led the charge, but this time, the Seraphim was flying ahead of them. Unless the Seraphim wasn't under Seraphim's command at all, the other Imperial mechs weren't searching for the Alliance team, but were instead circling around the Seraphim, trying to intercept their damaged comrades. The Angel of Power lost control. The Alliance Military Academy's judgment was wrong. At that moment, the Angel of Power stumbled and fell into the ice crevasse. Xiao Wu and Captain Orin had agreed to leave the area immediately to avoid arousing suspicion. After the match, they would quietly report the incident to a certain big shot whom Captain Orin had strongly recommended. Captain, is this guy really reliable? Amon, the main attacker of the Alliance army, asked privately in the Tower of Babel. Xiao Wu's mental power was high, and his judgment was almost infallible. Whenever he wanted, he could act like a gentle breeze. They had always trusted Xiao Wu. But this matter made Amon feel a little uneasy. Don't worry. Xiao Wu's mind was filled with the seemingly tangible honor and status he achieved. He casually said, trust me, as captain, I do my utmost for everyone. Yes. But Amon took it in, responding briskly, we all trust you, Captain. Captain Orin left first. Amon, watching Captain Orin's departure with vigilance, was momentarily stunned. Only then did she suddenly realize why none of them had thought of spraying liquid nitrogen into the Zerg's ice layer. Amon's scalp tingled, but at that moment, the ground shook violently, and a mech crashed down in front of Captain Orin. Stupefied for a second, everyone instinctively drew their weapons, and saw the Power Angel mech's abdomen dripping with green liquid, quickly forming a small pool beneath it. The Power Angel, completely ignoring the crowd that surrounded it, threatened to attack, crawled deeper into the ground, leaving a trail of drag in its wake. Several bullets and energy beams pierced the Angel of Power, but to no avail. Xiao Wu drew his cold weapon, crushed the Angel of Power, and slashed off its head with a fierce vengeance. He felt the steel beneath his feet twitch, then freeze. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when, masked by the bullets, a faint sound emerged, the most chilling sound they had ever heard. The ice slowly cracked. Anomaly at .606,123 in Zone E of the arena. 2 identical warnings came from the personnel monitoring the First Alliance Army and the Empire. Zhuiza's face changed slightly. Both teams had fallen into the same ice crevasse. Something must be amiss. The rescue team was ready to go. Zhuiza was about to issue an order when a piercing alarm suddenly blared in his headset. A trembling voice said, reporting to Colonel Zhu, the Horn System. Just activated. The Horn System is humanity's early warning system for detecting the presence of Zerg. Not only Zhuiza, but every active mecha soldier aboard the starship received the message. The alarm, transmitted across the silent universe to the nearest planet on Nika, quickly reached the Alliance's main planet. The military brass was informed of the incident, and minutes later, all lieutenant generals and above in the Alliance convened an emergency meeting. The Horn System, silent for decades, lit up within the Alliance. Humanity had once again detected living Zerg. The Horn of War had sounded. Zhuiza took a deep breath. She was the highest-ranking officer on Nika, and everyone awaited her orders. Terminate the competition, suspend the live broadcast, and have all contestants evacuate the camera palace immediately. The sooner the better. Zhuiza issued the order quickly but methodically. From now on, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of 606,123 in the Snow Mountain area of Mecha is officially designated a war zone. All offensive weapons are authorized. Control, eliminate, and prevent casualties. This is our goal. Half a minute after the horn system activated, the Mecha League live broadcast, watched by tens of millions online, suddenly went completely black in front of everyone's eyes. The organizers wiped their sweat and gritted their teeth as they began inserting blank shots and replays of previous matches. Is it me that's stuck? Oh my god, I'm stuck too? Everyone's stuck. This league has never had such a major live broadcast incident before. The organizers were trying to persuade Xi and Zheng. The commentator still had to step in to reassure the audience, but Xi and Zheng felt that his future as a commentator wouldn't end there. 1 minute after the horn system activated, the rescue team was fully dispatched. Teachers from various schools rushed over after receiving the news. The teacher leading the Allied First Army team strongly requested to accompany the rescue team. The teacher leading the First Alliance Army team was going crazy. Colonel Zhu, all of our team members are A-level or above, and Zhao Wuyu is an S-level Arkansas. We absolutely cannot let anything go wrong. Ultimately, the military is responsible for this. You chose the venue. Didn't you even notice there were Zerg beneath the snowy mountain before the competition started? The teacher leading the First Alliance Army team grew increasingly anxious. If you won't let me join the rescue team, then you should send all the rescue teams to the ice crevasse and prioritize rescuing the trapped students. The other teachers leading the team looked disgusted. The lives of the First Alliance Army players are important, but the lives of the students from other schools are not. Zhu Yize shook his head, rejecting his request. Leave this matter to the rescue team. They bring the players back, Zhu Yize said. The other teachers leading the team, seeing Zhu Yize's unyielding attitude, knew that further negotiations would be a waste of time. They all reported urgently, trying to find a way to save the lives. Yin Mingling stayed behind. When will the reinforcements arrive soonest? What's the Empire's response? The starships aren't strong enough, are they? Of the 3 sentences, the last one was affirmative. Yin Mingling could guess, and Zhu Yize wasn't surprised. The nearest team to Nika will arrive in about half an hour. The latest news from the Empire needs to be communicated to their Emperor first, Zhu Yize said. Francois and Teresa were also photographed entering the ice crevasse. Zerg activity has now been detected, and the Imperial Allied Forces' 3 schools in Oran are concentrated there to confront the awakened Zerg. If we only deal with 1 A rank, it's barely enough. If there are more. Zhu Yize pressed the headset. The person on the other end reported something else, and her expression suddenly darkened. The latest bad news, Zhu Yize said gravely. 2 new active Zerg traces have been added to the horn system. Also, one of the Empire's members has lost his vital signs. Whether in the Snow Mountain Mirror Palace or on the icy plains, all players received an emergency alert. The match is over? The contestants were stunned upon hearing the announcement. What kind of incident would it take for the military to forcibly end the match? Hello, I am Wanqi, the artificial intelligence developed by the military. All members of the Lianda team, please follow the instructions and exit from the location marked on the map as quickly as possible. A rescue team will arrive to assist you. A new electronic voice forced its way into the Lianda team's ears as they raced towards the finish line. Not far from the finish line, Gu Chafeng, Cesare, and Zhao Liqing paused, abruptly stopping. 2 minutes after the horn system activated, Wanqi, the military's artificial intelligence, took full control of the system, assisting in strangling the awakened Zerg. They were stunned for only a few seconds, then quickly pushed their unsuspecting teammates towards the marked exit. Gu Chafeng felt his mouth go dry. Only in an emergency or combat situation will the military allow Wanqi to take full control of the system. Wanqi, what happened? Wanqi, Zerg have awakened in the snowy mountains. The number is currently unknown. Chapter 137. Wanqi's words were like a bomb dropped from the sky. Zerg? How could there still be Zerg in the snow plains? Poincare lost his voice. A native of the snow plains, he had already thought that if Zerg had appeared on Nika, then other planets in the snow plains, and even his own, might suddenly appear. Poincare's forehead was sweating with anxiety, and he wished he could fly home immediately. Sorry, I can't reveal the specifics of the Zerg. Please follow my instructions, and I will guide you to a safe location, Wanqi said. If it were Echo from the Academy, he would definitely have calmed the team members first. However, Wanqi was developed to be a wartime artificial intelligence, far more aloof and efficient. Lian Xiao's palms were sweaty, and he felt a sense of unreality. Were the Zerg really that close to them, Or even that they might have brushed shoulders with them this morning? The Zerg she hated, the Zerg that humanity hated, was finally no longer just a pile of data in the Tangenta system. It had truly appeared before humanity. No one in the Lianda team spoke, only the muffled breathing and pounding heartbeats could be heard from the mechs. It was undeniable that they were all a little excited the moment they heard the news. Wasn't day after day of tedious and intense training all for the day they could slay the Zerg? Thankfully, these men had a clear mind and knew their own limitations. Having never been to the front lines, and still being students, they would be doomed if they truly fought the Zerg without adequate equipment. A few minutes later, the Lianda team, following the guidance of the 10,000 breaths, blasted through the Mirror Palace wall and rushed directly into the snow outside. The snow began to fall again, obscuring their vision. Yin Mingling breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news that the Lianda team had escaped the Mirror Palace. He appeared unhurried, but in reality, he was utterly apprehensive. He feared most that some student would get carried away, disobey orders, and try to be a hero and fight the Zerg. The Lianda team was in the best situation, its entire team on the ice sheet farthest from the war zone. The other 6 teams were searching for launch points in the snowy mountains. The First Alliance Army, Orin, and the Imperial team were in the center of the war zone, while Kitakami River and Shirakawa were a little further away. San Carlos was descending the mountain quickly, and was almost at the foot, temporarily escaping harm. Wanchi instructed the Lianda team to wait where they were. The majority of the rescue teams were dispatched to the snowy mountains, and starships were also hovering above them. The large weapons on board could directly strike the enemy if necessary. To return to the safety of the starships, the Lianda team had to wait for the small subsidiary ships to arrive, which still had several minutes to do. The Lianda team kept scanning the snowy mountains. The snow fell intensifying, making it impossible to see anything farther away. But the thought of the battle against the Zerg raging on the snowy mountains sent a shudder of mixed fear and excitement through everyone. Lian Xiao stared fixedly in one direction. Perhaps due to her highest level of mental power, she sensed a strange mental fluctuation growing stronger in that direction, almost becoming tangible. Lian Xiao frowned. The speed at which this mental power surged reflected the speed at which the Zerg were awakening. Such a strong mental power fluctuation would undoubtedly affect communication equipment, slowing down Wanchi's ability to assess the situation and the rescue team's ability to receive Zhuiza's commands. As Lian Xiao realized this, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, invisible ripples spread from point 606,123 in Area E. Within the outer circle of these ripples, all human-developed communication equipment failed. Wanchi, how could silence be expanding so quickly? Zhuiza asked. They had been prepared for a communications failure, but they hadn't expected Wanchi's estimates to be so significantly off. Silence was expanding at an alarming rate. Each team's Tower of Babel had already been built, but Zhuiza clenched his fingers. San Carlos was within the communication silence range, and their arc had been eliminated. San Carlos was cut off not only from the outside world, but also from within the team itself. The rescue team had to reconnect with San Carlos as soon as possible and establish the Tower of Babel. Otherwise, if any Zerg awakened near them, the bad news kept coming. The logistics soldier, who had been monitoring the Horn system, reported that the Zerg had fully awakened, their level having officially risen from the previously observed A level to A+. 1 A+ level Zerg. 2 other Zergs, whose levels were still uncertain. The fate of students from 3 schools was uncertain. Zhuiza's expression remained calm. At all costs, evacuate all students to the research base first. No matter what, we must delay until reinforcements arrive. Don't give the Zerg any chance to escape. Zhuiza's mind struck a chord. Also, the first rescue teams to arrive should be aware of the reasons for the Zerg's level changes. This league's rescue teams consisted of active mech soldiers who had retired from the front lines. While many were not in their prime physical condition, their extensive experience in mech piloting more than made up for it. The first rescue team entered the crevasse. Each of them carried a flight assist device that allowed their mechs to take off from the ground for short periods of time and distance, allowing them to quickly enter and exit the crevasse. As soon as the 7-man team reached the bottom of the crevasse, they rushed deeper. Their primary mission wasn't to eliminate the Zerg, but to quickly locate and evacuate the surviving students. But after running just a few meters, the leading mech soldier saw the scene they least wanted to see. The ice ahead was a pale pink, even emitting a faint steam. This was the result of blood gushing out and quickly freezing into ice in the low temperature. The rescue team was still a step too late. Next to the blood ice, a mech had been cut open, revealing a shattered body and a still intact head in the core module. Captain Orin, with his young, ambitious face, stared at the ice above him, as if wondering how he had been trapped there to death. Deeper still alive, the few who had fought the Zerg were still alive, but not far from death. Sparks from bullets illuminated the vast space beneath the ice. The remaining players roared and rained bullets down their throats. They had lost contact with the outside world, uncertain whether they could escape or when rescue would arrive. Desperate, they could only hope for their last few bullets to rescue their teammates, who had been captured by the Zerg. To shield Xiaoyu, the Allied forces' main attack vehicle, Amon, was snatched up midair by a Zerg. But hope was dashed. After firing their last rounds, a battered mech was tossed to their feet, as if in a taunt. And the Zerg hovered gracefully overhead, unharmed. Xiaoyu couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. 5 minutes ago, they had watched the Zerg break free from beneath the ice, stumbling forward and falling to its knees in the snow. The Zerg had awakened. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Amon wanted to rush forward and freeze the Zerg again with liquid nitrogen, but Xiaoyu stopped him. In his view, the Zerg was too weak to pose any threat. He was confident that his S-class mental power was enough to suppress the Zerg. But what happened next was beyond their imagination. Xiaoyu's mech mechanically tilted its head upwards, and the Zerg flew directly above him, revealing its sharp legs. He had killed them. His teammates had died here because of him. He would soon die here too. In the core module, Xiaoyu's face was filled with tears of regret. Just as the Black Death was about to descend, a rocket blasted away the approaching Zerg. 3 mechs from the rescue team took flight and surrounded the Zerg. The others pulled up the nearly incapacitated Francois and Teresa, covering the evacuation of the 5 remaining members of the First Alliance army. In just a few minutes, 1 Imperial soldier died, 1 Oran soldier died, and 2 Allied soldiers died. Wait! Wait! Xiaoyu was being wheeled out, suddenly regaining consciousness. He grabbed one of the rescue team members and said anxiously, "Get everyone out. There's something wrong with that Zerg. Holy crap!" At the same time, the mech soldiers surrounding the Zerg saw the enemy up close and personal, their scalps tingling. What the heck was that? Dark red flesh wriggled in the cracks of the Zerg's exoskeleton. The mech soldiers peered closely and saw several thick, pulsating blood vessels. As if parasitic on a tentacle-like creature, the blood vessels consciously burrowed in and out of the exoskeleton, weaving through the Zerg's joints before finally huddling together in its chest and abdomen, focusing on supplying blood to its most vital organs. In the center of the Zerg's chest and abdomen sat a human face. It was a human face with a mysterious smile, its expression serene and content, as if its greatest wish had been fulfilled. It was as if a human and an insect had been forcibly fused, only halfway through. Some metal parts of the Imperial players and the Angel of Power had not yet been completely eaten by the Zerg, and remained dangling from their bodies. Desperately, the Zerg began to force its way through the 3 mechas' encirclement and pounce on the players. It knew who these people were, and why they were there. It also knew of the changing circumstances outside. As long as it could contain these students, the humans outside, out of concern for their lives, would not resort to weapons of mass destruction. Xiaoyu said in a daze, the Zerg devoured the Imperial mechas. No, the Imperial mechas willingly let them be devoured. The Imperial mechas are alive. The mecha soldiers no longer hesitated and decisively called for more reinforcements. After receiving the bizarre report from the rescue team, several teams were immediately transferred to the ice crevasse. Zhu Yize felt heavy-hearted. The Zerg's awakening hadn't been resolved yet, and now they were devouring the Imperial mechas, an unprecedented situation. Yan Mingling's judgment was correct. Zhu Yize felt heavy-hearted as he gazed at the 2 newly lit dots on the horn system. If the Empire didn't join them in the fight, defeating 3 high-level Zerg would already have reached their current combat capacity limit. Furthermore, San Carlos was out of contact, and Zhu Yize needed the Empire's assistance to free up the rescue team and bring them to San Carlos as quickly as possible. Has there been any response from the Empire? Zhu Yize asked. Yes. The logistics soldier paused, his tone a little nuanced. We just received news from the Empire. They say their Emperor has ordered the Duke and Princess annual salaries to be transferred to the Madam's name. Zhu Yize paused, frowning. Speak humanely. To put it simply, the logistics soldier said helplessly, their Emperor has already abandoned these 2 children and assumed they're dead. The royal family has plenty of illegitimate children anyway. Francois and Teresa's death is at most a waste of resources invested in them. There's no such thing as heartache. Glancing at his gloomy boss, the logistics soldier asked cautiously, the rescue team is bringing Francois and Teresa out now, but they're already incapacitated, slowing down the rescue effort. Do you want to rescue them? Save them. Of course. Our alliance wouldn't allow our compatriots to die. Zhuiza slammed her fist on the control panel. What a rotten father. She took a deep breath. Help me connect with the alliance team. Since the rescue team was urgently rushing to the crevasse, the alliance team was the only one closest to San Carlos. Something had happened, but the starship's small auxiliary vessel hadn't arrived yet. Just as Gu Chafeng was checking the time, Wan Qi spoke. Colonel Zhuiza is initiating a call of detachment. The next second, Zhuiza's voice echoed in their ears. Lian Xiao, I need your help, Zhuiza said. Perhaps due to the immense pressure, her voice was slightly hoarse. All San Carlos personnel are currently at the foot of the snowy mountain. Because their communicators are silent, we can't contact them right now. You are the arc closest to San Carlos. I hope you can go to San Carlos and build a Tower of Babel with them, leading their evacuation. Of course, you have every right to refuse. This is extremely dangerous. Because I can't guarantee that the remaining Zerg in unknown locations won't awaken before you evacuate. No, it's too dangerous. Before Lian Xiao could digest Zhuiza's words, Cesare immediately said, We finally managed to evacuate the palace. Everyone in the competition rescue team has more experience than Lian Xiao. Why did you choose Lian Xiao to go? Gu Chafeng also shook his head at Lian Xiao, signaling her not to speak so quickly. Zhuiza, the crack in the ice where the Zerg was first discovered has experienced an unpredictable anomaly, and a player has already died. In order to kill this A+ level Zerg right there, all our available rescue teams are en route to the crack. If San Carlos wasn't so dangerously out of contact, I wouldn't have resorted to this desperate measure. Lian Xiao couldn't help but look toward the snowy mountains. She couldn't actually see San Carlos, but Zhuiza's words made her realize the situation was dire. To rescue them, or not? I go. After a few seconds of silence, someone suddenly said, Let me go! Poincaré stepped forward. If I don't leave the Tower of Babel, I can get them safely to safety. He said, I'm sorry. But my good friend is in San Carlos. Chapter 138. Cesare leaped to his feet, wishing he could shove Poincaré's words back into his mouth. You go? You're not the Ark. You can't build a Tower of Babel between San Carlos. What's the point of going? Poincaré's statement now only puts moral pressure on Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao, what are your thoughts? Zhuiza said, the rescue team is still able to control the situation. Wan Qi predicts a 90% chance of bringing you back safely to San Carlos. Lian Xiao glanced at Zhao Liqing and Gu Chafeng, who both shook their heads. Zhuiza claimed she had a choice, but in reality, her words and actions were exerting pressure. Whenever anything happened in San Carlos, external pressure and her own sense of moral guilt would become overwhelming. Did Wan Qi predict the possibility of San Carlos losing contact? Lian Xiao pointedly pointed out. You can save people, but you also need to be clear about your words. Colonel Zhu, you didn't give me any other options from the start, did you? Lian Xiao said calmly. Yes. Zhuiza was speechless. You're the only Ark closest to them. I can go, Lian Xiao said, glancing at Poincaré. And Poincaré. And me. Whether it was a coincidence, the small ship that came to pick them up arrived only a little late. Amidst the swirling snowflakes stirred up by the ship's downdraft, Gu Chafeng said sternly, San Carlos has too many heavily armored soldiers, and their output isn't enough. Adding a main attacker like me is a safer option. Without further delay, the three of them set off, entering the silent zone. As the sky darkened, communication with Wan Qi within the silent zone was severed, forcing them to rely on the Tower of Babel for communication. The snowy mountains were eerily quiet. Occasionally, a figure could be discerned fleetingly through the snow. The sounds of fierce battle were completely muffled by the drifting snow and ice. The three of them quickly approached the coordinates of San Carlos before he lost contact. Wan Qi's assessment of this mission's high success rate wasn't without reason. The San Carlos team members were familiar with the extreme cold and climate. Even if they suddenly lost contact with the outside world, they wouldn't rashly wander off like inexperienced individuals. The atmosphere between the three of them wasn't harmonious. Poincaré, who was more cautious, only then realized that he had inadvertently forced Lian Xiao to come to the rescue. We be there soon. Poincaré wanted to say something to brighten the mood. We evacuate quickly once we picked up the people. We be back on the starship in 10 minutes. He stopped abruptly. San Carlos, who was supposed to be waiting there, was nowhere to be seen. That wasn't the worst of it. On the deserted snowy ground, Lian Xiao sensed a mental fluctuation. Lian Xiao's pupil shrank sharply, and he grabbed Poincaré in front of him. The mental fluctuation was originating from beneath their feet. In the hall, temporarily serving as a command post, reports echoed. Kitakamikawa, all members of the Shirakawa team have boarded the ship. We found the 3 members of the Orion team and are waiting for the patrol ship. Rescue Team 3 has entered the ice crevasse. Shuiza asked, has the people been rescued yet? An A-plus class Zerg had held up the 2 rescue teams that had already arrived, and the surviving students were still trapped beneath the ice, unable to reach the surface. Zergs are intelligent creatures, and this A-plus class Zerg had clearly predicted Shuiza's reluctance to use large weaponry. The second, third Zerg has awakened. The soldier closely monitoring the horn system's expression changed drastically. 13 minutes after the horn system activated, 2 more points lit up within the snowy mountain range. Though not as bright as the first Zerg awakening, their levels were close to A level. The reporter's voice trembled slightly. One of them is located right where San Carlos lost contact. Shuiza took a deep breath. Wanshi, can the ship take photos to confirm whether San Carlos is still there? The resolution is too low to determine, Wanshi said. Also, according to my estimation, the UN members who went to search for San Carlos should have arrived there. The probability is close to 100%. Shuiza slowly clenched her fists, bracing herself to stand. This meant that the probability of Lian Xiao and the other 2 encountering a Zerg was nearly 100%. It was her command error that had personally sent these 3 students into danger. Wanshi, Colonel Zhu, I can't tell if you want to hear more, but I calculated that if Lian Xiao and the others encounter the Zerg, the probability of returning alive is 0.1%. The 3 mechas stepped onto the ice, cautiously refusing to move, fearing to alert the something beneath. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Lian Xiao's forehead. She had a feeling that this thin layer of ice was the only barrier between them, and the unknown creature emitting mental fluctuations. After a few seconds, the mental fluctuations stabilized, and Lian Xiao dared to move cautiously. 1 step, 2 steps. Lian Xiao controlled himself and stopped thinking about what lay beneath the ice, or where San Carlos was, concentrating on figuring out how to exit the ice. Just as the 3 of them were slowly retreating, about to step onto the rocks on the slope, as if playing a malicious joke, a sickle-shaped insect leg pierced the thin ice. The Zerg are attacking. A living Zerg appeared before them, and Gu Chanfeng was the first to react. Hong Long grabbed a teammate with one hand and, before the Zerg hiding beneath the ice emerged, pulled them down the slope. This was the fastest way to distance themselves from the Zerg. Luckily, they were rolling down a long slope, and the falling snow had covered the jagged rocks, preventing collisions. As they rolled, Lian Xiao vaguely saw something leap out from above. It was the Zerg catching up. The 3 mechs rolled awkwardly, but the spider-like Zerg was surprisingly agile across the snow, rapidly closing the distance between them. Lian Xiao looked down and could almost see the bottom of the slope. The snow slope ended in a steep, vertical wall. If they continued sliding down like this, they would hit the bottom before they could shake off the Zerg. Desperate, Lian Xiao adjusted his candle dragon stance and drew his slicing knife, stabbing it deep into the snow. Elsewhere, Gu Chanfeng also unleashed his lion's roar, reaching out to grab the rapidly falling Poicaré. The 3 mechs narrowly stopped at the end of the snow slope. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the Zerg were about to catch up with them. Everything had happened so suddenly, they could never have imagined that the Zerg would lie in wait beneath the ice at the San Carlos coordinates. Poicaré felt heavy-hearted. San Carlos had likely already encountered the Zerg, and with only 3 of them, they were in great danger. If only the entire liaison team had been present, perhaps they could have joined San Carlos, or perhaps they could have refused Shuiza at that moment. Lian Xiao's heart was pounding, his nervousness almost choking him, as he frantically thought of a way to escape. What rank was this snow-white Zerg, almost blending in with the surroundings? B+ or A? She had already called for help from the starship through the Tower of Babel, but with insufficient combat power, they could only rely on themselves for the time being. The Zerg approached, speaking. Lian Xiao was stunned. Could it be that when people are on an adrenaline rush, their foreign language skills can truly improve? How come she understood everything she heard in Zerg language today? Then she realized the Zerg was speaking human common. Don't kill me, okay? The Zerg spoke in a terrible common. Follow me back. Lian Xiao clenched the knife. Back to where? She spoke in common. The Zerg's compound eyes moved. Under the gloomy sky, their countless hard faces resembled a cut diamond, reflecting a faint light. Ice down. Perhaps the Zerg meant to say, let's go back to the ice where it had ambushed them, and promise not to kill them. But if they believed the enemy's promises, it would be ridiculous. Without exchanging glances, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng reached an immediate agreement through deep connection. Gu Chanfeng, okay. Promise to keep a certain distance from us, and we can go back with you. The Zerg neither advanced nor retreated, its beautiful, crystalline compound eyes shifting, taking in the vast scene before it. Suddenly, Lian Xiao felt a slight dizziness. Another mental force was prying at her mental pathways. The Zerg's mental force suddenly penetrated Lian Xiao's mental pathways, instantly deciphering the human's intentions. Before the Zerg, born into the swarm and communicating with their kind through a network of consciousness, the human's ability to conceal their true thoughts was like that of a kindergartner. Then kill them. The clumsy negotiations broke down, and the Zerg dropped its center of gravity, diving headfirst into the thick snow. The snow, which slowed the mech, actually obscured its movements for the Zerg. It approached the humans unimpeded, as if swimming through water. Lian Xiao could only rely on sensing the Zerg's mental fluctuations to determine its position. Right, Lian Xiao warned. Poikare charged forward, and the next second the snow broke apart. The Zerg leaped up, brushing past Poikare's mech, but Poikare grabbed one of its legs with both hands and yanked it downward. Almost instantly, Red Dragon leaped, wielding the lion's roar weapon at the Zerg. Shulong slid between the two mechs, activating his energy cannon from below. The expected sound of metal clashing, the crackling of the Zerg's exoskeleton, was absent. Poikare felt his hands empty, the force that had been resisting the mech vanishing. And with it, his two mechanical arms. He had no idea what was happening, staring blankly at the smooth cuts on the extended arms. In that instant, the distal joint of the insect leg he had grabbed spun. The sickle-like insect leg wasn't just for show, it was truly sharp enough to sever the joints of the heavily armored mech, known for its strongest defenses. The Zerg continued to rise, barely grazing the lion's roar blade as it swooped down from above the red dragon's head. Lian Xiao fired his energy cannon, but before he could fine-tune the angle, it missed. In less than a second, the Zerg, cradling the red dragon, descended, landing with a thud in the soft snow. The life-or-death battle had only just begun. Shulong sprinted towards the snow pit at top speed, but the red dragon was already pinned down by the Zerg, buried deep within. As a superior race, even if it had to crush a few smaller insects, it would first target the less vulnerable ones. The Zerg's instincts told it that the machine before it was the strongest. Yet, even the strongest mecha created by feeble humans was pierced deeply by its limbs, and warm liquid flowed down its legs into the snow. The Zerg suddenly longed to see whether the owner of the mental pathway it had just invaded was feeling grief or despair. Thinking of this, a tingling sensation spread across several Zerg brains and mental pathways. Fine snowflakes drifted onto the slope, gradually filling the marks left by the battle. Gu Chanfeng wasn't dead yet. Lian Xiao had no time to thank the deep connection for its stability. She panted heavily, circling the slope with her knife in hand. But the Zerg, as if for amusement, deliberately concealed its mental fluctuations, and she couldn't pinpoint Gu Chanfeng's exact location. Now there was another way. Lian Xiao's heart burned with rage and a will to survive. The other mecha soldiers couldn't do it, but she could reverse invade the Zerg through her mental pathways. The Zerg, sensing the invasion of their mental pathways, were surprised. Perhaps the human in front of him did not know how painful a price the last human who tried to use mental attacks to control his kind paid. Chapter 139. As soon as she invaded the Zerg's mental pathways, Lian Xiao felt an unprecedented pressure. The Zerg's mental pathways were simply too numerous. Zerg physiology differed from that of humans. Each Zerg had 4 or even 5 ganglia that could function as a brain, resulting in dozens more mental pathways than a human. Even with her S-level mental power, if she successfully invaded the mental pathways of one ganglion, there were still second and third Zerg brains waiting to be conquered. It was like a river with abundant water. Tributaries diminished the flow of the main stream, and beneath the tributaries, there were still tributaries. Continuing this depletion would only lead to one outcome. Just when you thought you had the Zerg under control, the Zerg's mental power could instantly destroy the human's brain. The Zerg sensed Lian Xiao's mental powers retreat. Giving up, it felt a little confused and bored. After all, when its A+ level companion awakened, that powerful human had done the same thing. The end result was that his mental power was backfired, and his teammate was manipulated by the Zerg into committing suicide. They had slumbered for so long beneath the dark, sunless glacier, finally awakening. They deserved a moment of pleasure before their death. However, after a moment's hesitation, that human, reckless, gathered all his mental energy and attacked every mental channel he could find. Lian Xiao's steps were exceedingly heavy. In reality, she could still control the movement of the candle dragon, ready for battle at any moment, but she was losing control of the boiling sea of consciousness beneath her feet. Every nerve in her body throbbed with pain, yet her thoughts remained crystal clear. She couldn't count on a starship to dispatch a rescue. The Poikare mech had already lost most of its combat power. If Gu Chanfeng died, she would be next. Whether it was the pain that felt like severing her soul, or the after-effects of her mental power, Lian Xiao felt warm blood oozing from the corners of her eyes and nose, and she wiped it away casually. She had only one thought. She had to return alive. Countless mental energies assaulted the Zerg's mental network, but the Zerg didn't register the emotions it hoped to see. Where was the fear? Where was the sorrow of its comrades being killed? Why did this human only feel anger for not being able to kill it? The Zerg itself grew slightly angry. Why did humans, such a weak and barbaric race, always dream of defeating them? It suddenly lost its interest in playing slowly. With a mere moment of concentrated mental power, a vast amount of mental energy, too powerful to even be categorized into hierarchies, instantly assaulted Lian Xiao's brain. In the core module, Lian Xiao, his face covered in blood, his forehead veins bulging. Instead, he buried his face in his hands, a twisted smile forming, tears of pain streaming down his face. She had been waiting for this moment. Forcing the Zerg to reveal their mental fluctuations wasn't possible simply by invading them from the opposite direction, but she had another plan. She had preemptively disabled the system's automatic injection of mental stabilizers, risking her brain turning into dregs just so she could, amidst the excruciating pain, enter a state of mental disorder once again. The sea of consciousness solidified beneath her feet, and Lian Xiao emerged from it. Since she had entered the Zerg's collective subconscious last time, this particular Zerg must be included, right? With their collective subconscious under attack, let's see how this Zerg can conceal its mental fluctuations. Rage overwhelmed her. Lian Xiao broke through the shadows before him and charged towards the giant egg that stretched between heaven and earth. This was the world of consciousness. Lian Xiao's mind stirred, and a slicing knife appeared in his hand. Before the shadows closed in again, Lian Xiao grasped the knife with both hands and, with all his strength, swung at the egg-shaped object. Ding! A sound like the tolling of a bell echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The shadows wrapped around Lian Xiao's arms like snakes, strangling her throat, trying to stop her attack. Lian Xiao remained unmoved. If one strike didn't do any damage, then 2 or 3 would. She didn't believe she couldn't break this thing. Ding, ding, ding. One sound after another. While Lian Xiao was desperately trying to destroy the egg, she didn't know that the Zerg holding Gu Chanfeng captive in the snow had frozen. The A+ class Zerg, effortlessly battling several rescue teams, had slowed down. Trillions of light years away, all the Zerg in another galaxy simultaneously paused, immersed in the liquid. The long-dormant Zerg queen opened her eyes slightly. They had sensed the Mother Goddess's call. By this time, a dark shadow had already enveloped Lian Xiao's mouth and nose, constricting her chest as if to squeeze the last breath of oxygen from her lungs. Lian Xiao turned the tip of the knife and plunged it fiercely into the egg. This time, the blade finally pierced the egg's surface. As her breathing grew increasingly labored, Lian Xiao felt a warm, sticky liquid finally flowed down the knife handle and along her fingers. Lian Xiao laughed. The moment the egg was punctured, the Zerg finally failed to conceal its mental fluctuations. She knew where Gu Chanfeng was. The Mother Goddess had been attacked. Fear, confusion, anger. The same emotions washed over the entire Zerg colony, including those holding the Red Dragon in check. Although the Zerg had no idea why the Mother Goddess was under attack, they were surprised to find that the human above them had begun to move again. The Zerg was surprised. With their mental power damaged, a normal human being, even if they could move, would be lucky to remain conscious. But it didn't know that Lian Xiao had suffered numerous mental damages, both large and small, since becoming an Ark, and his tolerance for pain far surpassed that of an average person. Furthermore, according to the Tyrant's theory, the Candle Dragon energy cannon charged again and aimed at the direction where the Zerg were hiding. Attack/Arc dual cultivation should be practiced in a practical way, fighting simultaneously in the mental world. The snow exploded, scattering everywhere. Amidst the shattered light of the energy cannon, the Zerg darted into the surrounding snow. As long as the snow on this mountain hadn't completely melted, it could use this method to hide its tracks. Lian Xiao, enduring the excruciating pain, raised his energy cannon and fired again. A dozen seconds later, the snow slope was dotted with deep and shallow pits. A closer look at the exposed ground revealed a faint reddish color, mixed with melted snow. The Zerg could afford the pain, but the wounded Gu Chanfeng couldn't wait. Lian Xiao fired his final shot, and as the Zerg continued to dodge in the same pattern, he was dragged abruptly out of the snow by a tremendous force. It was Poikare, now deprived of his manipulator, who used his hands and feet to grab the Zerg and tumbled across the snow. Even as the Zerg's legs sliced through his mech, he held on tightly. Lian Xiao's energy and adrenaline surged, forcing her to ignore all pain and fear. With her energy cannons exhausted, she would use the most destructive rounds. Countless bright sparks erupted from the Zerg's exoskeleton. Lian Xiao didn't dare to relax, emptying one magazine and switching to the next. Even high-strength alloy plates would bend and deform under such an onslaught. By this point in the battle, Lian Xiao and Poicaré had no more tricks left to play. However, when the smoke cleared, Lian Xiao, clutching the empty magazine, felt a flicker of despair for the first time. The Poicaré mech that had locked the Zerg was crippled, and Gu Chanfeng was unconscious. The Zerg severed its mechanical arm and stood up, unharmed. Everything seemed to have returned to square one. Standing on the snowy slope, Lian Xiao could vaguely see the flickering light of a starship among the clouds. She was only a few hundred meters away from survival. Resentment? Resentment towards Zhuizi, resentment towards Poicaré for fanning the flames, resentment towards them being able to survive. Companion dead, the Zerg said. At this point, the Zerg itself seemed less anxious. After all, there was only one human left, no longer a threat. Go back? Fight? Lian Xiao didn't bother to think about what the Zerg meant. It simply asked her whether she wanted to follow it back under the ice or continue the fight. Lian Xiao looked at the Zerg as it stepped over the red dragon and approached. The red dragon fell face down in the snow, its surroundings reflecting a red hue that was either the mech's paint or blood. The lion's roar, which Gu Chanfeng never left behind during battle, lay alone in the snow. As death approached, Lian Xiao thought she would be afraid, but in reality, she felt strangely calm. Lian Xiao glanced up at the sky again. Alas, it was a snowy, cloud-covered night, starless, and she couldn't see the direction of Earth. Lian Xiao felt that it wasn't her will alone that was speaking, but the wills of millions of humans. Lian Xiao raised his sword. Humanity will fight the Zerg to the death. At the final moment, Zhu Long charged. Lian Xiao and Zhu Long had never moved so fast before. The mech's components made a subtle sound, as they endured an impact exceeding their design limits. The results of her rigorous physical training and tyrant training were now on full display. The Zhu Long leaped, and so did the Zerg. The two paths, originally on a collision course, were deflected by Lian Xiao's abrupt mid-air maneuver, and the Zhu Long skimmed past the Zerg's abdomen. Lian Xiao had observed that the Zerg's long, sharp legs were one of its primary attack methods, but like the difference between a long sword and a short knife, it wielded them more slowly during combat. The Zerg had no time to stop Lian Xiao from approaching its relatively vulnerable abdomen, yet it showed no fear. Fire a gun, or use an ineffective cold weapon, neither. Lian Xiao channeled all her remaining mental energy into the brain of one of the Zerg. The Zerg was startled at first, then relaxed. What good would this do? It would only slow down that part of its body's reaction time by a few tenths of a second. It was these few tenths of a second that Lian Xiao had been waiting for. Before the insect's legs could pierce the mech, Zhu Long grabbed the Zerg's lower abdomen and threw it into the air. This time, it was the Zerg that was being forced down from the air, but it didn't matter, it would pierce the mech the moment it landed. Zhu Long slammed heavily into the Zerg, and the intense impact made Lian Xiao clearly hear the crackling of his ribs. At the same time, with a whirring sound, a sword finally pierced the Zerg's exoskeleton, and drops of human red blood mixed with the Zerg's dark green blood fell. The Zerg twisted on its back, its compound eyes rolling in panic. The scarlet mech tilted, thrusting the sword into its body. It thought Gu Chanfeng was near death, but it hadn't expected him to be able to move. Theoretically, they were all close to death. Lian Xiao's right ribs were all broken, but fortunately no vital organs were punctured. And while the Zerg didn't injure Gu Chanfeng's vital organs when it pierced the red dragon, the rapid and massive blood loss had left him semi-conscious. If Lian Xiao hadn't used the deep connection to free Gu Chanfeng from the red dragon's shackles, Gu Chanfeng would have died from blood loss and hypothermia in the snow. Gu Chanfeng coughed, twisting the lion's roar with his nearly broken mechanical arm. Lian Xiao seized the opportunity to launch another attack on the Zerg's other brain. In their terror, the Zerg seemed to have forgotten to fight back. A glimmer of hope ignited in both men. If their mental attacks combined with the lion's roar worked, they might be able to severely injure the A-level Zerg. But at that moment, Gu Chanfeng felt a lightness on his sword. Looking up, the Zerg had just kicked the candle dragon away and soared into the air. They had forgotten that high-level Zerg could fly. Chapter 140. The Zerg in midair looked down at them coldly. The wound inflicted by Gu Chanfeng was slowly shrinking and healing. The one that had awakened first told it that it could take humans hostage to delay their attack. But it never imagined that humans could actually hurt it, and just 2 of them at that. Human technology seemed to have advanced since before its slumber. The Zerg used its compound eyes to observe the 2 mechas below. It changed its mind. It would gather as much information as possible about them, and find a way to transmit this information back to its pack. The red dragon was teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu Changfeng struggled to hold on to his sword. If it weren't for his unwavering willpower, he wouldn't be able to stand up even with a lion's roar. The 2 severely injured men kept their conversation brief to conserve energy. Gu Changfeng, is Poincaré still alive? Yes, Lian Xiao said. Poincaré was only in a coma, his injuries not as severe as theirs. Shulong was the least damaged of the 3 mechas, but Lian Xiao was on the verge of losing control of his mental power, and his condition wasn't much better than Gu Changfeng's. I can still hold off the Zerg for a while. Gu Changfeng said, take Poincaré away. He calmly calculated his and Red Dragon's remaining combat power, as if solving a simple math problem, even though this time the equation involved his own life. At this critical juncture, Gu Changfeng felt only a faint sadness and regret. After losing Zhu Fa, Gu Mian was about to lose his son. But this time, Gu Mian could no longer deceive himself that Gu Changfeng would return. And Lian Xiao. Gu Changfeng turned his head with difficulty. Knowing the Zerg could attack overhead at any moment, not keeping a close eye on them could cost him his life, but he couldn't resist. Gu Changfeng spoke haltingly, Lian Xiao, actually I? But he paused, unfinishing his words. He uttered his final farewell, don't die, live on. Red Dragon's hand dropped. Facing death, he felt a pang of regret for not being able to shake Lian Xiao's hand. I won't accept. To Gu Changfeng's surprise, Lian Xiao flatly refused. There's no point in you dying here. Lian Xiao said that even if she fled with the unconscious Poincaré, they would surely be caught. She would stay here and fight alongside Gu Changfeng. At this moment, Lian Xiao's heart was as calm as still water. The Zerg weren't invincible. The difficulty lay in destroying their brains, and those 3 or 4 were protected by a hard exoskeleton and flesh. For the 2 seriously injured, each held a key to victory only in the form of a life-threatening secret. The Zerg didn't give them time to recover, it began to dive towards the ground. It was time to get serious. It felt its companion's pain, and its time was running out. Gu Changfeng untied the Red Dragon's last shackles. After releasing the Red Dragon, the mecha's tentacle-like nerve bundles twisted and retracted from the helmet one by one, leaving only the thickest main nerve bundle. It passed the helmet, first carefully sweeping across the back of Gu Changfeng's neck, then piercing deeply into his spine. Gu Changfeng jerked his head back, his jaw tensing. He had no strength left. His blood-stained hands tried to forcibly pull out the main nerve bundle, but it fell limply. Seeing this, other nerve bundles quietly approached, wiping the blood off Gu Changfeng's fingers. Absolute joy washed over Gu Changfeng's mind, pulling him back from the brink of physical collapse. The Red Dragon seemed to come alive. From its damaged mech, it tore off its deformed breastplate and casually flung it at the Zerg. The Red Dragon retreated, as the Zerg wished, then took a long sprinting run to accelerate. Leaping, using its alloy breastplate as a shield, the Red Dragon slammed into the Zerg from below. At the moment of impact, the Red Dragon's other mechanical arm locked onto the slender insect leg, forcibly pulling it downward and bending it into an unnatural arc. Though the Red Dragon's attempt to break the leg failed, the impact and pull had already caused the Zerg to lose its balance and tumble downward. A familiar sense of intrusion reached its mental pathways, and the Zerg scoffed. Which brain was the human trying to attack again? But this time, it was wrong. Those mental energies were conveying the same message, Tyranid. The Zerg was momentarily stunned. That was its name. A moment's distraction was enough to change the tide of battle. With strength and flexibility beyond human reach, the Red Dragon crumpled up, folded its legs, and stamped down on the Zerg's chest and abdomen, wrenching its limbs and pulling them out. The Zerg cried out in agony, instantly tightening its limbs and piercing the Red Dragon once again. But the Red Dragon didn't stop. Even before the limbs were ripped, its robotic arms, overwhelmed by the weight, broke off. Excitedly, it flung the limbs out. This was no longer Gu Changfeng controlling the Red Dragon. Something had awakened within him, using him as a tool. Bang. 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 Xulong's ammunition was nearly exhausted, leaving only these ordinary bullets. With each gunshot, a small crater appeared on the Zerg's body. The Zerg were as horrified as the humans who had known its name, for beneath the crater lay the site of its brain. How had the humans known this? Lian Xiao's head split with pain, and she gasped for breath. She had never left the Zerg's collective subconscious. The fluid that flowed out when the egg was punctured actually contained information about the entire species. Even if she had only touched a few drops of it, her brain was nearly bursting with the overwhelming amount of information. Facing the oncoming Zerg, Lian Xiao advanced instead of dodging. A steady stream of information, in the Zerg's familiar language, poured into her mental channels, which she subconsciously understood and analyzed. In a state of nervous confusion, Zhulong quickly approached the Zerg, spun with his elbow, and spun the slicing knife in his hand, thrusting it back into the Zerg's body. The slicing knife surprisingly didn't break. In the core module, Lian Xiao burst into laughter. At the cost of nearly exploding with information, she learned the Zerg's name, fragments of its past, the location of its brain, and the Zerg language, thoughts, and history that countless scholars yearned to understand. No creature in the world now understood this Zerg's weaknesses better than she did. She precisely located the most hidden, soft spot within its hard exoskeleton. With one strike after another, these insignificant cuts connected within seconds. Zhulong struck with one final blow, prying open the Zerg's exoskeleton. Just as Lian Xiao was about to dissect the flesh concealing its ganglia, the Zerg shook off the red dragon's clinging grip, its beautiful compound eyes enlarging before Lian Xiao's eyes. The next second, Zhulong was snatched up and lifted from the ground by the Zerg. Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng's worst fears had finally occurred. The fall was so sudden that Lian Xiao had no time to grab onto any of the Zerg's exoskeleton. Time seemed to stop at that moment, and snowflakes froze around Lian Xiao, stopping their fall. Lian Xiao reached for the knife that had nearly pierced the Zerg's brain, but the handle brushed past his finger, sending it plummeting. Time resumed, and Lian Xiao was dwindling ever closer to the ground. Red Dragon ran, trying to catch the falling Zhulong, but in its current state, the mech would only result in their mutual death. It was over. Suddenly, Zhulong's descent was halted by another force. Something grabbed her and Zhulong, carrying them higher. It was the Seraph. When the Zerg attacked, the Imperial twins had stood with their alliance brethren. Not only the Seraphs, but also a rescue team was rapidly approaching. They finally held on until the rescue team arrived. Lian Xiao, unconcerned with the joy of surviving, said, "I know how to kill the Zerg." Teresa immediately turned, Seraphim embracing Zhulong and flying towards the Zerg. Just then, a piercing sound was heard. It was Gu Chengfeng, hurling the lion's roar with his last remaining strength. Zhulong was unarmed. Lian Xiao caught the golden longsword. Now, Seraphim's wings were Zhulong's. She intended to pierce the Zerg's brain with lion's roar. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Perhaps realizing the increasing number of enemies approaching, the Zerg desperately tried to shake off Teresa. However, Francois used the Seraphim's body as a barrier, forcing himself to tangle with it. The pain in Lian Xiao's body receded, and blood rapidly pumped through his heart, beating against his eardrums. Everything in the world vanished, and Teresa let go of Zhulong. Zhulong plummeted like an arrow. It grazed Francois with pinpoint accuracy, its lion's roar piercing the Zerg's brain. The Zerg barely managed a single word in its terror before Lian Xiao stepped on the lion's roar, piercing its most vital part. Dark green blood fell through the air, creating a deep crater where the Zerg had crashed, quickly filled with ammunition from the surrounding rescue team. Teresa, clutching Zhulong, landed on the snowy slope. Lian Xiao stumbled 2 steps, barely reaching the red dragon, then collapsed to the ground, feeling the coolness of snowflakes falling on the surface of her mech. Her heart was still beating. They had killed the Zerg. They had survived. How wonderful. When she woke up again, she was on the small ship. Lian Xiao jolted awake, a syringe still in her arm, still injecting medication. "Are you awake?" The masked medical staff smiled. "You should be. We injected you with a high-efficiency growth factor to promote rapid wound healing." Lian Xiao blinked twice, the bright light above her head stung her eyes. She only then felt the pain in her chest when she breathed. Her entire body ached, but her head, the most painful, was intensified by the pain of even the slightest thought. Lian Xiao lay back down. She wondered if her IQ would plummet from now on. But she survived. The pungent smell of the medicine, the soft bed beneath her, the temperature inside, unlike the snowy mountains, all seemed perfect. Lian Xiao moved her hand, but her right hand went numb. Then she saw someone holding it tightly. The medical staff lifted a corner of the partition curtain. "Your teammates woke up before you did. They were relieved to hear you weren't dead," she said sympathetically. "Don't worry, touch your teammate's hand, it's warm. It's not some ghost story." Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng were the medical team's top priority. Zhu Yize breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the 2 S-rank students were still alive. The medical staff examined Lian Xiao and left. The area was full of wounded, many more seriously injured than they were, and they were rescuing some. Lian Xiao peered at Gu Chengfeng's profile through the gap in the partition curtain for a moment, then tried to pull her hand free, but Gu Chengfeng's grip was too tight, and she couldn't break free. The medical staff said Gu Chengfeng's injuries were worse than hers. He was already in shock from blood loss when he was taken out of the Red Dragon, and he would need at least some time to recover. Lian Xiao, with a grimace and a headache, pondered whether San Carlos had been found, and what the situation was like at the Mirror Palace. 26 minutes after the horn system was activated, Zhu Yize finally had the situation under control. An A-class Zerg was discovered and died. The remaining A+ and A-class Zergs continued to resist. But it didn't matter. Zhu Yize had received official approval from the military, allowing her to use indiscriminate weapons, and reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes. All surviving students were transferred to a nearby research base, the safest place. But finally able to breathe, Zhu Yize stared at the small dot representing the Zerg. She had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 141. Zhu Yize was a soldier who grew up after the Second Zerg Invasion War. She had no experience in direct combat with the Zerg. But whether she learned in military academy or from the experience of her predecessors, what was humanity's greatest enemy like? Powerful, cruel, and cunning. And the Zerg they faced today were too proactive and reckless. Zhu Yize crossed her chest and pondered for a long time, ultimately deciding to ignore this unfounded, purely instinctive feeling. Reinforcement would arrive soon, and the threat posed by these Zergs was still manageable. Once she reminded her, Colonel Zhu, General Gu Mian has requested a call. Zhu Yize was stunned for a second. She had no previous contact with the general, but then, remembering that Gu Chengfeng was Gu Mian's son, she answered the call. "I'm sorry to bother you during this emergency," Colonel Gu Mian said. There was a slight murmur on the other end, interspersed with reports from his adjutant, who seemed to have taken the time to call while en route. "It's not official business. I just wanted to ask. Is my son safe? Gu Chengfeng and the rest of the brigade have been successfully evacuated." Gu Mian's heart finally settled. "However, due to my command error, Gu Chengfeng was seriously injured and will need to recuperate for a while." Zhu Yize said, "They have been transferred to a nearby research base, which is the safest place for now." The League players and the injured were all transferred to the research base. It had only been 2 days since Lian Xiao's last visit, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Injured people like Lian Xiao and Gu Chengfeng were given the highest priority, and the base urgently cleared a medical room. Due to limited conditions, several injured soldiers were temporarily sharing a room, and Lian Xiao ran into several familiar faces. Xiao Wuyu appeared uninjured, but his face was pale and his eyes were sunken, giving him the appearance of severe shock. The medical team administered a mental stabilizer, but wouldn't allow him to sleep immediately. So he sat on his bed, hugging his knees and ignoring everyone. San Carlos was lucky enough to have noticed something unusual and avoided the A-rank Zerg. Aside from Petrov's comminuted arm fracture, the others weren't in critical condition and didn't need hospitalization. Niwa Ling and his teammates from Kitakami River were also there. Upon seeing Lian Xiao being wheeled in, they came over to greet him. The last siblings to be taken to the ward by the medical staff were Francois and Teresa. They were in very poor condition, oscillating between lucidity and coma. After being taken away by the rescue team, they were temporarily treated alongside the Alliance players. Regardless of their injuries, their survival was a blessing. Lian Xiao's heart sank as he considered the contestants he hadn't seen along the way. He was probably in dire straits. After hearing Lian Xiao say that his injuries were caused by an encounter with the Zerg, Niwa Ling pondered, ignoring why the Zerg suddenly awakened that A+ class Zerg is a bit too strong. An S-class Zerg requires at least 2 all-class teams to subdue, yet the organizers have sent several rescue teams and haven't been able to completely kill a single A+ class one yet. This is quite unreasonable. After escaping the shadow of death, Lian Xiao endured a headache and reviewed the situation, only to find that his information was pitifully limited. Why were there dormant Zerg beneath the Mirror Palace? Why did the Zerg suddenly awaken after decades? Why were these Zerg so strong that their ratings didn't match? Lian Xiao glanced at Xiao Wuyu through the curtain. Niwa Ling had mentioned that the Allied forces and the Empire were at the Zerg awakening site, but Xiao Wuyu appeared indifferent to the outside world's reaction. It was unclear whether he was petrified or simply unwilling to speak. "I know." Teresa awoke, coughing, her voice a little weak. Everyone in the room, who was still awake, instantly pricked up their ears. Teresa, because the Zerg devoured Edric and his mech. According to Teresa, Edric's loss of control began after his mech was damaged. After the Archangel mech was damaged, we had planned to continue the race, but Edric suddenly stopped responding to commands and focused on reaching the crevasse. Teresa said, I don't know what's in that crevasse, but I sensed it's something extremely tempting. Edric was injured and not in good condition, so Francois and I had no choice but to follow him down into the crevasse. The Allied Forces members also know what happened next. It was their haunting nightmare. Edric, whose mecha had been chopped off by Zhao Wuyu, took advantage of the chaos, attempting to lull the Zerg back into a deep slumber, and slowly, wriggling, crawling towards the Zerg. The artificial alloy bug prostrated itself at the Zerg's feet, its iron legs tugging at its terminal wings, devoutly worshipping a god. After a long moment, the newly awakened Zerg leaned over and embraced the Archangel, covered in a mixture of mechanical fluid and blood, lovingly clinging to the dying human. The 6 wings dropped like a curtain, obscuring his view. The Zerg's abdomen opened a neat slit, and it slowly shoved the Archangel and the living Edric inside. Black blood vessels sprouted from the fusion site, connecting humans and Zerg like an umbilical cord, and began to supply blood to both the Zerg and the Mechs. Those present saw Edric smile for the last time. Our communication link with Edric remains, Teresa said, omitting the details about the Imperial team's mental fusion. So we can clearly sense how Edric died. She and Francois could even feel the slippery, wet sensation of the Zerg's body, feeling how Edric was gradually digested by the Zerg, becoming one with their flesh and blood. Just hearing this description made the contestants feel a little nauseous. Teresa also concealed the most crucial part. The Imperial team's mind was unified. The Zerg not only physically transformed Edric into their own sustenance, but also, through devouring him, inherited all of Edric's memories, the memories of everyone on the Imperial team. As the most mentally powerful member of the Imperial team, Teresa barely glimpsed a small portion of the Zerg's memories through this one-sided information acquisition. But she still couldn't understand why the Archangel and Edric had lost control. It's certain that the Zerg desperately want to escape here and return to their system, Teresa whispered. Not long after she finished speaking, Teresa fell asleep again. She and Francois had personally experienced the process of being devoured by the Zerg, leaving them traumatized. The wounded in the ward struggled to process Teresa's words. Lian Xiao shuddered. Can the Zerg devour different species, even mechas? So, would the resulting monster be a Zerg, or something else entirely? The silence in the ward was broken by the sound of a medical staff member opening the door. One medical staff member stopped the uninjured contestants, who were peeking inside, preventing them from entering and disturbing the injured one's rest. The others began administering necessary injections and changing their dressings. Medical care had advanced significantly in this era. After receiving injections of growth factors and analgesics, Lian Xiao could barely feel the pain from her fracture. Aside from a persistent headache, she felt incredibly energetic and could fight another battle. As the door closed, Lian Xiao heard a loud noise that was hard to ignore, sparking curiosity. The base's starship is undergoing a test launch. The medical staff replaced Lian Xiao's medication, and a dose of a mental stabilizer slightly alleviated her headache. Does the research base also have starships? Yes. After all, this was a major project that had been underway for over a decade. When the project team was at its peak, the base had dedicated starships to transport supplies and research equipment. Oh, the Empire used this starship to deliver them. The medical staff casually said, "Don't worry, the base is the safest place right now. The higher-ups plan to use this starship to transport you all to a nearby planet." Aboard the starship, Wanshi reported the battle situation to Juiza. The rescue team, battling the A+ class, suffered heavy casualties, sacrificing several mechs before rescuing the students. The A-class Zerg on the other side was also formidable. These 2 Zergs were incredibly powerful, and all the mechs were currently engaged in combat in the snowy mountains. The rescue team has confirmed 7 deaths and 5 serious injuries. Among the students, 2 were killed at Orin University, 2 at the Allied First Army, and 3 at Augustus College. Wanshi said, "Support will arrive in 7 minutes, and we estimate we can kill the 2 Zergs within 20. Juiza nodded silently. There were too many unexpected situations, and as long as the Zergs weren't dead, her tense nerves wouldn't relax. What about the base? Juiza asked. When does the starship take off? Wanshi, 10 minutes later. The medical team has already taken the injured and other students to the starship. Just then, Wanshi's unchanging electronic tone suddenly fluctuated. Juiza frowned. What's going on? Emergency, Wanshi said. Colonel Zhu, we lost contact with part of the research base. Calculating the most likely outcome, This part of the base has been forced to go silent. Zhuiza quickly grasped Wan Qi's meaning, quickly checking the screen. However, the horn system still only flashed 2 dots. Zhuiza was incredulous. Are you saying that Zergs are approaching the research base? One by one, the things that seemed to miss closed in. Why were the 3 Zergs so reckless and high profile, even attempting to kidnap students, if their intention was to draw all firepower, stall for time, and cover their companions' escape? Then everything made sense. The only thing that didn't make sense was why the horn system hadn't given any warning at all. Zhuiza felt his heart sink. The only large aircraft they could use, besides the starship beneath them, was the one at the research base. Who could have imagined that the Zerg's initial target would be the research base's starship? If the Zerg were allowed to escape in the starship, suppressing this incident silently would be difficult. But the research base was filled with helpless researchers and a group of Mecha students who hadn't yet graduated. Giving up the starship is also difficult, Wan Qi said. According to the research base's design, the starship docks and launches in the center of the base. If the Zerg want to seize the starship, they must first enter the research base. After a few seconds of silence, Zhuiza said, "Can we still contact the various school teams? Help me connect them to the various school teams and Professor Li." As expected, the medical staff were right. Within minutes, someone was about to transfer them to the starship one by one. On the way to the starship, Lian Xiao finally reunited with Zhao Liqing, Cesare, and the others. Zhao Liqing excitedly gave her a light hug, and Su Xing, with tears in his eyes, touched Lian Xiao's hand. Although some of the Lianda team were injured or unconscious, at least all 7 of them were alive. Unlike Oren and the Allied forces, who suffered the most, only Oren Fangzhou and Zhao Wuyu, the first to be eliminated, remained conscious. They stood in a corner, watching indifferently as the surviving teams gathered. Amidst the joy of reunion, Zhuiza's voice rang out, informing the cadets of breaking news. In the chilling atmosphere, Zhuiza said, "Reinforcements will arrive soon. Be careful." With a snap, the research base fell into complete silence. In the research base, there were not only them, the medical team, but also the researchers who were still working normally. If the Zerg broke into the base, casualties would be inevitable. The cadets looked at each other, their faces filled with a sense of heaviness. Now, they were the only ones who could stop the Zerg. Chapter 142. Flight or Fight. The few who gathered urgently to discuss the matter chose the latter without hesitation. Ark usually served as squad commander. Besides Lian Xiao, the representatives present at the team meetings included Xiao Wuyu, Petrov, Niwa Ling, Mishima, and the less prominent Oren Ark. It was too late to evacuate the entire base's scientific research staff, let alone evacuating a group of ordinary people into the icy snow, which could easily lead to even greater danger. However, if they had to fight, Lian Xiao felt heavy-hearted. Of all the players, only she and a few others had faced the Zerg directly, and knew how difficult it was. The only good news was that the players' mechs had been transported to the base aboard the ship. Besides that, the disadvantages were too numerous to count on one hand. After the league matches and the escape from the snowy mountains, each mech had consumed a significant amount of ammunition, leaving only about 30 players still able to operate in their mechs. S-Class Gu Chanfeng was seriously injured and still unconscious, temporarily depriving them of their strongest combatant. Worse still, they had no idea of the Zerg's numbers or location. Professor Li rushed over. To avoid panic, he hadn't informed the researchers of the Zerg attack yet, instead using other excuses to call for an emergency meeting. "Hurry aboard." Surprisingly, these were Professor Li's first words. In his haste, he barely had time to change out of his lab coat. "Colonel Zhu has already explained the current situation to me. Since support will be arriving soon, you'll be safe if you evacuate the ship before the Zerg arrive." Massima declined without hesitation. "We can't be deserters, young man." Professor Li smiled and wiped his glasses with the corner of his shirt. "You're not Mecha soldiers yet. If you really died here for a bunch of middle-aged and elderly people like us, it would be a shame. The base has a dedicated shelter. We colleagues can stay there until reinforcements arrive." An Ai Yuling was about to chime in to persuade Professor Li when Lian Xiao, who had been bowing his head nearby, suddenly said, "Professor, I need a map of the base. I want the most complete and detailed one." Then Lian Xiao turned to Zhao Wuyu. "Zhao Wuyu, I still need your help." After a second, Zhao Wuyu raised his head, his face expressionless. "Me? Help you?" Since he had decided to stay and defend the base, Lian Xiao didn't intend to waste time on discussion. "Half an hour ago, Gu Chanfeng, Poicaret, and I encountered an A-rank Zerg in the snowy mountains. Lian Xiao, holding onto the wall, slowly stood up from her wheelchair, trying to stand as straight as possible. She ached dully in her head and ribs, but the situation didn't allow her to rest. Lian Xiao raised his voice, loud enough for everyone present to hear. Not only did we survive, we also severely injured it. I know how to kill high-level Zerg. Follow my command, and everyone will survive. His words succeeded in silencing the surroundings. The fact that 3 people had seriously injured A-class Zerg and were able to return alive was a miracle in itself. The person who created the miracle was right before their eyes. And in times of despair, what humanity needs most is a miracle. The cadets exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. Hours ago, they had been fierce rivals, but now they were fighting side by side to protect the citizens of the Alliance. A few seconds later, Petrov, who was closest to Lian Xiao, stood at attention and saluted her with a snap. Zhao Wuyu, as if waking from a nightmare, raised his head and asked earnestly, "What do you want me to do?" Footsteps were chaotic. Instantly, the entire base was in full swing. Mech after mech was awakened from hibernation, and all the still-moving cadets boarded and mentally connected. With the Tower of Babel as its core, an invisible communications network unfolded across the research base, following the mech's movements. Due to the Zerg's influence, the base had fallen silent. All situation reports and command exchanges relied on the Tower of Babel built by Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao's method for determining the Zerg's number and location was simple. The Ark could only sense mental fluctuations within a certain range. The higher the level of mental power, the greater the range. But an S-level perception range couldn't cover the entire base. The simplest and most drastic method to expand the perception range was to possess mental power beyond S-level. Zhao Wuyu's reverse mental connection. With an S-class Ark channeling her mental energy, Lian Xiao didn't believe she couldn't detect the Zerg's whereabouts. Zhao Wuyu felt a mix of emotions. After all, the Allied First Army's research on reverse mental connection had Lian Xiao as their biggest imaginary enemy, and now that imaginary enemy was supposed to learn what was going on. No need to worry about that. Faced with a formidable enemy, Zhao Wuyu could put aside any petty thoughts. He briefly explained the principle to Lian Xiao, then asked, unsurely, "Can you do it?" "Not as good as me." Before he even finished the word "come," Zhao Wuyu felt a slight ripple in his consciousness, and his deep mental energy was gently yet irresistibly drawn away. Zhao Wuyu, He had spent years training to master something, and Lian Xiao could just tell him to. How could he save face? So this is what it's like to experience Super S-level mental power. With Zhao Wuyu as the source of her endless supply of mental power, Lian Xiao felt the world had never been so clear before her eyes. Her body remained fixed, but her mental power was everywhere. She could sense the surge of other people's seas of consciousness, whether strong or weak, sensing and locking onto the location of each sea of consciousness. If she so desired, with a flick of her finger, she could silently destroy any sea of consciousness within her range. The whole new world that emerged after breaking through S-level mental power was something Lian Xiao hadn't anticipated. Did you find it? Zhao Wuyu was a little anxious. In just a few seconds, he felt his mental power draining significantly. If only a little longer, he might not even be able to maintain a plus-level mental power. Lian Xiao ignored him. Countless her consciousnesses crossed dozens of seas of consciousness, surging with information, and finally, she sensed a presence distinct from humans. Lian Xiao opened her eyes. Found you. 2 Zergs were rapidly approaching the central starship from different directions. Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, finally confirming the number and location of the Zerg. Thankfully, there were only 2 Zergs on the opposite side, barely enough to fight them off. Next, the question was how to delay the attack until reinforcements arrived while ensuring the safety of the researchers. This research base, built decades ago, was shaped like a pebble-like oval. In the center of the oval was the hollow starship landing area. From this point, high-strength glass scaffolds and suspended, sealed, closed metal passages stretched out in all directions, connecting the various areas of the base like a spider web. Through the Tower of Babel, Lian Xiao synchronized the Zerg's location with the other players. With their companions risking their lives to hold the human mecha soldiers at bay, these 2 Zerg were able to quietly cross the ice to the research base. They were extremely cunning and cautious, entering the base from different directions. To Zhao Wuyu's surprise, Lian Xiao didn't assign him to the squad guarding the starship, but instead decided to join San Carlos on the front lines against the Zerg. Are you crazy? Now's not the time to be a hero, Zhao Wuyu said, unconcerned. You're the one building the Tower of Babel on the field. If you die, we all be cut off. Does Lian Xiao even understand the principle of not sitting in the hall? He looked in disbelief at the Lianzhong people Lian Xiao had left behind to guard the starship with him. And you're not with your teammates? Cesare rolled his eyes. FFF, if you can't talk, just shut up. Do you think we want to be on your team? I trust my teammates, but I don't trust you, Lian Xiao said. With them watching you, I'm assured. She could use her position as commander-in-chief to naturally remain in the safest area of the starship. As long as the two teams sent out earlier survived, the remaining members of the starship had the best chance of surviving unscathed. But her plan didn't stop there. For minutes after the research base lost contact with the outside world, the teams, under Lian Xiao's command, split up and moved out. Shirakawa, whose combat power was relatively intact, escorted the medical team and the wounded into the shelter. Mishima joined Kitakamikawa's team and, along with Niwa Ling, guarded the east flank. Lian Xiao, San Carlos, and two members of the Oran team headed straight for the west flank of the base. After all the researchers and the wounded had retreated to the shelter and the teams were in place, the base activated emergency procedures. The heavy, solid alloy doors of the passages lowered, and the entrances to each functional area were locked. No one could pass through without the key kept by Professor Lee. Several mechs, ready for action, crouched behind the alloy door. The passage, too narrow for the mechs, was filled with a faint scent of mechanical fluid. Lian Xiao concentrated on sensing the Zerg's position, but she also felt a strange sensation. Just a few hours ago, they had been fighting each other relentlessly, yet now, they were fighting shoulder to shoulder. And the Zerg didn't let them wait long. As soon as they entered the human building, the Zerg knew the humans had forewarned of their arrival. But it didn't matter. From Edric's memories, inherited by the A+ Zerg, the Zerg knew there was little resistance here. It advanced at top speed towards the center of the base, its survival and freedom within reach. The human alloy door offered little resistance to the Zerg. Using its weight to ram, and its sharp legs to slash, the Zerg quickly broke through from the outermost primary experimental area to the greenhouse, near the living area. After destroying several doors without encountering any resistance, the Zerg inevitably relaxed its vigilance. However, just as it was crossing the passage, attempting to break through the gate in front of it as before, the alloy door suddenly exploded from within, sending fragments hurtling towards it. A powerful force collided with it from within the shattered alloy. Petrov, piloting Thea, charged headfirst into the Zerg. As befitting a warrior race raised on bear hunting in the snowy plains, he pushed the Zerg back half a step with pure force. Then, Petrov spun, swung his massive axe, and struck the Zerg horizontally. The Zerg's two limbs folded across its chest, their tips rubbing against the axe blade. The two extremely hard objects ignited bright sparks. Taking advantage of the Zerg's forced halt, Irina and Valentina, one on each side, held the Zerg in the center with their shields. Lian Xiao followed closely behind, firing his weapon, overwhelming the Zerg with bullets. The entire enclosed passage was filled with the clash of metal and the crackle of gunfire. Suddenly attacked, the Zerg's only hope was to quickly escape the humans blocking its path. Its companions had little time to buy it, so it knew it had to board the starship as soon as possible. After a moment of panic, the Zerg quickly zeroed in on the group's breakthrough point. The smaller mech remained attacking from the periphery, not daring to approach. Just as Petrov was about to swing his axe, the Zerg unexpectedly curled up in an incredible position, surging forward close to the ground, crushing the candle dragon, shattering the glass passageway, and flying out. Chapter 143. The glass corridor shattered under the intense impact. As Zhulong fell out of the corridor and lost his balance, Lian Xiao quickly launched his climbing claws, hooking them onto Irina's shield and preventing Zhulong from falling with the shattered glass. Looking back, the Zerg had already leaped to the top of the corridor, staring at Zhulong hanging outside, ready to pounce. Lian Xiao's heart tightened. Just as the Zerg was about to collide with Zhulong, a powerful force yanked it up, its sharp legs carving a crack in the surface of the mech. San Carlos and the other two worked together to pull Zhulong up. At this moment, the Zerg was no longer concerned with pursuing the enemy. It suddenly realized that it could simply fly over the area and reach the launch zone directly. But the entire structure of the base quickly extinguished the Zerg's hopes. Each section of the base was circular, with larger rings nestled within smaller ones, connected only by passageways, like a cabbage, guarding the core experimental area and starship launch area. As it pondered, the mech it had nearly pushed from midair scrambled back up through the gap in the passageway. A mech and a Zerg faced off on a smooth glass bridge less than 3 meters wide. The width limited Zhulong's movement and the Zerg's agility. Both sides fought as if on a balancing beam. Even the slightest deviation from the bounds would result in a drop of dozens of meters, shattered to pieces. Lian Xiao moved first. She drew her gun and fired at the Zerg's feet. The bullet holes were so dense that tiny cracks soon appeared on the glass beneath the Zerg's feet. A second before the glass could no longer support the Zerg's weight, the Zerg sprang up low, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its legs stabbed at Lian Xiao like spears. Lian Xiao instinctively grabbed the Zerg's leg to slow him down. The mech slid rapidly across the smooth glass surface. With a loud bang, Zhulong was pinned to the metal surface of the building behind him. Glass shards rained down from both sides, and Lian Xiao's hands were covered in cold sweat. He was dozens of meters in the air, and in front of him was a Zerg with another leg raised high. Lian Xiao had no way to avoid it, and he watched helplessly as its sharp claws swung down, trapped in a desperate situation. Just then, the glass beneath his feet shattered. At the same time, Lian Xiao used his still-moving hand to draw his sword and slash at the Zerg's joints. The blade broke, and the Zerg leg that had pinned Zhulong also broke. The Zerg, poised to pierce Zhulong, suddenly plummeted to the ground. Directly below their battle was the spot where the Zerg had initially shattered the glass. Now, the glass tunnel was reduced to a skeleton, with no foothold above or below. And Zhulong, who should have fallen with it, was teetering on the wall, dangling from its legs. Lian Xiao stared at the plummeting Zerg and the blurry ground, dizzy and closing her eyes. The thought of how close she had nearly fallen sent her legs weakening with fear, nearly choking her breath. At her command at the crucial moment, Irina cleaved the glass tunnel with her axe, sending the Zerg plummeting. "Hurry!" San Carlos and the other two, after meeting Lian Xiao, hurriedly retreated into a nearby tunnel. A few seconds later, the Zerg climbed back up through the breach, gazing coldly in the direction they had vanished. With its strength, it could easily crush those humans like berries. But it couldn't care less now. Its companions in the snowy mountains were nearly exhausted, and it had to board the starship as quickly as possible. However, the humans ambushed them wave after wave. In the next inter-area passage, Oren and the other two, under Lian Xiao's remote command, engaged in a brief struggle before turning and fleeing. As the Zerg crossed the third ring, their companions on the east side encountered the same situation. The humans fought and fled, apparently too weak to confront them head-on. They were simply trying to slow them down. It cautiously pushed its way through another suspended passage. "Can you hold on?" Irina asked with concern. Several members of the San Carlos team were close to Lian Xiao, and several times they clearly noticed his mental state fluctuating. Lian Xiao exhaled softly and said briefly, "I can still hold on." Her current condition could only be described as terrible. If Lian Xiao had been at her best when facing the Zerg, she could easily have used the ovoids to exploit their weaknesses and directly achieved victory through teamwork, without having to go through so much trouble. But after severely injuring the A-level Zerg, Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness was not only half depleted, but she also had to mentally connect to 30 mechas to provide amplified mental power for everyone. Her mental power was nearing its limit, and even the slightest thought gave her a headache. Lian Xiao used her operating system to administer another shot of mental stabilizer. She didn't dare use her mental power again, fearing she might lose control. The Zerg were approaching within her range. The Zerg invading from the east had also reached their designated location, as she had predicted. Lian Xiao gripped her weapon tightly. Victory or defeat depended on this one. The Zerg had entered the passage. Attack! In an instant, flames engulfed the Zerg. Using the cover of the flames, Valentina took the lead. Her mission was supposed to block the Zerg's retreat, but as she watched the Zerg crouch and retreat, Valentina suddenly thought their offensive power was only SOSO. Although the A+ class Zerg had caused considerable casualties to the rescue team, this Zerg before them was clearly much weaker. Perhaps they could defeat it without following Lian Xiao's plan. Thinking this way, Valentina suddenly changed her mind, broke through the safe distance, and charged directly at the Zerg. Then, a second later, the Zerg, which had been dodging fire, suddenly grabbed Valentina's mech by the waist. Before she could react, its legs pierced both shoulder blades. The bullets had done absolutely no damage. The Zerg had only been hiding its strength. Valentina struggled and kicked back, but two more legs pierced the mech's waist. Within seconds, the mech stood like a shield against the Zerg. Under Lian Xiao's warning, they hadn't suffered any injuries even against the Zerg, and Valentina had mistakenly underestimated their strength. She clutched the wound at her waist and collapsed in a pool of blood. The Zerg spoke. The Zerg, not knowing the common language, held Valentina before its face and roared. Lian Xiao understood its meaning. It was threatening Valentina's life to get them to let it pass. Lian Xiao could sense Valentina's rapidly weakening condition, but the launch zone lay just ahead. They had to stop the Zerg in this passage. Other bad news arrived through the Tower of Babel. The Zerg had broken through the encirclement of Maxima and the others and abducted the unconscious Niwa Ling. Niwa Ling was one of the few among them who knew how to pilot a starship. The Zerg's intentions were clear. They needed a hostage, and a capable one would be even better. If they didn't quickly eliminate this Zerg within 2 minutes, its companions would soon reach the launch zone. Lian Xiao took a deep breath and stopped the others from attacking. Since the Zerg needed a hostage, she would give it to them. She dropped her slicing knife and raised her hands. "Let me take her place," Lian Xiao said in Zerg language. The Zerg retreated suspiciously. "You can sense this person's imminent death," Lian Xiao said. "If she dies, you have nothing to threaten us with." After a few long seconds of silence, the Zerg finally agreed. The others retreated. Zhulong, disarmed, inched forward. The Zerg slowly lowered Valentina, its compound eyes warily observing Lian Xiao's movements. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, it would instantly kill any human approaching it. The Zerg withdrew one leg, then another, then a third. As Valentina's mech knelt on its knees and tumbled forward, Lian Xiao suddenly accelerated. The Zerg was prepared, its leg pressed against Valentina's back, poised to pierce her chest. Dizziness. The sudden dizziness slowed the Zerg's movements by half a second. Intense pain exploded in Lian Xiao's brain. The Tower of Babel disintegrated for a second before being forcibly reassembled. She seized a split second to launch a mental assault against the Zerg. The leg, which should have ended Valentina's life, pierced Zhulong's palm and was forcibly bent by Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao's mental power was completely drained, and she could no longer think, but she couldn't stop. Zhulong had no weapons. Its sturdy mech itself was its weapon. Lian Xiao spun and sidekicked, sending the Zerg lurching slightly to the side. Another elbow followed, but the Zerg remained motionless. Just a little more. She didn't die on the snowy mountain, nor should she die here. Drowsy, Lian Xiao kicked the Zerg, only to feel his feet give way. The Zerg curled up its abdomen, for once avoiding a head-on confrontation with the mech. Why? Lian Xiao struggled to think. Could it be that this Zerg's brain was concentrated in its abdomen? Without hesitation, Zhulong rammed into the Zerg's abdomen, pushing it to the side of the passage, slamming it hard against the glass wall. Amid the Zerg's shrill, panicked screams, Lian Xiao shouted, "Shoot!" Most of the bullets struck Zhulong. Amidst the system's cold warning, the glass wall shattered. This time, Lian Xiao pushed the Zerg out. Zhulong clutched the Zerg tightly, preventing it from falling or taking off, and one leg after another sliced at its mechanical arm. This human is crazy. If they fall together, only humans will die. The Zerg keenly sensed danger, but it didn't know where it came from until it saw the flamethrower defenses slowly unfolding on the alloy walls on either side. Why, in the previous 2 encounters in the tunnel, did Lian Xiao simply harass the Zerg before retreating? Why did he have to stop the Zerg in this tunnel? There were no large weapons inside the research base. As Lian Xiao hurriedly studied the map, she noticed the flamethrower defenses installed near the core research area and launch area. In the battle on the high-altitude tunnel, it seemed the humans were at a disadvantage, not an advantage. The previous 2 encounters in the tunnel had successfully let the Zerg down, believing Lian Xiao was merely stalling for time. This time, when he attacked again in the tunnel, the Zerg took it for granted. No, Lian Xiao watched the Zerg, who had reacted and was desperately trying to climb up the Zhulong, coldly extend her other mechanical arm to pin the enemy down. It's possible to hold off until reinforcements arrived. But she wanted the Zerg dead even more. It's a shame the research base only installed flamethrower defenses at this point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have paid the price of Valentina's serious injury and Niwa Ling's capture. Lian Xiao mentally counted down the seconds. She refused to believe the ultra-high temperatures couldn't kill the Zerg. 3. The Zerg seemed to realize its impending doom, its compound eyes betraying despair. 2. The Zerg twisted its body one last time, struggling to pull its abdomen away from the jet nozzle. 1. Lian Xiao closed his eyes. Goodbye. Flame shot up into the sky. Blazing white flame swept across the outside of the glass tunnel, melting the Zerg into flames. Also, the 2 mechanical arms of the candle dragon melted. The intense heat was transmitted instantly, and even with the core module's thermal insulation system at full blast, Lian Xiao felt a moment of suffocation. A few seconds later, Irina Petrov and several of the Oran team members rushed over and frantically dragged the candle dragon away from the danger zone. "Oh my god!" one of the Oran team members exclaimed. Lian Xiao was helped to his feet by Irina. Only now did she finally understand why the 3 Zergs on the snowy mountain had shielded their comrades' escape. From the remaining half of the Zerg's abdomen, several fully grown larvae slowly fell. Elsewhere, the Zerg, having broken through the encirclement, had already rushed into the launch area. Chapter 144. The launch zone has been invaded. The launch zone has been invaded. The launch zone has been invaded. The team stationed at the launch zone issued 3 warnings in succession at the Tower of Babel. Lian Xiao hurriedly led his team to the launch zone. Petrov hesitated. San Carlos is neutral and xenophobic. Unless they are native to the snow plains like Poicaré, they rarely actively interact with students from other schools. But today, they fought alongside Lian Xiao, and Lian Xiao proved her S-rank prowess. Petrov had already given her approval. Is Zhulong still usable? Petrov said tactfully. Actually, Valentina's harpy is in pretty good shape. Lian Xiao glanced down at Zhulong as she ran. Half of her mechanical arm had melted in the flames, affecting her running speed. Zhulong was practically useless, but there was no time to replace her mecha. Maxima reported, "We're almost at the launch area. But we suddenly can't track Niwa Ling." Lian Xiao hummed. The Zerg abandoned their mechs. As the chief arc, she switched to Niwa Ling's perspective, and saw clearly that the unfortunate Niwa Ling had been dragged out of the core module by the Zerg en route. The Zerg were masterful at using hostages. If the crosshairs weren't properly controlled during the ensuing fight, Niwa Ling would be dead before the Zerg were harmed. Because of Niwa Ling, no one dared to fire when the Zerg entered the launch site. Niwa Ling was held in front by the Zerg, the compound eyes on the back of his head warily surveying his surroundings, finally resting on the starship surrounded by several mechs. All its kind were dead. Decades ago, it arrived on a starship, but times have changed, and now it is the only one left, returning home on a starship. There were 8 mechs, 2 lurking high up, aiming, and 1 hiding near the starship. The only ones posing a direct threat were the 5 blocking the starship. Get out of the way, the Zerg said, suddenly lifting the unconscious Niwa Ling, who choked and coughed twice. With that, it took a step toward the starship. The mechs didn't fire, but no one lowered their weapons either. They watched in silence as the Zerg approached, slowly tightening their grip around Niwa Ling. If this continued, Niwa Ling's fragile cervical vertebrae might be broken by the Zerg before he even reached the starship. Unfortunately, none of Kitakami Chuan's students were present. With Lian Xiao's orders, their hearts were hardened. It was psychological warfare. Both sides knew the other didn't want Niwa Ling dead. It all depended on which side could hold out until the other opened its mouth to negotiate. Finally, the Zerg stopped 5 or 6 meters from the starship, mercifully allowing Niwa Ling, whose face had turned purple, to finally breathe. The Zerg spoke in its own language. Humans are indeed a cruel race, it said. I can let you go, but at least let 2 of your arcs come with me. I let one go once we leave this planet, and the other once we reach the edge of the system. Zhao Wuyu gritted his teeth. The arc was highly valued by the military, but at the same time, it was also routinely protected by other locations, making it relatively unafraid. This Zerg had a brilliant plan. Captain! The other 2 teams arrived, 20 mechs. The Zerg can't escape this place unscathed. But with a single move, the Zerg dispelled their urge to engage in battle. It lifted Niwa Ling above its head, and pierced his thigh with its leg, blood trickling down its exoskeleton. The Zerg, if I let him go, he'd bleed to death quickly. There are medical facilities on the starship, right? You can choose. The most troublesome thing is that the research base is an isolated island, with no way of knowing what's happening outside. Lian Xiao pondered. Niwa Ling's situation couldn't wait. The next second, Lian Xiao nodded and made a decision. I promise you. The 4 arcs present, Lian Xiao, Zhao Wuyu, Maxima, and Feng Huawu from Kitakami River, were present. Maxima and Feng Huawu strongly requested to board the ship, but Lian Xiao ultimately chose Zhao Wuyu. After boarding, Niwa Ling was forcibly awakened from his coma. In reality, he should have woken up when the Zerg punctured his femoral artery, but the sedative secreted by the Zerg kept him in a forced coma. At this moment, medical robots were urgently working to stop the bleeding, while Niwa Ling had to force himself to start the starship. This starship is an older model, primarily used for cargo transport, Niwa Ling said weakly. Lian Xiao quickly grasped Ai Yuling's meaning. The older model meant it would be prone to disintegration in a fight, and the freighter meant the starship's offensive and defensive weapons couldn't be relied upon. The Zerg didn't stop their conversation. A single insect leg pressed against Ai Yuling's heart, its life at its fingertips. Ai Yuling skillfully maneuvered the starship, slowly starting it up. Multiple layers of barriers were erected above the launch area, and the upper shield revealed an opening wide enough for the starship to pass through. As the starship ascended, the Zerg seemed to relax slightly. A Zhulong with a half-broken robotic arm, and an arc with little offensive power posed little threat. Lian Xiao turned her head, and saw the Zerg's compound eyes staring coldly at her. "I know you," the Zerg said. "You killed Goliath." Lian Xiao was stunned, then realized that Goliath was the name of the queen. The Zerg swarm bonded them tightly together, and the Zerg before him could fully sense the despair and unwillingness of his fellow Zerg before him. In a sense, Lian Xiao had killed the Zerg before him once before. As the starship flew through layers of barriers, Lian Xiao calmed down as she gazed at the massive Zerg before her. She leaned back. "Do you want revenge?" "No, Goliath has returned to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. We will all return to the Mother Goddess one day." "I will keep my promise," the Zerg said. "I will release you at the edge of the galaxy." As for whether this human could survive in space after being thrown out of the capsule, it didn't consider it. The conversation between Lian Xiao and the Zerg was in the even more obscure Zerg language, which Zhao Wuyu and Ni Yuling could not understand at all. Inside the Tower of Babel, Zhao Wuyu quietly asked, "When will we start?" Lian Xiao watched the starship approach the base's final barrier outside the window. Soon. A few snowflakes hit the transparent observation window. A thin layer of ice instantly formed outside the observation window, and the blizzard obscured their view of the surroundings. The starship had escaped the research base. As the Zerg relaxed slightly, Lian Xiao's mental power surged. Reverse mental connection. Practice made perfect. Zhao Wuyu released the mental barrier, allowing his mental power to flow back toward Lian Xiao. The already depleted sea of consciousness surged with the infusion of mental support. Lian Xiao charged into the Zerg's brain. However, the Zerg were prepared. The human before them had used the same method to stun Goliath, and the attack lasted only a few seconds before being stopped. The Zerg's legs pierced Ni Yuling's combat uniform, and just as he was about to proceed with the hard attack, the Zerg lost its balance and was flung violently forward. Not only the Zerg, but everything moving inside the starship slid to the left. Ni Yuling grabbed the control console to prevent himself from being thrown. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg smashed through 3 metal walls. Amidst the piercing alarm, Zhulong leaped onto the Zerg's back, following the angle. The moment the starship left the base, Zhao Liqing and the San Carlos heavy armored soldiers, under Lian Xiao's command, opened fire. The energy cannon blew away the starship's hull, detonating the equipment on its left side. If anyone were to look down at the starship from above, they would have seen thick smoke billowing from one side of the small starship, as if the pilot was drunk, swerving and sliding rapidly along the outer curve of the base. Thankfully, the pebble-shaped base was large enough that the starship wouldn't hit the ground too quickly. But they had to deal with this Zerg before the starship came to a stop. Zhulong launched a kick, striking the Zerg's compound eye. Elsewhere, Zhao Wuyu's arc stabilized its descent and aimed a shot at the Zerg's abdomen. Lian Xiao had revealed that the Zerg's weak spot lay within its abdomen. As expected, the attacked Zerg immediately curled up, its right serrated leg lashing out at the arc. With a clang, the arc's hull was pierced. Lian Xiao and Zhao Wuyu had both experienced battles with the Zerg. The only difference was that the Zerg left Zhao Wuyu with only hatred and despair. With another clang, the left serrated leg also embedded itself into the mech. Zhao Wuyu's emotions, which had finally calmed down, collapsed once more. He saw a blood-red blur before his eyes, unable to tell whether he was seeing the fire blazing within the starship or the blood of his teammates pouring out onto the ice. Zhao Wuyu spun around like a madman, kicking the Zerg in the stomach and roaring, "Die, die, die!" The Zerg, its patience exhausted, immediately turned to attack Zhao Wuyu. Just then, the starship shook violently, as if it had hit an obstacle, briefly hovering before falling. Bang! Zhao Wuyu was just out of the Zerg's range. Bang! Lian Xiao reacted quickly, seizing the opportunity presented by the starship's jolt to give the Zerg a powerful kick and launch himself into a leap. As the starship plummeted, and Zhulong was about to hit the wall, Lian Xiao reached out and struck the Zerg. Zhulong's remaining half of his mechanical arm pierced deeply into the Zerg's compound eye. Viscous blood splattered onto Zhulong's surface. The sudden, intense pain sent the Zerg shrieking and trying to throw it off. But Zhulong unsheathed its mechanical arm and once again stomped on the Zerg's chest and abdomen, leaping, falling, and piercing its compound eye. The Zerg's 2 most powerful legs were trapped in Zhao Wuyu's mech. The others, sliding along the ground, couldn't move freely as they would on flat ground. The blind Zerg suddenly realized that its massive size and hard exoskeleton weren't enough to quickly kill the kind human before it. Unless Lian Xiao, who was mechanically repeating her attack, suddenly felt everything around her recede, and she plummeted. Zhulong froze, motionless, as if the program had stalled. As her thoughts faltered, Lian Xiao gradually understood that it wasn't her in reality that was free-falling, but the Zerg's mental power that had ruptured her mental pathways. So much mental power flooded in at once that her brain couldn't even react. Lian Xiao slammed heavily onto the surface of her sea of consciousness. Blood gushed out from the corners of her eyes, mouth, and nose. Her eyeballs were still able to see, but her nerves could no longer interpret the scene in front of her. The Zerg were creatures far more powerful than humans. Both sides were dying. Zhao Wu was in slightly better condition than Lian Xiao. The overflow of mental energy had only caused him to fall into a coma. The Zerg's compound eye had been deeply pierced, and a nearby brain was half shattered. Lian Xiao, on the other hand, collapsed on the sea of consciousness, awaiting death. Resentment throbbed within her. She hadn't returned to Earth yet. Even if she died, at least she shouldn't die alone on a strange, cold planet. How lonely it was. It seemed nothing could save Lian Xiao. As her consciousness faded, she saw the egg, stretched across the sky and Earth. The crack in the giant egg, inflicted by Lian Xiao, hadn't yet healed. A drop of sticky liquid slid down and dripped onto Lian Xiao's forehead. The moment it melted into his skin, Lian Xiao's shattered mental pathways were repaired and rebuilt. Blood no longer seeped from his pores, and the Zerg's mental assault was blocked. The Zerg was stunned. After a long pause, it hissed, "You're a messenger?" The A-rank Zerg had uttered the same words in its dying breath, but the situation was too urgent for Lian Xiao to pay attention then. Lian Xiao had no time to pay attention now either. Though she didn't know why, her consciousness had returned to normal, and she had regained control of her body. She was determined to live. Zhu Long stabbed the Zerg's now empty compound eyes with all her might, twisting like a frantic steering wheel, slamming the Zerg into every sharp corner in its relentless descent. Bang! The Zerg collided with the sharp hooks of the cargo lift. Bang! The twisted and broken steel bars were bent by the Zerg's exoskeleton. Bang! The loose equipment struck the Zerg. The Zerg, covered in blood, clawed frantically at the ground, trying to stop Lian Xiao, but the painful memory of its shattered mental channels was too vivid. No matter how the Zerg struggled and slashed at Zhu Long, Lian Xiao refused to let go. "It's either you or me." Boom! The starship's far left wall exploded, alloy plates flying upward, and snow poured into the starship through the gap. For a moment, Lian Xiao was blinded. Just as the grappling mech and insect were about to slide out of the starship, Zhao Yu finally regained consciousness and grabbed Zhu Long. Fang Zhou grabbed the protrusion with one hand and held Zhu Long with the other. Zhu Long then pinned the Zerg, half of its body wedged outside the starship motionless. After a violent jolt, the starship surprisingly maintained its balance and came to rest on the slope of the base. Zhu Long slowly withdrew its half-broken mechanical arm. The Zerg was dying, a large piece of metal plate piercing its body, destroying what remained of its brain. And even then, it was still clinging to its abdomen. Lian Xiao stood up, stunned, then sat back down again. A few seconds later, she stared at the large flakes of snow, finally realizing that the arduous battle was over. She, Zhao Wuyu, and Dan Yuling survived. But before Lian Xiao could relax for even 2 seconds, a faint sound rang out. Zhao Wuyu staggered to his feet, and saw that the Zerg, still alive, was slowly slicing open its abdomen with its broken legs. Chapter 145. A mass fell out. The Zerg that infiltrated the base were all female, so the nature of this thing twitching amidst the mucus was obvious. Both of them were nearing their limits, and it took them a beat longer to register what had fallen. The Zerg's exoskeleton took on a deathly blue-gray hue. It twitched once, mumbling a final, inarticulate whisper, extending its legs toward the stars before freezing in the returning tranquility of the snowy night. Its nervous system had been destroyed, and its final words were barely audible. Lian Xiao struggled to discern the final words, realizing they were a name. The new life, given a name, had not yet grasped the meaning of death. The larva opened its eyes, and spontaneously clung to the rapidly hypothermic Zerg body. As Zhao Wuyu unsteadily raised his gun, the larva was fiddling with a 3-sided dice that had fallen from the Zerg's corpse with its delicate legs. The gun clicked as it was loaded, and the Ark's mechanical arm was locked. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wuyu looked at Lian Xiao, who was trying to stop him, puzzled. "You don't want to kill this bug, do you?" Lian Xiao didn't know why she subconsciously stopped Zhao Wuyu. She glanced at the larva in the pool of blood and immediately looked away. The larva curiously followed the gun's movement, as if it were some kind of fun game. It was a life that was naive and ignorant, as blank as a sheet of paper. But at the same time, Lian Xiao realized that the Zerg's growth rate was incredibly rapid. In just a few minutes, the larva had doubled in size, and showed signs of hunger. Zhao Wuyu seemed amused. "If you don't want to kill it, I do it. Help will be here soon," Someone will take care of it, Lian Xiao said. She could kill the Zerg without hesitation, using violence. But should a larva that had done nothing, that hadn't harmed anyone, really be condemned to death for its original sin? Xiao Wuyu's emotions suddenly collapsed, and he threw Zhulong away. My teammates are dead. Xiao Wuyu angrily pressed the muzzle of his gun against Zhulong's breastplate, roaring uncontrollably, Do you know what they said to me before they died? Ammon said, Captain, we believe you. What did I do? Xiao Wuyu cried and laughed. The Zerg killed them right before my eyes. I couldn't do anything. Did the Zerg hesitate when they killed them? All Zerg deserve to die. He repeated in a daze, All Zerg deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Wuyu fired. With every word he uttered, a blood flower bloomed on the larva. The larva cried like a baby, dazed and frightened, trying to hide under its mother's shell for protection, but soon became still. Outside the starship, a blizzard raged, and searchlights blazed down upon them. Support had finally arrived. The hatch of the first rescue ship to arrive opened, and Susera and Yin Mingling leaped from it and sprinted out, snowflakes condensing on their faces and hair. The joy of surviving the ordeal was overshadowed by exhaustion and bewilderment, and Lian Xiao felt only the cold. She took 2 steps back, slumped to the ground, and leaned against the wall. The blood of the 2 Zerg, one large and one small, flowed together in a thin stream, flowing out of the starship. Hatred is deeper than blood. The conflict and slaughter between humans and Zerg will flow like this river of blood, flowing down the bloodline. What happened today will be repeated endlessly for hundreds and thousands of years. Looking at the small, silent arc in the darkness, Lian Xiao wondered inexplicably. Elijah, you ultimately never got to see your distant homeland. The second match of the Mecha League in the 114th year of the Xinghai calendar was interrupted for nearly 3 hours, and then abruptly concluded with the inexplicable excuse that the weather on Nika was unsuitable for competition. Netizens who had waited patiently in front of their laptops from dawn to dusk were furious. They're playing us like fools. 3 hours was more than enough time for public opinion to ferment, and conspiracy theories were flying everywhere. Report? I live near Nika, and I heard the nearby system is under emergency control. The above is true. Rumor has it that Department XX and Department XX have all been urgently mobilized. No. How serious would it have to be for something like this to happen? Everyone, I have a dangerous thought, but I'm not sure if I should mention it. Could there have been an unexpected event during the competition, and a contestant died? That shouldn't be the case. It was just a mech-to-mech fight, and there were rescue teams watching. How likely is an accident? That's unreliable. I rather speculate about a sudden appearance by the Zerg. This is hilarious. The above speculation is even more unreliable. Discussions like these abounded, and many netizens found their posts inexplicably deleted. The more they deleted, the more rebellious they became. Netizens vowed to uncover the truth, no matter what. The Alliance and the military were terribly worried. But it wasn't for the netizens. If this incident wasn't handled properly, relations with the Empire and the Zerg would deteriorate dramatically. With so many contestants dead, it couldn't be easily dismissed. And what will happen to the Mecha League next, should it be held or not? These weren't the concerns of Lian Xiao and the other contestants. After being rescued aboard the evacuation starship, Lian Xiao woke up and found herself on the Alliance's main planet. The medical staff said she overdrawn her mental and physical energy piloting the Candle Dragon, so it was normal for her to be unconscious for several days. Lian Xiao, but that's no excuse for you to pull this tantrum. Cesare gently placed the white, fragrant bouquet on her chest. He tried to grab Lian Xiao's hand, but Zhao Liqing swatted him away. Cesare, I waited so long for you to wake up, so of course I have to come visit you in a grand manner. He then tucked the flowers under Lian Xiao's nose and scattered them into the air, a bouquet of friendship. Celebrating our survival. Lian Xiao glanced around at the bedside, awash in a sea of flowers, and felt he should lie down peacefully. Some of the flowers had been sent by other military academy contestants. The flower shops near the hospital had been emptied out by these people. But since the florist was near the hospital, all they could order were carnations, calla lilies, and lilies. These flowers adorned the ward, giving Lian Xiao a solemn air. All the cadets, who had witnessed the Mirror Palace incident, had been packed off by the military and taken to this hospital for recuperation. They were officially recuperating, but in reality, they were under house arrest and prohibited from speaking freely. The cadets inside could only use the hospital's internet to browse their laptops, and information from outside was also restricted. Lian Xiao ignored all this and ate and slept. The hospital was kind enough to let her order Lian's family stir-fries for 3 meals a day. Lian Xiao felt that if she still had to take nutritional supplements while recuperating, he might as well kill her with a single slash of his throat. Zhao Wuyu had come to see Lian Xiao once, uncomfortably. Compared to his previous lifeless demeanor, Zhao Wuyu calmly fixed his hair, regaining his false air of elegance. It's easy to get back on track on the outside, but it's hard to heal the wounds within. Zhao Wuyu's words of thanks nearly put Lian Xiao to sleep. Seeing Lian Xiao's drowsy expression, Zhao Wuyu clenched his teeth. As expected, he and Lian Xiao were born with a bad temper. Lian Xiao's eyes were hazy. Are you done? You're welcome. Zhao Wuyu used all his acting skills to resist the urge to hit Lian Xiao with the bouquet. Zhao Wuyu took a deep breath. Have you heard any rumors? What are the Alliance and the military planning to do to us? Lian Xiao shook her head. Su Shaoluo and Yan Mingling visited her several times, but she wasn't conscious at the time. Don't worry, they won't kill us to silence us, Lian Xiao said nonchalantly. Zhao Wuyu's eyes changed, and he looked at Lian Xiao as if he were a fool. Don't you realize how much killing 3 Zergs means? Zhao Wuyu said. In these peaceful times, if you hadn't graduated yet, the military's elite squads would have been vying to recruit you. The military would most likely have at least awarded you a medal. During the Mirror Palace incident, Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng teamed up to severely injure an A-level Zerg. Lian Xiao then led his team to successfully defend and eliminate 2 B-plus level Zergs without a single casualty. Such an achievement was enough to attract the attention of the military's top brass. Lian Xiao himself acted nonchalant, and Zhao Wuyu was furious. Don't think he didn't see me? Lian Xiao secretly ordered food on his laptop under the covers. He was discussing his future with Lian Xiao, but the rising arc star's mind was preoccupied with what to eat today. Zhao Wuyu felt dizzy with envy, and began to wonder if his biggest competitor for the Alliance's top arc was this guy. Could this be right? Could this be wrong? After placing his order, Lian Xiao threw back the covers, stood up, thanked Zhao Wuyu for his visit, and slipped out of the ward. Zhao Wuyu, where are you going? Lian Xiao, to see a handsome guy. Zhao Wuyu looked at Lian Xiao's back, not turning his head, and scratched his hair, feeling annoyed again. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken the time to carefully style himself to see Lian Xiao. What a mess. Lian Xiao went to see Gu Chanfeng. She, Gu Chanfeng, and Dan Yuling were seriously injured. Gu Chanfeng wasn't released from the ICU until 3 days after Lian Xiao woke up. When Lian Xiao arrived, the doctor had just finished his rounds. Gu Chanfeng was awake, his hair a little longer, draped messily across his forehead, making him look quite docile. Through the window, he smiled at Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao smiled back. When Zhao Wuyu boasted that the military brass would definitely pay attention to her, and that she had a promising future, she didn't feel happy. The secret she carried pricked her like a thorn. Only when she saw Gu Chanfeng did she feel a little happy. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng strolled side by side along the tree-lined avenue. Lian Xiao walked, while Gu Chanfeng was pushed in a wheelchair by a robot. The hospital's landscaping was well done. The courtyard they were strolling through was surrounded by trees, and the sunlight shone like golden fragments on the pavement. Even on an early summer afternoon, the dense shade of the trees didn't feel hot at all. From a distance, someone waved to them from a bench under the shade of the trees. Professor Li and Zhao Liqing had been waiting for them for a while. The Mirror Palace incident was a complete disaster, but the ruins they had discovered beneath the Mirror Palace were quite valuable. However, to prevent any further escapes, the Alliance authorized the military to completely destroy the Mirror Palace and its underground space. Now, they were the only 3 people who had seen the ruins firsthand. Professor Li rubbed his hands with joy. He first politely asked about their recovery, then said, I have a few questions. I'd like to ask you to recall the scene. Lian Xiao nodded. The others also had questions they wanted to ask. For example, what exactly is the strange Mirror Palace used for? What happened in the underground mines of the Mirror Palace? And what happened to the humans who once inhabited it? Well, Professor Li's teaching instincts were triggered again. He thought for a moment, then fished out a stack of papers from his briefcase and spread them out on the bench. How about I first discuss the conclusions of our research on the Mirror Palace so far? Professor Li said. The 2 most important substances in shaping Zerg civilization are mithril and crimson fluid. Decades ago, crimson fluid mines were discovered on Nika, a planet within human habitation. The Zerg occupied the planet and built the Mirror Palace. Professor Li, the Mirror Palace is more than just a crimson fluid mine, it's also a prison. A shared prison for both humans and Zerg. Chapter 146. Zhao Liqing, Professor, the Mirror Palace's interior is structured like a maze, which is understandable because it's designed to prevent captured humans from escaping. But why is it also a Zerg prison? If it were a Zerg prison, it could have the same living conditions as the Snow Mountain ruins. Isn't the treatment too good? The first lesson of Zergology is not to try to understand and judge the Zerg through human eyes. Professor Lee said gently, according to our research, there's no such thing as a life-threatening punishment within the Zerg, but being exiled from their primordial nest until death is a severe punishment for them. He pointed to a picture of the Mirror Palace's nighttime displacement, then to the mezzanine above. The captured humans live in the mines. Even if they manage to escape to the surface, the Mirror Palace resets every night, making it difficult to leave quickly. Professor Lee said, the top mezzanine prevents Zerg exiles from escaping. The alarm will sound when the first floor ceiling is breached. To leave the Mirror Palace from the air, you must repeatedly break through the roof, a bit like what the Empire did during your competition. The document slid between Lian Xiao's fingers, and the three of them fell silent. The Mirror Palace, composed of fragile mirrors, this ornate and bizarre structure is nothing more than a prison for both humans and Zerg. As for the cause of the underground mine's destruction, and the fate of the captives, Professor Lee pulled out his laptop. This part has never been made public. During the initial excavation of the underground mine, we accidentally discovered this record in the mine shaft. It's incredible, but this record is surprisingly well preserved. After sorting and confirming it, Professor Lee observed the three young men before him, their hair gently ruffling in the afternoon breeze. We have named this record Garcia's Notes. It was Garcia who carved his name into the mine wall. The three of them gathered together, flipping through Garcia's notes. Year 86 of the Star Sea calendar. It's probably year 86 of the Star Sea calendar, right? I don't care about the exact date. I've been locked up here for so long, I never remember a specific date. Alana even comforted me, encouraging me to go out and take a look so I could roughly tell what season it was. Bullshit! How could someone like Alana, who had never even seen snow before being captured, possibly imagine it was winter all year round outside? Even if we could go out, it would be icy and snowy enough to freeze your ears and fingers off. My home planet, K363, is different. It's cold, but I never seen a more beautiful planet. I long to go home. No more writing. Even if Alana didn't say it, I noticed that the bugs are decreasing. Alana isn't the only smart one. And the remaining bugs are getting more aggressive. Luckily, no new ones are coming to fill the gap. We have more work to do. Tanya's dead. My brothers and sisters inside say she accidentally spilled the red liquid and was killed by the bugs. It's a little strange. How precious is that to the bugs? People who stay outside live longer. Those who stay inside die younger. I always remind them of this whenever I see a new person. I'm only alive now thanks to staying outside. The bugs are choosing someone to go inside again, and I won't be chosen. I definitely go home. Alana's gone. He said he was smarter than me and learned faster, and the bugs actually believed his lies. He's such a fool, haha. Alana is dead. He was right. He was 100 times smarter than me, and I also know the Zerg's secret. Lian Xiao flipped back the page, only to find that the document ended there, at the word secret. Looking at the crooked handwriting, Garcia suddenly transformed from an abstract name into a living person who once existed. That's the first part, Professor Lee said. The rest is badly damaged, so I can relay the results directly. Garcia was later transferred to the center of the mine, the inside mentioned in the diary, and began working directly with the excavation of the red fluid. The last entry in the other notes that could be discerned was about the approaching year 87 of the Star Sea calendar. Lian Xiao was stunned. She was familiar with the number. Year 87 of the Star Sea calendar was the year the two sides ceased hostilities and signed the Atria peace agreement. It was also the year the Zerg were said to have withdrawn from Mecha. Professor Lee's gaze passed through the mowed lawn, through the dense branches and leaves, and fell far into the distance. In the 87th year of the Star Sea calendar, an explosion occurred at the Mirror Palace mine. The cause was a serious red fluid leak, occurring on the very day Garcia wrote her last entry. Garcia and her companions orchestrated the explosion. The accident destroyed a large area of the underground mines, and the vast majority of the Zerg perished in the mines, unable to escape. Professor Lee, we don't know if Garcia was still alive at the time. The surviving humans seized a starship from the Mirror Palace mine and escaped. The collapsed buildings in the area where you and the Empire were fighting were actually caused by the humans' escape in their starships. A soft, warm breeze brushed against their arms. Zhao Liqing grabbed the documents on the bench to prevent them from flying away. So, did they succeed? Zhao Liqing asked. Professor Lee wiped his glasses. No. Actually, the Zerg had already received orders to evacuate the snowfield area, and the Zerg on nearby planets had no time to investigate the mine explosion. But before they retreated, they still targeted the survivor starship. We put a lot of effort into researching the fate of this starship. Realizing that escape by starship was impossible, the survivors piloted their starship and collided with the Zerg starship. No life on either ship survived. It was an inevitable outcome. Lian Xiao looked up, imagining the bright light and heat waves of the two starships colliding, echoing in the silent and still universe. Decades later, the Zerg surviving beneath the glacier would do everything they could to seize the human starship, just as the humans had decades before, yearning to return to their homeland. These beings, once enslaved and superior to humanity, ultimately perished on the starship, as if fate and karma were constantly recurring. The three of them remained silent. Professor Lee flipped to the back of the laptop, handed it to them, and gently consoled them. Times have changed. There's no need to grieve unduly for Garcia and her companions. On the last page of Garcia's notebook, she wrote 2 sentences. Freedom is invincible. Humanity is invincible, not even death. I always had a guess. Professor Lee continued after a few minutes, after Lian Xiao and the others had calmed down. It was Garcia's notebook that sparked my inspiration. What exactly is the secret of the insects Garcia mentioned? What was causing the Zerg's internal unease? Why did they value the crimson fluid so much more than before, even willing to kill off the human labor force that was no longer replenished? I believe that as early as the 86th year of the Star Sea calendar, mithril and crimson fluid had been widely depleted. Professor Li's conclusion shocked the audience, especially Gu Chanfeng and Zhao Liqing. The depletion of these 2 energy sources was no joke for the Zerg. Gu Chanfeng, who had been listening quietly until then, couldn't help but speak. Professor, between the year 86 of the Star Sea calendar and the armistice, we and the Zerg engaged in several major battles. If the mithril and crimson liquid energy sources had been depleted, the Zerg would not have been able to sustain such a prolonged war. Professor Lee. So, the following year, the Zerg attempted to negotiate a ceasefire with the Alliance through the Empire. Many believe that humanity's victory in the Second Invasion War was entirely due to the advent of mechas. However, anyone who carefully studies the situation at that time will find that the Zerg still held the strategic advantage. Of course, it can also be argued that mechas significantly increased the combat effectiveness of human soldiers, and the Zerg were unwilling to continue expending resources in a war that was bound to be prolonged. However, the Zerg altar you discovered this time confirms my hypothesis. Professor Lee excitedly pulled out the photos of the altar they had recorded, shaking them loudly. The design of this entire altar isn't simply about worshipping the egg, Professor Lee said excitedly. Normally, altars don't have any other symbols. See the symbol underneath the egg? When the Zerg prayed, a liquid representing the red fluid would flow out of the egg, through the waterway, and back into the egg. They're praying to their mother goddess, don't let the red fluid run dry. And the murals you recorded? We only analyzed a small portion so far, but they all express the same theme. Implore the mother goddess not to revoke the gift of the red fluid. Professor Lee looked at the eager eyes of Lian Xiao and the other 2, as if the word "Sea Journal" was written all over their faces. Once the paper is published, I think my fellow Zergologists will agree with me. The light shifted, stretching their shadows and overlapping them. The massive shadow of the tree pressed down, swallowing everyone. If the truth about the destruction of the Jinggong mine weighed heavily on them, then Professor Li's conclusion was chilling. Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng, and Zhao Liqing exchanged glances. What happens when the energy source a race relies on is depleted, searching for alternative energy, and if they still can't find it? Plundering? Going to war? Will war really come? After repeatedly questioning, not wanting to miss a single detail, Professor Lee left contentedly. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng exchanged glances, and Gu Chanfeng caught up with Professor Lee. Zhao Liqing had also left, leaving Lian Xiao alone, sitting cross-legged on a bench, gazing up at the sky. The sky was a clear, pale blue, dotted with a few wisps of cotton-like clouds. The sky of the main planet was crystal clear year-round, like a piece of pale blue glass you could reach out and pluck. Isn't this exactly what she wants? A voice in Lian Xiao's heart said. From the beginning, she knew that peacefully retaking Earth was a pipe dream. The Alliance's chance to reoccupy Earth would be through war. But war. The dark green river of blood flowed before her eyes again. More and more tributaries joined it, the dark green blood of the Zerg, and the bright red blood of humans mingling and swirling into a viscous black, flowing indiscriminately towards death. After more than 20 years of peace, is humanity ready? Lian Xiao shielded her eyes, relaxing in the bright sunlight. Then, before the war came, she would be prepared. Suddenly, someone sat down next to Lian Xiao, silent and silent. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lian Xiao lowered his arm, his eyes widening slightly as he turned his head. Sitting next to her was a girl who looked vaguely familiar. She wore a loose hospital gown, her eyes and hair light-colored, and her exposed skin almost melting into the sunlight. "Are you waiting for someone? It seems I disappointed you," she said. "I'm Teresa. I'd like to ask you and Gu Changfeng to save Francois and me." Chapter 147. This was the first time Lian Xiao met Teresa face to face. Teresa quickly put her mask back on, and only then did Lian Xiao notice her unusual skin tone and eye color. In the sun, her entire body shone brightly, as white as melting snow. "Teresa, sorry, please don't mind. This is the only way I can talk to you. I have albinism." No wonder, in the leaked photos of the Imperial team members, Teresa is often seen wearing a hat and mask. Lian Xiao shook his head, indicating that it was okay. He stood up and exchanged places with Teresa, offering her some shade. As he sat down, Lian Xiao suddenly remembered that the Imperial team's consciousness had merged. This meant. Now, smiling beside her, it wasn't just Teresa who was talking to her, but the entire Imperial team. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao suddenly felt the bench beneath his butt burning hot, and he wanted to run away immediately. "I finally found a gap to slip out," Teresa pleaded softly. "Could you please? Just listen to me before you leave?" Lian Xiao, who was always gentle and polite, had no way of dealing with her. She scratched her hair and sat back down resignedly. "Thank you," Teresa said sincerely. "I know you might be confused when I say this." Lian Xiao appeared to acquiesce, but in reality, he wasn't too surprised. To outsiders, the twins were the emperor's most beloved and trusted children, aside from the crown prince. Allowing illegitimate children to pilot seraphs and join the imperial guards was an extraordinary privilege. However, aside from the inhumane fusion of consciousnesses, even after the Mirror Palace incident, the twins had been detained by the Alliance for treatment for so long, and the Empire hadn't seemed concerned for their safety. These two were mere pawns in the game between the Alliance and the Empire. Teresa and Francois were in dire straits, but Lian Xiao hadn't expected Teresa to turn to her for help. How could she save the twins? But before that, Lian Xiao nodded curiously. "Aren't you worried about others hearing what you're about to say?" Lian Xiao asked. After talking with Susera, Lian Xiao's perspective on mind fusion had changed somewhat. Beyond the different mechanics of the Imperial mechas, the fusion of minds between Imperial teams likely had another purpose. Surveillance. Every thought in one person's mind was clearly displayed to the others. Teammates were not just teammates, but mutual monitors. One could disguise their appearance, their emotions, but they couldn't hide their thoughts from the shared master of their brain. "Teresa, don't worry," she explained. "I temporarily blocked their connection to my consciousness. Francois and I are twins. He's using a trick to impersonate me. We used it many times, and no one else can tell. Our conversations during this time are strictly confidential." She looked at Lian Xiao's expression and smiled. "Trust me. Having 5 or 6 people talking in your head all the time is a cacophony. After the mind fusion surgery, we sometimes even have the same dreams, and our tastes have become more similar. It's a strange feeling. Francois and I grew up together, inseparable, and I thought I knew him well. But after the true fusion began, I realized how wrong I was. The so-called telepathic connection between twins pales in comparison to the power of technology. The Imperial team's harmony and rapport were unparalleled, a result of them all being at peace with themselves. At first, Teresa felt the consequences of the mind meld weren't insurmountable. If Teresa had heard the tyrant's words in person, accepting transformation might be a much-desired honor for Imperials, she would have undoubtedly agreed. But over time, we discovered that merging our minds wasn't as simple as we imagined. Teresa said, "I was becoming less and less myself. Lian Xiao, can you imagine my subconsciously avoiding my favorite flavor of supplements, waking up in the middle of the night to use the restroom standing up, all because my teammates were allergic to it? And our self-perceptions were gradually becoming distorted by the merging of our minds." Teresa demurely smoothed the wrinkles of her hospital gown and said kindly, "By the way, I hope this doesn't bother you. My teammate Eleanor really likes you. Your looks and temperament are her cup of tea." Teresa said this lightly, winking at Lian Xiao. "That means that, influenced by Eleanor, we all like you." Lian Xiao, wait a minute, Eleanor is a typical female name, right? I'm starting to think like Francois, like my other male teammates, and I'm starting to fall in love with dashing men of the same sex under Eleanor's influence, Teresa said quietly. The only thing I'm not like myself is me. Acutely aware of this, Teresa panicked as never before. Their illegitimate brothers and sisters didn't kill them, their flattering nobles didn't kill them, and their competing seraph reserves didn't kill them. But an operation that represented glory was slowly erasing Teresa and Francois from the world. Having someone know your true thoughts all the time is quite perverse. Lien Xiao took a long time to utter these words. Teresa's description was so immersive that Lien Xiao couldn't help but put himself in her shoes and wonder what would happen if she were in the same situation. Then she immediately interrupted her own thoughts. She wasn't Teresa, she wouldn't allow anyone to pry into her thoughts. Teresa didn't rush to explain what she was asking for, acting as if she were just chatting casually. She said relaxedly, "The Alliance's deep connection isn't much better. The thoughts of a mech soldier connected to the deep connection would be known to you, Ark. I haven't done that." Lien Xiao said that casually reading someone's thoughts was like watching them run naked mentally. This was true. Although Gu Chanfeng had always been open to Lien Xiao's attempts to pry into his memories, Lien Xiao only selectively checked the thoughts of each mech soldier he mentally connected to. Teresa smiled at Lien Xiao through her mask, her white eyelashes draping over the edge. "Then try it next time." Gu Chanfeng appeared at the entrance to the small garden. Teresa stared at Gu Chanfeng, who suddenly sped up. "I think he'd be happy to show you." Lien Xiao, "Oh, why does that sound so strange?" Just when Lien Xiao was thinking this was a little too strange, Teresa finally stated her purpose for today. "We want to do something only you can help us with. Francois and I are going to defect from the Empire." Defect from the Empire. Though Teresa said these words as casually as if they were about to eat and sleep, she and Francois had witnessed the fate of too many traitors executed by their biological fathers. Teresa gazed calmly at Lien Xiao, her eyes a pale blue, a color as pure and fragile as ice, yet also as fiery as a high-temperature blue flame. This was certainly not a test from Teresa, nor was it a joke. Now was the perfect moment for their escape plan. Expecting the Alliance's reluctance to alert the Zerg, the Empire was busy plotting how to maximize its benefits from this incident. The top brass were scheming against each other, and neither side had the time to bother with the half-crippled Imperial squad. As Teresa patiently waited for her response, Lien Xiao felt like he walked into the wrong set. How could the drama suddenly switch from passionate to politically charged? As Teresa patiently waited for her response, Lien Xiao turned her head. While the twins' plight sounded pitiful, she still had a ticking time bomb to deal with, and she didn't want to be dragged into further trouble. Gu Chanfeng quickly approached the bench, shaving off the time it would normally take him a minute or two to slowly push the wheelchair. He immediately stepped between the two of them, sizing Teresa up with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Teresa spoke slowly, unfazed by Gu Chanfeng's cold, sharp aura, nor disappointed by Lien Xiao's silent refusal. "I have 2 pieces of information in exchange for your help." Her gaze fell on Gu Chanfeng. The first concerns Red Dragon and Project R. Her gaze shifted to Lien Xiao. "The second secret is even bigger. I think you all be interested." Gu Chanfeng's pupils trembled uncontrollably at the mention of Red Dragon and Project R. Project R was the project Xu Fa had been leading before his disappearance. All these years, he had never imagined the two could be connected. Teresa smiled. "Are you interested in hearing what I have to say?" 5 minutes later, Teresa left the rarely visited small garden of the hospital. Francois had limited time to buy her, and Teresa couldn't let any of the medical staff discover she had privately contacted Alliance players. Teresa came and went like a gust of wind, silently. Lien Xiao pondered Teresa's words and asked, "Do you think Teresa's words are true?" "I'm not sure." Gu Chanfeng abandoned the shadier spot and sat down next to Lien Xiao. Lien Xiao could smell the disinfectant on him. "I didn't know what Project R specifically researched before." Gu Chanfeng said that he hadn't doubted that Gu Mian wouldn't hide anything from him regarding Zhu Fa's disappearance, but now he wasn't sure. It would have been difficult for the two of them to get the inside scoop on Project R. Instead, they learned about it through spies within the Alliance and, through a roundabout way, from an Imperial. Project R, the full name of which is Project Milk Ocean. Ostensibly, this was a project to synthesize a new substance. If the project had been strictly adhered to, it could have been completed in the 2nd year after it began. The true purpose of the Milky Sea project was to extract and synthesize a highly toxic substance from the protozoan cells. A highly toxic substance effective against red dragons. When Zhu Fa took over the project and became the person in charge, he could never have imagined that years later, Gu Chanfeng would become the Red Dragon's sole pilot. The Empire's chief mecha engineer, Cephas, was obsessed with red dragons. As members of the royal family, Teresa and Francois had access to some of his research on red dragons. The Alliance halted red dragons' development and mass production, yet was reluctant to completely destroy it. There was only one reason for their vigilance against Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng was indeed the red dragon's chosen pilot. Red dragons are mechas with a degree of self-awareness. Red dragons are alive. Milky C. The hope for outcome of Project C is the reins the Alliance and the military have placed on Red Dragon. For years, the regularly released, quantitatively controlled substance has been suppressing the Red Dragon's resurgence of self-awareness. But only Gu Chanfeng himself knows that Red Dragon's self-awareness had been awakened by him on the snowy mountain. And then, there's the second secret Teresa mentioned. Lian Xiao looked up, and the pomegranate blossoms growing overhead caught his eye. Among these flowers, there are single-petal and double-petal pomegranates, Teresa said. 2 different shapes of flowers growing on the same tree. This is a biological phenomenon called budding. No matter how different their appearances, they all share the same origin, don't they? What was Teresa hinting at? Chapter 148. Lian Xiao. The Riddler is forbidden from speaking. Lian Xiao pondered for a moment, then set his doubt aside, no longer thinking about it. It's like doing math problems in high school. If you really can't figure it out, don't torture yourself. Leave it alone for a while, and come back. Maybe you get a new idea. What Teresa said today is believable, but not entirely. Cephas believed that the reason Gu Chanfeng had been able to safely pilot the Red Dragon for so long was, firstly, because he was chosen by the Red Dragon, and, secondly, because, despite being an S-class, he couldn't establish a mental connection with the Ark. A mental connection is tantamount to opening up one's mental pathways and sea of consciousness to another individual. Besides fighting against the Red Dragon's intermittent self-consciousness, the added cost of connecting to the Ark would make the Red Dragon pilot's state even more unstable. In other words, their first attempt at a telepathic connection blocked Lian Xiao's barrier, preventing Gu Chanfeng from connecting with the other Arks, but also, by accident, trapping the Red Dragon. Under the control of the Milky Ocean Project's products, the Red Dragon's self-will would have been intermittently dormant. Until the unsuspecting Gu Chanfeng successfully connected with the equally clueless Lian Xiao, effectively breaking the barrier. Not to mention the unbreakable deep connection they had now established. An abnormal monster encountered another monster with a secret, and they were still unaware of it. So, after the successful telepathic connection, Lian Xiao began to be watched by Frida and the 26th Department. As long as they continued to telepathically connect, Gu Chanfeng's telepathic barrier would be repeatedly breached. No one could say whether, after a certain telepathic connection, the Red Dragon would fully awaken its self-awareness through Gu Chanfeng. Of course, Gu Chanfeng didn't have a mental barrier naturally. Someone must have constructed this barrier within Gu Chanfeng's consciousness. Whoever it was, one thing was certain. It was someone of extremely high mental power and professional training as a mecha soldier. At this point, Teresa changed the subject. Gu Chanfeng's mental barrier was a bargaining chip in her negotiations with Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, and it was also the key information that inspired her escape plan. The greatest difficulty for Teresa and Francois in defecting from the Empire was concealing it from their fused teammates. Teresa calmly assessed the risks of various options. Killing them would make too much noise. Convincing them to defect together would risk exposure. What if they had a mental barrier? It would partially isolate their fused consciousness, allowing their thoughts to be selectively displayed. Even if they hadn't escaped, such a mental barrier would give the twins some breathing room for their own consciousness. Lian Xiao, you might not quite understand what S-level mental power means, Teresa said. According to Imperial intelligence, there are fewer than 100 Arks in the Alliance capable of reaching S-level. Of these 100, the vast majority were members of elite squads and high-ranking officers from various military divisions. Lian Xiao was one of the few S-level Arks they had direct access to. And only Lian Xiao could possibly help them build a mental barrier. Lian Xiao didn't give Teresa a clear answer. Even if he agreed to build a mental barrier for the twins, he would first have to familiarize himself with dismantling Gu Chanfeng's mental barrier. That couldn't be done instantly right here. Teresa displayed immense patience. She and Francois had endured the torment of merging their consciousnesses for so long, so a few months wouldn't matter to them. And she was certain her offer of reward was a lure for the two of them. Teresa's intelligence had a profound impact on Gu Chanfeng. He didn't even notice the pomegranate blossom that fell from the tree and rolled onto his shoulder. Lian Xiao reached out and caught the blossom, its calyx only slightly cracked, its petals not yet fully unfolded. Looking up at Gu Chanfeng from this angle, his jawline was tense, his eyes drooping and unfocused, appearing indifferent. But when the movement drew her attention to him, her gaze instantly returned to her usual gentleness. For some reason, Lian Xiao suddenly began to care about Teresa's words. He's happy for you to look at him. But if she kept looking at him like that, Gu Chongfeng's ears would turn as red as the flower in her hand. Twirling the pomegranate blossom, Lian Xiao wondered how much he could believe Teresa's words. Gu Chongfeng, at least on the surface, regained his composure. His gaze followed the pomegranate blossoms, mistakenly assuming Lian Xiao liked them, and he reached out to pick the best one for her. Lian Xiao hesitantly accepted his offer. She felt, for some reason, that Gu Chongfeng was a bit like a bird, meaning he would bring back branches and shiny objects to build a nest. I think Teresa is cunning. This was something Lian Xiao discovered after reviewing the entire conversation. First, she used small talk to lower my guard and make me sympathize with him, and then she offered these two pieces of information in exchange. I don't know which part of her story is true. If Teresa had started with the information exchange, the negotiation wouldn't have been as effective as it was. Clearly, Teresa had a good grasp of Lian Xiao's character, as expected of someone raised in the dangerous and complex world of the imperial family. And she had also calculated that Lian Xiao and Gu Chongfeng wouldn't be able to refuse the offer. News about Zhu Fa. And information about Fu Mingwang's disappearance. It doesn't matter. We can verify all of this one by one, Gu Chongfeng said, pulling out 3 cards. I also asked Professor Li about this. Lian Xiao's last thought revealed that these unrelated matters intersected with the prototype Zerg. They had originally planned to clear every instance of the prototype Zerg within the Tianjita system, but then something unexpected happened. Few in the Alliance knew the Zerg better than Professor Li. Gu Chongfeng had just caught up to ask Professor Li about the prototype Zerg. Professor Li suggested starting with obtaining their first prototype Zerg directly from the Alliance. With a wave of his hand, he handed Gu Chongfeng his card, which granted him higher authority as a consultant for the Tianjita system. Activating the card granted access to the Fulcrum instance, which was generally closed to the public. Of course, they couldn't log into the Tianjita system and explore while still in the hospital, as their visibility was heavily monitored. They had no choice but to return to the UN. A week after the second match, the Alliance and the military issued a public announcement declaring the Mirror Palace incident. The Alliance's investigation report completely erased any trace of the Zerg's awakening. The deaths of 7 players were undeniable, but they were all killed by the sudden avalanche and the initial attack of an unnamed creature. While the public was shocked, some were convinced there was something fishy going on, and secretly sought to ascertain public opinion within the Empire. Unexpectedly, the Empire's stance aligned with the Alliance's. They reached an agreement with the Alliance military, haven't they? At the table, Cesare chewed a piece of his bun. What did the Empire do to the Alliance this time? N.I. Yuling, busy wrestling with his chopsticks and diced chicken, cleared his throat. I know. Video recording of an 8+ level Zerg devouring a power angel. Yi Yin frowned. Why would the Empire want to record it? The Zerg devouring and fusing power angels was no secret among them. Talking about it during dinner was rather unappetizing. Irina, for research. Yi Yin glanced at the cool and beautiful woman who spoke, thinking she was being ridiculous. At the table sat not only the Lianda team, but also Kakami Chuan and San Carlos. Everyone was busy devouring the Lianjia stir-fry takeout in front of him. Recuperating in the hospital was all about eating and sleeping. One time, N.I. Yuling came to visit and got a taste of Lianjia's takeout, and he couldn't stop eating. With one bite, he had completely forgotten about the nutritional supplements. He knew Lian Xiao was running a side hustle, but no one had told him it was so delicious. This sparked a craze among the cadets for Lian stir-fries, and as the boss, Lian Xiao had magically cornered the cadets' tables. But she and Gu Chongfeng were the most seriously injured and couldn't eat spicy food. While others were enjoying delicious meals, Lian Xiao could only make do with plain porridge and side dishes. The porridge, made by Cui Yingqin through Chu Xiuguo's instruction, had a faint, burnt smell. Turn his grief and anger into a profit-making drive. Lian Xiao offered his products to the other cadets at a steep price. After all, except for her and the Baichuan group, everyone else was well off. The speed at which her wallet was expanding made Lian Xiao sometimes wish the Alliance would slow down, and that she could rest in the hospital for a few more days. The cadets from the First Alliance Army and Orin followed the crowd and ordered food, but they always grabbed takeout and left, refusing to share tables with the other schools. These 2 schools had suffered the most casualties, and it was still unclear what they would do in their next matches. In this situation, even the players who disliked these 2 schools the most could hardly express any gloating. Cesare privately lamented that their league might be the first in history to be cancelled midway. Questions within the league regarding its safety continued to mount, and the scheduled date for the third game was postponed. The format for subsequent tournaments remained uncertain. 2 weeks after the announcement, the cadets from various schools were finally allowed to recover. The hospital was nearly overwhelmed. The cadets of this age had no outlet for their energy, and the medical staff were exhausted from catching them in the act of violating regulations. In Victory Square in the city center, Lian Xiao, who had been discharged from the hospital, brushed shoulders with the bustling crowd. A light drizzle fell, misting over the statue and the flowers on its pedestal. The statue, a figure soaring into the sky, features dismembered wings on one side and a mecha arm on the other, commemorating the league's first mecha, Ikaros. In recent weeks, many people have come to the statue to lay flowers in mourning for the 7 players who died unexpectedly in the league. Orion and several of the fallen players from the First Alliance had once stood against her, attempting to frame her for crimes she didn't commit. But in the face of death, all these intrigues and grudges seemed frivolous and ridiculous. She and Gu Chanfeng had nearly become the main recipients of flowers today. Or maybe next time, and the next time, she'd be the one being mourned. This was a cruel era. One could faintly smell the blood of war, but Lian Xiao wasn't about to retreat. Raindrops of rain fell steadily on the flowers. Lian Xiao put down her flowers and turned to join the crowd, dedicated to the fellow human beings who died in the Mirror Palace incident, and also to her future self. Returning to the UN felt like home. For now, there was no need to worry about the undercurrents between the Empire and the Alliance. A Zerg attack was a distant joke. Lian Xiao, unassuming, lay on the sofa in her dorm room, operating her laptop. More importantly, she could finally check the system without worry. In the hospital, she'd been constantly worried about being watched, so she didn't even dare to open her laptop, and the system was as silent as a chicken. After the Mirror Palace incident, Lian Xiao realized that facing the Zerg with insufficient firepower was likely a dead end. She was someone who learned from her mistakes. Recently, she'd been thinking about whether, besides improving her strength, she could also save her life if she encountered the Zerg in the future. She actually came up with a plan. When Warren framed her, the Truth Serum in the system store was a life-saving aid. Since Truth Serum can be farmed, then items that boost combat power should theoretically also exist, right? And there's an opportunity right now to test the effectiveness of the items. Tonight, Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng, and Zhao Liqing are teaming up to enter the Tianjita system dungeon. The Alliance has acquired its first prototype bug dungeon, Kaitel. Chapter 149. Lian Xiao eagerly opened the system to show her what items the mall could spawn. He hadn't opened the system in over half a month, and upon entering, a golden light suddenly surged. Lian Xiao was nearly blinded. How did my reputation increase so much? Back-to-back competitions, hearings, training under the Brana Tyrant and her fighting robots, and then barely finding time to compile and edit recipes. The intensity of these past few months has been several times more intense than last year's physical training. Lian Xiao has rarely been personally involved in the Lian family stir-fry business lately. This multiplied reputation is like a bug. System, although user 1723, you've been lying low recently. Who says lying low is a good strategy? Lian Xiao's account has seen a surge in followers recently, with the peak occurring during the 1 or 2 hours when the League live stream was interrupted. Netizens are desperately trying to understand what's going on, and Lian Xiao is one of the few players with a public social media account. While waiting for the League's announcement and the players' appearances, netizens were bored enough to dig up all the players' information. Lian Xiao's videos were high quality, and the Chinese food was truly enticing. Many new fans watched all of Lian Xiao's videos, and were still wanting more. Lian Xiao and Lian Xiaoqiao became a perpetual motion machine of fame, their popularity among netizens rising. According to this system's estimates, if you can maintain your impressive performance in the upcoming league, even winning the championship, the system beamed, though it didn't actually have a face, then your Chinese food will become known throughout the league. Lian Xiao's accumulated reputation points were enough to redeem any item in the mall. But Lian Xiao looked a little disdainful. What were all these things? Increases sweet talk, 8 treasure rice, instant hair growth and anti-hair loss items, walnut sesame cheese, and a sharp, pungent argument after eating 2 pounds of chili peppers, stir-fried yellow beef. Not a single one was useful. Lian Xiao silently clicked on the item reset button and waited for the cooldown to end. Lian Xiao complained, "Can't you refresh some items that increase your attack power? Besides Chinese food, even, for example, a baguette that's been sitting there for 3 days and could kill you with a single blow, alkali knots that have been repeatedly smoothed over your palate, large potatoes boiled in their skin without any seasoning that could choke you, and large, dry, confit duck legs that haven't even been plucked clean. System, I dare not speak. These clearly white-sounding meals seem to bring back painful memories for user 1723. His fingers were so tense that they nearly tore through his optical computer case. I try. The system said weakly, but I have to remind you that items cannot be brought into the system you're entering. The time agreed with Gu Chanfeng was approaching, and Lian Xiao had no choice but to shut down the system. Just as Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing were about to leave the dormitory, an email notification sounded, reminding her of the change in schedule. Schedule updated. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., meeting with the dean in his office. Su Sarah had inserted the meeting directly into Lian Xiao's schedule through Echo. She had originally intended to devote all of tomorrow's time to this dungeon. No problem, Lian Xiao checked the time. The audience with the tyrant was still over 9 hours away. They needed to make quick work of it. After the Mirror Palace incident, Lian Xiao found an opportunity to reveal everything to Zhao Liqing. The distant sound of the flute, the condensed sea of consciousness, the egg, and the messenger left Zhao Liqing stunned. For a moment, her concern for Lian Xiao completely overwhelmed the initial anger and disappointment she had concealed. Putting herself in his shoes, if she had gone through all this, she would have hesitated even to tell her closest family, let alone Lian Xiao, who was alone. From the moment she heard Lian Xiao's confession, Zhao Liqing secretly resolved that no matter what, she would stand by him. Otherwise, who else in the world would unconditionally support her? So, this dungeon run was the first time the three of them had teamed up. Entering the training center, the staff on duty recognized Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing and, wondering if these young people always chose midnight training sessions, wondered if they were more creative, and let them in. Midnight was less crowded, less noticeable. And, Iko, please exit this room, Gu Chanfeng said in the S-Class training room. As long as they were within the boundaries of the United Nations Mecha Academy, Iko was omnipresent. Lian Xiao and the others didn't want anyone to know what they had been doing tonight, so they ordered Iko to temporarily leave. Okay, Iko said, I connect to this room again in 15 minutes. After ensuring that no one was watching, they swiped their cards to enter the training cabin. Sure enough, several unprecedented dungeons appeared in the selection bar. Since these dungeons have been built, why aren't they open to students? Lian Xiao was puzzled. She scrolled through the dungeons closed to the public, and found that the timelines were all set before 85 years of the Shanghai calendar. Zhao Liqing answered as she selected a mecha, perhaps. Simulating events before the advent of mechas is unnecessary. The Tianjita system is designed to train mecha majors, not a historical simulation game. Perhaps these dungeons are used to test the stability of the new version. Gu Chanfeng said, Professor Li is the consultant for the Tianjita system, and the Tianjita system was just updated last year. As if remembering something, he said, Senior Gongsun and Professor Li's doctoral students were responsible for the final review of the updated dungeons. Lian Xiao realized, could it be that Professor Li's doctoral student just, coincidentally, has the last name Wei? Gu Chanfeng smiled, yes. Just by coincidence, Gu Chanfeng had seen Lian Xiao confronting Wei Wei. Recalling his first few one-sided encounters with Lian Xiao, Gu Chanfeng felt a strange sense of joy. The scenes before their official acquaintance were his own unique memories. Lian Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. She was too busy to pay attention to what became of Wei Wei, the extreme anti-Earth traitor. She hoped he wasn't doing well. Last time, Professor Li said his doctoral student was going to have his graduation delayed, Gu Chanfeng said casually. He heard the professor complain that Senior Wei's papers weren't getting enough citations. Lian Xiao gritted his teeth, almost wanting to burst out laughing. Serves him right. Zhao Liqing, standing nearby, grew increasingly confused and sent a private message to Lian Xiao. Zhao Liqing remembered Gu Chanfeng as a talkative figure, except during training and competitions. He was usually aloof and reserved. As a teammate, Zhao Liqing rarely exchanged a single word with Gu Chanfeng unless it was about serious matters. The Alliance's strongest heavy armored soldier, the confident and reliable version. Did Gu Chanfeng take the wrong medicine? He's so talkative. She was stunned when she received a reply from her best friend. AAA Lian Jia Xiao Xiao, no, he's always like this, it's quite normal. Zhao Liqing, something's wrong with both of them. For this dungeon, both chose the most versatile main attack type, Hen Wu. They simply wanted to study the first prototype bug up close. The parts requiring mecha combat shouldn't be many. The first prototype bug acquired by the Alliance was codenamed Keitel. Acquisition date, Starseed Year 82. Acquisition method, unknown. Keitel is currently stored at the Alliance Research Facility. Gu Chanfeng said, as the Tianjita system loaded. A flash of white light appeared, and the next second they were standing on a starship? No, it couldn't be considered a starship, though it was slowly passing by the meteorite swarm diagonally below. It was much smaller than any other common alliance starship. As Gu Chanfeng went to examine the control panel, Lian Xiao casually extended a robotic arm to press the raised steel plate back into place. The paint was peeling or parts were falling apart, and the interior reeked of poverty. Gu Chanfeng tried for several minutes, but found he couldn't operate the dashboard. This isn't the Alliance's standard starship operating system. Then you move aside, I do it. Zhao Liqing had been watching for a long time. Miraculously, as soon as the dashboard came into her hands, the starship vibrated violently, and actually began to steer according to Zhao Liqing's commands. It's the 82nd year of the Starsea calendar, and the Alliance's Universal Starship Operating System hasn't even been developed yet, Zhao Liqing said, displaying a surprising degree of erudition on the subject. This isn't a starship, it's a junk ship. See those things floating around the meteorite swarm? They're all unknown pieces of space junk. In the 1980s, some people would pilot junk ships around battlefields, hoping to find something valuable. Look! Zhao Liqing pressed a button, slick with skin secretions, and the junk ship extended its long boom, snatching up a piece of space junk. Another tube-like ion channel began sucking smaller pieces of debris into the ship. Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng. How could Zhao Liqing be so skilled? Zhao Liqing maneuvered the junk ship nimbly through the meteorite swarm, clearing away all the junk. Haven't you ever played that little game, Space Scavenger? I cleared the level by clearing the junk. It's pretty fun. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liqing was also a gamer during her adolescence. There was nothing around except floating space junk. The space debris swept into the garbage ship was automatically sorted, and usable alloys were melted down and smelted. The valuable ones were kept intact, while the worthless ones were directly sent to the incinerator. Zhao Liqing set up a biodetection interceptor to prevent the tragic event of the prototype being incinerated to ash. Just when Lian Xiao thought it was impossible to obtain the prototype so easily, the garbage ship actually captured a small container showing signs of life. A few minutes later, the object that had destroyed the equipment was brought up, and it turned out to be the prototype. How could a prototype be abandoned in space like garbage? Lian Xiao found it incredible. The probability of humans capturing the Zerg ancestor like space junk was like winning a multi-million lottery. Could such a coincidence and such a smooth process really happen? The container lay on the ground, and Lian Xiao was unsure of what to do next. The original plan was that they would inevitably engage in a struggle to obtain the prototype, and Lian Xiao could use this opportunity to enter a stress state under the external attack, listen to the distant flute, and observe the prototype's reaction. Or perhaps, she could directly ask for information about the egg protozoan. In short, the prerequisite was that she was in a state of pain. No! Zhao Liqing strongly objected. She felt the distant flute sound, and the prerequisite of seeing the egg were strange, as if encouraging Lian Xiao to let himself get used to being hurt. Think of other options. Then, Lian Xiao rubbed his hands, a bold idea suddenly coming to mind. What about trying to establish a direct connection with the protozoan? The Mirror Palace incident proved that the Zerg and the Mecha soldiers could establish a similar mental connection. The dormant protozoan were weak, so her mental strength should be within her tolerance. Moreover, the Zerg language skills implanted in Lian Xiao's mind were still usable, allowing her to take the risk of attempting to communicate with the less lucid Protozerg. Zhao Liqing and Gu Chanfeng remained silent, seemingly assessing the risks of Lian Xiao's idea. After a moment, Zhao Liqing finally nodded in agreement. The space junk ship switched to automatic navigation mode. Red Dragon, with Lion's Roar in hand, aimed at Lian Xiao and the Protozerg. Zhao Liqing then called up the Tianjita system menu, ready to terminate the instance if anything went wrong. The three of them remained vigilant. The Zerg were a far more powerful species than humans, and the awakened Protozerg were a monster among monsters. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing her nervousness, and found the Protozerg's mental pathway. Connecting, invading. The Protozerg seemed undeterred. Lian Xiao's mental power flowed gently and seamlessly into another ocean, like water. Even more seamlessly than connecting with other mech soldiers, Lian Xiao connected with the Protozerg. Suppressing her rapidly accelerating heartbeat, she delivered her long-prepared opening remarks. She had only a few brief encounters with the Zerg, and could tell they were fanatical believers. Praise the Mother Goddess. A few seconds later, the message, or rather the consciousness, flowed along the sea of consciousness, bringing a response from the Protozerg, which was decoded into human language within Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness. Praise the Mother Goddess, the Protozerg said. I'm waiting for you, messenger. Chapter 150. Messenger. The Zerg in the snowy mountains and the base had all called her that when they were on the verge of death. Lian Xiao's heart sank, and he suddenly felt that rashly connecting to the protozoan wasn't a good idea. The protozoan's other words were as terrifying as a horror movie where the protagonist musters the courage to exorcise a ghost, only for the ghost to turn around and say, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lian Xiao thought again. This was just a copy. If things went wrong, she could just log out of the system. So, after careful consideration, she uttered something frivolous, trying to trick the protozoan into continuing. "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes," the protozoan said. Its voice couldn't tell gender, nor did it convey sadness or joy. More accurately, it was just an abstract collection of information. "We met many times. In the ancient city, in Gigant's Nest. It's just that you didn't understand the Mother Goddess's call back then. Quetzalcoatl ancient city, so early." Lian Xiao's eyes widened slightly, and he blurted out, "But the protozoa in those two places weren't you." The protozoa, codenamed Keitel, responded, "It's not me, but it could be me. Protozoa share memories." "Does the Mother Goddess's call refer to the sound of the distant flute?" Lian Xiao pressed on. "Yes," the protozoa said. "The sound of the distant flute is the Mother Goddess's call. The real distant flute is in the Great Nest. When the wind blows through the bone flutes, each of us can hear it, no matter how far away we are from the Great Nest. The distant flute you saw at the foot of the Taka's Snow Mountain is merely a crude replica of the Great Nest created by those children who missed it so much." Lian Xiao shuddered, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. "How did you know we heard distant flute sounds beneath the snowy mountains?" Lian Xiao asked softly. She desperately searched her memory for any details she might have missed. In the deserted ruins, devoid of any sign of life, the three of them were the only living creatures. The thought of eyes watching them from the shadows, oblivious to their gaze, made Lian Xiao feel a chill down her spine. It was like a ghost she couldn't shake off, like something parasitic within her mind, looking out through her eyes. "Protozoan, don't overthink it. I'm not parasitic within your mind. We simply can see everything in the past," it said. Before becoming a protozoan, it was just another ordinary member of the Zerg. The Mother Goddess was fair. She chose it according to destiny. After breaking free from the constraints of lifespan, it discovered that the universe held far greater issues than life and death. The moment they became protozoans and gained immortality, they inherited the memories of their entire species. Eons of time and life and death unfolded before their eyes. The Zerg needed no record of history. The Proto-Zerg were living history. The past, like a rich, intricate fabric, thinly unfurled before their eyes. Time is the warp, the time of countless universes, like a smooth thread held in the palm of one's hand. The death, encounter, and choices of living beings, drawn by fate's shuttle, entangled with time to form anchor points, the same thread forming different nodes, the weft. Click. The universe tapped the loom, and a weft was woven into time, preordained history taking shape. "Our fellows call us immortals, prophets," the Proto-Zerg said, "but we are merely permitted to read the life of that blanket. Only bystanders are allowed because fate is predetermined," the Protozoan said. "Birth and death are predetermined. Your hearing the distant flute was predetermined. Your discovery of the Snow Mountain altar was predetermined. Our meeting today was predetermined. Your being a messenger is also predetermined." Lian Xiao felt a surge of irritation. She disliked the Protozoan's view of destiny as predetermined. It evoked a sense of superiority and emptiness. Lian Xiao decided to get straight to the point. What exactly is a messenger? Assuming that the prerequisite for being a messenger is hearing the distant flute, then the auditory hallucinations that Frida had revealed about some frontline arcs were not work-related injuries, but rather the call of the Mother Goddess. The Protozoan's mumbling, and its apparent lack of human contact, suggested it hadn't communicated with other creatures in a long time. The arcs that had heard the distant flute before her likely lacked the crucial step to becoming messengers. "It's a title," the Proto-Zerg answered every question. "My compatriots call those Zerg who have received divine revelation, and can hear the whispers of the gods' messengers." "You're mistaken. I haven't received any so-called." Lian Xiao was halfway through his denial when he stopped dead in his tracks. She had indeed received some strange revelation. On the snowy mountain, it was Lian Xiao herself who had taken the initiative to poke open the giant egg, and upon contact with the fluid gushing from it, she had learned incredible information. And her current fluency in the Zerg language was proof of that. So the Mother Goddess worshipped by the Zerg was the giant egg that existed in their collective subconscious? Lian Xiao found it hard to believe that she had actually faced the Zerg Mother Goddess head-on. After she had chopped the Proto-Zerg into pieces, The Zerg Mother Goddess wasn't spared either. The Proto-Zerg waited patiently before saying, "It seems you know when to respond to the Mother Goddess's call." In recent years, the Mother Goddess has rarely sent down divine revelations to new messengers. Listening closely, the archetype's tone showed emotion for the first time. We waited a long time. Lian Xiao was speechless for a few seconds, then, as if regaining his voice, said, "Don't you find it ridiculous that the person accepting your Mother Goddess's so-called divine revelation is a human? I killed your kind. And the Zerg have killed countless of my compatriots." Lian Xiao shook his head repeatedly at the absurdity. Then her voice, which had been raised, dropped, and she said calmly, "Even if I didn't know what I truly was, I would never want to be the messenger you speak of." The archetype said indifferently, "Our bodies may be dormant, but our consciousness is always active. Race is not important. Free from the constraints of the body, the spirit is the complete form of life. We don't mind that you once killed our kind, their fate is sealed," the archetype said, as if reciting a prophecy. "We also don't feel sorry for killing humans. On this scroll of magnificent fabric, death is their predetermined fate." Lian Xiao was almost instantly enraged. Blaming everything on fate, what a shameful excuse. The hatred between humans and Zerg is unbreakable. Thinking of the contestants and Mechs who died in the Mirror Palace, Lian Xiao felt his blood rush to his head. The cadets, halfway into the Mech ranks, knew more than the public. To rescue Imperial and Allied students from the A+ level Zerg, at least one rescue team remained permanently beneath the ice crevasse. She would not become a betrayer of humanity. Lian Xiao tried to steady her voice, not to let it tremble with anger. "There's nothing more to say between us. Goodbye." Just as Lian Xiao was about to sever the connection, the Protozoan's mental power, against her will, forcibly connected to her. If the Protozoan hadn't tacitly approved this information exchange, Lian Xiao wouldn't have been able to access its mental pathway at all. "We see each other soon," the Protozoan concluded. "Actually, we met far more often than you might imagine." In her sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao kicked the Protozoan, severing the connection. Before the connection was severed, she couldn't bear it any longer and flashed the international friendly sign at it. In the dungeon, Zhao Liqing and Gu Changfeng kept a close eye on Lian Xiao. "All his physical indicators are normal," Zhao Liqing whispered, as if afraid to disturb the stilled Lian Xiao and the Protozoan. "Just his heartbeat is a little fast." Lian Xiao and the Protozoan's lengthy conversation lasted only a few minutes in reality. Suddenly, Lian Xiao's heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate all spiked, a sign of anger. Just as they were about to take action, Lian Xiao's Mecha, Hen Wu, trembled, then slowly raised its head, as if awakening from a deep dream. "How's it going?" Zhao Liqing reached out and pulled Lian Xiao to his feet. Lian Xiao wiped his face, telling himself to stay calm, resisting the urge to crush the Protozoan. "It's a game." Lian Xiao was vague. "Let's talk outside." Gu Changfeng sheathed his sword. "It's been less than 15 minutes since we entered the dungeon. Eco can't monitor what we're doing." Zhao Liqing clicked to terminate the dungeon, but the system popped up a warning. "Warning. System error. Do not force terminate. Warning. System error. Do not force terminate." With a click, a bold system warning filled the entire virtual screen. Zhao Liqing felt a sense of foreboding. She had never seen the Tianjita system malfunction like this. Worse still, they couldn't disconnect from the system and return to reality. And yet, an atomic bomb, whose detonation date and time were unknown, lay quietly not far from them. Without a moment to inform her companions of the anomaly, Zhao Liqing dashed to the control panel. She wanted to throw the prototype worm container out of the garbage ship. She didn't believe the prototype worm could survive in space. However, the moment Zhao Liqing pressed the button, the prototype worm in the solution opened its eyes. The plastic toy-like worm rapidly expanded, bursting through the glass container in the blink of an eye, and slid to the ground along with the solution. The crane arm, which had activated by then, was too late. It only swept the glass shards and some of the solution out of the garbage ship. The prototype worm's awakening was so sudden that Lian Xiao frantically pressed the exit key, but all that popped up was a series of cold system error warnings. "I told you we see each other soon," the Protozoan said. "This is also a predetermined fate." Lian Xiao's forehead was covered in sweat. The Protozoan continued to grow, approaching its full size. The oppression and fear brought on by this pure golden moth creature far surpassed any creature they had ever encountered. The system would not automatically shut down until the dungeon was complete. Lian Xiao's mind raced, but what would constitute a dungeon completion? Kill the Protozoan, or be killed by it? They were in space, separated from it only by this old junk ship. If a fight broke out, This ship might fall apart before they did. Can we just terminate ourselves and exit the system? Lian Xiao asked Gu Changfeng in a low voice, as he drew his weapon. It's best not to. Since the junk ship didn't need to fight, they hadn't established a mental connection. Lian Xiao was oblivious to Gu Changfeng's abnormality. Gu Changfeng stared intently at the rapidly recovering prototype bug and whispered to Lian Xiao, I'm not sure if the mechanics of this dungeon are any different from a normal one. If the simulated near-death experience is too realistic, it could cause irreversible physical and mental damage. Lian Xiao took a deep breath. She felt that Professor Li wouldn't casually give a student a faulty dungeon access card. Besides, their process of finding the prototype bug had been incredibly smooth. Smooth as fate. Lian Xiao was startled by this thought. She had unknowingly accepted the prototype bug's argument. So what is the predetermined outcome of this encounter that you see? Lian Xiao suddenly shouted. Keitel fluttered his wings. Death. You will all die here. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, and the three of them formed a tight triangle formation. Then let us break the fate you see, Lian Xiao said expressionlessly.